UConn is winners of the national championship game. Can I ask a question? Marty, you still going to look at me and tell me that Zach Edey's not going to be somehow, some way a player in the NBA? Is that what you're going to do? Both you and Vic yesterday making fun of me like you don't think that that's worth 10 to 12 minutes a night on an NBA roster? Is that what you're telling me? Go ahead. Open up the mic. Talk to me.
He'll bounce between the NBA and G League. I don't want any part of that. The dude has negative hands. He can't catch. He can't dribble. He moves at 0.1 mile an hour.
Yep, and he got 37 points off the national champions last night out of a 60 total points scored on his basketball roster. Not to mention, he's a good paint defender. Now, the point that Vic made yesterday.
Check out how many offensive rebounds they got.
Oh, UConn?
Yeah.
A lot.
Uh-huh. Shouldn't he have something to say about that?
Well, he had 10 boards. Nobody else on his team had more than 3. I take it back. One guy had 4. I mean, rebounding is a team thing. It is. Now, the one thing that Vic said yesterday that I will grant him credit on, if he has to go out near the three-point line to defend somebody, it's not going to happen. But I do think most bigs can't do that. All I'm saying is, UConn's a beast. I thought that game would be close just because I thought that Purdue had enough. I thought they had enough playmakers to make things more difficult on UConn. And first half, it was like for the most part they did, and then it all kind of fell apart. Second half, UConn just dominated. And UConn now back-to-back national champions. It's weird to think UConn is back in that kind of place. You know, I thought that stuff would be reserved for your Dukes and North Carolinas and Kansases and teams like that. What are you laughing about? What is this?
I wanted you to say Kansas, and I knew you were just hesitating.
Kansas is a good basketball program. I've never denied that. I don't like them.
I know.
But they're very good. Like, Kansas is my team version of Aaron Rodgers. I hate them, but I have no problem acknowledging how great they are. Ever since Hurley basically took over, it took him about 3 years to get things back on track at UConn after Kevin Ollie left or was fired. But since then, it's just they become a behemoth. You know, it's funny. They went from Jim Calhoun, who was there for decades, is what it felt like. But he won, God, what did he get? Like 3 titles at UConn, right?
He was there for Emeka Okafor and the Kemba Walker one.
So hang on, let me see here. So Calhoun won NCAA tournament final in 1998-99. That was Okafor, right? Or no, that was
03.
Yeah, that was before that because 03-04 was Emeka Okafor. Who the hell was on that team? So 1-2 by 2004, then won 2010, 2011, which was Kemba. And remember, Kevin Ollie takes over. And they win the national title within 2 years of him taking over. And then they fired him about 5 years later. Dan Hurley takes it, and now he's won 2 straight. It's odd to me that a team that is cycling through coaches like, look, since 2011, it's been Calhoun, Ollie, and Hurley, and they have 3 national titles with 3 different coaches in a 13-year time span. So good on them for finding ways to keep this going.
And those like Kemba years and the Kevin Ollie years, they were like 8 seeds that just got hot at the right time.
Right.
These guys just straight up dominate.
I mean, that year they were. Oh, you're talking about the Kemba year.
Yeah, the Kemba year. They if they didn't make a run in the Big East tournament, I don't think they were going to make the tournament. And then they won it, and then they won the entire NCAA tournament.
And then just stayed hot.
Yeah.
But it's really impressive that they're able to cycle through three different coaches in the span of 13 years and win 3 different titles. It's crazy. So 303-504-0925.
Kind of a bummer, right? I mean, it was not that competitive of a game. There hasn't been a competitive game in weeks.
I don't want to be I don't want to be a sourpuss about this, but I feel like most of the tournament was like that. It was like yesterday. Actually, when the game got around, I was pretty excited to watch the game, and then the game was just you can see what the outcome's going to be. You go back through this NCAA tournament, and people thought I was crazy for saying this earlier, and I don't know how else I can put this. The games just weren't that good. Final Four.
Crazy upsets like NC State, that's fine, but we know that name.
Final Four was double-digit wins. National championship game, double-digit win. You go back to I remember last year, Marty, in the Elite Eight, it was San Diego State and Kansas State, and the games were nuts. They were down to the final buzzer. You didn't get any of that. You keep going back, UConn and Illinois, that was a 25-point win. Bama Clemson was a decent enough game, but it was a lot of just blowouts mixed in with a couple of really good ones.
Plus no Cinderellas, which usually kind of helps you get to the Elite Eight at least.
Yeah, give me a Sweet 16 run, had none of that. It was a pretty boring tournament.
We needed that Golke guy to go one more round. Just to get out of the first weekend.
Yes.
He had the really cool one game, and then they lost.
Who were the guys that we were, we pegged 2? It was Golke and then, the Tominaga guy from Nebraska, where Nebraska got blown out.
Didn't even show up, yeah.
I think it kind of stunk. I hate to say it, but I think it did. The good news last night, the Rockies make up for a little stinker of an opening series against the D-backs and get a victory last night.
Kyle Freeland's ERA plummets. What's he at now, 16?
Hey, I asked for 6 innings, 3 earned. I said, just get me a quality start. He gave me 5 with 2 earned. I'll take it. Now, 4 runs were scored, but an error by McMahon led to a couple of runs, and so there you go. But I'll tell you what, Rymack continues to stay incredibly hot. I mean, that guy 3 for 5 again last night. So through 11 games this year, Rymack is hitting .415. I love some of the subtle changes that they made, by the way, messing with the lineup a bit. They had Chris Bryant hitting in the 2-hole to start the year. I was told by my college baseball coach, who coached for a couple decades in the MLB as a hitting coach and some assistant jobs and minor league stuff. He said, typically you should put your best hitter in the 2-hole. And this is an analytics thing, but he goes, it's because, at least at that time, most games ended with the 2-hole hitter up. So you want your best hitter to be there to extend a game, or especially top of the lineup, get on base, score runs, drive in runs, all that stuff. You had to get Brian out of there, because Bryant's not your best hitter. But they put Tovar up in that spot, and I love it. Top of your orders, Blackman, Tovar, McMahon, Elias Diaz. Yeah, I'll take that. Because all those guys are raking right now. So they continue to stay hot. You got a home run out of Chuck. By the way, did you see that home run? That was a leaner. He just leaned over the plate, put the barrel on it, and he got out of the ballpark. What do I always say, Marty? Charlie Blackmon could be 60 years old and still hit .250. He's a professional hitter in that sense. But I love Rockies getting a dub here. 3rd win of the season. Hopefully they can keep things going. D-backs, by the way, outside of the opening series, have not played well this year. So they took it to you in that opening series. winning 3 of 4. Since then, they've won a single game as they've taken on the Yankees, the Braves, and now a game against the Rocks.
That's a rough opening stretch for them, Yanks and Braves.
Oh, tough. Yeah, very
bookended
tough.
by the Rockies, which is like, okay, yeah, no, that's fine. Maybe that ESPN article yesterday was talking about the Diamondbacks.
Maybe it was. I didn't read it. But once again, Marty, the only nerve-wracking thing was late in the game, bullpen's in there, you're trying to close it out. You walk the bases loaded. You allow a run. Mears came in. He technically gets the hold. Lucky to get that because Jake Bird had to come in to close out the last out, and he did. But they can never make it easy, can they? It's always like, all right, we've done pretty well. How can we blow this thing now? Well, at least they closed it out. So, Rockies get a win last night, too. Very happy about that. National championship game. UConn winners of 2 consecutive NCAA tournaments. 303-504-0925. There's a lot going on this week. Masters coming up on Thursday. We're going to try and talk to Justin Ray, who is with The Athletic. Get his thoughts on a couple of guys in the tournament and where he thinks they stack up. We'll do that a little bit later in the week. Will Zalatoris, who played with Tiger Woods yesterday, said, quote, "This is the best I've ever seen Tiger play." And let me tell you, I don't buy that because I know how Tiger played before he had a metal rod inserted into his leg and he could walk. But Tiger feels like the NCAA tournament to me in this sense. When he's playing well, it is must-watch television. When he's not, it kind of feels like what last night was. Now, this is to the casual fan. I know a whole bunch of like hardcore golf guys out there are going to be like, that's not true. I don't feel that way. I'm saying for you want to get people interested in the tournament, give me a couple upsets. Now, the pure basketball people are like, no, I want to see the blue bloods. I want to see the best of the best. For the casual golf fan, put Tiger in the tournament where he's in the top 5. Watch what happens to the ratings because they will skyrocket. So I hope that that is true because that would make for a really fun end of the week here. But I say all that to tell you we got a lot to get to. 303-504-0925. One of the things I want to discuss. Talked a lot about goaltending yesterday. Here's the question I have for you guys. It's a 2-parter. Number 1, if Georgiev gives up 4 goals a game, I put it exactly at 4 when the postseason starts. Do you think the Avs make it past the first round? That's the first question. Second question, what do you consider success or failure for the Avs? You could say it's championship or bust. That's fine. I think with the Nuggets, it's pretty obviously championship or bust because you just won the championship. But for the Avs, if I tell you they make it to the conference finals and then that's it, would you consider that successful or not? We'll get to that next. All right, so a couple things, Marty. Did you see the eclipse yesterday?
I mean, it was a little weird outside for an hour, but I didn't really see it.
I literally didn't notice. What time was it weird?
Like 12:30? Like from 12 to 1, it was like a little grayish outside.
I was at the driving range, and I totally forgot about the eclipse. I got in my car. It was like 12:45, and I go, did it happen already? I was outside the entire time.
We weren't in the path of totality, so we weren't going to get a good show.
But it was noticeable?
I mean, sort of. You probably wouldn't notice unless you like actually looked.
I didn't look.
Well,
So I didn't notice, I guess.
yeah.
Seemed like a whole bunch of hubbub
I mean,
for something I didn't notice.
Did you see the highlights of it?
I saw the videos of people in like,
Did you see the game in Cleveland? I mean, it was like pitch black. It was kind of cool.
I told you I was in that totality path, like when was it 17, 18, whenever that was. I did that once. I go, this is really odd because I was driving. I was going 75 miles an hour, like, it's dark. This is weird.
Well,
Too nerdy. Too nerdy for me.
I'm sorry
Can't do
the
it.
universe doesn't impress you. I don't know what to tell you.
Yep, you know what? I've been unimpressed by a lot of things this morning. The
this
tournament,
one thing
the eclipse, all of it.
happens once every like 100 years. You're like, meh.
Well, it's not once every 100
Pass.
years because it happened like 6 years ago.
I know, they always say it. Oh, this won't happen until like the next 2,500 years, like except for next year. It will also happen then.
The only one I know that's like that is what is it? That's every like 55 years. Halley's Comet, right? How many years is Halley's Comet? Remember that when we were a kid?
No.
You don't? Oh, every 75 to 79 years.
I missed it.
You missed it.
Oh, man. Everybody gets one.
I don't know, Marty. It was when we were really young. We might catch another if we live a long time. If we live a while, we might catch another. Anyway, hang on a second. Should I do a poll question? Eclipse, nerdy or nah? Got a couple people writing this in. If Georgiev gives up exactly 4 goals a game, I don't think they get past Winnipeg. For that, I actually agree. If he gives up 4 a night against Winnipeg and you're going up against Hellebuck, like, good luck, dude.
Yeah, he's not going to be giving up 5 a game for 4 games.
You know, yeah, that's it. It's like, can you score 5 goals for 4 out of 7 games? It would be a hell of an ask for the offensive side. But the second part to the question, because I think that's easier to answer than the second part, which is, what's a successful run here for the Avs? What is it? I mean, you won a cup 2 years ago, but that team's different. It was different. The team now is different. Expectations have changed at least a little bit. So what is it? If you want to say championship or bust, that's totally fine. I don't think I'm quite there. I think with the Nuggets, it's championship or bust.
Why not for the Avs?
To be honest, Marty, I don't know if they have it.
Is it because of what they did last year? Is it because they're missing Gabe? What is it?
I look at success and failure of seasons as you have to make an objective evaluation of what you think this team is. There is not a point during this year, Marty, where I've ever felt as if the Avs are, bar none, no doubt, the best team in the NHL. I feel like they've been close. I feel like at times you could make an argument. But have you ever been able to say this year that they are by far the best team in the league? Because I've said that about the Nuggets multiple times. Like the fact that I look at the Western Conference in the playoffs, Marty, and I go, I don't even know who you want to match up with. That doesn't scream to me that I'm overly confident about this team right now. And the big reason for it is goaltending and defense.
I don't know. When they won 9 in a row, I thought they were probably the best team.
Well, they looked really hot there after the trade deadline, yes. But if we're belly aching right now about I don't have confidence in goaltending. How can I make this championship or bust? See what I mean?
So it's Western Conference Finals or bust, or what?
I think conference finals. If they make it there, I'll be all right. Anything short of that will be incredibly disappointing. Because it'll feel like a missed opportunity. Because I think for the most part, what you have, and this is what I've said about this team just recently, they have a lot of the earmarks of the team from 2 years ago that won a championship, which is a lot of depth on the team, a good backup goaltender, at least for the moment. But if Georgiev plays this way, I can't trust it. So another texture comes in. A successful postseason would be conference finals, but my gut feeling is just making it to the second round would be huge. I think you have to win that first round. That's an absolute must. I can't have 2 straight years of first-round exits. But again, if the goaltender's giving up 4 goals a night, it's going to make it pretty tough to get past Winnipeg or anybody that you would face off with in the first round.
The front office seems to be treating this as championship or bust, right? I mean,
well, they
back
should.
to the trade deadline.
They should. It's funny, like sometimes the fan base feels differently than the front office does. I mean, that's been pretty obvious with the Rockies at least 2-3 years ago, right? When Dick Monfort's coming out saying, I think this team can be 500, and the fan base is like, dude, I think this team's going to lose 100 games. I mean, there's a disconnect there between the way that the front office feels and the way the fan base feels. The Broncos have had that problem. How many times have the Broncos refused to actually rebuild and just try and get some sort of Band-Aid, and the fan base is like, what are we doing? This isn't going to work. But for the Avs, I think it's a much more difficult question to answer. They have a lot of things that would tell you they got a chance to win a championship. But a very important piece to that is staring at you in the face right now. And I don't know if that just gets fixed, Marty, in the next week. If you're a baseball team heading to the postseason and you got a killer lineup, but your pitching staff is getting lit up a week before the playoffs start, is it fair for you to say if they don't win a World Series, I'm going to be mad? Or do you look at it and say, if that doesn't get fixed in a hurry, which maybe it can, but I don't know if you can really count on it, I don't even know where the finish to this season is. Like the Georgiev issue right now, whether it's on him or not. Now, we'll say that because Bednar, after the game a couple of nights ago, said he thought he played great despite a 7 spot being put on the board. And maybe he's right. I don't think anybody doubts the fact that he needs more help in front of him. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Expectations for me, 4 games left in the regular season. Conference finals. Get there.
Who's starting in net tonight, you think?
It's got to be Georgie. No, we asked the question yesterday. It's either going to be a 3-1 or a 2-2 split. It's going to be one of the two. Because neither guy is going to get all 4 games because there's a back-to-back. I think you have to. It's a must. Give Georgiev as many games as you can. You have to. You have to see if you can build some sort of confidence here in the short amount of time you have before the end of the regular season. What's funny is it's actually like, it's not that short, but there's just so few games between now and April 18th.
It's the dumbest schedule. You have 4 games in, 2 weeks?
Essentially.
And you have a back-to-back in there? Like, why can't we just spread this out?
Like, again, I'll tell you guys what the last 4 games look like. They play tonight against Minnesota at Ball Arena. Then they play Saturday is their next game, again at Ball Arena, that against Winnipeg. They then fly out that night to Vegas to play Vegas on Sunday, and then they're off again until Thursday, where they close out the year against Edmonton.
And those 2 weekend games are afternoon games. 2 p.m. for Winnipeg, 1:30 for Vegas.
Yeah. I don't get it either. I don't really understand. But I think you give Georgiev every start possible, which is 3. So you make the choice. Winnipeg, Vegas, who's going to get what game? I don't even know how I'd go with that. Like, if I give Georgie the Winnipeg game or the Vegas game.
Well, Winnipeg's your first round opponent. Do you want Georgie to, like, whoever starts that game is kind of an indication of who's going to start round 1?
Yeah. And by the way, I think all of this that we're talking about here about is there a goalie controversy and could Juice start, when the playoffs hit, I think that's just fan fodder. The way that it sounds like to me, Marty, with Bednar is it sounds like there's like a 2% chance he's even considering that. At most, I think what they'll do is they'll start Georgie, and if he's really bad, then they'll make the switch mid-series. But again, I'm trying to put myself in his shoes. So you do all this work all year long, 82-game grind. And with 4 games left in the year, you're going to say, let me give it to the 23-year-old who's had like 16 appearances his entire career? In the most high-pressure, high-stakes situation you could imagine, like that doesn't sound like a smart coaching decision.
Is that just it? If he had like 2 years under his belt, it would be a much closer controversy.
If his name is Francouz, I think it's a much different discussion. Like, if Frankie is still here and healthy, I probably think that they're just going to him. I mean, Frankie's been in that situation. He started 6 games when he won a cup. But yeah, it's the fact that your backup goalie is a young kid who, by the way, has played great in his last handful of starts. Certainly well enough to make this a discussion between the fan base. But I don't know, man. It's weird. Texas says, hard to say you need defense when Juice is only letting in 2 to 3 in his starts when Georgiev lets in 4+. What was I saying all day yesterday, Marty? I mean, that was my entire point here, was that Bednar can come on that postgame show or postgame press conference and say that a lot of those goals aren't on him and they got to play better in front. And guess what? I agree with all of what he just said. At the same time, why does it not look like that when Juice is in? I'm not saying it's incorrect. It seems very correct. But why do those lapses not happen to the point of 6 goals getting given up when Annunin's between the pipes? It's kind of an anomaly. Doesn't make much sense. Well, we can go through the Nuggets, by the way, if you'd like to. This much tougher. And maybe I was being too heavy-handed in saying success or failure for the Nuggets in the postseason is just championship or bust. Like, am I being unfair to them, Marty? And the difficulty it is to go back-to-back, it doesn't happen all that much in the NBA. The West is certainly more viable now than it was last year. And by the way, every time we get to this point in the calendar, Marty, it feels like the injury bug has ravaged some teams. It hasn't done that yet. A lot of these teams are incredibly healthy, especially in the West. Like, go through the opponents. Minnesota's still without Cat. You don't know if he's going to come back or not, so that's one. Oklahoma City, are they missing anybody major? Phoenix? No. I mean, you got nicks and bruises on those teams, but it doesn't feel like anything that's going to keep guys out of postseason games.
I mean, Bradley Beal's a walking, day-to-day kind of guy, so he's always sort of injured.
But I feel like playoff start he's going to play. The Clippers, who are always hurt this time of year, seem to be pretty healthy, right? I mean, it's going to be a different sort of animal. Now, on the surface, you won a championship. Your team didn't change all that much. You lost one really key piece in Bruce Brown, but you've had a full year to make up for this. You got Peyton Watson more minutes. Christian Brown's in a different role. Reggie Jackson, when he comes off the bench, seems to play well, and you have the best starting five in the league still. I don't think that's unfair to say it's championship or bust for them.
So does that mean win championship or bust, or like make the finals and you're chill with that?
I mean, I don't think that anybody's going to say you took Boston to 7 games and lost, that's a failure. But, I mean, your expectation should be to win a championship. So it's a weird dichotomy between these two teams that they have a lot in common in some ways. Both teams have the best player in the world in their respective sports on the team. They certainly are talented enough to pull off a championship. But sort of the confidence factor between the two, not the same at the moment. And hopefully you start to get that right tonight against Minnesota. So the Avs are going to be on 92.5. The Nuggets will be on AM 950 as we got the double dipperoo. But I can't wait to see. Because I'm expecting Georgiev to get the start tonight, and I want to see him lock in. It's your last game against a non-playoff team. Make it look that way tonight.
Every shot on goal for him is just...
It's going to be terrifying.
It's going to be terrifying, yeah.
303-504-0925. Back after this. Wait, Marty, can you tell me what you just said before we went on air? Can you say that again about some mock draft that you saw? And was it the Patriots, what they're going to do?
Yeah, so in this mock draft, the Patriots are passing on quarterbacks and would be taking Marvin Harrison Jr. at 3 because they don't like Drake May, J.J. McCarthy, etc.
So in that one, Jaden Daniels went 2, I'm assuming?
Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Marvin Harrison Jr. And the Cardinals are up with Drake May on the board still.
Okay, so we're doing our mock draft tomorrow. That's when it's going to start anyway. Draft is just a couple weeks away. I don't see this going the way that these mocks are saying. There aren't going to be like 5 quarterbacks in the first 11 picks, man. There's no way. I feel like we overdo this every year. It doesn't mean that 5 guys won't be drafted maybe in the first round or something. They aren't all going that high. And to be honest, I hope they do. I hope that there is a run on QBs, so by the time the Broncos get to their pick at 12, they have like a Brock Bowers sitting there, or a Malik Neighbors, or a Rome Odunze, or somebody like that. Like, I hope that's what happens.
But if that tackle from Notre Dame is there, would you want an offensive lineman? Yeah,
of course I would. Yeah. If you can give me like a franchised left tackle for a decade, yes, please. Because that's going to help whoever is going to be under center. It never goes the way that we're all like, dude, the run on quarterback's going to be crazy. Remember when we were told like Malik Willis could go number 2 to Detroit a couple years ago, and then he went like 4th out of, the 4th quarterback drafted in late 3rd round? I feel like we do this all the time because we want to see the quarterbacks get taken early because it's fun for us to watch teams invest their future in somebody who's probably not going to work. I mean, that is what it is, right?
Yeah.
I fully admit when the NFL season rolls around and let's say it's a late game window, Marty, where there's like 3 games being played or something like that, and one of the games is featuring a quarterback who was like a 4th overall draft pick. I'm like, I'll watch. I'll see what that guy's going to do. I watched Bryce Young games early in the season until I realized the Panthers were so god-awful that I couldn't do it to myself anymore. I watched Colts games that had Anthony Richardson in it. Obviously, we watched C.J. Stroud and the Texans, but the Texans were good. But we do that because that's fun for us. Because then you can do it in 2 ways. You can go, ha-ha, idiots. Or you can say, well, why didn't we take Josh Allen? We took Bradley Chubb instead. Like, you can play that game for years. That's why we love it. Oh, my God, dude. Patrick Mahomes went 10 that year? Look at all these idiots that passed on Mahomes. Like, we get to play that game forever.
And then you can go back and be like, I told you Patrick Mahomes was going to be the dude,
Bro,
man.
Look at this tweet, man. This tweet that I had. Look at that. 2022, this guy's a stud. I told you so.
So Williams, Daniels, May is like what every mock draft basically has. Is that how you see the top 3 going at least?
No. I don't think that's a guarantee at all. First of all, I haven't heard diddly poo about Drake May being a for sure top 3 pick. If anything, I've heard he's got a chance to slide in the draft. Secondly, all this J.J. McCarthy stuff, I'll believe that when I see it. I'm very wary of the high rising guy after the season ends thing. Like J.J. McCarthy, we had a full football season. And people are like, yeah, he's probably like a late 1st round draft pick. And then the season ended, and now they're like, no, he's going to go number 2. And you're like, where did this come from? What, did he have a good pro day? I just don't buy it. Now, do those guys get to Denver? Maybe, maybe not. I think a much more likely scenario of what's going to happen with the Broncos as of now is if they get a quarterback, it might be a trade up to like early 2nd round for a Bo Nix, Michael Penix type. I don't think they're going to take one in the first round. I think all of that is just smoke. You do your due diligence because you need a quarterback. You need to find somebody there. But when it comes down to it, do I actually think they pull the trigger on that? Right now, no, I don't. Because I don't think anybody's going to be there at 12 that is like, oh, we have to do this sort of thing.
What if Drake May does start to fall and they're at 10 and Drake May is falling and you're afraid the Vikings are going to take him? Do you leapfrog them? Do you see him going up like 2 spots?
I mean, I guess you could. You'd have to really love Drake May. And I don't understand the love for Drake May. Like, isn't it weird that we were told that Drake May and Caleb Williams at the beginning of the year were like neck and neck for quarterback prospects? And then you watch Caleb Williams, you're like, oh, he's scoring 50 points a week. Now, their record isn't great because their defense was god-awful. But then, did you ever watch a North Carolina game?
No.
Don't you think if a quarterback was that good, you'd want to tune in? And then I'd like look at the numbers afterwards. I'm like, oh, 2 touchdowns and a pick. Okay. Just weird. Very odd to me. Now, there's an article that was written about Bo Nix. Well, he was on, I take this back, he was on RG3's podcast. And RG3 asked him about if he would like the idea of playing for Sean Payton. He said, that would be a blast. Playing for a coach like that has been so important for the offensive game. He's done a lot, or he's known a lot for what he and Drew Brees did together. It was quick game, get the ball out, timing stuff that I love to do. That's what we did here at Oregon. This is the one that I can buy more than anything. Like the Bo Nix sort of love makes total sense to me. Because that was their game in Oregon. It was I take the snap, I take a 3-step drop, I look around, find the open receiver, get the ball out. And he was very effective at it. If you go back and you really look at the offenses in New Orleans, like it's funny, Michael Thomas, who was amazing for a short amount of time in New Orleans. Remember Michael Thomas had like that year he caught like 160 balls or something like that? Do you remember what people made fun of him for though? That they were all like 2-yard slant routes. Like catch the ball, get 8 yards, fall down, that sort of thing. That's the offense that Peyton wants. To him, that's how you move you move the chains. You get in the red zone, you score touchdowns. That's how you move the ball between the 20s. Get the ball out quick. Pick up 6-7 yards. Make second down second and 3 as opposed to 2nd and 9. Like, I think you're getting indications here of what he wants to do. 303-504-0925. Shot Mazda text line. Texture says, show me one tight end. He's talking about, I still have love for Brock Bowers. I want him badly. Show me one tight end drafted in the top 15 that has worked out. Stay away from wide receiver and tight end and load up on linemen for the next year. Like, I don't mind loading up on linemen. That's totally fine. All I'm telling you is you can point to the tight ends that have been drafted high and failed because there's been more than a handful. But nobody would bat an eyelash at Travis Kelce being drafted in the top 10. Nobody would care if George Kittle was drafted number 8 overall. The rookie tight end who blew up last year, Sam Laporta, are you telling me that if he was a 7th overall draft pick, you'd feel like that's a failed pick? Like that positional value nonsense, I don't buy into it. Oh, Marty, you can't take a running back in the top 10 anymore. It's not going to work. Really? What if he's your running back for 8 years and he's really good? Oh, linebackers, they're a dime a dozen, can't take one. Okay, fine. What if it's Patrick Willis? Now is it okay? Like, you just need to hit on the right thing. If the guy starts for you for 10 years, who gives a damn where he's drafted? But 303-504-0925. Jacques Mazda text line will jump back in the NCAA tournament. Rocks with a win over the Diamondbacks yesterday. And the question for today that I want to focus on. Ooh, those are pretty. Thank you, Moj. Moj got me new hats because I just don't have enough. I really don't. The question for today. What is success and failure for the Avs and the Nuggets? I think the Nuggets is easy. It's championship or bust because you're the reigning champs. But does the same thing apply for the Avs?
Yes.
Okay.
Don't be a wuss. Yes.
That's Mosher's take.
Yes.
What's
That
yours?
man needs to calm down.
303-504-0925. You can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar. That is also the Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. And you can shop Safeway's Spring 4X points and earn up to 4 times the points to redeem on gas and groceries when you purchase participating items throughout the store. Clip the offer in the Safeway app. And always remember, you can download the Altitude Sports Radio app so you can take us wherever you go. Listen to all your favorite shows, even the Avs games, no matter where you are, all thanks to our friends at the Will Hite Law Firm, injury lawyers. Go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Moshe Lombardi and K next.
What an amazing run. It is a UConn coronation. The Huskies make history. Back-to-back national champions.
Back to back for UConn as they win another title. You know, I was looking this up. I think this is pretty crazy. Like, you have teams that win national titles in quick succession, you know, blue blood programs in college basketball. But they've won 3 national titles with 3 coaches in the last 13 years. That's weird. Like, Calhoun was the coach in 2012. And then it was Kevin Ollie, and now it's Dan Hurley, and they got 3 natties in that time frame. That's what's hard to get your mind wrapped around.
Yeah, how the hell is UConn from tiny Storrs, Connecticut, developing powerhouse programs? Help me out.
With really
Well,
good players.
You put a lot of money into it, man.
Yeah.
When you're committed.
Well, the money coming from where? Where's that money coming from? It's
People.
UConn? I mean,
Peeps. Well,
Okay.
how did Gonzaga emerge from Spokane, Washington, out of the West Coast Conference to be this national power? How?
Yeah, what do
Dan
you?
Munson started that.
Well, I
Dan-
understand
you know,
that, but I'm
he
saying
started that.
it takes commitment.
Yeah, what are
is
you
what it
asking here
takes.
with UConn? You said
What I'm asking is this. Here's what I'm asking.
What are you
And
asking?
I'll ask this again.
Ask it.
The schools that emerge with these powerhouse programs out of nowhere, and UConn is one of those schools, okay, that just like, what? Really?
you mean
But-
just like when you say out of nowhere? Do you mean middle of nowhere, like not a big town? Or
They've been
or-
around for they've
Yeah.
been around for over 30 years, Vic. UConn.
like
has.
Lawrence, Kansas is
understand.
producing a blue blood
Yeah.
basketball program
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah. How does that work? How do you go from Storrs, Connecticut to, yeah, we're going to win a championship, national championship once every 10 years?
It's funny. I just think when your team gets good for a minute, and maybe it happens kind of randomly, but you get some fervor within the program, then people are willing to spend. Like maybe that happens at CU with the football team. Like, look, you're telling me if the Buffs win the Big 12 this year, they make the college football playoff, they won't get a ton more money from donors and stuff like that? I guarantee
Vic,
they will.
the way I look at it too, again, you look at DU. Let's take the DU Pioneers.
Yeah.
Hockey team plays Thursday, Frozen Four. It's one of the best programs.
Let's go Pios.
It's been one of the best programs in the country on and off for 50 years, more than that.
Yep.
With Murray. And they get the bread. It's a private school. It's the facilities are fantastic. Listen,
and they've done it with
Magnus
multiple
Arena,
coaches, too.
Yeah, absolutely they have. And Magnus Arena is badass. I don't see any reason why the Pios shouldn't be tournament bound all the time. I don't know why the Pios couldn't be Denver's answer to Gonzaga or Pepperdine or something of that nature.
That's
it's just
tough
never
to do
happened.
between sports, though. Like, just use Kansas again as an example. Kansas is a powerhouse basketball program and an awful football one.
Well, they're not awful. They're okay.
They're awful, dude.
Well, they're okay.
They've been okay the last couple of years. They've been
Hey, it
historically
started-
awful.
Okay, yeah, but it started with Mangini. Mangini got him
Mangino.
kicking. Whatever. Chuck Mangini. Mike Mangino, Chuck Mangini. It's the same.
Eric Mangini.
Chuck Mangione. Who sang this song? Vic, you help me out. Dun, 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 ba-da-da-da-da-da-da,
Yeah, I don't
dun, da-da-da-da.
Vic, you
Anyway.
apologized to me yesterday. Oh, and good to see Vic. You got power. How about that? Can we give it up for Vic's power for a second so we don't have to hear that complaint?
4 years.
Yeah, I know.
Yes, we got it back. We were one of the last to get it back, as a matter of fact.
I knew as soon as I didn't see you this morning that your power had come back on. It was supposed to be 10 o'clock tonight. Clearly, they got it done earlier.
Shout
Thank
out
you. And thank you
power
to
companies.
all those workers who are tirelessly out there doing this stuff. It's not their fault that XL decided to shut it off when they did, but hey, some of us are back and showered.
That's good. Anyway, so I guess good for UConn. This is the bottom line, right? They went back-to-back natties. I don't know, man. I always thought that DU would they. Do you know the money that DU has? The kind of money that their alumni has.
Sure.
They've got famous
Well, I
and
know how
rich
much-
alumni all over the place.
I know how much it costs to go to school there,
A lot.
especially law school. It ain't
Yeah,
cheap.
it ain't cheap. So when you have that kind of bread, you'd think that the Pios would at least go to the. They almost did this year. They almost won. Almost won the conference.
No, what I'm asking, and the reason I brought this up is, a team like UConn is one of those squads that's always in the mix, it seems. Always in the mix. They're either really, really good or just on the periphery of good, but they're in the mix. How come we can't get schools that are always in the mix here? What does it take to all? And when I say always in the mix, I'm talking about making title runs. I'm talking about being one of those players. Like Arizona has done it down in Arizona for years, right? They're always in the mix. How do you get there? How do you sustain that? They've done it with multiple coaches. It's more than coaching is what I'm getting at. It's more than coaches because UConn's done it with multiple coaches. Arizona's done it with multiple coaches. Coaching is one facet. Everybody says, well, that starts there. Yeah, but you've had other coaches. It's bigger than that. It's a push to excel in that arena. And where is that? Where does that end up? In whose lap is that?
Look, if I had to guess, okay, if I just had to guess, it starts with you have to get really lucky in having like an initial championship run that people remember and love that makes them want to go back and donate more to the program. It's really hard just to come up with that out of thin air. Okay? Like if your team hasn't had that success, for example, if you're talking about the CU programs right now, you just walk up to them and say, hey, give us money so we can get better. I think the fervor for the program and the fandom needs to come from, I remember when I was younger, when I went to school there, like they had this guy and this guy and this guy, and they made a Final Four run. God, it was a blast, and it was so much fun that I want to give back more and more and more. But it starts with, like, you have to get lucky the first time, it feels like. And then it can start to kind of pile on top of each other. That'd be my guess anyway. But if you're like, how about this, Vic? If you are, what's a nothing school? Never had success.
Nebraska,
Omaha?
Nebraska, Omaha, sure. If UNO just went to me and said, hey, give us money so we can hire a really good coach and then we can make Final Four runs, I'd be like, no, that's okay.
No, you say, hey.
But if I was at UNO,
coach and then I'll give you some bread.
If I was at UNO and they were Division I at the time, which they weren't, but let's just say they were, and they made like an Elite Eight run, maybe I'd feel differently.
I'll give you another example of a school nearby, UNO. University of Creighton. Great basketball school. Traditionally a great basketball school. They've made runs.
They have?
They've made runs. They've beaten some good teams. They've been nationally ranked. That's a good basketball team. And they sustain that excellence. They have over the last, 40, 50 years? They were good when I was young. And they're still good.
I don't mean to nitpick. But it's Creighton University.
Yeah, you're right. As soon as I said that, I got that back.
I know. Fine, but that's nitpicking, isn't it?
That is nitpicking. I want to ask you a question real quick, Vic.
Well, let me ask you this. Why is it called CU and then it's University of Colorado?
Why is it called DU and it's University of Denver? I don't know.
Somebody
why is there
fix that
air?
now.
Why does air exist? How do cell phones work? I don't know.
Fix it now. Fix that.
Vic, you apologized to me yesterday on Twitter. What was your apology for?
Well, maybe I shouldn't have apologized that early. I retract that retraction. I am going to publicly retract my apology to you because I watched the first 10 minutes of that national championship game last night, and I saw Zach Edey eat the UConn team alive, just eat them alive. They couldn't do anything with him. And he was showing touch around the rim. He was swatting everything that came his way. And then it normalized. And then they figured it out. And then he was a non-factor, really, for the rest of the game.
You know, that's true. Because he was crushing them early and then just kind of dissipated.
And then was a non-factor.
But it's funny. You look at the box score, dude. He had 37 points and Purdue scored 60. Like, nobody helped. Nobody on Purdue did a thing exactly yesterday.
Right. I will say this. I think he can develop into a backup in the NBA. He can develop if he gets some sort of a jump shot outside of 4 feet. And I don't think I've ever seen him attempt one. So you might want to start there, maybe attempting
Yeah.
a shot outside of the lane.
I mean, everything
He
everything
can
is
develop
backing.
that?
Yeah, everything is just backing into the lane and hook shot. That's kind of the way it is, and tips and
Now, there are guys who made a pretty good living with that, but they have something else, some sort of athleticism. Like Clint Capella can't shoot, but Clint Capella's super athletic.
Well, I mean, look at a guy like Zubats for the Clippers.
yeah.
He doesn't do anything but dunk and live around the lane and
Right.
little jump hooks. It's all he does.
I
He's
was
a big
watching-
body that does that.
I was watching the game with my daughter and my wife, and she says, "Well, how big is that guy?" I said, "Well, he's
Huge.
I said, "Well, he's 7'4".
Mm-hmm.
She said, "Well, then how big's the guy guarding him?" My daughter. I said, "Well, he's 7'2". He's the little guy.
Yeah.
So he's 7'2". He's the guy getting muscled, right? Getting banged. She said, "Well, they make that guy look tiny." I said, "Well, yeah, well, he's 6'1", 6'2". They make him look tiny, Dad. Yeah, well, I know they do because they're 7'4" and 7'2".
I'll never forget when I was a really little kid. When was the Bulls Jazz finals? Was that like 96?
Yeah, right around there. You mean the Jordan push off and all that? And
Yeah, I was watching that with my dad. Look, I have a terrible memory. I have like no memories when I was a kid. But
Do you remember your dad?
my dad is still with us, so yes, I remember my dad. But I remember we were watching that game, and I was watching John
shout out
Stockton,
Troy. Shout out Troy. Shout out T. Willie.
and I said, "That guy's small." My dad goes, "He's my height." My dad's at that time was like 6'2", 6'3".
Yeah.
He's now like 6 foot because he's old. But at that time, I go, "Wait, you're tall. He's your height?" He's like, "Yeah, everybody else is just monsters out there.
Rez is
Makes him look
big.
tiny."
Yeah.
Again, what's odd about yesterday, and I hate to say this about the tournament, but I was pretty thoroughly bored with the men's tournament this year. Like these
I was
games were
bored.
blowouts,
I
man.
told you,
Like
dude.
I was bored.
no upsets.
Nothing.
No,
Nothing.
like Cinderella stories.
Nope.
You got the good teams that were in it, and with the exception, or with a few exceptions, most of them were like double-digit victories. There was no buzzer beaters. Like this was a pretty damn boring tournament.
Boring
man.
That
game.
game was boring. Everything about that game, there was nothing there. UConn plays with a certain style. They come at waves. They're the better team. Sort of knew when they came in the second half and made that run. That game was over. I didn't even pay attention in the second half. It was not a fun game. It
Same
wasn't
with
a
me.
visually pleasing game. There was
My,
nothing about it that made me go, wow.
My wife had never seen the movie, and I don't know how we got on it. She'd never seen the movie From Dusk Till Dawn,
What's she gonna learn today?
starring George Clooney and Quentin Tarantino. She'd never seen that movie, and Selma Hayek's in there somewhere or something like that. Anyway,
Yeah, I would.
so she'd never seen it, and it got to be the level in the second half where I said, "What, do you want to throw that movie on because you've never seen it?" She's like, "Fine," and she
Yeah.
hated it. By the way, she's like, "This is just
Yeah, the
dumb."
movie's weird.
Yeah, she's like, it's just when it got to the vampires, it was dumb.
Look, I
That's what
hate.
she said.
I hate to make this like total dude morning radio. I'm fairly certain Salma Hayek in that movie is the hottest a woman's ever looked in the history of humanity. I don't think a woman has looked better than her in that one scene before she turns into the vampire.
That sounds like a poll question. I don't know. That's what it feels
I
like.
don't
I'll
know,
throw
she
it
was
up there.
pretty good in that movie with
Matthew
who's the
Matthew
Matthew
Perry.
Perry.
No, hang on
Yeah.
a second. Hang on. Vic, have you seen From Dusk Till Dawn?
Yeah. Oh, I know the movie, but the Matthew Perry movie, she was.
Well, there's a snake in there. There's this
And-
albino
and
snake.
There's a tequila that rolls down her leg.
I'd
and-
say a little tequila. Yeah, it's not. It's tequila. It's whatever.
Marty, you have not seen that movie. I know you haven't. Marty, just Google. Don't put it on the screen. Just for your own purpose. I want to see your face. Google Salma Hayek From Dusk Till Dawn, and I want to see what your face does. We will describe it to the listeners once he finds a photograph.
Yeah, she's all right.
It really is a dumb movie.
It's dumb.
I mean, it is.
Yeah.
It is. But Marty, let's go ahead. Let's see.
It says blocked.
Yeah, probably
Is it
should
really?
be.
Is it really blocked?
No.
Anyway, that's why. That's how the game was for me. Is that it got so boring? We flicked on a vampire flick, right? It's like neither tournament this year did it for me, and I don't know why.
Oh, the women's tournament was a.
I know
massive
that's
success.
your own personal thing, Vic. This is you trying to figure out.
You're in the minority there.
I probably am.
Yeah,
but I just
the numbers prove it. It's the highest numbers in the history of basketball.
I just couldn't get in. I couldn't get into either one. I just couldn't get into. I
Proves,
tried.
It proves you're just a nerd, and the rest of us are enjoying good basketball because you're very much in the minority. The women's tournament stole the show this year. The men's tournament was terrible. It wasn't unwatchable. It was terrible. It was terrible. Everything about it was terrible. And I don't know what it is. I think the days are gone when the men's tournament, the greatest show in the world, man. I could tell you, in the 80s, 90s, early 2000s, I can name teams, I can name starters, everything about it. Those days are gone. The tournament is not the same. Why? Why?
I don't know, man. I saw where the NCAA too. Have you seen the new rules proposal? So we get the break here. They're going to adopt a new transfer rule that would allow all undergraduate athletes to transfer and play immediately. Like, dude, this is so.
Why is that any different than you're talking? Like, there's no limits or what?
Yeah, it would not.
They can do that now already.
It would not limit the number of times an athlete can transfer.
So they can just go.
Go. Here, there, everywhere. Go.
There's zero loyalty to program. No turnover. Too much turnover. Everybody leaves. I mean, look at this CU team. You're going to have a completely different team next year. Everybody left.
Well,
It's just crazy to me.
Let's jump back to this a little bit later. I got a question when we come back surrounding the Avs. What do you consider at this point, with confidence waning from some Avs fans, success or failure once the postseason rolls around? What point do they need to get to? Is it still championship or bust? Is it somewhere before that? What is it? We'll get to it next.
I love this topic.
You love this topic?
I love this topic that you're about to lay on us.
Well, it's
I love this topic because there's only one answer, and I think it's clear for everybody to see, but I love this topic.
Okay, well, let me lay it out.
Lay it out.
Can I hear the topic?
Success or failure in the postseason for both of these teams. I think the Nuggets is pretty easy. You just won a championship. It's championship or bust. Now, it doesn't mean it's going to be easy, and it doesn't mean, look, if they get to the NBA Finals and they lose in 7 to the Celtics, is that a failure? No, but it's just like that's the expectation you have because you just won. What is it for the Avs, though? Because, Moj, there's a big part of this fan base that is leaking confidence at the moment because one of the most important parts to winning a Stanley Cup is not playing well, which is goaltending.
I want everybody to jump on the Twitch as fast as possible because I want everybody to be able to see my face or Altitude TV. I'll give you 2 seconds.
All right, they're there.
Time's up. I'm going to lay this out for you as succinctly and as eloquently as I possibly can. The only mission is to win it all. The only satisfaction is to win everything. And I'm telling you right now, inside that room, I don't care about your fear of goaltending. I don't care about anything else you're talking about, injury, this, whatever. I don't care. Because I can tell you from a man, from Nathan McKinnon all the way on down, inside that coaching room, everywhere inside that front office, the window is open. And there's only one possible outcome, and that is to win it all. Now, I'm not saying you're going to. You have some bumps that you need to overcome along the way, and there are very good teams in front of you. But this, I want to remind everybody of one thing. I was talking, it's a long way, Vic. Do not get impatient with me, please.
You're making a long, it's just such a
I know.
long
Shut him off because this gets even better. I was talking to my friend George Luz on the way in this morning. And he said he has a way of calming things down. He goes, look, teams will lose their edge. They will lose it. They'll lack focus and that sort of thing. He goes, but from what I see, and he lives in Boston. He's got the Bees there, obviously. He goes, that's a really good hockey club. I said, you're damn right it is, George. It is a really good hockey club. And I think that maybe the Avalanche overall and Georgie overall, I think that maybe they just need to be reminded you're a damn good hockey club with damn good players and a damn good coach and a damn good opportunity in front of you to make a run. There's only one possible outcome that's acceptable. If you ask any guy inside that locker room, Vic, I'm telling you right now, they have a goal, and it's not to, hey, win a round or two. That's no longer the situation,
on,
Brett. I'm just telling you.
You're misunderstanding the question.
Let him cook. Give him another 10 minutes.
You're misunderstanding.
What else did George say?
You're misunderstanding the question. I know that the guys in the locker room feel that way. They have to. They're playing. I'm asking from the fan base perspective.
Exactly. That's how I was going to answer.
That's a
if anybody
different thing.
If anybody in the fan base has any other aspirations but that, then they're wrong because that's not the way it should be. This is a championship team.
This question?
Yes, go ahead. It's a championship team. That's all I'm telling you. Go ahead.
Obviously, the players and the teams and the franchises have one aspiration, and that's it, to win it all. Obviously. If you don't have that aspiration, you shouldn't be on these teams. I'm asking you as a fan, though, what would make you go, okay, good year, good season, good stuff? And I think for most, I'm not speaking for everybody out there. You speak for yourselves. I'm speaking for myself right now. Get there. And I'm like, okay, get there. That's it. Get there and I'm good.
The way that I've thought about it, Vic, is I know you're going to roll your eyes, Moj, but I'm one of these guys that's leaking confidence right now because I don't know what to do with the goaltending stuff at the moment. I think if they made the conference finals and lost, I'd be hard-pressed to tell you that I'd be pissed. As of right now, if they made the conference finals, I'm like, you know what? Everything considered, I don't think I'm going to be super angry about that.
Okay, then you have your own personal opinion.
Can
I
give you the difference? Hang on a second. Can I give you the difference though? Because here's what I see with the Nuggets.
Lack of faith.
Give me something to believe in.
That's not how it goes. He goes, give me something to believe in.
All right, whatever. Here's the difference, Moj. For the Nuggets, I've said multiple times, unquestioning this, they're the best team in the league. Multiple times I've said it. I've said multiple times, they get to the Western Conference. I don't see any team in the Western Conference beating them in 7 games, despite the fact that the Western Conference is much tougher this year than it was last year. I say you give me a 7-game series, anybody goes against a healthy Nuggets team, the Nuggets will win. That's how I feel. I do not say the same thing about the Avs. We're just talking about who would be your preferred matchup in the Western Conference. And you know what our answers are? Oh, God, that team's tough, and this one's tough. And I don't do that with the Nuggets. So when I say championship or bust with them, that's where it comes from. It's a confidence in that team that I think they're the best in the league. I don't know if I've ever felt that way about the Avs this year, so how can I say it's championship or bust?
Brett, I think you took it a step further than I did. I would actually be content in both teams just getting there. Not just one, both.
Sure. Understood.
That's just me. I mean, but again, I'm not a championship or bust mentality guy. I live in a different world, I guess. I live in all right, give me something to chew on here. Now, if you get to the championship and you have 3-0 and you blow a 3-0 lead, we're talking different. This is a different outcome. But get there.
Mm-hmm.
Get there and you've achieved a hell of a lot. In my eyes.
Yeah.
Will it hurt not to win it all? Of course. Will I be angry? Of course. But get there.
Is what I said to you make sense? Or did what I say to you make sense?
Sure, that's totally fine. But I think it's okay to expect what the players themselves expect. You don't do these deals. You don't trade for a middle stat if you don't have the aspirations and the thought process of going all the way. Mm-hmm. You come to if you're any of these guys that would come and play for the Colorado Avalanche for any reason, including Zach Parise, you come with the expectation that you're going to win it all. That's why you come here. Now, it doesn't always work. Hey, look, that's why Teemu Selanne and Paul Kariya 20 years ago took pennies on the dollar to come play for the Avalanche. Now, it didn't work out because Kariya's wrist was a disaster and Solanne's knee blew up, and they didn't make a run overall. But that's why they came here. That's why you do these things, is because you think that you have a really good shot at it. Here's what I do know. I know that they've been leaky defensively as Coach Bednar. What did Coach Bednar say the other day? We did some really dumb things. Mm-hmm. And he's right about that. They made some dumb plays. And they gave up 7 total goals, 6 plus an empty netter to Dallas. Not fun. Not good. Even though they'd beaten Dallas 5-1 in their previous matchup. I know overall inside that room how good these guys are. I know what the talent level is and what the desire level is. And because of that, it's okay for me, I think, to expect them to make a run and want to make a run all the way. Now, again, will I be happy if they get to the West Final and lose in Game 7? I mean, I won't be happy. I'll be bummed out like a mother. But I'll consider that pretty damn good only because I have the perspective of I know how good the West is. I know how good these teams are, and I know how hard it is to win. To win the Stanley Cup is incredibly difficult. That being said, you got a damn fine hockey club before you. They're leaking right now a little bit. They got a leaky little boat going on. You know, I think you're looking for some Flex Seal, and then you're looking to really fix some things. But until the emotion comes naturally, I'm not going to panic. I think this is a very, very good team. And I'm going to leave it at that. So that's how I feel about it. Now, I may have, you could say that I'm Pollyannish. Maybe I am. But I know what I know, and now we'll see how it plays out.
Well, it's funny how these things work month to month, week to week. A month ago, I think we were all of the belief when the Avs were rolling, when they won 9 out of 10, when they had that streak going, when the Nuggets are rolling, I think we were all planning parades. A couple weeks later, expectations change a little bit. Perhaps you lose a couple games you're not supposed to. But that's the beauty of sports. And I guarantee tunes will change once again, once the second season starts.
100%.
Let's get to the second season. Let's see how it plays out. It's just all, to speak of the future now and say, what do you want? What do you hope? when you're in the moment, you always hope the best. You always want more. You always get greedy. That's the beauty of this game. You get there, you want to win there. Well, we got here, we might as well win here. That's the way it works.
Hey, would you like me to share with you, Vic, the contact of my good friend George Luz Jr.? You want to talk to George? Maybe you need some George in your life. I don't know. It feels like maybe you do.
So you
For
just
what
had
reason?
a phone call about the Avs at 6:30 in the
No,
morning?
I had a phone call about life. He just got back from a big tour of the Pacific. Went to Iwo Jima, all kinds of places. Guam, fascinating. Anyway, we were talking, then we got into hockey because I'm heading to the station to talk some hockey, and the Avs are in action tonight against Minnesota and so on. So we got on it. But he just has a very calming presence about him and a very good perspective. He's like teams will lose the edge. They'll lose it, and
I don't
they'll
need
get
a
it.
therapist like you do. I'm good.
Well, apparently you do because you're trying to figure out why and that doesn't even matter. I'd be happy to share his contact with you, and you can just call him and say, hey, George, this is Vic, one of Moshe's co-hosts. I'm here to talk to you to get my soul settled today. If
Here's how
if
the
you want it,
conversation would
I'm
go.
just saying if you want it, it's there for you.
Here's how the conversation would go, guys. George would be on the other line. Oh, I'm so glad you called. This guy calls me every other day, just out of the blue, and starts ranting about stuff. And I just be nice. I stay on the phone with him. Can you tell him to stop calling me?
Do you think there's ever been a time where George has taken the phone from his ear, put it on the table, and
And
just
just
let
go-
you talk for like 5 minutes?
Yeah.
With an
You ever done
occasional
that
one
with
of
your
these?
wife?
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. You ever
Totally
get that
did.
call? You ever get that call and your wife knows who it is and you just sort of hold the phone out and you're like, yeah. And you're like, oh, yeah. Uh-huh. Oh, tell me more. And then you just put the phone down for about 30 seconds. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, tell me more. And then you put the phone down for 30 seconds.
I'd
That's
be
motion.
I'd be happy. You know what? He's a good person. And when I listen to your attitude, and I listen to your attitude, Brett, because your attitude's dumb. Martin, you're off the hook here. I love you.
How about when the caller ID shows up Moshe? He goes,
Okay. All right. Your attitude sucks too. Then okay. I'm just figuring you guys could all use a good person in your life.
But hang on a second.
What?
Just to like put a bow on this, I suppose.
Please.
I don't think what I'm talking about here with the Avs is unreasonable or anything like that. Like, here's how I see it. When I say what's the line of demarcation for success or failure, it's basically, do I think they lived up to expectations or not? For example, you ask any team that's heading into the NFL draft coming up in a couple of weeks, Moj, what's your expectation for next year? Wouldn't almost all of them say to win a Super Bowl?
No.
Everybody in the locker room better say that because they're playing every
dude,
Sunday.
Do you think the Carolina Panthers have any aspirations of winning a Super Bowl? I mean, I think they'd
the
like to.
players better think that way, or why the
Okay.
hell are you suiting up on
but
Sunday?
If you go into Kansas City's locker room, yeah. If you go into, a handful of teams that are really good football, the Niners, yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
how about this?
Yeah, and
Deep
the
down-
Colorado Avalanche are like that in the National Hockey League.
Yeah.
A handful of teams that can do it all.
Fine.
Deep down, the Denver Broncos are not going into the next season.
Of course
thinking
they're
winning
not.
a Super Bowl.
Of course they're not.
Okay, the LA Lakers are the 9 seed right now in the Western Conference. Do they
They
think that
think
way?
they can. Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
they're
Yes.
stupid if they do. They're idiots.
The Sacramento
But they do.
Kings are the 8 seed. Do they think that way?
No.
Deep down, I don't think a lot of them do.
No.
They're in the playoffs. The players' mentality, the locker room, the guys who are suiting up for the game have to be thinking we're going to win a championship. They have to think that way. What I'm telling you is this. Our thought process about the Kings is different than the players' process because the expectations that the fans would have for that team is different than what the people suiting up in the game would
I
have.
also think self-awareness is a very valuable thing, Brett.
I'm not sitting here telling you I don't think the Avs have a chance to win the cup. Of course they do. Of course. What I'm telling you right now, though, is I don't think I would put a failure on it if they made the conference finals and lost. That's
Moshe
what I'm
makes
telling
a
you.
point.
I wouldn't
He
either.
makes a point. The players always know more. The coaches and players in that room always have a better understanding of what they can achieve, more so than anybody on the outside looking in. I'll give you a great example. When we started this fine program together, the four of us, 3 years ago, did we think we would grow to become the #1 sports show in Denver, Colorado?
100%.
Did we think we were deserving of that? Did we think we would be the most listened to sports radio show in Colorado when we started this trek 3 years ago?
Oh, absolutely.
We thought so, yes.
Yeah, we thought so. Why did we think that? Why did we think that?
We believed in
And then
ourselves.
I'm dead serious. This is a great parallel.
Give
and
me
then
something to
along the way, when the
believe
numbers didn't align with what we thought we were, we'd be like, it's okay, keep going, right? Keep going, we're there.
Yep.
And now what?
Well, there comes a time, Vic, and you know this as well as anybody. Even for teams that maybe have doubt in their own heads, there comes a time when they go, hold on a second. We can do this. We can do this. Again, I'll go back to Big 50, and I know this is going to piss you off, but it doesn't matter.
Hit the bell. Hit the bell.
Thank you. Jim Ryan is an undrafted linebacker out of William and Mary. And the Broncos, the year that they signed him to a contract to come to training camp, for crying out loud, he had no expectations. He drove his brother out in an Oldsmobile 88, him and his little brother. He's like, I'm going to be in camp for a couple of weeks, and I'm going to go home. They gave me $2,000 cash. Great.
Jesus Christ, how many times am I going to hear this story on
Congratulations,
the show?
everybody.
Shut
that is the
up.
100th time
Shut
he's
up
told
with
this
this
story.
story.
Then he got into camp, and he goes, you know what? I'm as good as these guys. I can play with these. I can play. A light goes on. And I think, okay, for the Sacramento Kings, maybe some light will go on. But it ain't there right now. I don't think they have any aspirations that, we're going to run through the Nuggets and Minnesota and OKC or whoever else they're going to match up against. Maybe it does. And that does happen for teams. And we've seen teams make long runs. I'm just saying, Vic, shut up.
4436 writes in, just when you thought Vic couldn't get more arrogant. What about our radio show? That's not arrogance. That's truth, brother.
It is true.
There's a reason you're listening to this show.
It is true.
It's not arrogance. Don't confuse arrogance with reality.
All right, here's one from the 2683. Can we not have Mosher talk for like 30 minutes? Absolutely. I think I've said my piece. I've explained enough this morning, and from this point on, I'm going to take a chill pill.
303-504-0925. Champ Mazda text line if you guys want in. The Rockies did something they couldn't do at the beginning of the year, which is beat the D-backs. And a decent start from Freeland. We'll get to it next. That's the sound of luck, and that's the sound of Tilitero. This is Brett Can. You want to win millions? Well, the lottery offers millions of dollars in prizes, and Tilitero offers up an easy and convenient way to participate in those jackpot draws. I know you've heard about Powerball, Mega Millions, and with the Tilitero app, you can buy official state lottery tickets directly from your phone. Download the app from your app store or play from the web browser and start your lucky winning streak. We'll start you off with a free ticket if you use the code MAGIC when you download the Tilitero app. That's Tulotero, and hopefully it'll be the lucky winner. So get that free ticket with a new registration. Use the code MAGIC to receive that free ticket and try it out yourself. Tilitero, good luck. Hey, the Rockies won yesterday, huh? Get that third win of the year against the D-backs. They tried to give it away at the end of the game, but Jake Bird comes in to close it out. How about this start to the year for Rymack, huh? Another 3-hit night last night. He's hitting .415 the first 11 games of the year. But the big story is, hey, I asked for 6 innings, 3 earned from Kyle Freeland. He gave us 5 and 2. Now 4 runs were scored, but an error by Rymack in the middle of that led to the 4 runs. But he gave us 5 and 2, which is a drastic improvement from the first couple of starts this year for Kyle Freeland. So I will take that any day of the week. Give me that. Problem is, end of the game, you have a lead, you just want to close it out, and then Nick Mears comes in and walks 3 dudes, bases loaded, and now you're like, all right, well, here comes the loss. Thank God they got out of the jam, though.
Did you see the crowds at those games after opening day? Like, did you see the crowds last night?
Oh, just dissipating?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still, for baseball terms, still good numbers, but it's quite remarkable what opening day can bring versus the rest of the season.
Sure. I like the change
I'm
up.
just not.
Go ahead.
I'm not on the radar. I wish I were. I don't have them on the radar. Like, I didn't make a point to flip back and forth last night, like I normally would. I'm just not there, and I don't know why. Moj, did you?
No.
Okay, great. I'll tell you one thing then quickly, and then we can move on, because the one thing I do like that Bud Black did, and this should have happened a while ago, but he flipped up the batting order a little bit, and he moved Tovar to the 2 spot. So now the top of your order is Chuck, Tovar, and then you get to Rymack and Elias Diaz. That's what the top 4 of your order should be. Get Chris Bryant the hell out of there. Now you moved him to 5, which I would still say move him down farther, but that should be your top 4 because those are your 4 best hitters on the team. So keep it right there, Bud Black. Don't change it. I love it. Tovar's having a good start to the year as well. Anyway, we'll move on. 303-504-0925.
Hold on a second.
Yes?
It says there were almost 19,000 at the ballpark.
It's probably
a
right.
lot for Monday night.
That's probably
which,
right.
Which, yeah, I think when you're talking to 48 plus for opening day.
That's a lot. Still, for a Monday night, compare that to other Monday night crowds around Major League Baseball.
That's what I was going to say, Vic. That's still pretty damn good in comparison. For a
3-8 team?
Well, they were 2-8, obviously, but yeah, I mean that's still pretty dang good. I think. Am I wrong about that, or let me?
No, it is good.
For example, let me take
Big crowd.
Okay, let me take a look here.
Especially, let's be honest, like,
okay, Cincinnati is a 6-4 baseball team. Home against Milwaukee last night.
Mm-hmm.
They had 10.
Yeah.
especially late at night, this time of year, it's not exactly warm when that game's wrapping up, 7th, 8th, 9th inning. It's a pretty breezy night to go out and watch a ball game.
Mm-hmm. God, what do the Angels have? Let's see. They had 18. SoCal. Okay.
Cleveland is 8-2. They had 35,000.
Yeah, well, there's nothing else to do in
They were there
Cleveland.
for the eclipse.
Oh, yeah. Did you guys watch that yesterday? It was weird. I walked outside to work on my Vespa. Because, that's what I do. I fix things, fix motors. I walked outside to work on my Vespa. And the sky was dark in the middle of the day. And it was weird.
I literally did not notice. I was outside. I was at the driving range in the middle of this, and I didn't even look up. I didn't think anything was different.
You didn't see how dark the sky was in the middle of the day?
Nothing. I was there at 12:30, which, from what I'm told from Marty, was exactly the time that this thing was going on.
It was a weird feeling. It got cold, bitter cold. Like, wow, it's cold.
All right.
Vic,
Relax there, homie.
I'm not that far away from you. I noticed nothing of what you said. You said darkness and bitter cold, and I was outside in a T-shirt and shorts and noticed none of it.
Then I walked inside. I wasn't in my house because I had no power, but I walked inside, and my mother was watching a bunch of people watching the eclipse with those weird glasses.
She was watching people watching the eclipse.
Yeah. All over America, people were having eclipse parties.
You realize that me not talking results in this.
Yeah.
Okay? So
Well, because I know you're going to have an eclipse story of some sort. And here it comes.
I already blew my wad in the eclipse story. I did that yesterday. I told you about my time on the golf trip and fishing in the whole 9 yards. I already did it, so I don't have to repeat it.
I blew my wad in the eclipse is such a
You
funny.
didn't see like that path that the sun took yesterday, and I don't know all the science behind it, but where all the major cities
Vic.
had parties.
I
You didn't
didn't-
see that?
Well, no, I saw the people who were like, yeah, if you were in that path of totality where it was pitch black, I probably would have noticed. I didn't notice yesterday. You're acting as if you live in like Atlanta, Georgia, or something like that.
Like you're lying completely.
Yes,
What do you mean I'm lying? What am I lying about?
It didn't get
it wasn't pitch black, and it wasn't
didn't
bitter
drop
cold.
temperature.
I didn't say it got pitch black. I said you could tell there was a certain darkness
You said
about
bitter
it.
cold.
It was bitter cold around 12:30. Yes, I got outside and I felt bitter cold.
It got like kind of gray. That's pretty much it. Moj, what did you
I
see?
felt it.
It
It was mystical.
like a little overcast for about 2 minutes, and then it was done.
Mystical,
Just-
you said?
Yeah, I felt a difference in the world.
Gotcha. All right. Anywho.
See, people are agreeing with me.
Quite upsetting.
People are agreeing with me again. Everybody, look at the Twitch feed. Thank you, Twitchers. I speak truth on this show.
I don't see this at all.
No, there's one person that agrees, and that's all he needs.
Yep.
By the way, the person that asked me to stop talking
Don't stop talking. Why are you stopping talking?
because the 2683 asked me to. But I just realized the 2683 has a Hawaii area code. And let me say this, and I'm going to be completely blunt. I ain't taking any direction from anybody from Hawaii. So you can stuff it.
Why?
Stuff it, 2683. Because I don't do that. I don't take any direction and
From
suggestions
Islanders?
from anybody in Hawaii, well, with their leis and their flowers and their surfboards. What?
Quick advice, because I know you know more about cars and engines. Every time I start the Vespa with the electric starter, it pops a fuse. I put a new fuse in.
All right.
I started it, popped the fuse.
Vic, we're
New
about to
fuse
ask
in,
you to stop
started
talking
it,
for 30
popped the
minutes.
fuse.
This isn't yesterday this was like your therapy couch where you're trying to go through a session. Today this isn't a DIY session, okay?
But I know Moj will have the answer.
Well, yeah, but you got an electrical problem with your little Vespa there. I know a guy. Actually, that guy's out of town.
Yeah, his
but
name's
I
George
know-
Luz. Call him. He'll help.
You don't even know who George Lutz is.
Band of Brothers.
Yeah, that's his dad.
Yeah.
Okay, whatever.
So did I get it right?
Yeah, you did.
Okay, thank you.
Congrats to you. Hey, coming up, I saw Michael Malone, Vic. You sent us a little quip yesterday from Lionel Bienvenu, who had the sound from Michael Malone about going to Utah and 1-14 in that particular joint under his tenure. And he really didn't have an answer for it. But I'm here to tell you right now, and I can't stress this enough. If the Nuggets don't absolutely kill the Jazz tonight, if the Nuggets don't walk into Salt Lake City and absolutely lay waste to every dude on that team and their families, then I've got no time for this basketball team. Because
Okay.
this is dumb. Have you seen the money line on this game?
I have not. Hang on, let me check.
It's like minus 1,000. It's more than that. It's minus 1,800 right now.
Yeah, if you were to place a bet on the Circa Sportsbook on the game tonight between the Nuggets and the Jazz, minus 1,200 is what they have
on
with a
ESPN
15-point favorite.
Yeah, I got on ESPN. I got minus 1,800. Vic, I dare you to
they
try
know
to
that-
talk me off this one. I dare you to.
Do those money liners, do those people know that the Nuggets have lost 14 of the last 15 in Utah, in Salt Lake? I'm just curious. Do they know the history there?
Do you know the
Are they
history
aware
of
of
the
the history?
Do you know the history of the last 12 games of the Utah Jazz?
They've won
know
3
what?
games since Groundhog Day, bro. I don't know what to tell you, man.
Punxsutawney
going to-
Phil showed his
Punxsutaw-
shadow.
That friggin' rodent came out of his little hut.
Hey, Vic, hear ye, hear ye.
Hear ye.
The Jazz have
I'm
lost
gonna-
12 straight.
I'm going to take those numbers, the history between the two teams in Salt Lake, and I'm going to do you guys a favor, and I'm going to throw them down the trash because I'm reading right now. Here's who's out for Utah. Jordan Clarkson is out. Chris Dunn is out. John Collins is out. Walker Kessler is out. Lauri Markkanen is out. Those 5 guys alone leaves them with a roster of players. I don't know who half of these guys are. I've never heard of. Have you heard of Kyra Lewis Jr.? Have you heard of Micah Potter? Jason
Harry
Preston.
Potter.
So
We talked about Bryce Sensabaugh yesterday. He played at Ohio State last year.
There's not enough. Okay, cut him off. There's not enough hear ye's in the world.
There
anymore,
really
Brett.
isn't. There
I'm
needs
really
to be
proud
more.
of you for that. Was a great one. And I would say this: hear ye, hear ye. The Jazz suck. Hear ye. The Jazz stink. It's
I will
time
agree
to go
with
in
you on
there
this.
and kick their buns. Can
I
you
will
hear
agree
me,
with you on this.
Victorio?
If the Denver Nuggets were to lose tonight
Okay.
in Utah, thereby ruining tomorrow night's showdown against Minnesota, which is for everything.
I'm done.
If the Nuggets were to lose tonight in Utah, a place in which they very rarely win, it would be one of the most devastating losses we've seen all season. Yes, I agree with you.
no, not him, not that guy, not the mayor of Punxsutawney. All right, back after this.
I think it's jet lag. That's a really long flight, and I think we have a hard time. And we don't really acclimate to the altitude very well. We're not used to that. I think, to your point, 1-14 is, I can't put my finger on that one. They were really good for many years, obviously. You know, you had the Mike Conley, Donovan Mitchell, Rudy Gobert teams, so that's part of it. We've had some wars with that team. And then, you know, it's just they have a great home court. Their crowd is terrific, like ours is. So, but 1-14, I would not have guessed that one.
That from Lionel Bienvenu. A surprised Michael Malone to hear the record in Utah. Texture says this is exactly the type of game the Nuggets mess around and lose in a close one. You know what? If
won't
they
lose tonight.
If they do, well, then what are you yelling at us about?
Oh, I'm not yelling at anybody. I just gave you the reasons they won't lose tonight. They can't lose tonight. Tonight's a must win. They can't. If they lose tonight, and I'm normally the guy that gives them grace on games like this, no grace given tonight. Now, it might be closer than you like. It might be a close game. It very well might be. It might be one of those games where you got to gut it out down the stretch. But they're not losing this game tonight.
If the Nuggets lose this game tonight, then I'm going to say that there's some conspiracy going on, that they don't want the 1 seed or something. Like, that's my only conclusion I can come to. Because there's no other reason. Tonight. There's no other reason for them to lose. Zero.
Well, they may not play certain players. You never know. AG may sit another game. It is a back-to-back. Will they play Jamal in both of them? Like, if you were to sit Jamal, which game would you sit him in?
Tonight.
Okay, so there are some factors.
So they bench Gordon.
I don't know how to say this.
They bench Jamal. The Jazz are trotting out a team from the G League tonight.
If the Nuggets lose tonight, don't come home. I'm not kidding. Do not come home.
I get it, but Brett, you just said something that struck me. You said the Jazz are trotting out a G League team.
Mm-hmm.
Outside of Victor Wembanyama last week that came to Denver and was within a whisker of beating the Nuggets on their home court, was that not a G League team?
Victor Wembanyama's kind of a difference maker. Like, guy's pretty good.
Was that not the rest of that team, was that not a G League team from San Antonio?
Sure.
Okay.
They don't have Victor Wembanyama.
Okay, I'm just, be careful what you say about G League teams, because I've seen G League teams this time of year beat stacked teams. I've seen it.
Well, here's the thing, though.
If it wasn't without precedence, I wouldn't be of concern.
Here's the difference. If the Nuggets want to win the 1 seed, motivation should not be a problem tonight. They should paste the Utah Jazz by 40 points and
They're
then make that You know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. They should beat them handily and then use the Minnesota game as basically are we the 1 seed or not game.
Sure.
That's what should happen.
Sure. Ideally, if you put pen to paper and you were to write the book, yes, that would be it. But I think tonight it might be a closer game, too close for comfort for you. They'll win. They'll be fine.
By the way, from what you mentioned with Jamal, maybe you don't play him. I wouldn't blame at all if they didn't.
Or maybe you really limit his minutes tonight just to get him on the court, right?
Get him
in
23, 24.
Yeah.
Sure.
I have absolutely no problem with that. Okay? Not at all. I mean, I would even argue to you should be able to sit AG tonight. You should be able to sit Jamal tonight. You should be able to and still win by 20. That's my opinion. Maybe I'm over the moon here, but this is a very, very poor team. Again, they've got 3 wins since Groundhog Day. They stink. They're awful. Every single person on that team that we know is off the radar. They're completely gone. They're injured, out, already in Cancun. However you want to describe it, they're awful. They're just terrible. So you should go in there and just look. I can't even believe this game has to be played. Just go in there and lay waste and call it a day. Does that sound smug and smartass? It might, and I fully admit it. But at the same time,
if there was ever a time to be
ridiculous.
smug and smartass, it's right now. Okay, it's right now in this moment, because if the Nuggets want the 1 seed, they have a team that is playing nobody standing in their way before the biggest game, at least of the post All-Star break, which is Minnesota. It's going to be the biggest game. that they have, because it will be the decider, you would think, for who's going to win this conference.
Keep in mind, Minnesota's also playing tonight. They're at home against a pathetic team as well. They've got Washington, I believe, at home, and then they travel to Denver later tonight. The Nuggets will come home later tonight. So both are in the same situation, both playing the second game of a back-to-back. Tomorrow night will decide the conference winner, the top seed.
Yeah.
It really is. It's that game.
Just quickly here. Marty was talking about this mock draft that he was looking at, that the New England Patriots do not take a quarterback, they take Marvin Harrison, and the reasoning that this guy gave on the mock draft was that they don't like Drake May, and Jaden Daniels went 2 to Washington. Here's my question to you as we sit right now. And keep in mind, by the way, guys, our mock draft is going to start tomorrow with the Bears pick at number 1 overall. We'll take that all the way to the draft, to the Broncos pick at number 12. Do you guys really think that like 5 quarterbacks are going in the first 11, 12 picks? Like, do we really think that's going to happen? Because here's what I see happening every year. All these mock drafts come out and they have a whole bunch of quarterbacks going really early in the draft, and it almost never plays out that way. Like, I remember a few years ago, people were like, dude, Malik Willis is going number 2. Number 2 to Detroit in the draft. Book it. And Willis was the 4th quarterback off the board in the late 3rd round. I just think all of this is smoke. I don't think that there's enough teams that are even quarterback needy that are like, I like 5 dudes in the top 12 picks of this draft.
I love what Leggy says. And we have Jeff Legwold on every single week for a reason. I heard him yesterday with Nate and Andy. And he's so right about this. Unless this is the greatest quarterback class in the last 30 years, 40 years.
Which doesn't feel that way to you.
No, it does
it doesn't.
not. Unless it is, then they ain't going 1 through 4. I'll tell you, I don't know how else to say that. There's a lot of posturing going on. There's a lot of tomfoolery about, is what it is. Look, I think the prospect of Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels, I think those guys are too good to pass up, I think. As far as May and McCarthy and Penix and Rattler and everybody else is concerned, Nix, I don't think that's the case, man. So, yeah, I just think there's probably a lot of guessing, a lot of posturing, and ain't a whole lot of taking. Jeff said, listen, the only way you'll know, obviously, is to get to the draft and then see if they get off the board. He goes, I don't think they will. And I think he's right about that.
Did you guys see, by the way, Bo Nix was on RG3's podcast, and I couldn't find the audio, Marty. If you can find it, go ahead and give it a shot. But here's what Bo Nix, he said, how would you feel about playing for Sean Payton? That was the question asked by RG3. Bo Nix said this: it would be a blast. Playing for a coach like that has been so important for the offensive game. He's known a lot for what he and Drew Brees did together. It was quick game, get the ball out, timing stuff that I love to do. That's what we did great here at Oregon. And he is right about that. That was what the Oregon offense is, which is I get the ball, I make a quick read, I find the open guy, and I get the ball out. And I think, isn't that what he was begging Russell Wilson to do last year? And it's probably the biggest frustration that he had was Russ was not getting the ball out quick, and he was scrambling to find time and trying to look for guys downfield. And he's like, would you just get rid of the football, please? Could you find the right guy? I mean, I really think that's the tipping point.
Well, Russ wouldn't throw the intermediate pass.
Right.
It was one of the worst holes of the Broncos' offense is the only passing game that they would occasionally throw it deep, unsuccessfully, and then everything else was just a kick-out pass. Everything else was to P. Ryan. There was no intermediate passing.
P. Ryan was pretty effective, actually.
Yeah, Samaje P. Ryan was pretty good. Yeah. I would say this, though, in a guy like Bo Nix's situation, his category in this draft, let's say you've got a yellow Labrador as the head coach of wherever, and somebody goes to Bo Nix.
I love it because I just want to be drafted early. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
You ask Bo Nix, hey, do you want to play for this yellow Labrador? Oh, yeah, man. Let me tell you something. Beautiful coat. Great fetcher of the ball. Loves to swim. I would love to play for a guy like that because I love to swim too. I mean, of course he's going to say that. I'm not saying that he's wrong. I think his style that they ran at Oregon is similar to what the Broncos and Sean Payton ultimately want to do. But if you're Bo Nix, you're latching on to anybody who's going to draft you higher than you're possibly going to go, second round or whatever.
For the life of me, I cannot figure out how anybody who watches the tape, the games, forget the combine, forget all this other crap, just watch the games. I can't understand how anyone would think that Bo Nix is a better quarterback than Michael Penix. I just can't see that. I don't know. How can you watch football and say, yeah, I got to have that guy that runs that basic glorified option offense where you throw it 4 yards versus a dude who stands in the pocket and delivers 25-yard BBs. I don't know. Watch football. And tell me.
Vic, this is what I don't understand at all. Because this happens every year too. What takes place from the end of the season to the draft that makes people go, McCarthy's like a late first round guy, to, dude, he might go number 2. Like, what happens? What happens in that time frame that makes quarterbacks jump that way?
Nothing is more important than the tape. Nothing is more important than hit play. That's the most, to me, when I hit play, I see Penix standing in the pocket with chaos around him, flicking the ball with his wrist.
Yeah.
25 yards down the field. I see Bo Nix running an offense in which he takes 5 steps to his right, stops, makes the defense come to him, and then throws a 3-yard pass to his scat back.
Mm-hmm.
Not even close to the same offense. No NFL offense runs that.
Well, the Broncos tried last year, but I think it was out of necessity. By the way, speaking of, we've asked a version of this question before, but we're like, have the Broncos maybe been overtaken fandom-wise by a couple teams in town that have been on pretty historic runs here for championships, and the Nuggets and the Avs? What's funny, the Colorado Polling Institute.
What the hell is that?
I don't know. It's a real thing.
Would you say polling or pulling?
Polling. Polling. Polling.
Like tractor pull?
No.
From Poland?
Like when I put a poll up on Twitter.
Poll? That's polling.
What? Polling. What am I?
You said pulling.
You're saying pulling, like pull something.
Say poll.
I thought I did.
Use your mouth.
Polling.
Okay, there you go. Polling. Yes.
The Colorado Polling Institute ran the question. Who are you most fervent about as a sports fan here in this town? And I am pretty surprised by these results because the Broncos got overtaken. We'll get to it next. It's golf season, and that means it's time to start betting like a pro with the world's largest sports book right at your fingertips. It's Circa Sports. This is Brett Kane, and it's sports betting the way it should be. The odds makers with the lowest holds and the best odds for every tournament, plus high betting limits, exceptional customer service, and more. Fund and bet like a pro anywhere, anytime. It's never been easier, and now with the Masters right around the corner, You got a whole bunch of stuff to look at. You got the double dipperoo tonight with the Avs and the Nuggets. Nuggets 15-point favorites in Utah. The Avs minus 190 on the money line tonight as they play at Ball Arena. But check it all out for yourself. The Circa Sportsbook. Download the app or go to circasports.com.
Hey, Brett,
Hey, what?
can I do just a quick informal poll, just the four of us?
Sure.
Because a texter totally disagrees with my take on Penix versus his boy Bo Nix from Oregon. It's not like I hate Bo
Well, wait,
Nix.
hold on a
just-
second.
My preference.
Are you saying that we've got a duck honk?
Yeah, we got an Oregon fan on the line.
Okay.
who's
All right.
just going
Okay, duck
crazy on
honk.
me.
Let's hear you. Okay, go ahead.
Says the hair dye's getting to my brain.
Mm.
Okay. Let me just a quick informal poll. if at 12, then the Broncos had a chance to draft one quarterback, either it be Michael Penix or Bo Nix. Let me go around the room right now, just the four of us. Who would you rather have them draft? Go ahead, Mosier.
Penix.
Brett.
Penix.
Marty.
Yeah, Penix.
All right, take that text, write it down, swallow it. All right, swallow the text in a piece of paper, digest it, drive to the West Coast, drive to like La Jolla, go to the bathroom at a truck stop there, let it go there, and that's what we think of your opinion.
Got it.
How's that?
Can I give you guys this questionnaire from the Colorado Polling Institute?
Polling.
No.
All right, fine. We'll move on. No, it's funny. It's like, I think this was like a political poll that they just threw sports questions in with. Because it's like, what was the last level of education you completed? How are you registered to vote in Colorado? What are your views towards politics and government? Like, it has a bunch of those, but it
Okay.
also has these mixed in.
All right.
List of names from different people you may have heard of in Colorado and nationally. For each one, please indicate whether you have a favorable or unfavorable impression of that person.
Is Vic on that list?
He is not.
Oh.
The ones that are on here is Jokic, Taylor Swift, Michaela Schifrin, and Deion Sanders. So I don't know why this question's on here, but Jokic obviously gets the most favorable in 51%. Now, 29% said never heard. Never heard of Nikola Jokic. I don't know how you live in this state and you've never heard the name before. I don't care if you're a 95-year-old grandmother. You've never heard of him. What?
You know, people that live like that have never heard of, and people would say, well, they're sophisticated. No. I don't like you. I don't like those people. If you're listening to this show and you've never heard of Nikola Jokic, I don't like you.
Do you know who got a...
Probably not listening to the
No.
show.
There's literally not a person that would listen to this show that hasn't heard of Nikola Jokic. These are geeks and spazzes, and they don't listen to this program.
There's a lot of geeks and spazzes in our state, dude. Have you looked around?
I understood. I'm just saying they don't listen to our program, so you better clarify. These are just geeks and spazzes who do their own thing and pay zero attention to the world outside of their geek and spaz world.
The
Bro,
only
this
one...
city is full of geeks and spazzes today.
The only one out of the four people that I've mentioned that got a 0% on never heard of is Taylor Swift.
Of course.
Everybody's heard of Taylor Swift.
course.
Okay, got it. So Jokic led the way in a strong, favorable opinion of 37%, 14% somewhat favorable, 1% somewhat unfavorable.
What, who's the
but
Lakers
zero
fans?
people, I guess, zero
Jesus.
people had said strong unfavorable for Jokic. Now, you take that over to Prime. Prime got 19% strong favorable, 31% somewhat favorable, 9% somewhat unfavorable, and a 3% strong unfavorable.
There's too many. There's too much.
There's a lot of variation in there.
Here's the one I wanted to tell you guys about, though.
People hate Taylor Swift's guts.
Oh, Taylor Swift got 21% strong favorable, 26% somewhat favorable, but she led the way at 15% strong unfavorable.
That's because she's doing the nasty with Kelsey. That's why.
Just say doing the nasty.
Well, whatever. You know what I mean?
Here's the one I wanted to get to you guys with. Here's the question. For each of the following sports teams here in Colorado, do you consider yourself to be a committed fan, casual fan, or not really interested? Okay? So it has Avs, Broncos, Rockies, Nuggets, Buffs, Rams.
Okay.
Those are your options.
Here we go.
Who do you think led the way in total fan count from either casual
they
and committed?
Did they poll just random? Did they poll random people or spazzes and geeks?
This says... Give me a second here.
Okay. Well,
I gotta
we're gonna
look
give
this
you
up.
A second. Look it up. All right. Cool.
Statewide survey of 632 likely 2024 voters were conducted March 15th through the 19th with a mix of an online panel and text-to-web responses. There you go.
Okay. There you go. All right.
So, Vic, I can't answer your question. But where do you guys think that lands? So the way that they're doing the fan count is either you say you are a committed fan or casual fan. Who leads the way?
I would think that because the Nuggets, the recency bias, because they just won a championship, I would say it's the Nuggets.
Vic, what do you think?
I still think the Broncos have the overwhelming majority of fans. That fan base is a long one. It's a strong one. And albeit the team is down, it's been a decade, I still think it's got the strongest fan base in town.
So as far as total committed and casual fans put together, the leader of any team here in town is the Avs at 64%.
Really? I like that.
The Broncos right behind at 63%.
Wow.
The Rockies are next at 59%.
Whoa. Okay, now we're getting this. Okay.
Then the Nuggets at 57%, Buffs at 42%, Rams at 34%. Now,
it's stupid.
Now, what's different about this is if you were to go to committed fan, which is hardcore, I watch the games, guy, right?
Hard, yeah.
That order is the Broncos at 26%, the Avs at 20%, the Nuggets at 19%, then the Rockies, Buffs, Rams. That's how that goes. But surprised in this that the highest percentage of whatever percent fandom you want to talk about, whether it's casual or committed, is the Avs, leading the way at 64%.
Can I offer my feedback on this poll? Here's my feedback. I hate it when we, sports fans, sports connoisseurs, sport platformists, people who work in this business, when we try to segregate fan bases, like this fan base versus that. I am a fan of Colorado sports, born and raised. If there's a team that represents my fine state or my city, I'm a fan of that sport.
Well, that didn't have them choose one of them.
I understand.
They had an option for all.
But what we try to do, though, too much in this town is, well, you're an Avs fan and that's it. You're a Broncos fan and that's it. No, I'm a fan of all. I'm my favorite kind of fan? The same fan that I see at Broncos games, Nuggets games, Avs games, CU games, CSU games. I'm a fan of those fans. Fans who understand that we all win when teams win. Not one, not two, all win. And I love that kind of fan. That's the kind of fan I am. I want all my teams to win, not just one or two. I think if you're a fan of one team and one sport, you're weird. Yeah,
hey,
I said it. If you follow just one team and one sport and everything else is off the table for you, you're not my kind of fan. You're weird.
Okay, you're a weirdie. Fine. The prime effect, though, I think is very significant. My kid did not get into CU. Okay? I don't know if she would have went there had she gotten in, but she did not get in whatsoever. I'm telling you right now, because of Coach Prime, there, from what I understand, I could be wrong about this, and other parents help me out. I don't think CU are really accepting in-state kids at all.
They're doing a poor job of the in-state thing.
And
don't
here's
even go down that road.
But let me explain. You know the difference between in-state tuition at CU versus out-of-state tuition at CU?
It's double. It's pretty much double.
It's more than double.
Isn't it like that for most schools?
Okay, but here's the thing. It's about, I think it's probably, 15 G's in-state, and it's like 42 out-of-state, okay? You have had a huge influx of out-of-state applications for CU. You can't tell me that Coach Prime, and whatever you think about him, hasn't affected the bottom line at CU, because he has. If they're only taking, or the vast, vast majority is just out-of-state applications, they're making money hand over fist with the out-of-state kids.
Have you been to CU campus recently?
Well, I've been to a football game this year, yeah. I mean,
the CU campus is primarily a campus because I went to school there a year. Let me tell you what CU is. CU is rich people from the East Coast.
Yep.
Rich people from the West Coast.
From California. Yep.
That's exactly what it is.
Trust fund kids.
That's exactly what it is.
And here's
mix in a few locals who get in, but barely get in because most of those spots are being taken by rich families from the East Coast.
Yep.
Rich families from the West Coast.
So think about it. You can take an in-state 4.0 kid or what, great SE, everything else. And you're only getting a certain amount of cash out of that kid because it's an in-state tuition kid. But You can make 45 G's per year off this other kid from Boston or wherever.
Right.
And what I'm telling you is that the fact that Coach Prime is even on this polling data thing, whatever you call it, what's it called?
Colorado Polling
Institute. The fact that Coach Prime is even on there with Taylor Swift and Nikola Jokic should tell you something. I'm telling you right now, Vic, I don't have the empirical data in front of me. I don't know. But I'm guessing that the Coach Prime effect has been huge for CU. And the out-of-state applications, I'm sure, have been through the roof.
Of course. But
And
see, that works for every
because of that,
school.
you're making all this extra money
Moj.
with the out-of-state tuition kids. He's paying for himself.
Moj,
I'm telling
Alabama
you.
did the same thing with Saban.
100% they did.
Alabama's
Yes.
tuition, Alabama's application rate, sky high. Oregon. Do you know how many Colorado kids go to the University of Oregon since Oregon started trotting out there with those Nike jerseys and all that business years ago? It's a big difference.
Yeah.
Listen, where's your daughter going to school? My daughter's going to Kansas. She's going out of state.
My kid's
We're
going
just as guilty.
Yeah, my kid's going to Cincinnati. She wants to be a Bearcat. Okay, fine. I mean, she could have been a Ram, Arizona State. She's kind of the area around here. But she wants to go to Cincinnati. Okay, fine. They're in the Big 12. She was on the field when Oklahoma. See this, and again, you can't tell me that sports don't matter to these kids. I know they do. Now, this is not her main reason, apparently, but I told you guys a story where last year she's on the field, and she's on the field as Cincinnati's playing Oklahoma. And I'm like, well, how the hell did you get that? What are you doing?
It's a good question, actually.
Right. So Oklahoma's not going to be in the Big 12 anymore, Vic, but I'm saying, you're exposed to Big 12 football there in Cincinnati. She's like, I want to be a Bearcat. Fine. But I don't know, man. It's the sports matter. So
Of course they matter.
all you geeks and spazzes who say, oh, man, they should just turn Folsom Field into a giant terrarium and raise frogs. I'm telling you, man, when you have a good football program or a spicy coach like Prime and so on, it floats all boats for the university, you dummies. So don't ever tell me again that it doesn't, because the space program, the law, everything at CU is making money because of Coach
Prime.
Prime.
On this college thing? This poll was going to take us in a different direction.
Well, because Coach Prime is on the poll. That's why.
All right. The question was, though, of the local teams, which has the largest fan base? I'm not going to rely on that poll to tell me that. I know what the largest fan base is. The largest fan base is the Denver Broncos fan base. That's the largest fan base in Denver. Okay? We know this. Now, it may be dormant. It may be down. But you know how you measure the largest fan base? Who has the largest season ticket base and the longest list of season ticket waiters?
The Denver Broncos.
The end.
Although the
That's
Avs,
how you measure.
the
I
Avs,
don't need a poll.
Okay, but
I
the
don't
Avs
need
and Nuggets
someone
are
polling me.
The Avs and Nuggets are also sold out, but that's more of a how good are you at the moment type of thing. You can't get season tickets to either of those teams.
It's also more difficult if you're going to 41 games a year as opposed to 8 or 9.
100%.
Also different that way. You know what I'm really trying to figure out here? Is those names I gave you, Jokic, Taylor Swift, Michaela Schifrin,
But it's amazing
Dion.
the names they put on that list. Coach Prime is on there. It's crazy.
Here's what I want to know. As I'm looking,
not like Nathan McKinnon or anybody.
I'm looking at this poll. Who's the 1% of people that voted strong, unfavorable opinion on Michaela Schifrin? What'd she do to you? What has she done to you?
Dumb people.
Like, how is somebody like Michaela Schifrin hate that broad? Like, what happened there?
Because I'm a German ski fan, and I think that she sucks.
But you hit on something
I'm an
else
Italian ski fan, and she knocked out Sabrina Sotigimati, and I don't like her. I don't know what.
You hit on something else,
What?
which is why we're in the golden era of Denver sports. Never before in the history of Denver sports, and this, remember how we tried to determine which 10-year window was the best? This is an argument for why this 10-year window is the best, because never in the history of Denver sports, and I can say this with the utmost confidence, have we had 3 of our major sports teams sold out.
Yeah.
Broncos are sold out. Season tickets can't be bought. The Nuggets are sold out. Every single game this season has been a sellout. The Avs are sold out. Sellouts everywhere. 3 major sports teams sold out. That's never happened at the same time.
Did CU football sell out this year? They had to, right?
I believe so.
Even the lean games towards the
believe
end of
so.
the year, I think they sold out.
I think they did, yeah.
Even in that period, 95 to 05, the Nuggets weren't sold out. No, the Avs were. The Avs went through 10 years with it. You can buy a ticket. The Avs and the Broncos were, but the Nuggets were not.
You know, hang on a second.
Sorry, Vic. I just saw a text when I said, how does 1% of people have a strong, unfavorable opinion of Michaela Schifrin? A texter just goes, she knows what she did.
Hang on a second, though. I'm dead serious. She's the greatest. Is she the greatest ski racer, man or woman in the history of mankind?
Did you say ski racer?
She's got all the records.
Well, racer. She's the greatest.
You got on me for saying professional golf player. Why not just skier? Why'd you say ski racer?
Because she's not just a skier. She races. She's downhill, slalom. She does it all, right? Okay,
She
anyway.
doesn't just look for powder at Winter Park, dude.
Right.
She actually goes down as fast as she can.
Okay, so here, whatever. Why in the world, and Travis, she knows what she did. Why in the world would somebody just say, you know what? If you're agnostic or I hadn't heard of her or whatever, or
Which a lot of people said that.
I don't follow skiing a lot. Okay, fine. But not like, oh no, she's a tramp.
I know. I know. What is that?
That's
what
horrible.
is that about?
Oh, I hate her. Yeah, I hate her guts. You know what? The way she carves that snow really pisses me off. Why would people do that?
Like Dion, I get. Dion, outside of Taylor Swift, had a total of 12% unfavorable opinion. I get that. He's a lightning rod. He's a polarizer, okay?
We should do a poll.
No, we shouldn't. It's not going to turn out the way you like it. You want to do it?
Polls every day here?
I understand, but I can sniff this one out. You want
No, about these teams.
Oh,
No,
I
the
thought
same
you were going
poll
to do.
that they did.
I thought you were going to do a poll on.
No. The same poll about these teams because see now you're asking sports fans the questions. You're not asking spazzes and geeks. You're not asking the people on a Sunday during the Super Bowl when I'm walking around and people are outside playing frisbee. Those are the people I don't understand.
Why are you walking around?
When it's Super Bowl Sunday and there are people in their kayaks on the Platte.
Strong, unfavorable opinion of the Super Bowl. That's what I have.
Oh, goodness gracious.
But there are a lot of people like that in this town. See, and that is, and I hate to pin it on you guys, all you newbies who have moved here, you're kayakers on Sundays. That's what you're doing.
People are saying,
You're
okay,
not watching these games.
she flopped in the last Olympics. That doesn't mean 1% of the respondents should hate her guts.
I know.
It's just
like,
I don't get it, man.
strong, unfavorable means I hate you. I hate you.
That's pretty much what it means.
You transplants are Sunday afternoon kayakers in the fall. That's what you are.
Vic has a strong, unfavorable opinion of transplants who kayak.
Yeah.
In the fall on a Sunday afternoon during football. That's my only category. During a football game. Again, I lived here on a Broncos Sunday when the Broncos were playing, and if you walked outside, you wouldn't see another person. You wouldn't see traffic. You wouldn't hear anything. It's not the case anymore.
Oh, come on.
Win more games, Cub Scout.
I hate that Moshe has the ability to talk to me directly now because it cuts off anything you're saying, Vic, and I'm just here for something inappropriate that can't be said on the air.
Here's Jeff.
Tell me what you said.
This is
I can't.
This is Jeff. We must have like a tiny concentration of Austrians that live in Denver, right? Yeah, that's a hate to Schifrin. Oh, yeah. Like they're all mad because she's dominant. I don't know. It cracks me up, man. Just makes me laugh. And by the way,
bottom line, your stupid poll, what a crap poll. Throw that away. Why'd you even bring this up?
Because
it's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
So here we go. This is from Nevada. How would the morning show fare in this poll? See, this is what I thought you were getting at, Vic, and I apologize. I jumped the gun on you. If we did a poll of like us individually, it's not, we think, oh, we have fun in the morning and, we laugh with each other and we talk sports and we're sometimes make very, very cogent arguments and whatnot. We think that.
Here's what I'm talking about.
If you truly ask, man, you're not going to like what you get in return.
Here's an example of a sports fan. You and I don't mesh, whoever this is. Vic, I'm a hockey fan. I don't give a crap about the Super Bowl unless teams I care about are in it. I don't understand that kind of sports fan. Like, I don't understand you. You're a one sport person. All you care about is that one sport, and you don't care about like the Super. I mean, what? So what do you do on Super Bowl Sunday? Do you go kayaking? What do you do? Do you play darts?
What is also I don't give a crap. I mean,
Yeah, what
I
does that
guess I don't
mean?
really care who wins the game. I'm gonna watch though.
So all you care about is your one sport, and that's it. See, you're not a Colorado. You're not a sports fan of Colorado sports. You're not. You're just a one-trick pony, is what you are. In my eyes.
303-504-0925. Back after this. By the way, it's our final matchup. The poll question has been up for 23 hours. So if you want to see what's going to win our national title in the drop tournament, the poll question's been up, so go vote. It is, Marty, we can just play these if you would like to. It's a final matchup. We might as well. So first of all, get me the music, please, as we close out the drop tournament today, which actually is going to lead in perfectly to our mock draft, which starts tomorrow. But the national championship matchup of the drop tournament, 2 1 seeds.
This is really weird. I know these are 1 seeds, but golly, I don't think these are the 2 strongest. I don't know how.
I thought the 2 yesterday should have gone. I thought that the different ones, the opposites yesterday. But the matchup here, what is one of these 1 seeds, Marty?
Absolutely. I've got a badass compressor at home. Tall one, big tall one.
Where do you put the thing? Where do you put the thing? The blow.
Bend over and I'll show you.
Bend over and I'll show you goes up against the other 1 seed.
Hey, you ever get hit in the little dinghy?
I feel like the little dinghy just caught a couple teams on bad nights. Really feels that way. The fact that look at this, look at that isn't there is killing me right now. I just want to hear look at this, look at that.
Look at that!
I just want to hear the whole clip over and over again, and I can't now. So go vote at Brett Kane Radio, and we'll announce the winner at the end of the show today. So, speaking of brackets, the winner of our March Madness bracket that we had up at AltitudeSportsRadio.com, the Bracket Madness winner, Alex Tarnowski. Way to go, Alex. He finished with 150 points total and had UConn winning it all, so he gets to take home that grand prize of playoff game with the Nuggets, staying at the hotel,
Nice.
airfare for 2.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Wow. What's his last
I
name?
had UConn. Did you guys do your
said-
brackets? I had UConn winning everything.
No, I had Alabama. Did you say Bill Brasky?
Alex Tarnowski.
Bill Brasky.
Bill Brasky. Out of the group here at Altitude Sports Radio, Columbus was the best of the Altitude bunch.
Thank
Columbus
God.
finished 10th overall. 10th.
Okay, do we
Where
have
did I finish? I had UConn.
Yeah, where do we have the list here?
Well, I'll let
Give
you
us.
know. This is just what Raj texted me. The best of our group here on the morning show was Marty, who finished 214th. So
Marty,
we did
hold on,
bad.
I didn't even pick UConn.
This is wrong. I had UConn winning this thing. That thing's wrong. Alex, get your crap together.
Maybe your other picks were just so bad it didn't
No,
matter.
no. That's obviously wrong.
The best thing to happen here is that Becker didn't win. Because she would have been, it's like Tyler's going to be cool about it. She would have been relentless about it. Thank God.
Alex, you're a joke.
Speaking of that game yesterday, it basically represented how I felt about the entire men's tournament, which was I was kind of bored this entire time. I didn't like this. I didn't have the fun that I usually have every year. I didn't have the moments the first couple of days with upsets happening. We got basically one. Who was it? Oakland over Kentucky, right? That was the only real upset where you're like, wow, can't believe that happened with that Golke guy raining down 15 threes or whatever it was. Like,
But they
That
didn't
was-
make it out of the weekend. It was just one game.
yeah, that was the only like real surprise
You're right.
moment. What the hell?
This
What
was the
happened?
least. This was the least exciting NCAA men's basketball tournament of my life. Listen to me.
I would agree
Listen
with
to what
you.
I just said. Listen to what I just said. I've got a long life that I've lived. I have never been. This is the least impressive, least exciting, least energetic. I had zero, and I'm a basketball, especially college basketball, honk. And this one did nothing for me.
Well, and I'm telling you this right now, Moshe, because I typically hate when people are doing exactly what I'm doing, which is big thing happens yesterday. Like, you know, when the Super Bowl's played or when there's a big event in sports and somebody comes on the next day, it's like, that was boring. Oh, I hated it. I hate when people do that, but I can't help it. Like, that game just represented pretty much what the entire tournament was for me, which was the game wasn't close. It was never in doubt. There was never like moments at the buzzer. Like, CU filled the moment twice, essentially, about buzzer-beating type of moments.
They were probably in the two of the best games in the entire tournament. I was equally apathetic, and I hate to admit that because it's my job. Last night, I get it. I told you I'm watching the game with my daughter and Bear. And Bear goes, "Why do we have to watch this stupid little basketball thing?" I go, "It's the Natty, honey." She's like, "Yeah, but this is boring." I said, "You know what? You're actually right, but I have to do it because it's my job." And I was completely apathetic. Again, once it got to be a blowout, we turned on the vampire, and that was it.
As a matter of fact, Moj, just wait till the numbers come out. I can't wait to compare and contrast the numbers from the men's tournament final and the women's.
Well, the women's.
What do you think?
Well, the women's, it's already out. The women's
18.7
million.
Yeah, it was crazy. Yeah, it was like
bet
huge.
You, just an early prediction. Let's all give a prediction here. I bet you women outrank the men in numbers 18-14.
Well, I will say this, Vic. The actual final between Iowa and South Carolina, it was the biggest audience for a basketball game, period, since 2019. So in the last 5 years.
So I started the whole show this morning asking the question, and we never arrived at an answer. You know it's a chore. You know you're not into the tournament anymore when you consider it a chore to fill out your brackets. That used to be a welcome day. That used to be like, oh, I can't wait to get to my bracket. Now it's like, oh,
I didn't think that was a chore. I was still excited at that time.
What is wrong with the NCAA tournament? Where did it go wrong? I have an answer, and I want to see if you guys. I think the fact that we have no familiarity with these players over time anymore. Like, oh, this team returned so-and-so. Oh, wow, they're back for another run. Oh, I know those guys. See, the women, Caitlin Clark's back. They did it last year. Oh, wow, those LSU girls are back too? You know who they are.
UConn just won back-to-back, Vic.
You know who they are.
Well, maybe people should try to find out who they are.
Hang on a second. When you say what's wrong with the tournament, are you talking about this year or in general? Because I was thoroughly entertained last year. Last year I thought was great. This year was just a bore. Last year had all the stuff that we wanted. It had upsets. It had buzzer beaters. It had random teams in the Elite Eight that you didn't expect. I thought that last year was great. This year just kind of stunk.
As usual, I can't rely on you guys, so I'll go to the text line. Get used to it, fellas. The tournament in this new NIL transfer era where the rich get richer will pose a huge divide between the haves and the have-nots.
I don't think so. I think it was just a weird year.
The other factor is that Dan Hurley is a great blank.
Tell Terry to pipe down, please.
The NIL, I don't know how to value that. I don't know what that does to the tournament. I'm not sure where it takes it. The transfer portal. I could tell you that college sports in general, one of the allures of college sports, you always root for your team, right? This is my team. This is my school. This is my affiliation. This is where my blood was spilled. But you also look forward to the next season with certain players. And those players come and go so rapidly now. It's hard. You don't even know who's playing quarterback for your team one year because they come and go so rapidly. That affects your loyalty to those schools. That affects your fandom. You can't tell me it doesn't.
Oh, I think it has an effect. Sure it does.
Specifically, I know you're talking about Notre Dame because they're chewing through quarterbacks like crazy.
And I don't like it.
Every
year it's a different grad transfer quarterback that comes in. And everybody's like, yeah, we're going to go get this. And I'm like, God, can you grow your own? Can you develop a guy that comes in as a freshman, takes the reins, and is there for 2 or 3 years? Do you have to rely on this transfer portal every year to go buy a quarterback? I'm not a fan of that. And that's my school. I hate it.
It does feel like now, if you watch college athletics, whether it's football or basketball, the main ones anyway, it's a chore to know teams now. You have to study and research, and you can't just be like, oh, well, they had this guy last year. Now he's going to come back, and it's going to be, well, there's no guarantee that those guys come back.
Hey, one more thing, and I don't know why I'm telling you this, Brett, because you're a neophyte when it comes to this. Hey, Vic, do you realize we're in Masters Week? Did you realize that?
I know.
This is Masters Week, bro. This is where dudes from the live that we thought were dead to come back from the dead and play.
Moj, You know how you work with non-golfers when it's a Tuesday morning of Masters Week, and those two guys that we
don't
work
check
with,
out.
they've yet to even mention. We have to mention it for them.
Oh,
because they
is
don't
it like
even know what
somebody
week it is.
got a guest to talk about the Masters Thursday morning? I did that yesterday.
Who?
What did you guys do?
Who is it?
Justin Ray, very good. The
Who
Athletic.
the hell is that?
Who's that?
Justin Ray, who works for the Athletic,
We've literally talked to him
and we've
for the last
talked
4
to him
years.
like
every Masters week.
year the last 4
yeah,
years.
that guy.
Yeah.
Hey, why don't I can get Steve Sands on? I like that guy.
I can call my friend Pat. He's at the Masters right now.
Why don't we talk to George Luz about it? See what he
I'll
thinks.
call Pat right now. He's there right now.
Why haven't you guys brought up the Masters yet? I mean,
Hey, is,
we're
is,
I
going
know
on
what
hour
would
2 here.
happen if we did. This
Well,
would
it's
happen.
We're
it's
here.
Tuesday. It's Tuesday.
it would just
the tournament starts Thursday.
understood.
What would you like
but
to say?
It would be embarrassing for you
Why would it be embarrassing for me?
because you
just
don't know Jack. That's
don't
why.
know. It is an embarrassment.
Gotcha.
We're going to be speaking at this level.
No, I got a fun game
then
we're
you'll
going
be
to play.
right here.
We're going to get a fun game we're going to play next. All right, Vic, give me your wealth of knowledge on the Masters. Go.
It's what do you mean wealth of knowledge? It's one of the most.
Well, we haven't
tradition-rich
talked about it yet, so talk about
in
it.
the world.
Just do some high level stuff.
Do you know the great Bobby Jones, the great amateur player? The great Bobby Jones is the man who made the Masters what it is today. Sam Snead.
But I don't want a history lesson. I want you to talk about the Masters coming up.
I'm giving you a history lesson of the Masters.
No, I don't want that. I just want you to talk about this one coming up Thursday.
It's one of the few tournaments out there that actually allows both tours to mingle, the LIV and the PGA. They're allowing LIV players to come on in and try to make their run at the green jacket. It's a tournament that welcomes back its greatest champion, Tiger Woods, albeit the only tournament he will probably play in this year. The Masters on CBS.
You know, dude, that wasn't half bad. That really wasn't
You
half
actually
bad.
changed the tone of your voice
Yeah,
just because we played the music, which I think is funny.
It was sort
It
of
was subconscious.
It was sort of loving. I felt like enveloped in a golf blanket.
Now, here's the thing. And Vic, for as much as you're like Mr. Masters guy, you said something the other day to me, which is totally correct, and you just did it now. These commercials about the Masters making this out to be like Jesus played around a golf there once, like it's crazy to me. It's like it's a incredibly nice club. We all understand, okay? It's exclusive.
No, you don't understand. No, you don't. You don't. And I don't mean to say this and to make you look like you don't know, but you don't know unless you've been. It is.
Yeah.
And I mean this with all sincerity. All right. It is. It's not about exclusivity. It's not. It is the greatest customer service venue in the history of
this
sports.
is what's happening again. It's exactly what you were talking about. It's what you were railing against. It's like, guys, let's turn down the nostalgia that we got going here. It's like, I get it. It's going to be fun. I'm going to watch.
Actually, Mark, you've never been there, so you can't
Yeah,
say
you can't
anything.
talk
I'm
about that
sorry.
either. You
Well,
haven't
here's-
been
you don't
there.
know anything about it.
Here's the thing. As you know, I put in for Masters tickets every year.
And you get rejected every year.
And every year I get that stupid form letter that says, get bent.
Yeah.
And it hurts my feelings, but I continue to try. I've never been to Augusta. Here's the thing about Augusta, Brett.
You don't know.
Yeah. No, here's the thing. If somebody said to me, Moj, I'm not talking about going to the Masters or anything. I'm going to get you on Augusta for a round.
Yeah.
But you have to kill Brett King. I would say 100%. I would go home and I'd load my.
That's a great
pistol.
question.
I'd load my pistol no matter. Absolutely. I would hunt you
What
down.
would you not do?
I would hunt you down.
Honest to God, somebody asked this question, and I do agree with you, Brett. Some of these syrupy commercials that go on, like
That's
during the
all of
tournament,
them.
Yeah, they're too syrupy at the time. But if somebody said to you, and you don't count, Brett, because you don't appreciate the game enough. But Moj,
Dexter said the Disciples played an insane scramble one year at the Masters.
Yeah, and Judas, by the way.
It was a scramble, actually. It was a scramble. It was just best off the tee.
And Judas, he fluffed his line.
Oh, yeah.
He fluffed his line. Oh,
Judas
he
is
grounded
Patrick
his
Reed.
club. I
Judas
saw
is
it.
Patrick Reed.
No, seriously though, man, this is, I don't know.
Do you remember that time St. Peter blew a 6-stroke lead on the backside,
Dude.
got to amen corner?
Dude, they were on 17. Good look for birdie. And Peter denied the read from Jesus.
Can't believe
he
it.
thought it broke right to left. Jesus said left to right, and he missed.
Dude, it's
In all honesty, though,
I'm dead serious here, dude. The golf is so fractured now, and I just think that guys like, when I hear DeChambeau going, "Hey man, we need to fix this," I'm like, you guys left for the money. You're the one who broke it, so screw you. Anyway, everybody's back together. It's a real chance to see really how good the LIV guys still are.
All right, Marty, cut the music. I can't take it.
Yeah,
But it is a tournament that encapsulates America. It is because of this. You're driving down this road. On the right side of the road is a Goodwill, a strip mall, I think a Shakey's Pizza. There's like, what is this? Okay. On the left side of the road is Augusta National. And you're like, wait, what? It's right there? You drive from one side to the other and you walk into paradise where not even a pine needle a stray pine needle can be found on the grounds before somebody cleans it up. On the other side of the road, again, I didn't have pants and I needed to wear slacks.
It's hillbilly central.
You had to have slacks for this place where I was given a pass to go wherever I wanted, but I had to wear slacks. I went to the Goodwill to buy slacks that were 3 sizes too big.
Let me ask you guys 2 questions. 2. And gosh, am I going to nail you guys on this? Oh! Mose, you just said you would kill me to play around at Augusta.
100%.
He would hunt you down.
You said
I would
hunt me down. Yes.
Absolutely.
You even gave me the method on how you would do it.
100%.
Mm-hmm.
You get to play around at Augusta, or the Avs win a Stanley Cup this year.
I'll answer that. I'll answer that.
Moj. You're
I'm
screwed.
Hold on.
I'll
answer it.
I'm taking the cup. Taking the cup.
So your power rankings on things that
I would kill you for another cup. Yes.
You
would
would
go hand in hand. Yes. 100%.
he would take the Avs winning a Stanley Cup to play at
Yeah.
Augusta,
Yeah.
and then it would be kill me
Yes.
to play
Yes.
there.
100%.
That's a fair assessment. And that's how, in terms of winning a championship and having another parade, see, and I would agree with Mojo on that because you allow everybody to participate. You would allow, hundreds of thousands of people to love what you love. And everybody,
The
whole
alternative is
Augusta
just
thing
baby
is
Jamal
you.
Cale grows up fatherless. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, nice job there, Moj. Way to go.
She won't even miss you. Lindsay will marry some rich dude. Listen, in all
Brett,
honesty,
this is probably for the best, honestly.
it's doing Lindsay and baby Jamal Cale a favor, to be honest with you.
Are outside of championship parades, outside of that, like family events, if somebody said, all right, you got to change a wedding date. Well, you better change that wedding date. I got a tea time at Augusta National.
I'm dead serious.
I'm dead serious, too.
I can't think of anything in this world
Nothing?
outside my daughter's wedding.
But you
And I-
never
and I-
change the
and
date.
I would- I
You
would
just
never
change
change
the
the
date.
What about like your daughter's college graduation?
I'm 100% at Augusta.
No?
Get pictures.
100%.
Marty, that's terrible.
Okay, fine.
I didn't go to my own graduation.
All right, something else close to your daughter then.
Well, name something. I would miss my own funeral to play at
Your
Augusta National.
daughter's being held for ransom. Okay? But
It can wait. It can wait.
Gator, I'm dead serious. I can't think of anything in this world that I wouldn't miss to be able to play there. That's how much for a golf geek like me and a golf geek like Vic, that's how much it means. And then I see,
okay, hang on. What about this, Moj? Forget the Avs winning a cup. You get to play. You get a membership to Augusta National. But you have to give up your Avs gig.
Well, how do you live? How do you make a living, though?
Well,
Because that membership ain't cheap.
I tell you what I do. Yeah, the membership. Hey, but I'll tell you what I do.
Moj does the same job here. He goes on the radio show, but he lives in Georgia, and he gets to do the same thing you're doing, Vic. He just zooms in every day. We got a little access unit for him.
I'd have to get a side hustle going on the course. I'd have to. I got to make bread. I got to support my family.
Let's just say that you're making the exact same amount of money. You just cannot call Avs games anymore, but you get a membership.
But I'm a member of Augusta.
Yes.
Oh, he would take Augusta.
100%.
Here's the other question I wanted to ask Marty.
Stupid. You know what that is? That's a stupid question from an uninformed so-called golfer.
Sure.
Dumb question.
Here's the other question I have for Marty. Was he lying when he said he'd rather take the Avs Cup than one round at Augusta?
Absolutely.
All right. Anyway,
I went without power for 3 days.
Oh, God.
How many days without power would I go for a round at Augusta? Because it was hard.
A month.
It was hard going without power.
Easily
a month of darkness in your house.
I probably could go a month. I could probably count down those days.
You guys are insane.
You see, that's when you know when guys like
that you're
you
a
just
psychopath.
slough it off as that's when you know you don't love the game, understand the game, and really are loyal to the game. You don't know better.
Can I
you
give
don't know
you
any better.
Can I give you one example real
You
quick?
don't understand what it's like there.
Okay,
It
got
is
it.
like walking into heaven.
Yeah, I know. And Jesus played a full round and he shot at 36.
Well, we could see one last thing. Our producer on the Avalanche broadcasts, Lee Blair, one of our producers, Doug and Lee, right?
He's there every year.
He also works. Yeah, he also works for the Golf Channel and CBS. He's at the Masters every single year. He's working right now, but we should get him on and just give you the ambiance of the whole. I mean, that's how I get all the my Masters hat that I wear. I have like 4 of them, and like my polo. I just give him money every year to bring me something.
Well, hang on a second.
What?
Just quickly before we get the break, because I thought about this earlier. Now, I'm going to watch the Masters. It's one of the few tournaments that I watch every day throughout the course of the year in the PGA. But I'll tell you this. Tiger, whether you believe this or not, whatever, Will Zalatoris said it's the best I've seen Tiger look in X amount of years.
He can't walk.
But hang on a second. Hang on.
He can't walk.
What I'm telling you is, for me, and I think most casual golf viewers, Tiger is my first 2 rounds of the NCAA tournament.
Mm-hmm.
If he's in contention,
yeah,
it's like I get my upsets, I get my buzzer beaters, all the stuff that we said about the tournament that last break.
Mm-hmm.
That is Tiger being out.
And I
it's
know,
on. I watch.
I get it.
But the interest is not as high.
I'm curious. There's a lot of people, Vic, who listen to our program who probably don't like golf or won't even pay attention. Like they probably have tuned us out, right? I don't know where
that's fine.
Yeah, I don't know where the Masters ranks though on their.
I don't ride a kayak. Our kayak audience has its own place.
Okay.
I'm a golfer.
Okay, yeah, okay. But I'm just saying for golf geeks like us. And by the way, I just got a text from Mitch. He says you could have me and Spencer on, you dummy. When we probably could. They're pros. I mean, and they.
Shout out Mitch and Spence. I love those guys.
And shout out DNVR, good buddies at DNVR, and they do a great job with their golf podcast and the whole 9 yards. We probably should. But I don't know. Maybe it's just, I guess I should recognize, again, self-awareness is a powerful thing. That, Vic, we're geeks about this, and most of our audience doesn't give a crap whether Tiger's in it or not. I don't know. His win in 2019 was a miracle.
Yeah.
It's one of the greatest stories in the history of the game.
If Tiger could walk, he'd be obviously a contender. He cannot walk on the ankle. He has no mobility in the ankle. It doesn't move. So he won't ride a cart. He won't go to that. He'd never use that in his excuse. So he can hit a golf ball fine. He can't walk 72 holes. It's just not possible. That's why he's not even likely to make the cut. But you can't tell me, like Moj, if you gave me a Sunday round with Jon Rahm and Rory, one from the LIV, one from the PGA Tour, going toe-to-toe for a shot at the jacket, coming down the stretch, you can't tell me that won't be intriguing television. Are you kidding me?
Texter says, Jesus shot a 36. You don't think he's holing out every tee shot? Hey, he's a humble man. He's not going to do that to people, okay? I mean, even if you had the ability, you're probably just going to be like, hey, let me lay up on this one.
Who's the whack who runs North Korea? Who's that whack?
Kim Jong-un.
Okay, that dude. You know that he shot 18 one time, right? He had a hole in one. According to the national news in North Korea, he aced every hole. First time he ever played golf.
First time?
Yes.
Beginner's luck. All right, 303-504-0925.
Mark, I'm going to send you something that's not going to make you happy.
Right. Well, please, by all means. Yeah, what do you do? Send me my mother's obituary?
I almost choked.
Yeah, here, Moshe. Hey, here's a reminder for you.
Double dipperoo tonight, Avs and Nuggets. Bottom line, both playing against non-playoff teams. Take care of business.
TCB, baby.
Because
TCB.
There's a ton on the line for both teams tonight. I'll explain next. All right, the old double dipperoo tonight. The Avs will be on 92.5, the Nuggets on AM 950.
I like it when Vic says it.
Well, go ahead, Vic.
Double dipperoo.
Huge for both teams. Start with the Nuggets. Have to win to make this Minnesota game matter. Like, this cannot be one of those, oh, well, it's the end of the year. This team stinks. We don't care. Let's get to the postseason. No. Win this game tonight. You play against Minnesota tomorrow, and then you got a real shot at taking home the number 1 seed in the Western Conference, which would give you home court advantage throughout the course of the postseason, or at least in the Western Conference, with a chance for the postseason if the Celtics get bounced early in the East. Need this one tonight, and there is no excuse as to why you don't pace this team. Zero. The Jazz are like benching their top 5 players.
Well, they're not benched. They're hurt. They're out. They're gone. They're in Cancun.
Well,
they're gone.
They're tanking. They're in full tank mode. There's no reason for Utah to put an effort in, and there's no excuse for the Nuggets tonight. I know that they've had a horrible history in the last 8 years in Utah. 14 of 15 lost. 14 of 15. And Coach Malone mentioned it yesterday. I heard him on with Chris Dempsey and company, and he said, yes, he will go out of his way to make sure his team knows about their record there in Utah, in Salt Lake. Can't fall asleep on that team no matter who they trot out there, and there's going to be a lot of no-names playing for the Jazz tonight. You have to win this game, no matter what, to set up the inevitable tomorrow night at Ball Arena, and that will be the game of the year. And at this point in the season, every game is more important than the previous. That's just the way it is, right? If you lose tonight, it makes tomorrow night's game somewhat meaningless. You have to win tonight to make that what it is. And then you have to keep winning and winning and winning. In my opinion, for the Nuggets to secure the top seed, they have to win all 4 remaining games. There's no shortcut, because I don't see Minnesota losing again. If they were to beat Denver tomorrow night, they're going to win the top seed.
What I like about...
And they own all the tiebreakers.
Yeah, what I like about this, though, Vic, is they're on equal footing. Minnesota's at home tonight against a very bad team in Washington. They'll fly here. Nuggets are on the road against a very bad team tanking in Utah. Yep. They'll fly back home. So it should be... in fact, Minnesota, they'll probably get in sooner, to be honest with you, because...
Yeah, it's an earlier start.
Or it'll be even Steven. So it's going to be the same kind of thing. Nuggets will have their own beds. But, yeah, you absolutely should go and lay waste. I'm looking at Minnesota tonight. Let me see where that... here you go. They're a 17.5-point favorite over the Wizards. Okay? Nuggets are what, 15 on the road at the Jazz. Both these teams should lay waste and come here and get it on tomorrow night. Absolutely. I completely agree with Vic, and I don't see any reason why they wouldn't go to Utah. I don't care about 1-14. The Jazz are so bad. They've lost 12 in a row. They have 3 wins since Groundhog Day. Punxsutawney Phil.
Hear ye, hear ye.
Hear ye, hear ye. He's looking at his,
Hear ye. Now on this February 2nd, Punxsutawney Phil, the seer of seers.
Okay. That guy's a geek. Anyway, they should absolutely lay waste to this team, Vic. I don't see any reason why they shouldn't. And as regards to the Avs, we had, I thought, a great discussion earlier in the program, and I know I went a little bit bonkers on it. But you should, look, you're in a collision course with Winnipeg. Barring some crazy, unforeseen circumstance.
Oh, but hang on, Moj, hang on. The reason why this is so important tonight, and I know you know this, but I'm just emphasizing what you're about to say. You're on a collision course with Winnipeg. It might feel like, oh, it doesn't really matter. They're going to play. It does matter.
You're damn right it matters.
You have the chance to lose home ice in that first game against Winnipeg if you don't get your bleep together in a hurry.
You've lost 2 in a row. You're sort of just bouncing around right now. Winnipeg has now won 3 straight. Remember, they went through their big skid, right? Mm-hmm. They lost, how many? They lost 6 in a row?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay, so, I mean, teams do that. And Winnipeg's a damn good team. Even with Hellebuck, they lost 6 in a row. You need a get-right game tonight for the Colorado Avalanche. Period. End of story. This needs to be a get-right game. I don't care how you do it. I don't care what you do. Just play good defensively. Help your goalie out here a little bit, and let's go, man. Let's go.
Georgiev getting the start tonight, I would assume?
I'm not going to be at skate, obviously, because I'm not doing the game. It's national TV.
Mm-hmm.
I'll text Connor. Find out.
I would assume, but I'm just saying, there's 4 games left in the schedule. He's not been playing well. He's almost certainly
he's
going to start game one of the
well,
postseason. So get him 3 out of 4 starts here.
I think
trot him out there. Get his
I think
confidence
he
back.
has to. Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? If he's lacking a little confidence right now, or he's a little snippy or whatever it may be, you know what? Then help him out, because a lot is riding. I just say this: you're a team. Okay, it's not you guys and then your goalie. You're a team. You're all together. Play better in front of him. I think Jared Bednar laid it out the other night succinctly. We did a lot of dumb things, is what he said.
Mm-hmm.
We were. How did he? Marty, do you have the exact quote, the exact cut from Bedsy the other night? And he was correct about that. Some of their defensive zone coverage was just redonkulous at times, and you're like, dudes. Okay, here's exactly what he said.
I thought he was great tonight. I did. I think, you can't fault him on any of the goals. I think there probably one that he liked back was the one that squeaked through him on the quick slip to the middle in the power play. But, he was good. We just, the quality, and quantity, the defending breakdowns that we had, we did some dumb stuff today.
Okay, there you go. I don't think a coach can put it any more plainly than that. We did some dumb stuff. I'm sitting in the stands with the Bear, and I'm going, and I'm even sitting where I'm like, they're being incredibly silly.
Mm-hmm.
This guy, this guy should not be there. This guy should not be here. This guy's all alone here. And I'm going, this is not Avalanche hockey. You need to find yourself now. Find yourself tonight.
Give me a 2-spot tonight. Just give up 2.
Throw up a deuce. That's totally fine. Minnesota is 1-2-3 Cancun. I know they've got 83 points. That's not a bad hockey club, but you just went to their joint and you beat them. Do it tonight, man. Get it done tonight against Minnesota in a get-right game. End of story. There should be no excuses.
I thought about this, and I should have done this myself. Your season tickets that you purchased for the Avalanche games, can you write those off as research?
I don't think so, dude.
Why not?
Well, I don't know. Listen, I pay for all my own clothes for, you can't write off your clothes. Do you write off your clothes for TV?
That's a great question. I should be able to.
No, you're not allowed. But you're not allowed to. It's not a uniform. You're not allowed to.
Well, then I'm going to start wearing my overalls. I'm going to start dressing like if I can't start writing off
little
nice
farmer
clothes,
Ted.
I'm going to start dressing like Brett Kane. How's that? That's a warning.
You should
to
see the
IRS.
shoes he's wearing today, Vic.
I know you should see
I love
these
shoes.
What are they? Show us.
They're like
show us what they're.
sort of topsider
Oh
looking
my
things.
God,
I
dude.
know he's a nerd. I know.
Do you shop at Bolero?
Nope.
Do you just go to the bowling alley
No,
and say, "Give me your best bowling shoes"?
He goes to the discount
DSW
place.
clearance rack.
Yeah, he goes to the clearance. That's all he does. He goes to the clearance.
No,
rack.
there ain't nothing wrong. Hey,
No,
I love
agree.
me some
Agreed.
Ross and Marshalls.
But there are better selections than those, bro.
No.
Okay.
You wear
How did you?
what's comfortable.
It amazes me that baby Jamal Cale even exists.
The fact that you guys feel like you need to rely on clothes to get a woman, disgusting. Have a personality, for God's sake.
I saw your wedding picture and I was horrified.
I know, I did too. His hair and the white suit looking thing.
and not wearing shoes.
We were on a beach.
I ain't going to a wedding window. I ain't going to any wedding where people are shoeless. This is Arkansas?
Well, the people wore shoes. No, it was the Dominican Republic. It was on the beach. Nobody from the wedding party wore shoes.
What a brutal drag. I saw your wedding photo. It looked terrible. Nice.
You think it bothers me at all?
The big
I had a
flowing,
great
that
time.
big flowing white shirt. He looked like Stevie Nicks out there on the beach.
Well, yeah, I don't know if you know this. In August,
That was just scarf cleaner.
in August in Punta Cana, it's about 1 billion degrees. So yeah, shirt was probably a bad choice because it was drenched by the time the wedding actually started.
It
But
looked funny. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, enough about that. You need to get right tonight. I don't. There can be. I'm sure every guy in that room understands that too. It's time to get serious. Now, look, you're not going to win the West. You're not going to win the division. You're on a collision course with Winnipeg. You do not want to give up home ice advantage. And it's not even about, hey man, we need to motivate her. It's about play the game the way you know how, play the game correctly, and you're going to win. That's how good you are. You're a very good hockey club. Check well, don't get beat off the wall, right? Be smart in your own zone and everything else will take care of itself. I promise you.
2 questions that we don't know for tonight for both of these teams is who's going to play for you. We don't know if Mikko's going to be back in the lineup or not. because they're doing that Avs thing where they get somebody back in the lineup like Val, and then somebody else has to exit. You know, their roster is basically the bouncer that's inside my head, Moj, with names. You let somebody in, somebody else has to go. It feels like that's happening for the Avs. We don't know if Mikko's going to play tonight or not.
How about this, though? How about this? Would you just take a fully healthy Avalanche team for game one of the postseason, whether it's in Winnipeg or whether it's here? Would you take that over trying to force guys back in right now? What would you take?
Of course you want health. Yeah, that means everything.
Yeah.
Again, what's your top? To me, your top priority is to get your defensive zone fixed and mesh with your goaltending. Let's have it let's hand in glove type of stuff and be totally healthy. Because if you're a totally healthy club and you're right in your own zone, you can beat anybody and you can win anything. That's the way I look at it.
Here's the crazy thing about hockey and what scares me about games like tonight. Like the Avs and Nuggets are in the same situation. They're playing lesser opponents who really have nothing to play for. Utah's got nothing to play for. Minnesota's got nothing to play for. The Nuggets should toast this Jazz team based on who they're playing and all the guys that are out. I don't know about, like, if you get a hot goalie in this hockey game and they put up a wall, that's what always scares me about games like this. I should say to you, there's no excuse for the Avs to lose this game against Minnesota at home. No excuse. But a hot goalie can change that. And that's what always scares me about hockey.
Well, and on the other side, Vic, you have, I guess, a questionable next to Aaron Gordon, and I think you can probably put Jamal at a questionable too because he got a back-to-back, and you don't know how much. Are you willing to play him? He just came back. You going to play him in a back-to-back now, especially the second game of that being a very important game?
I don't know. I definitely want to save him for tomorrow night, though. I want to place all hope in tomorrow night's game. I want my starting five against the T-Wolves, and if that means sacrificing a couple bodies tonight, so be it.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, I just I don't want to go sideways. Yeah, get the wins tonight. Period. End of story. Done and done.
What happened?
And somebody, I just saw Vic's text, and I'm fuming.
My goal was to ruin your day. Did that ruin your day?
I'm fuming. Yes, I know who it is. I know exactly who it is.
Yes or no? Did it ruin your day?
Yes, I'm absolutely fuming about it. Yes,
you don't even know what to do with your day, and that was my goal.
That is correct. And because if this comes to if it comes to fruition, Brett, you'll be off the list. You're no longer on my hit list.
Why am I on the hit list to start?
Because I want to play Augusta.
But there's not an actual rule that says if you kill me, you get to play.
But if somebody,
it's a fake rule. But it's one that you imagined.
But if it was a rule, I would comply.
Wait a second. Would you not call Avs games if you got the nod to go to Augusta? Would you take games off?
100%.
Yes.
You can do that?
You're stupid.
Well, probably not, but then I face a life choice.
In fact, I'm confident.
Then I'm facing a very difficult life choice.
We work for a company where our bosses, the big bosses, would understand the scope of that and would not only encourage him to take games off, they would force him to do it. I'm confident in that.
So anyway,
if that invitation ever came.
Okay, anyway, I didn't like the text at all, and that's all I'm going to say.
Well, just say it. I hate when you guys do this. You guys play these behind-the-scenes games where we don't let the listeners in. Why would we do that to them?
Because I can't reveal. At
least they were been really quick about it. It's not taking up too much time.
Exactly.
Okay. No, I need to speak in code now. Then just speak in code. What is it?
I might get a chance to do something that would make Mosier mad.
Vic has a line on something that would be. It doesn't even. I didn't want to talk about it. Sorry, I'm sorry.
But Vic's gonna.
I know we just talked about it for 5 minutes. I apologize. Hey,
Vic's going to kill me first. Is that the plan?
No, but I will. You'll be off the hit list.
It's a race to get to Brett.
Yeah, it's exactly.
They want to play the most dangerous game in real life.
What is that called?
What is what called? It's a book called The Most Dangerous Game.
Oh,
yeah, it's called Murder, by the way.
Okay, sorry. I'll try to get
away with it.
I'll try to get.
Look what you've done to him. He's just staring at his phone now. Vic, what the hell's the matter with you?
You ruined his day and our show.
Mess.
Congratulations.
I should have waited. My bad.
So this whole thing about Mikko, real quick.
Know your teammates.
This whole thing about Mikko, real quick, is that he's in the protocol. So it doesn't matter. Listen, he skated on his own yesterday. He's doing great, blah, blah, blah. Probably, he could sing the national anthem frontward and backward, all that kind of. It doesn't matter. He has to go through the league protocol, no matter how good he's feeling. And there's specific, because of the protection of the players is the most important thing. There are specific hurdles he has to clear before he's cleared to play by the National Hockey League, not by the Avs or by himself or by anything. So I would assume he's not going to be in tonight. Miles Wood, same kind of story. People have been asking about Nikolai Kovalenko.
Yeah.
You know, all this talk, I know the Avs are incredibly high on him, and the fans, like he's some sort of mystical, magical creature out there.
I really
came
don't
from the
get it. I don't get it.
I know people have a fascination there.
Every time we talk to Bednar, there's like 18 texts. Ask about Kovalenko. I'm like, what about the team? What about the actual one that's taking the ice?
And we'll have Coach on tomorrow.
So I'm sure they're coming in tomorrow too.
So I don't know about him. I don't know about his I don't know anything. Nobody knows anything, okay? And by the way, if you're asking a kid to come over to North America for the very first time, although he was born
Be your savior?
Born in North Carolina. I mean, listen, I think everybody's intrigued by a guy with talent. But to ask a kid to come over and then play in the National Hockey League in the Stanley Cup playoffs, welcome to the league, it's a very difficult thing to do. Cale Makar is a very special player. He was able to do it. A lot of guys are not able to do that kind of thing, and it's unfair to ask them to.
303-504-0925. So we got a couple of minutes left. If you guys want to vote, we'll announce our champion of our drop tournament coming up next because you have a couple of minutes left. The poll question at Brett Kane Radio. Go ahead and vote if you haven't done it yet. It is Hit in the Little Dinky against Bend Over, and I'll show you. And we'll crown a champion when we return.
Tough. I'm going to tell you that you can have the same delicious beef that top chefs at fine restaurants have. You can do that. All you've got to do is go to centennialcuts.com. It is unbelievably good, unbelievably tasty, and all the cattle that they raise for generations, they are finished on locally grown grains for that perfect marbling and perfect texture. And the best part is it's delivered right to your door. Now, I picked up some jerky from Centennial Cuts, and the variety is unbelievable. The flavors are bursting. It's absolutely delicious. And they've got kiosks all over the place, including at DIA. So the next time you're at the airport, hey, stop and get some Centennial Cuts jerky before you get on the plane and snack on that. You will absolutely love it. Do yourself a favor. Find out what they've got. Give it a try, because once you do, you will never go back. You'll be proud to serve it to your family and your guests. It's centennialcuts.com. That's centennialcuts.com.
Just saw a report here from Armando Salguero. Used to be with the Miami Herald. The Cardinals are seeking 3 first-round picks to move down from number 4 in the draft. Seems to be on par with, especially if you go back and you look at the San Francisco trade where they moved up to get Trey Lance and went from 12 to 3. That cost them 3 firsts and a third. I believe in that trade. I don't think anybody's paying that price.
That's steep.
I don't think anybody's given 3 firsts for maybe the 4th quarterback off the board.
Yeah,
Sorry, not happening.
Who do you have to really, really like to do that? And apparently the Niners really liked Trey Lance until they didn't really like Trey Lance.
It's like, they liked Trey Lance until Lance showed up at practice. They're like, no.
Is that kind of the Ted Gregory thing?
Concerned.
Yeah.
They can't. The Broncos just can't dig into that well anymore. They just can't. They can't afford to give up their future capital. They've done it for the last 3 years. Can't do it anymore. They did it for another quarterback. They did it for a coach. How many more times are you going to give up your first-round picks of the future?
Are you guys with me as we sit today and we'll start our mock draft tomorrow at 8:30, Marty? That's when it's going down tomorrow. I see 0 chance of them trading up. 0. Like, maybe it's to get from, 12 to 9, 12 to 10, something like that. That would be the only exception. I don't see this at all.
In fact, I see a better chance of them moving down.
I do, too. If you were to put if I were to put, a betting odds thing out there, the chances the Broncos moving up is... the odds are so much more outrageous than moving back. So much more. And now, I've said this before. Part of me kind of hopes, go ahead. Somebody be the stupid idiot who trades 3 first-round picks to move up. Take 6 quarterbacks before the Broncos for all I care. Give me Brock Bowers. Give me Joe Alt. Give me one of those guys. I'll take it.
Sure, so will I. But I would say this. If it costs you 3 first-rounders to get a guy at 4, let's just, hypothetically speaking, say it's quarterback. But that guy is the guy. That guy is a franchise quarterback. Then it's absolutely worth it. The problem is the crapshoot that you have on quarterbacks being franchise guys. It's scary. One of these guys in this draft, I bet, will be a franchise quarterback. Whether it's Caleb Williams, whether it ends up being Nix. Hey, maybe. What if it ends up being Spencer Rattler? Who knows, right? But somebody's going to end up being that guy. And if look. The Kansas City Chiefs moved up to 10 to get Mahomes. I forget, what was the price they paid? Do you recall the price they paid? No, it doesn't matter what they paid because whatever they paid, it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. Whatever they could have, if it was 5 first-round picks, it would have been worth it, right?
They swapped first-rounders. They sent a third and the following year's first.
Okay. So a first, a third, and they swapped firsts to go to 10. Dude, you can't put a price tag on drafting a Mahomes and what he's been able to do for the Kansas City Chiefs. It's completely worth it. So it sounds abhorrent to us.
Funny enough, they traded with Buffalo, who Buffalo then ended up next year taking Josh Allen.
Yeah. It sounds abhorrent to us to even think about it for the Broncos to give up 3 firsts because they need picks. You need to draft and develop here. This is a process. But man, oh man, if that's the guy and he ends up being the guy, then you never even worry about them picks, right? You pull a whole Sean McVay.
One last thought here on the Avs for tonight, Moj. What do I feel if they lose this game? I'm not even broaching the thought that the Nuggets are going to lose because they're 15-point favorites and they should kick the snot out of Utah. Avs are favorites on Circus Sports. They're minus 190. They should win. But if they don't, what do I do with all the angst that's already inside of me, and then they lose a game against the last non-playoff opponent they have?
I have them as minus 200. That's a pretty decent favorite.
Yeah.
Are you saying? So what you're saying then is, are you in full panic
I'm
mode?
Teetering, Moj. What I'm telling you is I'm teetering right now with the Avs, and I think a loss tonight might set me over the edge.
It might. I can tell you one thing. I'm not teetering. But only because I know how good this team is. I know this is a very good hockey club, fully constituted, fully healthy, going to the postseason, I would feel very good about it.
And can I tell you something else? 2 years ago when they did this, remember the end of the year 2 years ago for the Avs was not good.
But they had things wrapped up. They had everything
But
wrapped
they
up.
had everything wrapped up. They weren't playing for something at the moment. They were playing for something against Dallas, and they gave up 7. You know what I mean? Like, it's a different sort of feeling right now than it was 2 years ago.
Absolutely. I completely agree. You should win this hockey game. You went to their joint and you busted them up 5-2 last Thursday. Was it last Thursday? Yeah, last Thursday.
Yeah.
You busted them up 5-2. You should do the same kind of thing tonight.
Vic, I'm teetering. Mo's just calm. Where are you right now with the Avs? What happens if they lose tonight? How do you feel?
I want to see Georgie respond in a manner that his confidence is not an issue. I can't wait to speak to Coach Bednar tomorrow because I think we'll learn a lot about where Georgie's head is, just from the coach himself. So that's the one thing I'm looking for as the playoffs approach. I'm looking for where his and we have to remind ourselves, this guy played in the All-Star game.
Yeah.
Wasn't it that skills challenge he won? He won one of those challenges.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Dude,
so he's got that kind of ability.
Let me say this. I know that he's not been great. The guys in front of him have not been great. Well, we don't need to play the Bednar again. They need to put it all together. Okay? Put it together for yourselves. You're a team. It's not just, hey, this is a goalie and this is our defensive core and, oh, we've got these forwards. You're an absolute team. Play like a team. When this Avalanche team is highly focused on the defensive end, hyper-focused, they are so damn good because they explode offensively out of that. You win puck battles. You don't lose track of guys. Your goalie makes key saves. Listen, I thought that first period the other day against Dallas, he did everything he could to keep his team in the dang game.
Yeah.
I mean, it was 2-1 Dallas at the end of one, and I thought that he bit a little hard on the Duchesne fake. I mean, it was a great move by Duchesne. Don't get me wrong. He bit, but then he falls forward.
Well,
but other than that, Vic, I thought he played great. His team left him out to dry. You can't do that, man. You're a team. They all need to be serious about their own end tonight.
I thought Bednar said it best after the game. They made some dumb plays in their own zone. They made dumb passes. They played dumb. And we're not used to the Avs playing dumb in the defensive zone. This is their forte. This is their strength. We don't see it too often. And when we do see it, it's glaring.
Well, I'll tell you two things. Dempsey and Company, first of all, they're broadcasting from the penalty box today at Ball Arena.
Cool.
Secondly, they will talk to Chris McFarland at 10:15 this morning.
Sweet.
So maybe they can get some insight from the GM.
Do you like the way this team is built?
I do. No.
Do you like the back end?
The issue that I have right now, Moj, is, again, whether you want to call it bad defensive lapses, bad goaltending, whatever they want to categorize it as a fan, whatever you want to put the blame on, I don't care. I just need to see it in a place where I'm confident again. Because I do like the roster. I think, I said it last week, Moj, that they have some of the earmarks of the team from 2 years ago, that I can see that they're a deep team.
Every guy on that blue line outside of Walker is a Stanley Cup champion.
Yes.
Every single dude. They know what to do in their own end. Go do it.
You ever seen
I know
the
that
movie,
sounds simplistic, but that's the damn truth.
You ever seen the movie Life with Eddie Murphy and Martin Lawrence?
No.
It's an amazing movie. Go watch it.
Really? Never heard of it.
Well, I'm telling you to watch it.
Okay.
It's good.
I love Martin Lawrence, by the way, so I probably would like it.
So, because you guys haven't seen it, just quickly, there's a scene where they have to stand on, they're serving life in prison.
Okay.
There's a scene where they have to stand on beer bottles, and if they fall off, they're going to get shot. I feel like I'm standing on the beer bottles right now with the Avs. That's how nervous I am at the moment, Moj. So you're like, yeah, just play the way you know how to play. Yeah, I know. Can I see it, please? I just need to see it. I just need a little shot, a boost of confidence, and then I'll be fine. But I'm not in a good place right now. That's all I'm telling you. Not there.
Okay.
So that game's going to be on 92.5 tonight. The Nuggets will be on AM 950. Marty, I think the poll has closed. Should we see what the winner is of the drop tournament? Hell of a tournament it was, right? Whole bunch of great teams, some big upsets. but we get to the end, and it is a 1 versus 1.
Fat and sassy.
Now remember, in the final 4, the final tallies on the percentages were 51.5 was the winner, 52.7 was the other. This is a blowout. 68% of the vote. We can play both of these now, Marty. Give us our 2-1 seeds. What's the contestants here?
Hey, you ever get hit in the little tingy?
Which goes against the other 1 seed.
Absolutely. I've got a badass compressor at home. Tall one. Big
Where
tall
do you
one.
put the thing? Where do you put the thing? To blow.
Bend over and I'll show you.
That's got to win.
The winner with 68% of the vote is...
To blow.
Bend over and I'll show you.
That is
When in doubt,
the drop of the past year.
I don't know, man.
Bend
look
over
at
and I'll
this. Look
show
at
you.
that. There were so many good ones. I can't believe that one.
Here's what happened.
I can't believe it.
I'm always too lazy to close these things out at the end of the show. It's too hard to get the timing right, so I just leave them for the default 24-hour time period. I must say, we closed it at about 9:55 yesterday. Bend over and I'll show you one. Our overall winner at the end of the poll was beaten by Lakers Daddy yesterday when these polls closed.
Lakers Daddy should have won the whole damn thing. Lakers Daddy should have.
They rallied too late.
But
I
they
cannot
rallied. Yep.
believe.
You know what they were? They were D'Angelo Russell taking jumpers after the game against the Nuggets last year.
count.
That's what they did.
Getting
You gotta
shots
get
up.
to the polls on time, people. Polls close at a certain time.
You got swept already, brother. It's not going to help you now. Sorry about that. So there you go. One more time. Give it up. Bend over and I'll show you our winner of the 2024 drop tournament. Nice job.
And you know what? It's typical of our sophomoric behavior. That's what this show is.
Yes.
That drop.
I mean, pretty much all of these. It went against, do you ever get hit in the little dinky?
That's sophisticated humor. That's the kind of humor that Sophocles, Plato.
Think about if we had
that kind of humor.
Oh, Marty, what we should have done is a one shining moment where everything gets dropped in there. We missed out on that. We should have done the one shining moment.
We usually do, but we have the mock drafts coming up. Production's backed up right now.
Yeah, that is true.
You guys forgot. Shut up.
We forgot. iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Moj Lombardi, and Kane is where you can find the podcast.
One thing is the God's honest truth, and I was yesterday when I hit my non-surgery day, listening to you guys.
Fake surgery?
Yeah. I talked to Chris Marlowe about it too. You guys make me laugh. This show every single day. I get mad and I get my feelings hurt. There's no doubt about it. But you guys make me laugh every single day.
Hear ye! Now on this February 2nd.
All right, screw this. I'm out of here.
Yeah. Have a wonderful day, everybody. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
Live from the box at Ball Arena, ice level before Avs and Minnesota Wild tonight. Dempsey and company is the program after an NCAA title game in which the UConn Huskies go back-to-back. And you guys know I hate One Shining Moment.
Oh, it's the best song ever. My smile couldn't be any wider now.
I'll smile today for 15-point victory for UConn over Purdue as they defend their title with Bob. I thought Hurley was going to be taken away from UConn after the Kentucky job opens up, but Dan Hurley comes out this morning, says, "Listen, I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying in Storrs, Connecticut. Listen, we have a
He's got the better
show.
program.
He does have the better program as of right now. They are odds-on favorite alongside Kansas to win next year's title. We'll dive right into that game in a second here. We have a double dip tonight on Altitude Sports Radio. 7:30 puck drop from here in Denver between the Avs and the Wild. Colorado essentially ended Minnesota's season a week ago, but you can truly statistically end it tonight. 7 p.m. Pregame show on Altitude 92.5. The Nuggets will take on the Utah Jazz on the road. That's a 6:30 pregame on Altitude AM 950 and a 7 p.m. tip. We'll get into our conversation with Chris McFarland coming up at 10:15. We'll have him live down here in the penalty box. Again, Alex Ryanemi alongside Chris Dempsey. Steve Nelson's back at the studios. Jesse Trujillo producing the show and engineering the program out here at Ball Arena. Let's get right into this national title game, right? This is arguably the most dominant run in modern tournament history. UConn having a plus 140 point differential. They beat every team in this tournament by 15 points. They were up by 30 in multiple games. They had a 30-0 run against the Illini to get into the Final Four yet again. And it did feel like this was almost a letdown as compared to the Iowa-South Carolina game, as opposed to the Iowa-UConn game in the women's tournament. I watched this whole thing last night. You had everything, right? You had a dominant team going for a back-to-back that was wiping the floor with their opponent, and you had a villain in Zach Edey who had come back to Purdue multiple seasons when he didn't have to and could have gone to the NBA. That's everything that we've asked for in this term. Is like, why are guys one and done? Why do they leave school? Why do they go to other programs? You had everything that we asked for, and I still looked at the TV last night and went, "Nah."
Yeah, and conversely, I was riveted. I really was. And I think, Raj, it's because of what you started with here. And that is the dominance of UConn. I just, it's to me, it reminded me, it looked a little bit different because of the styles of play were different. It reminded me of UNLV way back in like 1990 when they were just running right through every single team that was in front of them. And they did it a little bit differently. It was a lot of amoeba defense at the time, a lot of pressing. You had Larry Johnson and Stacey Ogman and Anderson Hunt and Greg Anthony. I mean, it was just a ridiculous basketball team of players. They ran right through everybody. And this is what it reminded me of from a dominant standpoint. Now, what I will say, the biggest compliment I can give to UConn right now is they play like an NBA team. And, here's the thing about it. You know how much I love watching basketball on all levels, anywhere. It just doesn't matter. I love watching that sport anywhere. When you watch a lot of NBA, it becomes hard to watch a lot of college because the decisions are so bad on a regular basis. The quality of play just isn't it's just not great. But then you have UConn, and that basketball team, the decision-making was pristine. Defensively, they were locked in every single possession of every single game of the NCAA tournament. They didn't give possessions away, which is one of the things you see in college kind of a lot, which is let's make a great defensive player here. Now we're getting into our own offensive end, and we just throw the ball away. Or we just quick shot this over here, and you give away your total advantage. And they played with such a tough-mindedness that it always allowed for their talent to be able to win the day. And I think, for me, it was impressive to watch that, even in the face of, games that were starting to separate themselves out. They won every game by double digits.
It was a lack of drama that got to me.
Yeah. I mean, there wasn't a lot of drama to it. I reveled in the dominance and how it was unfolding, and just to understand that these teams are good. Purdue is really good. They're really good. And what UConn just did was say, how about 1 3-pointer today? And you're not even going to get double-digit attempts. You're going to get 7. And then they said, well, we're going to make you not only shoot far fewer threes than you wanted to, but you're not going to share the basketball the way you usually share it. 8 assists the entire game. Are you kidding me? And so I think, to me, it's an ode to just how great this basketball team was. And it was truly, truly great all season long. They only really lost when Klingon didn't play. And, that's how I looked at this tournament. And when I look at it overall, we had our upsets in the beginning. We had an 11 seed in NC State that made it all the way to the Final Four. We had and the Cinderella story of DJ Burns being basically a football player playing basketball, and captivating the nation doing so. You had Oakland beating Kentucky, which has led to Calipari leaving Kentucky and going to Arkansas. I think there were enough dramatic moments in this tournament, but the champion was heads and shoulders better than every other team.
It did get overshadowed by the women's tournament, though, without a doubt.
Yes, because the bigger stars were in the women's game.
Right, but and typically when you have these back-to-back champions, you haven't seen it since Billy Donovan's Florida Gators teams back in the mid-2000s, is you would have a country following that team. And it never felt like UConn got that type of big media hit, despite having, and what you have to have in college basketball is a boisterous, villainous type of head coach, and who better than a former Dookie and Dan Hurley to do that? Like, this dude is going out to mid-court to jaw at Zach Edey in the middle of the game. Yeah. He's complaining with under 2 seconds to go in a Final Four game in which they were up by more than 15 points going to a national title game, complaining about a rogue elbow for a possible flagrant foul. Like, you had all of these things in play, but still it gets overshadowed. And I think when you get the final numbers, like, it's that South Carolina-Iowa game is going to trounce the men's final in terms of total viewership.
Well, it was 17.5 million viewers for that South Carolina-Iowa game, which was the most watched women's game of all, college basketball game, I think, of any kind?
Last 5 years.
Yeah, okay.
Most watched college basketball game of any kind in the last 5 years was that final game. And I suppose that I shouldn't be looking at,
and Raj, that was a 12-point victory. Let's be
right.
Like, this was a 15-point victory, and it's a blowout. South Carolina beat Iowa by 12. I mean, that also at the end of the game wasn't close. And so that's why. But the stars were all in the women's game. And so even as Caitlin Clark is going down by double digits to South Carolina, it's okay because we all love Caitlin Clark. And she still put 30 on the board. Well, Zach Edey put a bunch of points on the board here too, but he is not nearly the star. Nobody is that Caitlin Clark. But she maybe in all of sports right now.
Probably not in all of sports, but like Zach Edey's, that he feels unwatchable to me. The way that
he's old school.
He is old school, which is nuts, right? Because 20, 30 years ago, you would look at Zach Edey and go, that's Patrick Ewing. Not as physically dominant, but you would look at him and go, that's how you play the game.
And you'd be like, lottery pick.
Exactly, right? And he would not have stayed at Purdue if again, with the mentality and the way that basketball was played 20, 25 years ago, he would have left Purdue after year one. Right. Hell, he may have gone into the draft as an 18-year-old out of high school with that type of size. And now with the way that the game's changed, where it is speed, perimeter shooting, higher percentage shots that you want in terms of getting more points per possession, not in terms of higher percentage being close to the basket, where Edey plays 3 feet away from the rim the entire game, it felt unwatchable to me.
Yeah, and that's why I know there were a lot we talked about this last week, and one of the things we talked about was just exactly what kind of pro prospect is he. And my analysis of the situation was he is a mid to low first round player. And really because there's not a ton of talent, a ton of high-level talent, I should say, in the first round of this draft in particular. So he will find his way into the first round, but it will be not in the lottery because of just exactly what you said of how he plays. Look, the difference between the two players, when Donovan Clingan comes out of UConn, whenever that is, he will be a higher draft pick than Zach Edey. And the difference between those two players is it's not that Donovan Clegan is shooting a bunch of threes, because he's really not. And, you kind of just let him take them anyway if he does, because you figure like he's going to miss it more than he's going to make it. But the athleticism to be able to run the court, the ability to hit a high ball screen, put pressure on the rim, lob dunks, those things go a much longer way than, and then he obviously on the defensive end, he's also blocking as many shots as Zach Edey is, than kind of plodding up the court. And I have to give Matt Painter, the head coach at Purdue, a lot of credit, and his staff, for the way they ran offense around Zach Edey, because you could really get into a situation where you're just kind of walking things up, standing there and being super old school. They kept him on the move as much as you possibly could, block to block, dunker spot to dunker spot, to keep him effective and keep an offense flowing around him. But to your point, it's hard to watch that. It's hard to watch that. It was difficult to watch that all year long, and ultimately it didn't serve Purdue very well in the national championship game.
UConn defends the title 75-60. Dempsey and company, Alex Reinemi alongside Christopher Dempsey here. Ice level at Ball Arena will be in the box all the way through noon. Avs are just about to take the ice here for their pregame skate. They'll take on the Wild at 7:30 puck drop, 7 p.m. pregame for a doubleheader here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The Nuggets will be on AM 950 with a 6:30 pregame and a 7 p.m. tip in Salt Lake City against the Utah Jazz. Don't miss out on tonight's division rivalry game. You can get your tickets now at coloradoavalanche.com. Also, round one playoff tickets are going on sale tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. That is tomorrow morning at coloradoavalanche.com, and that inventory will be extremely limited. On the other side, we'll be joined by Avalanche GM Chris McFarland. Dempsey and Raj in the box. We're down at ice level. Ball Arena ahead of tonight's division rivalry matchup. Avs take on the Minnesota Wild. Can end Minnesota's season this evening with a victory, or at least knock them out of the playoffs with 4 games remaining. As we are joined by Avs GM Chris McFarland. Thanks for carving out the time prior to the playoffs begin, like 11 days from right now, so we're feeling the itch, the tingle. I want to jump right into this, right? This is a time where like Avs fans are feeling uneasy about this team after coming off of a 9-game win streak and running up to the top of the division. Looks like you were going to win the division for the 4th straight season, going as a 1 seed, and then there's these 2 games against playoff opponents in Edmonton, and then what happened a couple of nights ago where the team falls short. And I want to get your thought process on where the team is now. Do you think that they can trend in the right direction quickly? And honestly, just what happened over the last 2 games where you're giving up a lot of goals, and typically you don't see this team be that lax defensively.
Yeah, I think you nailed it. I think it didn't look like us, right? Especially, Sunday. You don't ever want to use the schedule or travel, sort of as a crutch, but it is reality in life in the NHL. Every team has those tough games, right? And the back-to-back going from, Mini to Edmonton, we got in late. We weren't sharp, to make no excuses. We weren't sharp there. And then Sunday night, we were even less sharp. So I think tonight we've got to dial things back in defensively. And I think that's sort of when things get away from us. You guys probably, remember we came out of All-Star break and had a really rough Eastern swing, and they dialed it back in. And it's structurally when we're tracking the puck and playing good defensively and committed in those areas, then things usually translate offensively. So I think that's what I'm looking for, but I think that's what we're all looking for is just forget, not forget results, but just look more like us and play a good, solid hockey game, and then usually the scoreboard takes care of itself when we do those things.
How much concern, because you mentioned right off the bat after All-Star break, but then you guys did dial it back in, and I would expect that this is going to be the same case. You guys will dial it back in. But just this kind of this tug of war with that area, how concerned are you that this might even spill over into the playoffs?
Not really. And you don't like to compare years or anything, but I think, a few years ago we lost, 6 or 7 in a row going into the playoffs. Like the beauty of the playoffs, I think, whether it's the Colorado Avalanche or any other team that happens to get one of the tickets, is it's a brand new slate, right? And playoffs is a game of momentum, and you can be on a roll, Demps, and then game 1 you get goalied, right? And now you're like, oh God, right? You're down 1, and I think that's the beauty of the playoffs. You can have a tough year, and playoffs there's zeros across every statistical category once you start. So of course you want to be playing really good hockey, but once that switch flips from game 82 to game 1, it's a new season, and you got to be ready to go and firing, on all cylinders starting that night.
You said something a couple of minutes ago. You want to get back to who you are tonight. That's what you're looking for, win or loss. You want to get back to who you are.
Yep.
My question to you is, who are you, right? Because this is a team that scores more than any other in the National Hockey League. You make some big-time moves to go in and fill second-line center and bring in Casey Middlestat, but you also go in, you bring some grit, guys who play physical, the Jakub Trenins, the Brand Duhaimes, who's been up and down the lineup. It's been nuts what a Swiss Army knife he's been. It seems like you knew who you were. You're going to go and get scoring. You're going to get guys who can move the puck, slot in on power play. Who is this Avs team that you need to see?
A team that, not to echo Coach Bednar, but it's a team that we check the puck back. When we don't have the puck, we're responsible without it so that we can play in the offensive zone and try and get teams into three-quarter ice games. That's when we're rolling and we're playing well. We're not, getting bogged down defensively in our own system.
As Devon Toews rips a puck at your head.
Yeah. I wouldn't expect anything less. But when we're responsible and checking the puck back before It's in our zone. We're coming out of our zone clean. Those types of things. That's when I feel we're at our best.
Yeah. He talked about some of the additions to this team, and I think one of the things that I've really admired about you and the executive staff here is that you so with clarity understand what your team is about, where it needs improving, and you go out and you get those type of players. The Middlestat, Sean Walker, it seems so seamless when they came and played with them. How was it as seamless as I'm making it sound, A, but B, how happy are you with just how quickly they've been able to be integrated and play really well for you?
Yeah, pretty happy. I mean, that's tough for me to answer. I think every situation is different. I think guys have families. They got personal situations. Some guys at the deadline they're maybe excited to get moved, a fresh start. So I think there's all different sort of scenarios that can play into that. But I think the guys that we targeted and were able to sort of acquire the players you mentioned, they've all fit in really well. From Brandon Duhaime to Trends to Sean Walker and Casey, and in some areas it was sort of round peg, round hole from a positional need, and in the other ones sort of Brandon and Yak. You sort of that bottom six mentality that we wanted to upgrade to elongate our lineup and give Bedsy a little more matchup weapons at his disposal.
One thing you didn't do, and this is something that I was screaming in the microphone for, was find a veteran backup goaltender. What about that guy to my left did you guys see as an organization that made you comfortable with him as your backup, and a guy who's pushing and playing his best hockey? It's a young career, but his best hockey of his career thus far. What did you see in him in the middle of the season with Colorado and the Eagles in the American League that gave you that confidence?
That's a good question.
Eustace Onnen is.
Yeah, no, I know. For the people, to your left there. Eustace has been he's been on a developmental path in the American Hockey League, and it can sometimes take goalies a while, but he's been a consistently good goalie down there. He's a big body. He's a hardworking guy, and I think I've been on record as saying, with goalies especially, at least for me, you don't know until you know sometimes, right? It's very easy to say he's going to be good, he's going to be this or that, but the NHL is a different animal, right? And I think him getting consistent reps here now, I think he gets a little more confident each time he steps on the ice, and he's facing pretty good shooters here with us in practice and getting those reps. And every night he plays, he gets a little more. I belong. I can do this, and I think sometimes that. Is it 20 games? Is it 50? Is it 100? That's sort of the when are you an NHL regular type of thing. So, but he's done a good job.
When you talk about him, compare him with Pavel Francouz, right? Because when he came into the NHL, he had played for years and years back in Europe and in the KHL, and he was a top tier goaltender in that league, but hadn't seen the pace of this league. Compare and contrast your confidence level in Eustace right now and what you saw to Pavel Francouz in his first playoff run.
Well, Pav, yeah. I mean, there's probably, like you said, Raj, Pav was probably 4 or 5 years older when he came over. So there's significant, to think where is Eustace going to be 5 years from now? With that many more games under his belt, Pav was relied on. He wasn't the biggest guy, but Pav was really high IQ for a goalie. Tremendous battle, quick. He had to play the game positionally sound, or there was potentially room up top. But Eustace is a big body, and there's not a lot of room there. So, to project him 5 years from now, I think he has starter potential. With Pav coming over, it was sort of we got this track record. He's been a good goalie over there, and we were excited to add him. But to say, did we know that he would become a guy that was going to play a big role in winning a Stanley Cup at the time? You hope, but you got to do it over here, right?
It's speaking of Eustace's his mental makeup. He seems like a tough-minded kid for as young as he is. And could you just speak to what he is mentally, day to day, and how he kind of carries himself?
I think it goes with the position, right? If you're not going to be mentally tough, that's a really hard position to play. our league, there's so many good shooters, there's so many good offensive teams, and I think you've got to be able to park, goals that go in, whether they're good or bad. And I think that's a little bit of the challenge for any goalie, but young goalies in particular. But I think he's a really quality kid. He's quiet. He works hard. I think he understands what the role is here as he's developing. It's to be available anytime, to be the guy that stays on late, to just get better every day and earn trust. Whether you're a goalie or a young Sam Malinsky or a young Foodie, you've got to earn the trust of Coach Bednar. And I think that comes by doing the right things day in, day out, on and off the ice. And then when you get, whether it's a game every 3 or 4 or 5, you play well. And I think that's what he's done, to his credit.
Your job is to evaluate professional talent, not only for your program, but for other organizations around the league. We have a historic race for MVP this year, and obviously one of your own, Nathan MacKinnon, odds-on favorite to win the Hart Trophy this year, but he's going up against a guy, Nikita Kucherov, who's got 136 points. Connor McDavid has been resurgent. He's going to put up 100-assist season this year. Austin Matthews just scored his 65th goal. He's got the most goals of any active NHL player in a single season. That includes arguably the greatest goal scorer of all time in Alex Ovechkin. Make the case for your guy for MVP as compared to those three. They are historic seasons from all three of those guys.
Yeah, there's so many good, deserving players in this league, and Sidney Crosby. What the year he's having is nuts. That's the right way to put it. All I can say is, watching our guy day in, day out, he's so good and so important to our lineup. Forget the dynamic offensive skill set that he brings. It's his competitiveness, it's his drive, it's the way he lifts the other guys around him and makes those guys better. So obviously I'm biased, but to me this has been Nathan's best year, and very well deserving.
How's Mikko?
Mikko looks good out there. Obviously we're going to be cautious. It was a big thump he took, and you don't want anything to linger, and you want to get through these regular season games. But I'm encouraged by the last few days based on how Mikko says he's feeling, and he's not going to play tonight, and then we got 3 more days off. But I think the number one priority is making sure he's fully, healthy for when he does step back on the ice.
And that's just getting through whatever the protocol says you have to get through, right? You want to be cautious, but you want to get back to being symptom free, and then you elevate the heart rate and making sure that there's no ramifications, or you might put him through the paces on Thursday morning, and then Friday does he have a headache or whatever. But we got a great medical staff, and Mikko understands the importance of not coming back too soon, and then you're out another 10 days or whatever. So, but I would say I'm encouraged by how he's been doing the last couple of days, and he's firing pucks at you, Demps, or maybe it was me. I don't know, but I think hopefully, knock wood, he'll continue to do better here as the days go on.
My question to you here is: after amazing seasons from guys like Mikko and Nate last year, and certainly this year with 130 points, and Mikko putting up another 100-point plus season, we'll have to see how many games he plays remaining in the regular season. Those two dudes get better in the playoffs. Is there another level that you see like Mikko and Nate being able to elevate their games to in a year in which we're seeing Nate put up numbers that the organization, even going back to the Quebec days, have never seen? We've never seen a 140-point season. He might do it.
Yeah, no, Raj,
how does he get better?
We don't need him to get better. Nothing Nate or Mikko do on the ice surprised me when that's how, I guess, spoiled, or, I try not to, let it get lost on you. These are world-class players, but, those guys are huge parts of what we do. And for us to have success, and they know this, they have to be the best players on the ice at the most important time of the year, and they embrace that. So we're very, very fortunate.
Val Nichushkin has had, obviously, his season arc has been a little up and down, whatever. He comes out of the players assistance program. I just want to know how proud are you of him for how he's handled everything? Yeah,
very. Forget the importance of the player is huge for us. You guys follow us. You know what he does, game in, game out. You know the impact, the areas of the ice he touches. But when he's not in the lineup, in terms of our just our on ice results and our record, it's noticeable. So. But we're talking obviously about something more than hockey, right? He's a new dad. He's got a family. It's real life stuff that he was dealing with, and just happy for him that he's in a good place, and hopefully that can continue.
You've had 2 players go through that program this year with Val and obviously Sam Girard. What's that process like from a management standpoint?
Well, number one, first and foremost, you just want the best for them, right? And I think in both cases, they got great care through the NHLPA program. They both took it seriously, and they both, realized that they're not where they want to be, right? And they want to get something under control. That's a challenge. So I'm proud of both of them. I think Sammy's come back and played really good hockey, and Val as well. So hopefully that will continue, and the hockey part will be the benefactors of.
Yeah, they take care of it. The ice is the thing that's the least of the worries. We have Coach Bednar right here in front of us, and he's been very protective. I think maybe too strong a word, but kind of that of Georgiev. How have you sorted through how Georgie's season has gone and where he is right now?
It's a good question. I think Georgie will be the first to tell you that this season has been not probably what he was hoping at times, but he's our guy. He's our number one guy. He played extremely well last year. We know there's a talented guy in there, and we're very confident that he's going to finish strong here in the regular season and play a big role for us in the playoffs.
Last one for me. Any black aces we need to be ready for in the playoffs? Are we looking at guys, a lot of people are screaming at me on the text line, ask about Kovalenko.
Yeah.
What about Kovalenko?
Yeah, Kovalenko, he's here. He's rehabbing. It's, the injury, I don't know if it was more extensive than what it was, but he's dealing with obviously a knee sprain, and those sometimes take time. And he's been off the ice, I don't even know now, but four and a half weeks. So obviously we're running out of regular season runway here, but he's doing well, and we'll continue to get updates. But they're going to make the playoffs, so hopefully they'll go on a little bit of a run too, and we're going to, unfortunately, hockey, if we do what we want to do, you saw that you're going to need depth. And Kovalenko, Foudy, Malinsky, we've seen guys come up here and step in and do a good job for us. So we'll see how this goes and how this weekend shares out, and then what that Edmonton roster looks like that night. We'll have to wait and see.
11 days away from the playoffs. Chris McFarland, GM of your Colorado Avalanche. We appreciate the time as always.
So
we can't wait to see what this team does. Ring number 2. That's what we're looking for.
One at a time. One at a time. Thanks for having me, guys.
Appreciate it.
Dempsey and Company live on ice down the penalty box ahead of Avs and Wild. 7:30 puck drop, 7 p.m. pregame show right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's a 2K Tuesday here. Dempsey and Company, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Alex Ronemi alongside Chris Dempsey. We are live, ice level from the penalty box at Ball Arena. A double dip here on Altitude Sports Radio this evening. 7:30 puck drop, 7 p.m. pregame show right here on 92.5 for the Avs and the Minnesota Wild. The Nuggets will take on the Utah Jazz in Salt Lake City this evening. A 6:30 pregame and a 7 p.m. tip. We'll get into that in a minute. We'll preview that game, talk about Aaron Gordon, Jamal Murray, sit, start, that type of thing. As we're watching pregame skate here, Mikko Rantanen taking reps as power play one. He is in a red non-contact jersey. He will not play this evening, so you can expect most likely Casey Middlestat to pop in on that power play one unit this evening. Alexander Georgiev is currently in the, and Connor McGahey, he's going to hate me for this, the starters net today, so you can expect Georgie to go again this evening.
Yeah.
Jared Bednar hinted at it last night, but we just got off our last segment with Avs GM Chris McFarland and was talking about we need to get back to who we are. And he said we are a team that slows things down when we don't have the right offensive possession.
Mm-hmm.
He also talked about how that they were way too lax defensively in front of Alexander Georgiev. And what this is telling me here is this is a prove-it game. This is the staff and the head coach going, you're our number one.
Mm-hmm.
Prove that it was us last game that screwed you and not the other way around.
Yeah, I mean, it is. And, McFarland also did say he's our guy, and he made sure that he made that pretty clear when I asked him the question about how Georgiev was playing.
Yep.
So it's, look, if that's going to be the party line, let's put it that way, if that's what it's going to be, then they have to very well do everything they can to have Georgie in the best place that he possibly can be in his headspace and in his confidence. And so what that probably just means is you got to keep rolling him out there, right? I mean, you have to. And then have him, A, start to be confident in the defensive play in front of him, but B, have everybody else understand that if things do break down on a particular possession or whatever, that it's not just going to automatically be in the back of the net. And so it's this weird kind of a twofold thing that everybody needs to be confident in everybody else. But Bedsy and McFarland super squarely behind Georgiev, so it is going to be about him making sure that he plays the type of hockey that can help the Avalanche get deep into the playoffs.
Brandon Duhaime tipping pucks here right in front of us again. Dempsey and Company live from ice level before Avs and Wild this evening. Duhaime's been up and down the lineup. He's been an excellent addition for McFarland and Jared Bednar on this roster. I want to switch over to the Nuggets tonight. 7 p.m. tip again in Salt Lake City, a team that they should wallop after coming off of a 30-point victory against the Atlanta Hawks. The Nuggets got right when they had everyone back in this lineup. They had guys slotting in. You talked to Coach Malone yesterday about how much it means to have Reggie Jackson being on that second unit, right? Not playing the Jamal Murray role so that you can go through your full rotation. I want to talk about that player in particular in Jamal and Aaron Gordon. What's the difference in sit versus start with them going into this final 4 games?
It's a good question. I'm most interested to see what they do with Aaron Gordon. If he doesn't play today, I would bet a lot that he plays tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Like if he's not playing today, it's hey, let's just get one more day of rest for you for the bigger game, which is against the Timberwolves tomorrow. Or it could just be, we have seen these instances where they'll sit Aaron Gordon for a game. He'll just come right back and play all the rest of the games. And what he just really needed was a night off. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes down. Jamal, I would just expect that now he plays every single game the rest of this of the year, which is only obviously, 4.
Is there a minutes cap?
Yes, still, And they didn't. And look, the beauty of the game the other night, Raj, was that he only played 21. He only had to play 21 minutes, and they had that game was put away so early that he got really good work in, 16 points in 21 minutes, and got off the court. They never even had to get to his minutes restriction threshold, which I'm going to guess right now somewhere between 25 and 28 minutes per game, and Look, that minutes restriction will exist today in Utah, so the Nuggets will have to do everything they can to be in the lead and playing really well when he's on the court because, far be it for them to push him beyond that risk, re-injury risk, further injury. So he's going to have to do whatever he can do in the minutes allotted for him tonight.
Obviously, we're not going to know until after the play and who the Nuggets are going to be facing off on in this first round. They're likely going to be the 1 or the 2 seed in the Western Conference, especially if you can find a way to beat Utah. And this is a game that you should have if you want the 1 seed in home court. You have to win.
Yeah.
If you want home court and you lose this game, it's not going to happen. It simply won't happen. Minnesota will take that away from you, and maybe OKC will jump you from behind. But this is one of those games that if you want the pick of the litter, if you want to take on, Sacramento or LA, I'd rather take on LA in the first round as an 8 seed going up against a 1.
Yeah.
This is a game you must have. We don't know what's going to happen there. If you had to hand pick your best opponent for Minnesota and Oklahoma City to have to go through in round 1, right? Like the worst matchup for those 2 teams, the biggest opportunity for them to get knocked out in the first round, who would it be?
I think maybe Oklahoma City's kind of staring at a team they don't want to play in the first round in the Phoenix Suns. Let's see. Phoenix is two games back of Dallas. Yeah. So, or you know what? Actually, either or in this case. The Pelicans are also sitting right there, 8 games back, tied with Phoenix. I don't think Oklahoma City wants to see either one of those 2 teams, but I would say Phoenix more so than the Pelicans just because Phoenix will have had the guys that are able to just kind of turn that up. Phoenix will have played the role kind of like Golden State did against Sacramento last year, which is, okay, older team, but super experienced versus younger team, probably better talent overall, but experience can be taken advantage of by the older experienced team. And so I think for Oklahoma City, that team is most certainly Phoenix. And so I would think that would they think that they could beat Phoenix? Yeah. They would look at themselves and say we're more talented, but the top-end talent with the Suns combined with the finals experience with 2 of those players is what would give them pause.
I look at what we saw last year between Sacramento and Golden State.
Exactly
where
right.
you had an up-and-coming team that maybe barely outperformed expectation during the regular season, but were certainly the better team on paper as compared to Kings versus Warriors. I see the same thing with Oklahoma City right now, maybe not so much in Phoenix, a team that they've struggled with a lot this year, and I don't think they're dangerous at all. That's the LA Lakers. If you're looking at a team that needs to take away Oklahoma City, I think it's either LA or Golden State.
Yeah, the issue just with the Lakers maybe have a better chance to do that because they're only a game and a half out of that 6th spot, even as they sit right now in 9. But they will have to win. But they would have to win all the games left. Like the Lakers would have to win all the games left, and then you have to have these teams that are above them lose for them to get in that spot. But yes, I mean, a team like the Lakers would be very dangerous, because look, LeBron and AD, when they are on the court, they are playing at a very high level, and they seem to have gotten some of the role player situations kind of sorted out, at least in a better space than what it was a couple of months ago. So they would be more dangerous to a team like Oklahoma City. But yes, that's the profile of the team that I think would be the most dangerous, which is veteran team, maybe not a total title contender anymore, but certainly good enough still to win a round in the playoffs. And is that round going to be against you? You know what I'm saying? So, yes, that's absolutely the profile.
Between L.A. and Golden State, the Lakers and Golden State, the Clippers are in a completely different stratosphere as compared to their in-city, their in-arena rivals. Who's got the best chance to win a first-round matchup if they don't have to knock each other out?
I think the Lakers do. Because I just think the Lakers will be in a situation. I actually think they're just a better basketball team, to be honest with you. If I just had to bottom line it, Golden State Steph Curry puts good performances on the court pretty much all the time, but that's about it in terms of consistent performances that you're going to get out of Golden State players on a night-to-night basis. Clay's no longer consistent. Draymond's no longer consistent. Kuminga is probably the next most consistent player on that team, but he's still super young and trying to figure out his ultimate role right now with that team. And so I don't think that the Lakers have those same issues. I think they know that LeBron and AD are going to give them a performance. D'Angelo Russell has been really good for them in the second half of the season, the post-All-Star break portion of the season. Austin Reeves has started to spot in more good games, certainly than he did prior to the trade deadline, which one of the reasons why the Lakers were so average is because this player, who honestly played well against the Nuggets in that series last year that they lost, got swept, didn't even play close to that most of the time in the trade deadline, prior to the trade deadline portion of the season. He's been a lot better more often in that second. So just the players, the support players are better and they're more consistent, which I just think lends that to being a tougher team to have to handle in a playoff scenario.
Nuggets and Jazz at it tonight from Salt Lake City, 6:30 p.m. pregame show on AM 950. The Avs will take on division rival Minnesota this evening. 7 p.m. pregame show on altitude 92.5 FM. They have a chance to end Minnesota's season. About a week ago, they essentially did that, but statistically, you can bar them from the playoffs with a victory this evening. Avs faithful, do you want to take the first step in becoming an Avs season ticket member? Memberships are sold out at this time, so the best chance to get one is by placing your deposit and joining the A-List membership waitlist. The A-List membership provides exclusive member benefits, including playoff presale access for each round and first access to memberships as they become available. Head to coloradoavalanche.com/waitlists to learn more. Alex Ryanemi, Chris Dempsey will take you through a hot lap on the NHL next. We'll also get through the NFL draft. Nelly's NFL notes are at 11:20. Make sure you guys text in 303-504-0925 with your favorite 90s and 2000 songs, because it's a 2K Tuesday. spot on tune for 2K Tuesday after an eclipse. Were you able to get outside and watch the eclipse? Or was...
Yeah, so after yesterday's show, we kind of meandered out, and there were a few of the employees out there with the glasses.
Torched your corneas?
I always want to. The more somebody tells me not to do something, the more I want it. I'm like a 4-year-old, right? It's just like, don't look directly into the sun. Of course, I want to look directly into the sun, but I actually used the glasses, and it was great.
I feel like I'm Mr. Negative all day today. The NCAA tournament ends. I go, that really wasn't for me. And yesterday, I looked up into the sun with, a welder's glass, and I went, it's not really for me either.
Got to get the glass half full. The glass has to be half full.
You will eventually rub off on me. There's been years and years of this negativity building up for no particular reason. I've got a wonderful life. I really do. This is my job. I talk into a microphone for God's sake.
Yeah,
you will rub off on me. I will be cheery and happy. And listen, you would have been happy. I know that the Avs lost their last game to Dallas, but did you see my experiment that I did?
What did you do?
Positive tweets only.
Yes, yeah, I did notice.
Positive tweets only. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us. And guess what? Because we're down on ice level, Mikko Rantanen zipping through the neutral zone right in front of us in a non-contact red jersey, goes far side, but the save made by Justus Annunen looks great. Will not play tonight. Concussion protocol. He's sitting out. We're going to get you guys into tonight's game.
Yes.
We're giving away a pair of tickets right now, and all you have to do is text the word BOX, B-O-X, that's BOX, to 303-504-0925 with your first and your last name, and you could be coming tonight to a division rivalry game, 7:30 puck drop, 7 p.m. pregame show right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Once again, that is the word BOX, B-O-X, because Dempsey and I are down here through noon in the penalty box. Let's get to our NHL Hot Lap.
Dempsey and Company present the hottest headlines on 200 feet of ice.
Driving, way fast.
Let's take a lap around the NHL with Raj.
All right, Demps, we do this every single Tuesday, a little bit late since we had Chris McFarland, Avs GM, on with us. Wonderful interview. If you guys missed any of that, just search Dempsey and Company wherever you get your podcasts. You can listen back to it. Really good insight on Mikko, on where he thinks the team is at, his confidence in Alexander Georgiev.
Yeah.
I asked him about this, and this is where I'll start my NHL Hot Lap. We have a historic race for MVP this year, the Hart Trophy. Nikita Kucherov has 136 points, leading the race in the Art Ross, which is given out to most points by a scorer in the regular season. He's trailed by Nathan MacKinnon, 3 points shy of that at 133. Connor McDavid's about to put up a 100-assist season and has 130 points himself. And then all the way back in sixth place at 102 points is a guy who might score 70 goals this year in Austin Matthews. And we asked him to make his case for Nathan MacKinnon. And his case was basically this, was you don't think that he can elevate his game anymore, and you don't think he can score more, but he does. And then you look at his defensive metrics this year. Out of those players, far and away the best 5-on-5 defensive player, which has not been the calling card for Nathan MacKinnon yet this season.
Yeah.
I thought that was really telling of, and this is a guy, granted, he has a horse in this race.
Yes.
He owns the horse.
Right.
His job is to professionally evaluate pro hockey players. I think it would be hard for him not to choose a guy like MacKinnon, seeing his overall game, if he wasn't tied to the Avs.
Yeah, I mean, he basically called this season MacKinnon's best in his career. And I think it has everything to do with not just what he has brought from a production standpoint, but exactly what you talked about with the defensive metrics as well. And when you're putting an all-around effort on the ice for the entirety of the season, I mean, let's just be honest here. With the personnel losses kind of in and outs, that the Avs have had all season long, the only really, they were able to tread water in some of these cases because MacKinnon has been so great. I mean that is the reason why they continued to kind of find themselves within striking distance. Is kind of the reason also why for the longest time Vegas would never let go of the Avs, no matter what the tough stretch that they were going through. They never let go of them as the Stanley Cup or one of the Stanley Cup favorites. And so, yeah, man, I would give it to McKinnon. Obviously, I'm biased here as well, but I don't think I'm dumb. You don't. You can see some other players having great seasons as well, but you know what you have right here in Nathan.
He's the most balanced out of all of those players. I think. Certainly, McDavid has been the hottest out of the four guys that I mentioned. Again, McDavid, Kucherov, McKinnon, and Austin Matthews up there in Toronto. McDavid has been the hottest in the second half of the season. He's doing amazing things in terms of sharing the puck and getting Edmonton back into a real position of power in the Pacific Division this year. Kucherov, without him in Tampa Bay, and Tampa Bay is turning a leaf right now. Like, I think if you look at the teams in the Eastern Conference that nobody wants to play, Tampa's the team. And it's not just because, well, they've been there, they've done that, they went to 3 straight Stanley Cup finals. They're starting to look like they did 2 and 3 seasons ago. And the past couple of seasons for the Lightning, it felt like their foot was off the gas for a little bit.
Well, yeah. I mean, they're probably tired.
I agree, and I think you could look at Nikita Kucherov and say, well, he's dragging them to be one of the most feared teams in the Eastern Conference right now. That is the case for Nikita Kucherov outside of just putting up ridiculous numbers with 136 points. I think Matthews is the farthest behind. Right, he already has an award for scoring more than anyone else. That's the Rocket Richard. He's going to do that, and he's putting up a season that we haven't seen in 20 years. Right. A guy like Alexander Ovechkin's the only other one to have had a 65-goal season of active NHL players. And Ovi's going to go down as the greatest goal scorer of all time. Like, that should have an accolade with it. He's just not as much of a complete player as Nathan MacKinnon is. And the one thing to boot, and this is a regular season award, but it's impossible to keep this thought process out of the minds of the voters. Nathan MacKinnon's one of the greatest postseason performers in the history of the NHL. Yeah. And I think that you're going to have some of those guys go, he's doing this in the regular season, and he doesn't really give a damn about the regular season. I think that's where McKinnon's going to get the edge if he continues to put up the points. Certainly if he breaks the Quebec in the Colorado record for most points in a season, 139 currently set by Peter Stastny. As we look at the NHL standings right now, Avs are pretty much locked into either the 2 or the 3 seed in the Western Conference's Central Division. Dallas is running away with this after that win a couple of nights ago at 107 points. You're still technically alive. You basically have to win out, and Dallas has to lose out for that to really happen. There's a couple of scenarios, but for the sake of argument, Dallas gets the 1 seed. You have to worry about the Winnipeg Jets right now, not playing their best hockey as of late. So much like the Avs, like, you're kind of floundering going into the postseason. I look at Winnipeg and I go, that's the Seattle Kraken with a Vezina goaltender. Mm-hmm. They are balanced. I wouldn't say they're as overly physical as Seattle was last year, but what we learned from the Avs last season is if you're not healthy and you don't have everyone in the lineup, you can lose to anyone now. Take that Seattle Kraken team and put the best goaltender in the world on them. Right. Is that a 7-game series? Maybe not.
Well,
but if you put Val Nichushkin and Cale Makar in the lineup the entire time,
could be different.
I still think he can probably beat him.
And so what the pressure that it puts on the Avs here, especially tonight against the Wild, is like Winnipeg has a game in hand. And they are 2 points behind with what would be home ice advantage for them if they are able to catch and pass you for second in the division. And so, look, in order for the goalie portion of this to be more suppressed than you just have to have home ice advantage here. And so I just think it's this game is so very important, Raj, because you're playing Winnipeg coming up here in short order. And if you are coming off a loss, going into that game with all of the stakes that would have, it's every bit as big a game as the Nuggets and the Minnesota Timberwolves. And I just want to see them win for just a couple. We want to see them to play the right way, and McFarland had said that to us. I don't know if that was off the air or on the air, to be honest with you. That he just wants to see this team get back to who they are. So let's start there. Hopefully that results in a victory. keep your home ice advantage, over Winnipeg, and then take that team on and let the chips fall where they may.
As we continue to look at trends throughout the NHL as it pertains to the Avs and certainly to the Wild tonight, Minnesota they're 4-6 in their last 10, right? And their only 4 wins are against Chicago, Ottawa, San Jose, and Anaheim. Those are 4 teams that will be picking in the lottery this season. So, despite having 4 wins in their last 10, which is for a team that's going to miss the playoffs this year and be, the 9, 10, 11 seed in the Western Conference, that's about what you expect out of them, is to be 500, just above or just below at any point in a 10-game stretch this season. But if you look at them in their last 10-game stretch, the only teams that they have beaten are bad hockey teams. Ahead of that, they have a win against Arizona, a bad hockey team. Their last really good win was Nashville in overtime back on Saturday, March 10th. They don't have a win against a playoff team outside of that Nashville win other than Edmonton going back almost 2 months now. Right?
Yeah.
So this is a team that you want to get right. This is a get-right game. And while I'm the guy that looks at Jared Bednar's decision the other night in playing Alexander Georgiev as the wrong message to send to the team because he hasn't been as good, I understand the reason why he did it, and I also understand the reason why they're going back to him tonight.
Yeah.
Right? If it's a get-right game, it's a get-right game for everyone.
Right.
Not just the skaters. It's a get-right game for the goaltender as well.
Yeah, and look, you want him to be in a more confident space, and it doesn't feel as if he is in the most confident space that he could be in, and for a variety of reasons. And so, that's why you roll him out here today. Obviously, you're going to get, 3 days off before the Winnipeg game. You hope that he shows well here tonight, is able to start trending back in the right direction. And because you're going to need him. Look, both Bedsy and Chris McFarland here today with us said that he is their guy. And if you're going to be publicly supportive that way, then you have to also be willing to put him out there and just look and give him the put him in the space to be his most confident, successful self, and hope that he takes it and runs with it. So we'll see what happens here with him. We have Justus Annunen standing still over here. In the rink, and it's so we'll see. I'm choosing not to be concerned about it, Raj. It's a choice.
Dallas looks like they're going to be matched up against the Vegas Golden Knights. Vegas is currently the wild card 2 spot. Nashville has a 2-point lead on them. However, Vegas a game in hand against Nashville. So if they started tomorrow, Dallas would win the Central Division, and their prize would be the defending Stanley Cup champion Vegas Golden Knights, who are inching closer and closer to a full bill of health. So I suppose looking at this result from a couple of nights ago against Dallas might not have been the worst thing for the Avs. Granted, they're not playing good hockey. You want them to find themselves, just like McFarland said a few minutes ago. But if the result is you go through Winnipeg while having home ice advantage, and then Dallas and Vegas beat each other up, and I would argue, the 2 biggest roadblocks to the Avs getting back to the Stanley Cup final would be in that first round, and one of them's going home.
Yeah.
And that thing's not going to be a 4-game series. That thing's not going to be a 5-game series. That is a 6-7 game rock'em sock'em heavyweight bout. You're a better team than Winnipeg is. If you go into the postseason playing the right way, and Georgiev gets back to who he was after the All-Star break, before this latest dip, I think Winnipeg's a team that you can dispatch in 5, most likely 6 games, and then you're sitting for a couple of days watching a bloodbath ensue between the 2 most dangerous teams in the Western Conference.
Okay, so I have 2 questions on that. One, isn't Winnipeg not a place that the Avs play very well?
No, it's not. It's not a place where no one really loves to go up to Manitoba. It's not a fun place.
Right.
I sound like Stephen A., but it's not great.
It's not Miami. But so, look, the only thing that gives me a little bit of pause is I think we know just exactly how talented and where we think the Avs can go. But also they have shown us these instances, a lot of instances of just not playing the way they want to play. And we watched them against the Seattle Kraken team that I think a great many people thought they should roll right through in about 5 or 6 games. And they did not do that. And so I wonder, and especially if the goalie is much better this time around.
Although Grubauer played to like Vezina standards last year.
Oh, he played great.
The Avs.
Yeah, no, he did. He played great. But I don't think there's a single round where I wouldn't be surprised if the Avs went 6 or 7 games against that team, including the first round.
If they win a cup this year, you will not play only 20 games.
Right.
It will not be 16-4.
Right.
Like this will be more than likely if you're going to win a cup, it's a 16-8 run.
Right.
Like you're going to lose a few games here and there. You're going to have to go 7 against someone, if not multiple teams. You think about that dominant 2001 team. They had to go 7 games.
Yeah.
You had to go 7 games against LA that year.
Yeah.
Right. And St. Louis was a miserable team to play against as well.
Right.
And they were dominant, arguably one of the greatest put together rosters of all time.
Mm-hmm.
And they had to go multiple game 7s and 6s in that cup run. He's Chris Dempsey. I'm Alex Ryanemi. If you want tickets to tonight's Avalanche game, text the word BOX, BOX, to 303-504-0925 with your first and your last name. We're giving away a pair of tickets coming up at 11:45 on the other side. Steve Nelson's NFL Notes are next. Altitude 92.5, live from the box, ice level at Ball Arena. Alex Ryanemi alongside Chris Dempsey. Jesse Trujillo engineering the program out here at Ball Arena as well. But back to the studios, Steven Nelson, time to go around the gridiron with your NFL notes. What you got, Nelly?
Here's a public service announcement that affects the AFC West. Do you guys remember that Chiefsaholic superfan who had the big following on social media and he committed a string of robberies? You remember that guy?
I sure do.
Well, a judge just ordered him to pay $10.8 million to a bank teller in Oklahoma that he threatened with a gun 2 years ago. Now, you may be asking yourself, does this dude have $10.8 million lying around? He absolutely does not. He was unemployed and he was living out of cars at the time of his crimes. But the lawyer who represented the bank teller said, the point is he'll never be able to make a profit from this. Say he writes a book in prison. Say he does a Lifetime or a Hallmark movie. Anything he obtains from that will be paid to his creditors. So my PSA is, don't do this, guys. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. He hasn't even been sentenced yet. He's still being held in federal prison, and his sentencing is coming in July. So things could go from worse to even worse for the Chiefsaholic.
How valuable do you think Chiefsaholic's wolf suit is right now? Like, does that even put a dent in the $10.8 million?
$12, right?
Come on. There's some weirdo superfan KC that would love to have a piece of that history and be able to tell his kids, you know what I got?
Yeah. You know what?
I got Chiefsaholic wolf costume in my basement. Okay. This guy's rotting away in prison for 20 years.
Okay, no, I'm going to play along with this. How is it worth $1,000?
I think it would fetch $1,000.
Can you fetch 10? What's the number where it's like,
I
okay,
have
but
no idea how to appraise used mascot costumes. Like, I have got the Gary costume that I wore at the Nuggets parade last year on top of the fire on top of the fire truck.
Yes.
Is stuffed into the corner of my desk at KSE Radio.
So it is definitely worth 75 cents.
Right. So if we're appraising that at 75, it's probably zero. What first came to mind was $10,000 that some idiot would pay $10,000 for that.
Okay, so if it's $10,000, then you still owe $10.8 million.
It's not making a dent.
It's not even making a dent. So look to Nelly's point, write the book. That's the first thing you have to do, because that would make a dent in it. And then you sell the book rights to make the movie. And then maybe you actually put yourself back into the black.
So the guy was a scumbag, don't get me wrong. But I don't think the story is wild enough for it to actually make money. Like, if this dude had, and I hate to put it this way, if this dude had killed someone in a bank robbery, then you can make a movie about it. Then you can make a documentary about it and actually make some money on it. The dude was just an idiot and got caught robbing a bank while armed. And that's the end of the story.
Should... like the ID channels do a documentary on it?
Maybe. Like, I watched Money Heist on Netflix, and that thing was in Spanish.
Right. I mean, oh, man, this guy.
Nelly, what's next?
I was going to say, though, what would sell it for me is the name. What would the Chiefsaholic Hallmark Lifetime movie be named? That's because when you're scrolling through Netflix and you see the name that pops, that's what gets you to watch it. Something like Ousted from the Tribe, the Chiefsaholic story.
Well, he's from St. Louis. Are there cities? I need a W city in Missouri.
Oh,
do we know any cities that begin with
W in
I don't know any cities in Missouri, period.
The Wolf of Waynesville.
The Wolf of Wichita? I know that's Kansas.
Yeah, sure, I'll take Wichita. The Wolf of Wichita. There you go. That's it. That's the name.
Bingo. I'm sold.
What's next, Nelly?
All right, somebody who's legally trying to obtain more money is CeeDee Lamb. The Cowboys wide receiver is heading into the 5th and final year of his rookie contract, and there's no extension on the table currently. So according to Michael Gelkin of the Dallas Morning News, Lamb could be expected to skip voluntary work and may even hold out of mandatory work if an extension does not come down the line soon.
I mean, if they're not going to extend the quarterback, are they really going to extend you? That's the question.
It's a good question.
That's the question that's leading a lot of Broncos fans right now to figure out what they're going to do in the draft, right? Is if one of those wideouts drops down to number 12, who is who should be the fix to the miss that was Jerry Jeudy.
Yeah.
How could you select a pass catcher without the quarterback? Same thing goes in Dallas.
Yes.
You're not going to extend Dak Prescott, but you're going to extend CeeDee Lamb? That doesn't make much sense.
Yeah, and it would say, but Raj, if they did that, that would say everything you need to know about what they think about Dak.
You
right?
run if you're Dak.
Yeah.
So I don't think they're going to do it. I think they're going to let both of these guys run out the string, and if it works, it works. If not, Jerry somehow at this stage in his life is going to hit the reset button.
Which he, if he has to do that. Look, the reason why, and this is the reason why Dak's not going really probably anywhere, because he doesn't know where he would get a player that is better is not the word, like more apt to get them to an actual Super Bowl. Like, where is he finding that quarterback? He is old. I mean, like, that's just all there is to it. And he doesn't have this many more seasons left in him. So he's got to get this thing fixed, and he's got to fix it now, and he's got to get himself back to a Super Bowl. Ultimately, what I think is going to happen here is they'll sign both of those players because they have let go of some other talent to, I think, be able to do that. They didn't do much in free agency at all, much to the chagrin of a lot of the Cowboys fans. But I think the bigger picture in mind for them is because they know they have these bills due with CeeDee Lamb and then Dak Prescott. So I think ultimately they both get signed.
Both get signed? Where are you going to find the money? That's $90 million a year of average annual value.
They'll get it. They'll find it.
You have
the
to
salary. Remember, the NFL salary cap went up by $30 million in
gut
one
that
season.
roster to keep both of those players.
Well, think about this. I mean, they have already lost a bunch of players and didn't really sign anybody else. I mean, I think I think that they knew that what they had to do with these two guys, and they started that process already, is what I think. And look, if the NFL salary cap is going to do something similar next year, then now to give them even more wiggle room to be able to do something, and then you just draft whoever they need to draft this year. I mean, they let Pollard walk. I mean, they're just going to draft a running back. They're just going to draft a bunch of young talent to be able to pay their most expensive talent.
Man, I don't know how they're going to be able to do it. They have a lot of contracts coming off the books, but they're sitting at $190 million right now of average annual value. And you're going to have to add 90 into that, and that will be over the cap.
They don't have to do anything with Dak right now. And if CeeDee Lamb wants to hold out and they want to appease him and like sign him to something, okay, cool. What that looks like is probably remember all the wide receivers last year, they got like $25 million a year, $20 million a year, what it was. Excuse me. I think that is probably what you're adding in.
If you look at the wide receivers who are making the most money in the NFL right now, it's Devontae Adams at 28 average, Tyreek's making 30, A.J. Brown's making 25. He's in the conversation with 1,800 yards and 12 touchdowns. He is, without a doubt, a top 5 wide receiver in the NFL in terms of production. He costs $30 million. That's what he costs. He doesn't cost 20, he costs 30 per year.
Yeah, let's see. What, CeeDee Lamb?
By this time next year, if he puts up another season,
yeah,
that's who he is.
That contract doesn't have to start till next season, right?
Nope.
There you go.
Nelly, what you got next, man?
Reminder that this segment is brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. Now, for my NFL draft note, I want to talk a bit about J.J. McCarthy. He recently chatted with ESPN and talked about his pregame routine and the way that he gets centered. And he likes to meditate for half an hour before games while wearing his noise-canceling headphones, and then he puts on his favorite artist to keep the good times rolling. Never in 1 million years could I have guessed the singer on J.J. McCarthy's pregame playlist. Take it from the man himself.
What I listen to when I meditate are these certain frequencies, that help tune a certain type of consciousness that I want to set myself up for. Everything's a vibration. After that, I just play Bob Marley. I'd say my favorite Bob Marley song has got to be Jamin. It's something that, gets me in the right state of being that just sets me up for, complete response to every situation that I'm going to face on the field and come from a calm center that, helps me perform at my best.
I love this so much.
Hold on. I love the fact that he listens to Bob Marley and just gets into like a chilled out state of of zen before a game. I actually do enjoy that.
Right.
But how much of a douche do you have to be to call Jammin Jamin?
This is negative Raj coming back out again.
Without a doubt it is. It's like saying you're going to Paris, France, and saying I'm going to Paris. Shut up.
This is your Mac Jones moment all over again.
It
Mac
is.
Jones says to us, "Hey, I like to rap," and I listen to that. You're like, "No, that's like all what. Of course, that's what you want to do."
You're a white
Jamin.
kid from Illinois, Jamin. He's the idiot that goes to the Bahamas when he's 13 years old with his family for vacation and comes back with braided cornrows.
Well, he's living the life, man. He's living the life. I love this.
Tell me I'm not
you know
right.
What, JJ McCarthy? I am starting to come full circle on you, my guy.
And by
Don't
the
get me
way-
wrong. I like the idea, but don't be that guy.
Well,
Don't
and
be that guy.
His love for Bob runs so deep that he actually has a little golden retriever puppy named Marley, named after Bob.
Oh, this is so good.
He's not named after the dog that died in Marley and Me?
First of all, spoiler alert. Second of all, it is named after Bob. Can confirm.
I'm on a roll today, fellas.
Raj, you know, we got.
The road to positivity does not start today.
It does not.
It can start tonight after the Avs beat the Wild, but it does not start now. Nelly, what's next?
Let's see if you're more excited about the Broncos drafting a pass rusher than you are about Bob Marley. Laiatu Latu, the edge rusher out of UCLA, is
so
going on
good.
all of his pre-draft meetings right now. He met with the Bears yesterday, and he's meeting with the Vikings today. Tomorrow, he's going to move to the Valley of the Sun and visit with the Arizona Cardinals. And reports say he has already met with the Broncos. So does an edge rusher move the needle for you guys in the draft?
That one does. That one does. Raj, he is a beast. He is a beast. Man, you know, it's all I think with these situations. Okay, because I am a quarterback first guy, these all these visits by all these really great players that are not quarterbacks, they hurt my soul. They hurt my soul because you can't put your attention squarely into getting one of these really good players that you should be able to get in any other year because you need a quarterback. Okay, I'm going to get into my own Zen state right now. I love that player. I really do. Yeah, thank you. Nelly, thank you. Because I need to be in that state of Zen. Because when I think about the Broncos situation right now and the quarterback situation that is preventing them from getting another top flight player at any other position that they also need, it just burns me up. That's where I get to glass half empty, Raj. But not today. I'm going glass half full.
If I can't get upset about Michael Penix's injury history, I therefore have to be excited about the fact that they might be able to get a guy like Latu. And do I like him at 12? I don't think I do. I like him as an opportunity to trade back, right? But you have to sell that to the fan base. If you're going to trade back and get an edge rusher, you have to sell it to the fan base that this isn't Bradley Chubb all over again. We're not going to part ways with him and send this guy to Miami because the team isn't good enough to have a luxury item on the team, which is what an edge rusher is. Do they need elite talent at that position? Yes, they do. But I don't believe that you can sit at 12 and take edge rusher and convince the fan base that it was the right decision when you could have taken a quarterback there or could have traded back in the draft to get more opportunities when it is, and I'm taking Jeff Legwold, his expertise on face here, which I think many people should, it's a deep edge rusher draft.
Yeah, it is a deep edge rusher draft. Man, I like that player. I really do. I just think that the quarterback is where you got to go first, and especially can you imagine what it's going to be around here if it doesn't even matter how talented the player is. If you don't come out with a quarterback that we feel like can lead this football team into the future, do you understand what the fan base is going to do?
Yeah, you have to get one here.
Yeah.
I don't know if you need one at 12, but you have to have some sort of this is the future plan.
Yeah.
And whether that is Penix in the second round or Bo Nix in the second round or at the end of the first, you have to come out with a quarterback. You must
have
do
to.
it.
You have to. And Nelly, that's why that's too bad. You know, with players like this because
there's a lot of amazing players. It's not just Latu.
Right. No,
right?
it's true.
It's
Yeah.
Jared Verse, the edge rusher
Verse,
out of Florida State. It's
Yeah.
Quinyon Mitchell, the corner out of Toledo. It's
Yeah.
a possible tight end of the future in Brock Bowers. There is a glut of players at 12
Yeah.
that you're in a situation that you might have to pass on all those guys because you've bungled the quarterback situation for so many years.
Right. And that, Raj, is why I had to get into a Spaces In. Right there.
He's Chris Dempsey. I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy. We are live at Ball Arena. Ice level in the penalty box. We're watching the Minnesota Wild take pregame skate here. Avs looked great. Mikko Rantanen partook in pregame skate in a red non-contact jersey. He skated a ton afterward. He looks fast. He looks great. He's not going to play this evening, however. All right, so no Mikko Rantanen. Alexander Georgiev is your starter this evening. 7:30 puck drop, 7 p.m. pregame show on Altitude 92.5. We are giving you a chance to win tickets tonight. One pair of tickets given away at 11:45. All you have to do, text the word BOX, B-O-X, BOX, to 303-504-0925. Nelly, we'll see you on the other side. 2K Tuesday wrapping up. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside Christopher Dempsey down at ice level, freezing our toes off before Avs and the Minnesota Wild. 7:30 p.m. pregame, 7:30 p.m. puck drop, 7 p.m. pregame right here on 92.5. It's a double dip. the Nuggets will be on.
I haven't said that one time today.
No, you've been really good,
Yeah.
and you are far less layered than I am today. You are growing in terms of your ability to withstand the cold. I am not growing in terms of my ability to turn my mindset positive. We've learned that today. So you are a better human than I am. Nuggets will be against the Utah Jazz tonight in Salt Lake City, 6:30 pregame and a 7 p.m. tip on AM 950. I don't necessarily care about pregaming or previewing tonight's game. Right? Like, this is a game you should win. You have everyone healthy. There's a bunch of guys day to day on the injury list, but there's news coming out of the Denver Nuggets division and a main playoff competitor in the Minnesota Timberwolves. What is it?
So over the weekend, there was a report yesterday that Karl-Anthony Towns could come back before the end of the regular season. And here's why that's significant. They obviously are playing tonight at Washington at the same time as the Nuggets are playing in Utah. But they only have 3 games after that. Next game is against the Nuggets. And then the Suns, I believe they end the season with the Suns and somebody else. But I wonder if the first game he comes back won't be tomorrow against the Nuggets. And they have played without him for 16 games now. And they have played well without him, just to be honest with you. They're 11-5 without him in that span. Naz Reid and everybody else who has, could kind of taken on the lion's share of his production, really played well in that stretch. Anthony Edwards obviously was great. But, man, the initial thought process when he first went down was that he wasn't coming back until sometime in the playoffs.
Right.
So he had a scrimmage with the basketball team with the Timberwolves over the weekend. That went really well, and so now it's just a matter of when they want to bring him back. Well, there's only 3 more chances to do that, and one enormous game against the Nuggets if they want to roll him out there. So we shall see. That would be an enormous player to get back for them. Right at the right time.
Maybe I'm just a small-brained individual, and I'm sure the text line agrees with that thought process and that assessment of me. If that's the case, and that's a playoff game. Like, that's playoff game number 1 if you want the number 1 seed in the West.
Yep.
Do you proactively sit one of your bigs? Like, do you sit Aaron Gordon down tonight? Or do you put a minutes restriction, a heavy minutes restriction on Nikola Jokic? Like, this is one of the games where DeAndre Jordan plays 18 minutes, plays 20 minutes, which, we don't see.
Yeah.
Because you have this worry of Karl-Anthony Towns comes back tomorrow. Both of these teams will be playing on a back-to-back, right? Minnesota plays this evening, and they host the Wizards. So they have you have 2 cupcakes that you play against.
Yes.
If all is the same, you win both games. Minnesota is then more rested by having Cat in the lineup and not having played the night before.
Yeah.
Do you allow that to mess with your lineup this evening? Because I think I would.
Yeah, especially given your opponent, right? I think in the case of Aaron Gordon, that would mean that even if he thinks 10% of him doesn't feel right, then you just sit him out. You know what I'm saying? Like, instead of because you know that you'll get him back and you'll need him back the next night against a very big opponent. So I think that's the only way it would impact lineups for tonight. But if he says to you he's ready to go, then you got to play him. You got to put him out on the court, because if you lose tonight, then tomorrow becomes a moot point. Just to be honest with you, if you lose tonight, look, if the Nuggets lose tonight, I wouldn't be surprised if they sat a couple of guys tomorrow against Minnesota, because it won't matter.
What, you just lock into the 3 seed then?
Yeah, because it just wouldn't matter. I mean, Minnesota would be. I mean, if you beat them tomorrow, if you lost tonight, they won tonight, and they go up a game on you, and even if you beat them tomorrow, they're still holding the tiebreaker over you with 2 games left. What are we really talking about, But I think this is an Aaron Gordon, he'll tell them if he's ready to roll, and if he is, then he'll play tonight.
But you still should win that game without AG.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, this is a game that if Aaron Gordon sits, or if you put Nikola Jokic on
all over again, right?
On a 15 or a 20-minute cap tonight, you should win the game, and you should be in really good shape going up against Minnesota tomorrow. I think that's what the Avs are doing right now with Rantanen.
Yeah.
Listen, we watched him out. He skated for damn near 90 minutes this morning. Mikko was the last guy off the ice, and he was doing conditioning. Normally, the last guy off the ice for the Avs is Andrew Cogliano. Mikko was out there far longer than Cogliano was today.
Yep.
And he looked quick. He ran with power play 1. This was a full practice for Mikko Rantanen, despite being in a red non-contact jersey. And the thought process from Chris McFarland when we talked to him, Demps, and you asked the question was, well, he's got to go through the protocol. And I think this was a blessing in disguise where you don't have to let people know we're sitting Mikko because we don't need to play Mikko.
Right, and you have, 3 more days off. So, this, cool. Can you beat Minnesota without him? Yeah, you should. And then you can bring him back, for the Winnipeg game, especially given what we saw from him on the ice today. So, I mean, the Avs do this thing where, one player comes back, one player goes away, and hopefully that can stop. But certainly, I mean, to your point, I mean, he looks great out here. Also, this, Raj, McFarland mentioned, we were talking about having the Justus Annunen discussion with him, and he said something that, the light bulb in my head went off. I'm like, oh, yeah, why wouldn't I ever think about that in the first place, which is there couldn't be a better team to have to learn how to stop shots against than,
without a doubt,
this one. McKinnon and Makar and Rantanen and these guys shooting pucks at you, and if you're stopping these guys, everything else outside of this is cake.
You know what's funny? You say that about the Avs. I think that way about the Nuggets, and when I get really upset with their second rotation defense and they let big leads go away, I have the same thought process is, you're the scout team against the best starting 5 in the NBA.
Yeah.
You should be way better.
Yeah.
I have that thought process all the time. When big leads evaporate, I go, you're coached by Michael Malone.
Yeah.
You're going against Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic, who's going to win a 3rd MVP this year and one of the best. It seems such a slap in the face to call Aaron Gordon a role player or KCP a role player, but that's what they are on this team.
Yeah.
They fill perfect roles.
Yeah.
And you play against that every single day in practice.
When is the last time do you think the Nuggets' second 5 beat the first 5?
It can't be often. You tell me. You're at more practices than I am.
I would be shocked if it was any point this season. So last year, prior to last season, the season that they won the title, in the preseason, in their training camp, the second unit did just that. But at that point in time, that was Bruce Brown, and Bones Highland was on that second unit as well, and they were just doing all the scoring. I just can't see a scenario in which that happens in any way, shape, or form this year, to your point. But if you're playing against those guys, iron should sharpen iron in those cases. And can you then – the hardest part is every day in practice, you go out in these real NBA games, and you're not even playing against starting 5s for the most part. You're playing against other reserves. You should be able to acquit yourself really well.
Yeah, and I think that's the reason why Justus Annunen has been so damn good this year. Again, I would have started him tonight. Alexander Georgiev is going to go for the Avs. They're giving him another shot, and hopefully they can prove that the Avs were just porous defensively in front of him against the Dallas Stars. 7:30 puck drop, 7 p.m. pregame right here on 92.5. Nuggets take on the Jazz, 6:30 p.m. pregame, and a 7 p.m. tip from Salt Lake City on AM 950. You guys can download the Altitude Sports Radio app so you can take us wherever you go. You can listen to all your favorite shows and even the Avs games no matter where you are. Thanks to our friends at the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to WilhiteWins.com. That's WilhiteWins.com. Special congratulations to Tyler Beagle, who won a pair of tickets. He'll be in the building tonight at Ball Arena. Congratulations to Tyler Beagle. Big win for him. And that'll do it for us as we hand things off to PhD. Again, live from Ball Arena down at ice level in the penalty box for Chris Dempsey, for Jesse Trujillo, and Steve Nelson back at the studios. Love and appreciate you, fellas.
I'd say my favorite Bob Marley song has got to be Jamin.
Ja feel. Ja definitely feel. Yeah.
I'm Alex Ryan Emmy. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Hey, big day today. At 7:35 or so, we are going to have a Colorado Sportsnado. You're going to have the Avs, Nuggets, and Rockies all playing at the exact same time, right around 7:35 tonight.
How do you choose? You can only choose two. How are you going to choose?
You know, Tyler, if you have Fubo, you don't have to choose.
Oh.
You can watch them all.
You
know,
You're still begging for that Fubo sponsorship.
I
I'm
really should get an endorsement for them. I really should. I mean, I just say it organically.
Well, why would they pay you? You do it for free.
Exactly. That'd be a waste.
So what's the record? What's the record at the end of the night of the Sportsnado in Colorado?
Well, the Rockies won yesterday, so I'm going to say they just keep going, man. They just keep winning.
I mean, Nuggets can't win. That's written in stone.
Nuggets cannot win. You're doomed to failure there in Utah, Scott, so that's a loss, obviously.
Yep.
And then the Avalanche are playing not a great Minnesota team, but they're strangely good on the road, despite not being that good of a team. They're by the skin of their teeth, they're hanging in there for a playoff spot. But, I mean, it's total desperation time for them. It's an important game for the Avalanche, too. We'll get to all of that in just a little bit. But first, I want your guys' thoughts on the national championship game. And, Dan, I know you're scrambling to see how we all did in the pool. Of course, we should probably know how we did. But that game, to me, was almost unwatchable. And I know why. But I'm curious what you guys thought
Hold on.
first.
At what point did it become unwatchable? I mean, the first half was fun. The first half was rock solid.
Well, I mean, I can just skip to the chase here. As soon as UConn got an 8-point lead, when I realized nobody from Purdue can make a jump shot, I realized it was insurmountable as they were 1 of 7 from 3, shooting a dazzling 14.3%. Meaning if you couldn't just get the ball to Eddie for a dunk for his 37 points, scoring more than half of his team points, that's not a good team. And as soon as they were down by 8 points, I realized, this game is over because they literally can't shoot a basketball, Scott. And that was sad to see.
It almost looked like at the end, the last 11 minutes, that they were also a little bit of afraid. And so it was like, get it to Edey, get it to Edey, get it to Edey, and everything was that. And listen, they had 10 fouls, 15 fouls to throw at him, and they did. I mean, they kept physical with him, and then they started doubling him, and now it comes to other people stepping up. And listen, we're going to see that Nuggets in the postseason. You're going to see sellout to stop Joker. And when other guys make shots, guess what? Then you're going to get beat.
Can I tell you how bad it was for Purdue? They had 8 assists. One player had all of the assists for Purdue. That's it. Yep. Braden Smith had all 8 assists for Purdue. Michael Malone isn't satisfied with the game unless the team has 30 assists. Purdue had 8 assists, and it was all by one dude. Well, that is pathetic.
There's no question that the women's games were more entertaining just across the board. The entire tournament, the women's games were flat out more entertaining. I think there's lots of people that are sitting there watching that men's game are like, man, I wish we watched South Carolina. We could watch Iowa. We could watch Iowa LSU. It's not that, but I will say the first 10 minutes of that game, watching Edey go out there and just dominate the first 10 minutes, that was exciting, and it gave you like a false sense of hope there about whether Purdue could stay in the game or not. I mean, I watched that Edey guy play for the whole tournament, and I get it. Everybody's saying he might not even be a first-round draft pick. I get the limitations. He's slow. He gets in foul trouble. I understand all of it, but in a year in which you are saying, I mean, they're literally saying this is the worst NBA draft class in the last 20 years. You're telling me that guy can't be a top 10 pick, can't be a top 15
Maybe
pick?
In a bad draft, but he is barely going to play in the NBA and reserve role almost always. If he's Mark Eaton, Scott, if he's Mark Eaton, that will be a miracle in my opinion for that guy.
Yeah, I mean, Mark Eaton, he actually moves maybe a little better than Mark. Mark had a better knack of blocking shots. That was his thing, block shots and rebound. Eaton couldn't score like Edey can. Here's a couple things for me, and I thought this after, as Tyler mentioned, the women's game being more exciting. The men's game has got to go to 4 quarters.
Got to.
The 20 and 20, and I always fought that because I played college basketball, and that's tradition and blah blah blah. But watching the women's game, when the men stop in the middle of action for a TV timeout, you're like, come on, man, it's just getting good. And at one time they took like 3 timeouts in like a window of 2 minutes.
Brutal.
So all these TV timeouts kill you. If you had 4 quarters now you can at least slide those TV timeouts into 2 of those quarters, and it doesn't seem as eruptive.
Yeah,
sure. Interruptive.
Sure.
Doesn't seem like it interrupts the flow of the game as bad. And plus, there's always action going into the later quarter. You're getting a last-second shot. You're seeing people moving.
Yes.
The men's game is stubborn. If they don't move to 4 quarters, it needs to be moved to 4 quarters. And then we could at least hide a TV timeout that you're selling the hell out of the broadcast. And that's what makes it more boring, I think, Tyler, is there's so many commercials in that thing. There's no flow because what TV has done as far as the breaks, in my opinion.
Oh, I don't doubt that at all. I think we can all feel it. It just changes the pace of play big time. I mean, the biggest problem, though, is just the lack of stars, and that's what made women's basketball so fun this year, is that you knew the names, you knew who you were watching, and you knew Edie's name. But, I mean, if you were really being honest, you went out there and you polled 10 people. How many people could name anybody other than Klingon for UConn, right? I mean, you go through the entire tournament, and you don't even know who the dudes are that played. UConn was just bigger. They were more talented. Their guards outsized them by 3 or 4 inches.
Well, they're proven. They were defending champs, and so there's a culture now there, and there's an understanding of the pressure and what that final game is like. They've got a phenomenal coach.
Yeah.
Who comes from basketball blue blood as far as coaching and playing. So, listen, they're good. You're right though. But here's an interesting thing, because I was thinking this too, Tyler. That's a good point you brought up with the star power. There's got to be storylines. Like Dawn Staley is a big name on the women's side of South Carolina. But then the storyline is they graduated 8 people from last year's championship team.
Yeah.
And they were able to come back.
No starter returned. Not any.
Yeah, and the same thing with Carolina. So the stories are still good. But I've said this forever, in college, especially in basketball, the face of the program is always the coach, and it needs to turn a little bit.
Well, it'd be fascinating to see what happens with the ripple effect on the coaches. We didn't even bring up the fact yesterday, the Calipari news, which was pretty wild, just bounce it. And he had a lifetime contract there in Kentucky. I don't know if he was getting pressured out either way. He probably could have been. But now the ripple effect will be what Kentucky does. They're going to offer something insane to Hurley, and he said he wants to stay there at UConn. And why wouldn't you? Because UConn will match it. Of course, they'll find the money. I mean, I don't know. Maybe Kentucky's just got that much more money. You're telling me UConn's just going to let that dude walk away?
I don't know. I have no idea what the budget is for the University of Connecticut.
Why? But you know what? Think about this though. And listen, we talk about this, and you're talking to a guy who's a broke-ass dude. So, if I got a chance to move for a whole lot more money, I'm Josh over. I'm taking that money and running right there. But because we're talking millions when you're talking about coaches, right? We're talking about,
right.
But he is, he's sustained and helped redevelop an unbelievable basketball program. UConn's a blue blood men's basketball program. They've won 6 championships. What has it been in the last 20 years? Something like that is what it has.
They've never lost a championship game.
Yeah, they're 6-0 in the finals with 3 different coaches. So think about that. Listen, why would you leave? You know where everybody parks. You know where everybody lives. You probably got an established home there. You're still probably making. I mean, what's Hurley making? He's got to be making $5, $7, $8 million anyway.
I think his base this year was $5 million, and then he had a bunch of bonuses that kicked in.
Guys, are we being naive here? If he gets offered $12 million, he's gone. Gonski.
Maybe, but
I don't know if he is though. I think most guys, yes. I'm not sure, man. How much was Kentucky paying Calipari?
He said he's staying. Now, look, people say things all the time.
What does that matter?
But he did say he's staying. I don't know why. Why can't UConn find that money in today's world? Why can't they find that money?
I don't know how this college stuff works, but if he just gets,
and why, like, honestly, like, outside of the money, and I know money is the biggest thing, and it always will be, but outside of the money, is the Kentucky job more appealing right now?
Well, I don't know, but it's Kentucky. It's a blue blood program, literally.
They got a stake on their backs right now, man. I mean, UConn's rolling.
It's all cash, dude. It's all cash.
Kentucky's been a blue blood program for 60 years, 70 years. Kentucky's been a blue blood men's program now for the last 20 years.
How much
Kentucky's
more?
Always been it.
How much more? If a guy makes $5 million a year, how much more millions is worth it to move? And that's a number. That's it. There's no reason to look deeper at it than just a number, and that'll be it. Everybody's got a Walmart. Everybody's got a nice house. Everybody's got a Applebee's nearby. Whatever.
What's the cost of living in Connecticut versus Lexington?
It's both pretty cheap, I would guess.
Connecticut's got to be way more expensive than Kentucky.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, Connecticut?
Yeah, Connecticut.
It turns out I've never lived in Connecticut. I don't know.
Oh, Connecticut is foo-foo she. I mean,
that's where the rich New Yorkers live.
Right. Oh, no, Connecticut's got to be way more. Kentucky has got to be way cheaper. Oh, my God. His money
I don't think you're thinking about cost of living when you're making $8 million a year.
Of course not, but you asked the question. If that matters.
And listen, some coaches also want, and Kentucky's been down the last 2 or 3 years. Maybe a guy goes, hey, we're going to bring this back up, and imagine Hurley goes there and in 2 years wins a championship there. I mean, he'll be like, you got to put him up there with Wooden and everybody else. These great coaches. But what was Calipari making in Kentucky? He had to be making 8, 10, 12, wasn't he?
Gotta be.
Yeah.
How do you feel about him being at Arkansas, Scotty? There you go. How you pumped about that, Mr. Razorback? You good on that?
I've talked with John. We've interviewed him on the show a few times. He's a great interview. We could probably try to get him on again here.
Let's go.
I haven't enjoyed some of the scruples in his early coaching career that everywhere he went, that program automatically went on probation. But now with the
cheated,
NIL.
You know what's so funny? He cheated so much at UMass. Like, they don't even try to hide it. They're just like, And
I mean, seriously, is he one of those coaches that actually becomes a less effective coach now that you can have legal NIL money? Now that he's not doing it all underneath the table?
Is he the Avalanche after the NHL got into a salary cap and now you can't just spend freely and they've got to have a budget? I'll say this. He should be great, and he still gets great recruits, at least at Kentucky. He should still be great because you know why? He was playing the NIL game before it was legal.
He sure was. One of the funniest things is, to me, growing up in Massachusetts, was to think of the UMass program good at anything. And the fact that they were so good. But we know why, because it was just rampant cheating. And,
You know what his record was at Kentucky? Take a guess.
I don't know. It was above 500, I guess.
410 and 123.
That's pretty good.
That's a hell of a basketball coach, or it's a hell of a program, one of the two. It's a whole lot of money. It's a hell of a coach. It's a whole lot of things going right. It is pretty amazing that program. I promise you, there was pressure from behind the scenes to push him out as much as it was that he wanted.
Well,
to leave.
15 years and you haven't won for 2 or 3 years. That's not Kentucky style.
Right.
The interesting thing, and I haven't talked to Jamal. I want to talk to Jamal tonight, right? Because I guess we're kissing cousins now. But the one thing he's done, and if you look at the NBA in Calipari's, I think 15 seasons there. If you look at Calipari in the NBA and the rosters, look how many Kentucky players. I mean, he recruited NBA players.
So Calipari made $8.5 million at Kentucky, and Dan Hurley, with his bonuses, made $6.7 million this year.
Okay, I would say for $2.5 million or so, that's worth moving. I'd say $2 million a year more is enough.
Sometimes legacy means a lot to these guys, though. He's got the opportunity to do something that very few people will ever done and get that three-peat.
All right, fine, but he's already done something most coaches could only dream of.
I know. How many coaches have ever done the three-peat? I don't know. Three?
Three-peat, I think
who
only
else?
one.
Is that,
I think Wooden.
Is that it?
All right, hold on. Is a third championship minus $2.5 million in life?
Maybe.
All right, well,
Maybe
that's-
it depends how much money you got.
We'll see what questions he wants to answer. But congratulations to UConn on
He'll
winning.
get a raise. What are you talking? He'll get a raise at UConn.
By the way, we know ratings-wise, the women's game was not a little better, way better, and we'll find out the final ratings for last night. But the women's game was topping records like nobody's business. We'll dig into the details. We'll get the latest from the Avalanche. Will Georgiev start tonight? The latest from Jesse Montano down there at Morning Skate coming up next.
Hey, this is Tyler here for my friends over at Phil Long Ford. Guys, every single car that I bought since my rookie year has been from Phil Long Ford of Denver. And I keep going back because I always have a great experience. I know that car shopping can feel a bit cumbersome at times, but not at Phil Long Ford because they've got the largest inventory in the state of Colorado. Whether you're looking for a used vehicle or a new vehicle, they've got the largest selection and they've got the best deals. And you can check out all those deals online at phillongdenver.com. They've got incredible inventory arriving daily. They've got cars and trucks on the lot for you to choose from, or you can always go online and get exactly what you want. And check out their incredible line of electric cars, pickups, and vans with the latest technology. They've got the largest selection. They've got the best deals. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. And once you buy a car from Phil Long Ford, you will be a customer for life because you will realize that it is an experience that is different than other car dealers in Colorado. Go check them out online at phillongdenver.com and let them know that Tyler sent you on over.
It's a good question. I think Georgie will be the first to tell you that this season has been not probably what he was hoping at times, but he's our guy. He's our number one guy. He played extremely well last year. We know there's a talented guy in there, and we're very confident that he's going to finish strong here in the regular season and play a big role for us in the playoffs.
That is Avs GM Chris McFarland. And this is the song that plays when the Avs come onto the ice. Third period.
Bobby, what do they call Bobby something?
Well, I was just going to say, I'll give you a nickel if you can tell me the actual name of the song.
Bobby's.
It's not Bobby something, and it's not Teenage Wasteland. Anybody?
No, it's not Teenage Wasteland.
Wow, nobody, huh?
I'm going to sit this one out.
Okay. Dan Grizz, you want to take a shot?
Can't.
Well, I got it right in front of me.
You're looking at it, so
Yeah,
you
I'm
don't
looking at
count.
it.
Does Grizz know?
And he still doesn't know.
Yeah, I can't read. No, he can't. It's Baba O'Reilly is the name of the song.
Baba. I was close. I knew it was in there.
By The Who.
Baba O'Reilly.
I love it. Teenage Wasteland.
Who?
The Who?
Who?
Go to Jesse Montano. So that's Chris McFarland, GM of the Avs, saying, listen, he's our guy. And like we said yesterday, it's not a controversy. It's not, because they have the firm backing of management. However, it's a concern. Jesse at the morning skate, and it was really cool to have Dems and Goodraj, in the penalty box during the skate today. That always sounds great. Super cool. Great for Chris McFarland to join them. Jesse, what did Bednar have to say about Georgie? And he's going to go tonight, correct?
Yeah, he's going to go tonight. And look, it's a little bit of what you just said. To me, that they're going through the ultimate show of confidence period right here. Georgiev came out of the All-Star break and was really good, coming off a fun, exciting All-Star weekend for him. He had a good stretch of games, and he has struggled since then, no doubt. And with the little bit of the rise here of Justus Annunen, the fan base is starting to feel it. And look, I think it'd be crazy to think that Georgiev isn't at least aware that, hey, here's this young guy. He's a Colorado Avalanche draft pick. They've had high hopes for him. He's come in and strung together a few good starts. And I think this is, what Chris McFarland said this morning on Altitude Radio, what Jared Bednar told us today. They are putting their full-throated confidence behind Alexander Georgiev and saying, you're our guy. We have full confidence in you. We think that you can get us to where we need to go. And I think that the hope is that having that kind of trust from management, from coaching, and from your teammates is going to give him a little bit of that juice. We've seen when Alexander Georgiev is sharp and on top of his game, he's as good as anyone else in the league. It's been inconsistent this year, and they're going to give him that full backing. And I think it would take some serious, wheels coming off in games 1 or 2 for them to kind of falter on that. They're going to the mat for Georgiev.
Well, the organization's saying one thing, right? And then the fans have got their own opinion. So I guess I'll just ask you yourself. Okay, the organization might say he's got what it takes. Do you think he's got what it takes to get this team to the finish line?
Do I think he has it in him? Yes.
Right now. Do you have that belief?
Not right now. Not what he's shown. It's been too inconsistent for me. And you're gonna get up against the best of the best teams. There's no team that is really separated. Every team in the playoffs this year is going to be really, really good. Where I don't have I have confidence in Georgiev's ability. My confidence in his consistency is shaken by this season for sure.
So,
and that's what you need. You need a reliable, consistent guy in the playoffs.
Jesse, and you're right, and we've seen throughout the history of the NHL, especially playoffs, that a goaltender can win a game by himself when everything struggles. Maybe the argument and the discussion is that he's not a guy there yet that can win games by himself, because there's absolutely no discussion. It's all on George here, but there's no discussion of the kind of weak play defensively in front of him, the mad rushes and traffic that's always in front of the net, and the wide open bang-bang side plays where you're not checking a guy on the far side. has anybody in your discussions talked about how well how well not the defense has played in front of him?
Well, so this has honestly been one of, I don't want to say Jared Bednar's arguments. He's not getting up there and arguing for Georgiev, but this has been one thing that he keeps coming back to. The defensive details, you're 100% right. The defensive details have not been where they need to be. They have not been where we saw, Darcy Kemper struggled in the playoffs a couple of seasons ago. He had I thought, a very underrated regular season, but he struggled mightily in the playoffs. And that was all covered up by elite team defense and defensive, I don't want to say commitment, but committing to play defense the right way in their own end. And so that covered up a lot of the Darcy Kemper mistakes and kind of put him in a position that he could make a big save here and there, and that was enough. I think you're right. As much as it feels like Georgiev can't come up with, a big save when they need it right now, it cannot be overlooked that defensively this team has not been as good as they need to be, and that's maybe the bigger thing that they need to get figured out. If they can figure that part out and get that cleaned up going into the playoffs in a way that's at least similar or close to what we saw a couple years ago, I think Alexander Georgiev is more than good enough. The Avs and the Golden Knights have proven the last 2 years you don't need an elite goaltender to win a Stanley Cup anymore. You need a guy who can make one more save than the guy at the other end. But that comes with the caveat of you're playing better team defense than the other team, and they haven't done that enough this year.
Gorilla Sports has outstanding Avalanche coverage, and we appreciate it. Jesse, thanks for the update. Talk to you, Jess. See you later tonight. Okay. That's it.
Do we kind of do that in sports though, don't we? As fans, like go the Rockies for example, pitching stinks, this guy, Dan Tanner, the starting pitcher, he just stunk, and blah blah blah. And then you look up, but their team batting average is 205.
Mm-hmm.
And you because of that one bad performance or that performance, and it with the guy mostly with the ball in his hand. And in hockey, the guy that when you count goals, and Tyler brought up yesterday, 7 goals don't sound like you're playing very good.
No.
That we blame that guy, and no one's taking a look at the bigger picture. And I was glad Jesse said that because I don't think the defense in front of him has been very good at all.
I'm just wondering if D-Mac's concerned about the prank war going on the team right now.
Yeah,
are you worried about this getting out of control? Are you worried about hurt feelings going on?
What's the latest? I saw there was something goofy happening. I'm not sure what it was.
Well, I believe last week Brandon Dwayne did toilet papered Fleury's car or whatever happened.
I know that, yeah.
And then, the next rebuttal's got to be one-upped, right? So
what happened?
I believe Fleury put his car on cinder blocks, took all 4 tires off.
Off Duhaime's car?
Oh, yeah.
Today?
I don't know what day it was, a couple days ago maybe.
Yesterday we saw it on Twitter.
Not only did he take all 4 of the tires off and put it on cinder blocks, but he actually put a flower bed on top of his car. Put a bunch of dirt and little flowers on top of the car. It was kind of cute.
Did that happen at Ball Arena?
Yeah.
In the security area.
Well, that means he had some accomplices.
I guess so. I'm going to guess you pay somebody to take the tires off. I'm guessing you don't do that yourself.
I mean, that's pretty funny, I guess, but he had some help to do that
I just know you're anti-prank war, so I'm just worried if you're concerned about it.
It always just every prank war gets to a point of no return at some point.
Hold on.
So
it's putting the car in cinder blocks to the point of no return.
I mean, that's a lot harsher than toilet paper, right? Like every prank one-ups the previous prank.
What's the reason?
It's funny. It's got the car on 4 cinder blocks or jacks or something, and then you could tell he went to the Home Depot and got some mulch, laid out like a grave,
right.
Like a round mulch grave on top of his car, and flowers on top of that. And the only thing I'm not even worried about the tires. I'm like, dude, that's going to scratch that paint job, isn't it, when they try to take all that stuff off?
Yeah. What kind of car does Duhaime? Is it like a, is it
like
a 95 Corolla?
Actually, it's not like a super flashy car. It's got it. It's like a Jeep Grand Cherokee.
Yeah, all right. That's not too bad, I guess. Listen, I don't know, man. They're having fun. I'm not anti-fun, but how do you put the wheels back on? I mean,
I think you pay someone, just like he paid somebody to take it off. Do you win a prank war if you got to spend your own money to win it?
I'm all for a good prank war, but There's no doubt taking the wheels off, putting on cinder blocks, one-ups toilet paper. Ain't no doubt about it.
It was a hell of a toilet paper
So
job,
I mean,
though.
like when you're in a prank war, at what point do you concede?
Oof.
Ever?
Oof.
After you take the car off the cinder blocks, you go, dude, I'm sorry, you win. You got it. You win.
Okay, so seriously, do you? Like somebody does that? Because I've never seen that. I've never seen anybody just sort of say, you got me, you win. It's always
No, you misunderstood. I throw in the towel. If I'm the guy that took the tires off, I go, dog, I'm sorry, I went too far. You win, you win.
Right.
But you know inside, I got the tires off.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think there's a bunch of dead fish coming next or something.
There's something coming. Oh, no, I don't care. Have fun. I mean, what do I care?
He does got to get in the car. That's all you got to do is take a fish and put, like grumpy old men and put it underneath his seat in the back.
Yeah, why are we messing around? Just take a steamroller and roll over the car and, make it flatten it. Just, we can just jump to the chase. I think it's funny. No, I don't have a problem with it. I do find it interesting they pulled that off inside of Ball Arena.
Well, I mean, the Avalanche are they're proud of it. I mean, they're putting out videos on their own social media.
Okay. Then,
I almost wonder
right.
if it was all set up, if this is a set-up prank war.
Set up by who? The team?
Well, whoever, the altitude hockey, NHL, Avalanche media people. And they get some guys, they're willing to do it, and then they get all the videos, they get all the hits and everything else.
Yeah, that's
okay,
cool.
we got an update on Twitch. Not only were the tires taken off, but they were chained together and locked onto something in the parking garage. Hope they got a better lock than you have.
I know, exactly. That's what I was going to say. Oh, they found the person.
They found the person?
They got the video. They have the exact video of it being stolen, the exact time, and exactly where the person went after they stole my bike. So, but
How soon from the time you parked it to when it got stolen?
3 hours and 53 minutes. I missed it by 4 minutes. It got stolen at 7:53. I came out at 7:58.
What would you done if you walked out and you saw the dude?
That is, I've been thinking about that actually quite a bit.
Seriously?
Yeah, the stupid thing would be to run up to the person. Because somebody willing to steal a bike.
Wouldn't that be your natural instinct, though?
I know. I don't know if you could stop yourself. It would be. And I thought about that. But think about how dangerous that possibly could be. So what I thought I would do, like a coward, is stand in the shadows, filming it, screaming at the top of my lungs, "He's stealing my bike! He's stealing my bike! Help, help, help! My bike is being stolen!" But a far distance, from that particular person. So I don't know what else you would do. Would you
I'd like to know the process they went through of selecting your bike. Did they check out all the bikes? Did they look for the
it was the only bike there. It was
the only bike there.
And I could have chained it up inside of the employee entrance, but it's just outside the employee entrance. I've left it there chained up.
The most
many
comical part
times.
to me is that they took the lock. Like they didn't leave the lock.
Took
like
the lock.
somehow they cut the lock, but they actually brought the evidence with them.
Yep, they kept.
They didn't want to leave the DNA on the lock.
And I had my helmet locked up too. They took my helmet too.
Well, that's good.
But whatever. I'm on a bike today. I got a loaner from a great bike shop in Boulder, and they're great. And so I'm riding again, and you do what you can do. But yeah, 4 tires locked up with chains. That's there you go.
So do you have insurance on the bike? Is there what kind of insurance is that?
I do not have insurance on it, unfortunately.
I thought your homeowners would cover that.
It does not, unfortunately, and I did not save the registration number on the bike. Poor on my part. Not good on my part. I should have done more to protect my own bike. So my bad.
If you had the registration, would homeowners have covered it?
It would have helped, but the conversation just with my insurance just kind of ended there.
Because it's not stolen at your house.
I don't know. Who knows? You call, I'm calling the blah. Do you have the registration? No. Well, it's not covered. Blah, da, da, da. It's like, okay.
So they know who the guy is, but they don't know where your bike is.
Correct. They got video of it being stolen. How crazy is that? And the police have it. And,
so it's nice they're watching the cameras there in the.
Well, I'll tell you this: the security office at Ball Arena did a phenomenal job for me. They got to it right away, and I thank them. They did everything they could. There's not much more they could do, and they were very helpful right off the bat. So thanks to them, to those folks. They were cool. So it's not their fault. So it is what it is. I would say, listen, I think it would be great, just a little public service message, that every arena encourages public transportation and has a bike valet possibility at every single arena in the country.
Like valet.
Yeah, they do it. Like Coors Field has one.
Really?
Oh yeah, it's on.
They take it inside or something?
They've got it's outside, but they have security, and you can pay money, and you got security watching your bike, and you know it's like a valet ticket you would get. So they got a place outside of Coors Field that does it.
That happens all over New York and stuff. You walk by, you see a guy sitting on the corner, you give him $20, say, "Hey, watch my car." That happens all the time. I mean, it ain't new.
But Ball Arena was great. So bike valet would be cool. It would encourage more public transportation, ease to get to games, blah, 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 blah. But whatever. They don't have.
I hope Fleury's got a bike.
They don't have. I know. They don't have one in Empower Field, too. And, you just lock it up. There's tons of bikes outside of Broncos games. And you guys, I don't know why you would know that, but there are. There are tons.
I wonder if they do that at Coors Field because you got so many people, from downtown, that you can just hop on your bike from your condo there and just ride it over.
Dude, it is so easy to ride your bike to Coors Field. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely absurd because the Cherry Creek Path passes basically right next to Coors Field. It's just a little bit down the road. It's easy as pie. And there's bike lanes all over the city. Look at me, Mr. Pro Bike. Anyways, whatever with the bikes. Scotty, we need an update with the Nuggets, and the stats about playing in Utah are mind-blowing. Mind-blowing during the Michael Malone era, how difficult Utah is. And maybe you could answer why that is coming up next. Dude, I love that promo. 2 for Tuesday with Foreigner, classic rock. That is the best. That is great. Urgency. Well, maybe you're feeling an urgency to get some good food into you. Maybe some liquid gold. I mean, maybe some old Chicago. Think about that tonight. The games are on. We got a Sports NATO. Settle in with a good piece of pie. We got the chicken bacon ranch pizza. So delicious. Ranch is the sauce. And you've got to give it a shot. But listen, salads, calzones, burgers, fish and chips, the whole menu at Old Chicago is outrageously good. And over 100 local and legendary beers are flowing free. That means you can have the night of your life at Old Chicago or just at home. Old Chicago Takeout, they got you covered. So go to oldchicago.com for the nearest location and get that takeout, delivery, or download the Old Chicago app so you get $5 off your first order of $25. Chicken bacon ranch pizza. Give it a shot. And with all the sports going on tonight, settle in with our great friends at Old Chicago at oldchicago.com. Turn it up! Yeah! I can imagine Alexander Georgiev, bad game, and he's going to go home and watch The Fast and the Furious, and he's got this song thumping. Yes, I will be better. Let's see what Vin Diesel's up to. Oh, man. He might be in trouble. Nope, he's fine.
Jumped out of plane. Good.
Good.
Not jumped. Drove out of a plane.
I don't think we told Scott about Georgie's post-game routine after losses.
Georgie, Sky, this is great. So Georgiev said yesterday that if he has a bad game or he's got some issues to work out, he goes home and watches movies. And he watched Fast and Furious 1 the other night. So that's what he does. Got to have something going on. I mean,
Yeah. Some guys watch game film.
No.
No.
You got to figure out how they're jumping a car onto a moving train.
Can't think about it.
Yeah.
The all-time greatest Fast and Furious stunt was driving off of a cliff at 90 miles per hour and then getting caught by a magnet by an airplane. You didn't drive into the airplane. The airplane caught you by a magnet.
Here's how I watch Fast and Furious. Oh, dialogue. Car chase.
Woo! You mock Fast and Furious all you want. I will watch all 100 of them. If they make 100th, I'll watch 100. I'll watch them all.
I just told you I will too. I just won't watch any dialogue because the story doesn't matter. I just want to watch the stunts. So I will watch Fast and Furious in about 7-8 minutes.
How about the one where Vin, didn't he jump, twist his car in the air, catch his girlfriend hanging out of the car, and then flip it all the way back around, and they all, boom, landed and everything.
You know what's amazing? You'd think you'd have to practice that.
No,
I got it. I figured it out.
Hey, haven't we all taken a trash can across the room
Sure.
and thrown something that first time and make it?
Yeah.
What was the greater? What was the best movie? Gone in 60 Seconds or Fast and Furious, the original?
Oh, Fast and Furious.
No, I don't know, man. I'm a big Fast and Furious fan, but Gone in 60 Seconds, that's a movie right there.
I just can't remember one detail. But
Nicolas Cage? Are you kidding me?
what can I tell you? If it's Vin Diesel and Paul Walker, I'm in.
Well, it was a 60-second car.
All I know is every guy who watched Gone in 60 Seconds wanted a silver Cobra Mustang.
Did you want it for the Mustang or for Angelina Jolie?
The Angelina Jolie scene in the front seat of the although they were in that red car then, weren't they?
I don't remember.
Were they in the Mustang?
I wasn't looking at the car.
Gone in 60 Seconds was the story of my bike. All right, anyways, tonight.
I'm surprised your first son wasn't named that.
Gone in 60 Seconds? By the time we got to my first son, I had that down. About 2 minutes. All right, injuries tonight. We've got.
But it wouldn't have quite the ring. Gone in a minute 20. Gone in 120 seconds.
You know what?
I think it's Born in 60 Seconds.
The movie would just be, it's big enough.
Wow.
All right. Julian Strother, probable. Michael Porter Jr., probable. Nikola Jokic, probable. Caldwell Pope, probable. All right, cool. Aaron Gordon, questionable. But I'll get to you in a second here, Scott, but let me get to Utah. Clarkson, out. Collins, out. Dunn, out. Kessler, out. Markkanen, out. Wow. Who they got? And I get it. It's dismal in Utah, and we'll get to Malone explaining why. But come on, Scott. You got to win this one, right?
You got to win this one, absolutely. I don't think Gordon will play. But you got to win this one. Absolutely. You've had some close calls. You lost 2 games, one this year and one last year, where you didn't even bring the starters at all. And the bench had a lead for the last 3 minutes in one of those. So, I mean, they played some games here. But, dude, the whole league. Here's what I don't understand. We're going to talk to Denver. I just looked up these stat things. The whole league, the hardest place to play in the league as far as winning percentages for a building that's had at least 1,100 games is here in Utah.
That's interesting because I asked D-Mac yesterday if this was just a Nuggets thing or is it a league-wide thing, and we didn't know the answer to it yesterday. But so everyone struggles there.
Well, here's Malone.
The league's winning percentage in Salt Lake City is 31.
That's crazy. Here's Malone explaining how bad it is to play in Utah over the years.
Oh, no, the players are going to know that number by the end of the day. I think that's something that you can.
What he's talking about, let me just stop for a second. He's 1-14 in his career as a coach in Utah. 1-14, right? 1-14, boys?
Yep.
1-14.
And that win was with the Magnificent Seven game.
That's crazy.
Take
All
that,
right.
Chiefs.
So here we go.
The players are going to know that number by the end of the day. I think that's something that you cannot continue to do, just kind of brush under the rug. That's something that we have to talk about. We've been a great team, especially the last 6 years now. But being 1-14, because I asked Nicole, I saw him this morning, and I said, how many times do you think we've beaten Utah since you and I have been here? And he said, not very often. I said, well, one. And you're right, that's not very often. And we both laughed because we recognized, yes, the Magnificent Seven game was the one win.
Crazy.
But you got to find different ways to motivate. And if it takes the fact that we've lost 6 straight and we've only beaten them one time in the last 9 years to get the job done, great. My hope is that more importantly than that, with 4 games to go, we have a chance to continue to try and fight for the number 1 seed. And if we can do that and we can attain that, we'll definitely try to do it while keeping player health and availability at the forefront of our minds.
So what is it, Scott? Why?
Well, I think it's the nightlife. I think a lot of people come out here, they start partying, they hit to the Goat's Head speakeasy bar. I don't know. Now, early on, let's be honest, they had a couple guys who are in the Hall of Fame named Stockton Malone, and no one was winning games in here, right? I mean, Kobe's teams was losing games in here. Shaq's team was losing games in here. But gosh, you know what? I've been trying to think about it. We got some numbers we're going to put out in the game today.
Mm-hmm.
Their defense has been about the same, whether it's home or road. But in Utah, they shoot 10. They scored 10 points less.
Crazy.
They scored 10 points less in Utah for some reason, and I don't know. I don't know if the rims are tighter, if it's the backdrop and the your sight views from behind, if that's messed up. It's weird, man. I mean, I listen. You didn't go into Boston very often to win games,
Mm-hmm.
right? I mean, you winning in Boston's a special thing. They don't have a winning percentage like Utah does,
Right.
So I don't know, dog. I really don't.
Well,
know.
listen,
I know
if you can't win tonight with everybody who's out for Utah, where they are at the season, what this game theoretically would mean to you with 2 days off, then you're never going to win in Utah.
No, I mean, seriously, record be damned. What an opportunity the Nuggets have in front of them to be able to actually rest some guys and still compete to go get that number 1. Look, you got 4 games left, and the only one on paper that should be challenged should be the Timberwolves. Spurs always play tough, but you got the Jazz, you got Timberwolves, you got the Spurs, and you got the Grizzlies, right? So 4 games left.
That's it.
And you should be able to get you should be able to win these and get rest for your guys at the same time.
If you don't win this game tonight, Scott, I don't know, man. I'm not saying
then
it's
you know what? If you don't win tonight, I guess you'll still give it a go tomorrow. But it sure makes those last 2 games on the road Justin Holiday games or Jalen Pickett games.
Sure does, man. So, and you know what? You win tonight, you win tomorrow. It might be Jalen Pickett games in the last 2 games. Who knows? In a good way. Like, you've done it.
Yeah.
You know, hey, way to go. I just don't find I don't feel like the team's burned out. I don't think they're, like, too injured. I think they're in really good spirits after that win. I think they have proper rest. I don't think there's any reason they shouldn't compete at the highest level tonight. None. I expect them to win. I think they should win, and I think they should try to win. So I think it's an important enough game, Scott. So go win. Go take care of business.
You got to take care of business, but like Tyler said, you want to be like that last home game. take care of business, and then
Yeah.
Jamal Murray's playing 22 minutes, maybe.
Great.
Joker's playing 28, 30, whatever it is, and you're getting some rest. MPJ, he's having a huge fall off from March to April shooting the ball. Maybe he needs to get a little more rest, or maybe he needs to sit out in the sun today. Get a little suntan or something. But tomorrow's the whole kind of, I guess, the whole season, right? I mean, if you win tonight, tomorrow's a season, kind of, isn't it?
Let me look at Minnesota's remaining schedule after
They play at home tonight, I think.
I got it right here. They play tonight at home against Washington. Ugh. All right, so they're going to plow them. Then they host Atlanta, and then they host Phoenix. So 3 of their last 4 are at home, whereas Denver 3 of their last 4 are on the road. But the 3 games on the road for Denver are Utah, Memphis, and San Antonio, bottom feeder teams record-wise. So it's, come on. Let's go. That's what I'm saying. I'm fired up. Let's go. Get the win. There should be plenty of motivation. No excuse. I don't expect a turd game like they put against the Clippers. I thought that was a turd game. I thought they played great the next game. Let's see it tonight in Utah. It's a dumb record. 1-14. That's stupid.
There's no logical explanation. There's absolutely zero explanation.
There isn't one.
Just stupid.
Wiser words have not been spoken because there is no logical reason.
The Vikings are very closely intertwined with the Broncos in terms of the draft, and we have more evidence of that coming up next with Mock U. It's D-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Guys wait too long to take care of their low T. They just do. I don't know why. You don't feel good. You put on some weight. The love life is stinkola. Come on now. Might be just low T. You could be fine. It's just something that's very natural. Guys in their early to mid-30s start dropping 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every year. So, but guys, you know what you do. You just wait. You just sit around. I don't know. Blah, blah, blah. You make excuses. Stop. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and take the low T quiz. This is simple. It'll tell you where you're at in about 2 minutes. Go in like I did to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They'll draw your blood and have results within 30 minutes. They do a great job. The stories are tremendous about guys that are just getting their lives back together. Cost of the appointment is only $99. Get the medical consult and PSA test. If you sign up for the testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, then it goes away. It's free. So you can't go wrong. It's an incredible thing to just start feeling like your old self again. With 5 locations, they're here to serve you. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. 720-440-7900. Put that in your phone. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We'll get into the Masters and what to expect out of that. We haven't forgotten. Coming up on Thursday, and they did the pond skimming at 16, and they got the par 3, and it's Masters time. Always a rite of spring. Boston Marathon, Masters. Like,
it's
spring
weird
is
not
here.
having around Easter, dude. Like it's just super weird.
Yeah, well, Easter kind of moves around a little bit sometimes.
Easter was early this year.
Yeah, Masters is always kind of at the same time.
Yep.
You gotta blame that on the Easter Bunny, or I don't. I should actually. Well, I should know it. Growing up Catholic, I should know why it moves around, but I actually don't. Do you know why?
It's like the third Sunday after equinox, it ties in with the Jewish Passover calendar.
There's a term for the religious calendar that it's on. I don't know the name of it, but it's on a different calendar.
Yeah. Okay, so none of us know. All right, cool. The Vikings have the number 11 and 23 overall picks, and you'd think that's enough to move up somehow. But Rick Spielman, the team's former general manager, says that the Vikings would have to part ways with a huge haul to take J.J. McCarthy. Quote, I heard a lot of things that Minnesota thought he had an excellent pro day up there. It fits what Kevin O'Connell wants to do, but they're not going to get it with the 2 first-round picks. They're going to have to throw in their first-round pick in 2025, plus more draft capital. Sam Darnold is currently the Vikings starting quarterback. So the question is, if the Vikings don't move up, fellas, does that hurt or help the Denver Broncos? What should we be paying attention to when it comes to the Vikings?
I don't know that it matters all that much. I mean, Minnesota's in front of you, so they're not jumping you from behind, no matter what they're in front of you. So whether they move up or whether they stay put, they are still a threat to get the quarterback that you want, right? So I guess in theory you could try to jump Minnesota, but the same conversation comes into play that we've been having for the last 5 months, and we got another 3 weeks of this, but what ammunition are you doing it with, and how aggressive is Minnesota going to be? Didn't Spielman say that that'd be a mistake to go get J.J. McCarthy?
I'm not quite sure. Did he?
I thought he did. I thought he said something about they're making a mistake and how aggressive they would be to go get him.
But in his title, ex-general manager?
It is.
Sometimes there's a reason there's an EX in front of you.
I guess I bring it up only because it's just such an assumption that they acquired that first-round pick from the 23rd pick from their Cardinals, right, to move up. That's all. Texans. So I just assumed they got that to move up. And anything else?
I mean, probably.
Oh, my God. I'm looking at a mock right now where the Broncos take a cornerback. Oh, my Lord. That is awful.
Staying
I
put.
have a feeling we're going to have a hell of a Monday after the draft. If that happens.
Dude. I'm going to be
We're
so
going to have
depressed.
bus drivers from across Denver, Colorado, driving up to our offices. Do mine. Step in front of mine.
Right. Thank you, Scott. Yeah, what will happen is because I got an opinion, people will root against me, and they'll stupidly celebrate the Broncos making a massive mistake just to see me miserable.
Man, you want to know what's crazy about the mock you're looking at, though? That mock's got Jaden Daniels slipping to number 11.
I know.
The Commanders taking them at number 11.
I know.
So Jaden Daniels would be available just one spot in front of you, and you didn't get aggressive to go get him. That ain't Jaden Daniels not dropping.
That ain't
11.
happened. There is no way that if Jaden Daniels drops down that in your Denver at 12 that you aren't going to do everything you can to get to 11, 10, 9, 8, 7.
Yeah, this is a stupid mock. This is a dumb mock. This is somebody trapped in their mom's basement. Yeah, I mean they got Washington trading out of 2 for 11.
It also does not have Bo Nix or Michael Penix going in the first round.
Stupid, dumb mock. Can't even pay attention. Let's throw that one in the trash can. That's just stupid.
Well, you know what the name of the mock
I got mine
is,
right here. It's full.
It's the 33rd team.
Yeah, 33rd team. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, way to go.
You don't know Deontay Lee?
Tell your mom to make you a ham sandwich. All right, here's another one. You know, is this any better? Fantasy Pros. Oh my God, that's somebody else in their mom's basement calling himself a pro. Figure out how to do a logo.
What makes you a fantasy pro?
Nothing. You know, just time not dating girls.
All right, go to the next. The next one's Tankathon. That's fairly legit.
All right, you look at that one. I mean, at least it's written by staff.
You're gonna love the pick.
Staff.
The staff wrote it. Broncos taking a cornerback, Terrion Arnold. And it has the Vikings doing nothing and taking a cornerback. This is what moron did this? This is just another idiot staff.
Why do you love this
tagathon.
website? I'm going to read you the names of like the first 10 mock drafts on here. That's D-Mac's favorite website of all time. It's NFL Mock Draft Database.
Yeah.
Here's the names of the drafts. 33rd Team,
Yeah.
Fantasy Pros,
Yeah.
Tankathon,
Yeah.
FTN Fantasy,
Yeah.
Fin Fanatic.
Yeah.
Oh, and then finally you get a Fox Sports in there. You got a Dolphins Wire. I mean, goodness gracious.
Well, here's why I like it because this one is good. This FTN Fantasy because they got Bo Nix going at 12.
Oh, that one's good.
Well, at least it makes sense. And they have the Vikings moving up to 4. Again, makes sense. They got Bowers off. They got Dallas Turner off. Odunze off. They got Penix on and Nix on by the time the Broncos draft. And they got them taking Nix. What I like, too, about this, it aggregates all the mocks. And right now, when you look at it, Bo Nix, 19.2% of all mocks have Bo Nix going to the Broncos. Second is J.J. McCarthy at 11.3%, and a cornerback, Terrion Arnold, is third. But it gives you just the vibe of the people that do this crap.
Well, I'll tell you the name of the quarterback that if you want to move up, that it's going to be realistic, in my opinion, it's going to be Drake May. I think he's going to be the quarterback that drops. It's all the conversation going on. He had a moment when he had his pro day, and apparently had a fantastic pro day like they all do. But J.J. McCarthy, that noise seems legit. It's kind of like Baker Mayfield. It was impossible to believe at the beginning, but then, man, it just became real, and it just was. J.J. McCarthy's noise is very, very legitimate. Caleb Williams is going number 1. Jaden Daniels is going number 2. And then Drake May is going to be the quarterback that falls. If you want to move up, you go get him. He'll be the dude.
You know, I'm getting a little sick of these mock drafts right now. I mean, I do love Mock U, and I like doing it and talking about it, but they're ticking me off. Some of the stupid ones.
So anything, I sent you this thing from ESPN.
Yeah.
Probably some jerk around from
Yeah.
my mom's basement, right? And they broke down all the top draft picks. I don't know if you guys took a chance to look at that, but let me just read what they got. And let's go quarterbacks and see if this changes any of your minds. They got the most accurate passer is Jaden Daniels. They've got, and then they go a whole big story about
He's the
why
most accurate?
That's what they've got him.
Wow.
I don't know.
They watched the first few games of the season?
Nobody did. He won the Heisman Trophy because nobody paid attention to the first few games of the season. He won the Heisman Trophy, dude. That's crazy. Jaden Daniels.
How many?
Must have done something right though.
You know,
he did plenty of stuff.
We talk about the top 5, top 10 quarterback busts all the time. It'd be interesting to go back at the Heisman list. How many of the quarterback Heisman winners over the last 10 years have been successful? I'll see if I can pull up the Heisman
2
list.
is pretty good.
Anyway, here you go. Most accurate passer, Jaden Daniels. Strongest arm. You guys want to throw a guess?
In this draft class, Joe Milton.
Yeah. Joe Milton from Tennessee. Yeah. Caleb Williams is the quickest release. Best pocket mobility.
Best Jaden Daniels.
Tyler?
Jaden Daniels. I'd agree with that.
This says J.J. McCarthy.
Oh. Mobility?
Best field vision.
Awareness or mobility? Because those are two different
things. It says
things.
best pocket mobility.
I don't even know what that
Movement
means.
skills to create space in tight quarters. When the walls start to close or opposing defense send pressure, McCarthy will move around the pocket and quickly reset his throwing window.
So, dude, is this just like some sort of thing where there's just a different guy for every category? Like there's no repeats?
Just about, but it kind of gives you what people think about
All right, what's your next one? We can guess.
Best field vision.
Bo Nix.
Drake May.
Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
Best deep ball thrower.
Caleb Williams.
Caleb Williams, yeah. I agree.
Michael Penix Jr.
Yeah.
Most instinctive passer.
Wait,
Caleb
hold on. Has
Williams.
Caleb won anything yet? Oh, so that's the first one he won?
No, he won quickest release was Caleb Williams.
Okay.
And most instinctive passer, which I guess quickest release and instinctive passer.
Sure.
That's 2 pretty good ones to lead in, right?
So we got Penix on the board, but no Bo Nix so far, right?
So far, no Bo Nix. Best decision maker, Jaden Daniels. I can't believe this is an LSU grad to help put this together. Best drive thrower was Drake May.
Okay.
Best touch and timing, Michael Pratt. Best mechanics, Jaden Daniels.
Wow. All right.
Wow.
Yeah, Jaden Daniels pretty good, I guess.
And best off-platform thrower, Caleb Williams. So Jaden Daniels and Caleb Williams had the majority, or had more than any of the other throwers.
So Bo Nix has nothing. Bo Nix is just garbage.
Was not on there. McCarthy got honors for moving around in the pocket to reset the window. Yeah. May could drive the ball.
I know this means nothing about
So
anything other
funny.
than I was just intrigued, so I looked it up. I'm looking at the Heisman winners, and the last like 5 or 10 years was actually pretty decent. And then you go past that, it's insane how bad it was. But Jaden Daniels, okay, we'll see. Caleb Williams, it seems like he's going to be pretty good. Joe Burrow was good.
Yeah.
Kyler Murray, no. Baker Mayfield, pretty good. Lamar Jackson, pretty good.
Yeah.
But then you got Marcus Mariota. You got Johnny Manziel, RG3, Jameis Winston. You got Cam Newton in there and Sam
Oh,
Bradford.
wow. So Tua, man, I thought Tua did win. Tua never won the Heisman, huh?
Tua did not win the Heisman.
Oh, okay. Oh, my bad. I don't know. The Heisman,
It means nothing about anything. I was just curious.
By the way, I mean, you want to talk about reimagining an award. I mean, if only quarterbacks can win it, why don't you just call it the quarterback award and make the Heisman something totally different?
Devontae Smith won in 2020.
So the last non-quarterback goes to 2020. What's the last one after that? That's not
Derrick
too
Henry,
bad.
2015.
So 2 in the past 11 years, 10 years.
Going back to 2010, you only have 2.
Just rename it something. I mean, just be done with it. But whatever.
Or maybe the evaluators stop falling in love with arms, and he's right. Go back and look at when Houston was throwing out Heisman Trophy winners, and dudes from Hawaii were up there at high candidates and stuff because they were doing the run and shoot all the time.
Don't knock Colt Brennan now.
Colt Brennan. Yeah.
My dude.
Yeah.
But none of those guys equated to. In fact, what was the year that McCaffrey didn't win it?
Yeah.
And it was against another running back.
He came in second. No. He lost to Fournette. Are you sure?
Fournette didn't win he didn't win a Heisman.
Yeah,
No,
see, that's Dan just shooting and free balling right there.
What year was Christian's last year?
I thought it was a dude from LSU. It had to be 8-9 years ago, right?
That's Dan just going pew 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 pew. Or is it Fournette?
No, but Leonard Fournette did not win a Heisman.
Well, he went to LSU.
Stay on the
Scott said it was
conversation.
somebody with LSU.
Okay, his last year. Okay. His last year in college was 2016. The Heisman winner in 2016 was Lamar Jackson.
What are you talking about, Christian?
Yeah.
Yeah, but the year he came in second was his sophomore year.
Okay, so he lost to Derrick Henry. That was 2015.
Okay. Well, it turned out all right for both guys. It turned out all right. It worked out. I do have.
Although is Derrick Henry still looking for a team, right?
No, he's signed. He's with the Ravens.
Oh, did he sign?
It's going to be pretty lethal backfield.
Ooh, that's going to be a heck of a backfield.
We have a big deal or no big deal about a bunch of stuff with the Avalanche coming up. No dumb questions at the bottom of the hour. 303-504-0925. Get them in. And I do have a question for you two in particular. This might be kind of a no dumb question, but it's about short football players and short athletes. I really can't believe that you guys can take them seriously. And there's somebody that I want to run past you with the Broncos. Details next.
And I know you guys are hearing ads all over the place for testosterone, and low testosterone is a problem, but there's so much more to your overall health and wellness than just testosterone, and that's why you want to call my friends at Revitalized Health. Tyler Columbus here, and I've been working with Revitalized for 7 years because they're awesome. Guys, they're going to give you a no-cost consultation to make the process super easy. It's simple, no pressure, and it comes with a complimentary vitamin B12 shot. They can help you out with testosterone, but it's so much more, like I said, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, and medical weight loss options. And those medical weight loss options are flat out changing lives. With 3 locations, they're closer no matter where you live. You can find them online at revitalized-health.com.
Yeah, it's Super Tuesday. Right here at Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. 2 for Foreigner, Lou Graham coming right at you. Let's go, Az. Let's go, Nuggets. 92.5. Oh, come on, man.
Boom, 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 boom.
Dude, I got to get myself a shift over there at Cooler Mix. Just to do some talk-ups.
We got to do a playoff rock and roll show over there, like just an hour set.
I'd maybe over there at Cool and just do some bangers from the classic rock era.
Yeah, Bad Company, a little Boston once in a while.
I'd crush it. Feel the thighs with that double vision. Maybe I shouldn't sing along, though.
Yeah, that's, isn't that one of the,
Stay away from that,
cardinal sins of DJs?
Well, I was told that, when I got to classic rock, because I love doing the talk-ups, and then I was at a station and they're like, oh, we don't get in the way of the music, dude.
Don't do that.
We just say Foreigner and just start the song. I'm like, well, what fun is that? It sucks, man. I love talk-ups. Talk-ups are the best. Even in classic rock tunes. Oh, no, we're all about the music. just play it. I'm like, I quit. Oh, wait, I got fired? That sucked, man. That was at 97 Rock in Buffalo, and they told us to stop doing talk-ups. And I was like, really?
So what'd you do?
It sucks. I was doing weekends. It's because the only reason you had people doing weekends at classic rock stations back in the day, somebody literally had to push the button on the CD player for the music to keep going, or the station was off the air. We got computers now. It kind of takes care of that business. But anyways, I'm stunned by this news, and I'll get to the short guy thing in a second. But I see the information, Tyler. Black and Gold Weekend Primetime Elite Dinner. Are you ready for this? Are you going to this?
I'm not, but I think it was like $47 last I saw, right?
Ah, well, we're talking table prices, so it's more than one seat theoretically. VIP prime table. You want to take a swing? Let's take a swing.
Well, 10 seats at a table, right? So I would guess, well, if it was $47, that would be about $500. I don't know.
Scotty, you want to take us at the prime table what you're paying? To sit with Prime.
So the Prime table includes location, right?
sit with Prime.
One table
50,
with Coach.
$50,000.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it's spoiling me. $20,543.
Sit with Prime.
Sit with Prime.
Per seat?
No, for the table. It includes 8 seats.
Okay.
So it's Prime with whoever Prime wants.
How many minutes does Prime sit at the table?
I don't know, brother. I don't know. To eat dinner?
What are you paying per minute?
Got me. But you can buy that table and invite 7 of your friends if you got $20,000. I think
I'll buy that for us.
All right. If you go individually, a golden ticket, $1,000.
I got a golden ticket.
$1,053.40. I have no idea what the prices are all about, but you want to go to the dinner, it's $1,000.
Wow. Okay, so I was thinking about the after party with Lil Wayne. That's a different thing.
I got so. This is brought to you by the 5430 Alliance, whatever that is.
It's the NIL Collective.
Okay, so the prices are wonky because of that, I guess. Prime table, one table in Coach Prime section, that's $17,543. How about this one? Elite table with 2 future pros. So apparently they know which of these players for CU are going to be pros.
Shiloh, right?
I guess 2 future pros. 15,543.
Why not just say their names? Why not write Shedeur and Travis?
I have no idea, but 2 future pros. We're going to guarantee there's 2 future pros.
Okay.
It's amazing they know that, but that's cool. 1 table with 2 CU coaches or student athletes. I guess you know where you sit when you're at the student athlete, not the future pro table. Hey, no. Timmy, not there.
No, wrong chair, buddy.
You're over here. You're a student athlete.
It's like Animal House. Hey, have I introduced you to over here to blah, 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 blah.
Remember that class? I hope they bring it back where Prime once a week would be like, we want to congratulate Joe Tomasudo Smith for being the academic star of the week. Way to go, Joe.
I'll be really fascinated to see how many of these seats sell. I mean, that's a whole lot of money, dude. I guess they wouldn't make that price unless they felt like they could sell it. So the Prime effect's still in full effect right now.
Tyler, I know that, just because you're one of the few CU Buffs, who was a lengthy pro career. I know that doesn't get you any favors there. You're not being left out.
No?
No. You can sponsor a plate for $250 if you just can't make it.
Okay.
So you don't get anything. Just sponsor a plate.
Sponsor a plate.
Can't make it? Sponsor a plate.
Yeah.
Donors
You
will.
got the Denver homeless shelter, or you can sponsor a plate at the Black.
Well, I mean, can we get them to send it via DoorDash or anything?
Well, you will be recognized at the website, on their website.
Okay.
So I make fun, but this is the world we live in with college sports, fellas. This is what you got to do.
Look,
This is the world we're in.
unless it's an utter bust and people just don't buy these things, talk about the influence that guy still got. How much do you think people were paying to sit down with Carl Durrell?
No, you're right.
$50, $20.
I'm making.
So we can make fun of it, but it's actually insane that they've got this kind of pull right now.
You are correct.
Well, it's interesting because you just said it. The world we live in with the NILs, and this is a way to kind of create it. Tyler said this is the syndicate, right? This is where all the money goes. It kind of goes out in it. And going back a little bit, you mentioned Calipari going to Arkansas. The rumor is they have guaranteed him a fund of $6 million NIL money just for basketball.
Yeah.
I got one of
Doesn't that seem big?
Is this coming from like the Walton family? Because isn't the Walmart money? Isn't that what is paying for Calipari down there?
Oh,
there's at one time Arkansas had as many billion-dollar companies as any other state in the union.
Look at that, Arkansas. There you go. My birdie with CU. That's the dinner before the spring game. Lil Wayne concert is separate.
Yep. That's after the game.
Ticket sales for the spring game, only 18,000 so far. So not even close to a sellout at this point. So and being broadcast on the Pac-12 network, who knew that even existed? So there's a little bit of hesitancy there. You know,
people didn't even know the Pac-12 network existed when they were still a Pac-12.
No kidding.
All I know is I was at CU and the tickets were free. Literally, just show up in the building, and we were lucky to have about 2,000 people in that building in our spring game.
Right, so it's still more
18,000 people. That I think the tickets are about $15, give or take. They raised the price just a little bit from last year.
Well, you would know, wouldn't you?
No, apparently not.
Well, wait a second. How are you getting those tickets to go to the spring game?
Oh, I bought them. I don't remember how much they were though.
Oh, that's life in the fast lane. All right, time for no dumb questions, Dan.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions. With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
No dumb question. I was thinking about this just a while ago, and I'll throw it to you guys.
All right.
And because I'm looking around my room, and you get in this travel mode when you're in the NBA and you travel 41 games, and like we're here today, home tomorrow, leave Thursday, on the road Friday, Saturday, Sunday, come back home, then we get to stay home for a week or so. But what's that one item when you travel? And I say that because I got snacks right there. I've got this rub cream I can put on my back. I've got extra.
You're putting the rub cream on your back?
Well, it's a little spicy, so you don't want. I've tried Nair down there, and I would just suggest never do that.
The rub cream goes on the back.
Yeah. It's a what's that stuff that doesn't have THC in it?
Just keep going.
Whatever the CBD stuff. I've got spare glasses right there. I got a speaker right here. I've got bottles of water. What's that one thing when you travel you suggest no one can go without when you travel? You have to have with you.
Phone charger.
Well, that's true.
Well, I got phone chargers, yeah.
If there's ever one thing that you do not forget, it's the phone charger, right?
It's the phone charger.
Yeah.
And
I travel with the pillow. I do. I take my own pillow when I go to hotels.
What?
Yeah, I take my own pillow. I got a messed up neck.
All right. So you have a special pillow?
Yeah, it was about $100 pillow. Yeah.
You have $100 pillow?
$100 pillow. Uh-huh.
Wow.
Yeah, I used to mess with that. My neck's been so messed up. I was thinking about that. That's smart.
I
got three different chargers going right now. I got one for the iPad that you're watching me. I got one for the phone. I got one I got one for the speakers, so that's 3. And I actually have one for these earbuds, but when my electricity ran out, I knew it would fit the same charger or flashlight, so I now have a flashlight charging up. So I have 4 different charging things now, which is stupid. No dumb question. Why don't we just have one universal charge thing for all the electronics everybody uses?
Well, because then Apple couldn't have their own thing.
Right.
Apple's not going universal.
Hell no. Why would they do that?
Why does Apple have to change the charge? There's a better question. Like, you tell me the Lightning port didn't charge just fine enough. Now I got to have like the C thing, the USB-C.
It's the whole thing.
We got to change the charger every 3 years.
It's the whole thing. It's a whole thing. Hey, I got no dumb question for you. Has anybody whined about the power going out more than Vic Lombardi?
I don't know. I didn't really hear all of it.
Oh, it's just constant complaining about the power being out and the woe is me and my life is a mess since the
Did we ever get an answer as to what took them so long to turn it back on?
They got the next gerbil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hamster.
No. I actually loved the power going out.
See?
I actually had a blast.
You're not complaining about it.
No, it was fun actually.
All right,
I got to bond with family.
Perfect. And Vic is just, I think because his golf simulator was out, is his beautiful Christmas present for his wife.
I've looked into golf simulators before, and I had like a kind of rigged simulator that I put on my TV.
Yeah.
That thing was expensive. Vic's simulator, I'm telling you, I mean, I don't want to put his business out there, but I'm guessing that simulator, solid $30,000 to $40,000.
I think it was pretty expensive too. And the funniest thing is that he got it for his wife as a gift for Christmas.
That's great.
That's what he said.
Well, it's funny thing about that is I did get a family gift one year of my golf simulator. Yeah.
Here you go. No dumb question. Worst gift you've ever heard of a husband give their wife?
Well, I've heard a general rule. If it plugs in, you can't give it to your wife.
That's pretty good.
That's a good rule.
That's a good rule.
I say that because once you mentioned that with Vic, remember Dan Neal, who was right guard for the Broncos won the championship?
Yeah.
Had their first baby. Dan Neal got his like you give him a baby present or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
A treadmill.
Oh, that is terrible.
That's
like the famous like.
I mean, didn't Peloton get canceled for that?
Yes. I gave my wife the Peloton.
Hey, everybody, for Christmas, give your wife a Peloton.
Oh my God, my husband gave me a Peloton. Thank God.
I really thought it was kind of a good idea.
That commercial though was so over the top ridiculous. They got some serious.
Was it?
Yes, that was ridiculous.
Oh, I don't remember it. Describe it. What made it so ridiculous?
Because it was like it painted the woman as the
did it put a bunch of fat women up there or something?
No, that's the whole thing. The woman who got it in the commercial was in great shape in the first place. She looked wonderful, and it's like, honey, here, go work out.
What if your wife likes to work out?
Dude, it was the most condescending, ridiculous commercial of all time. It was
But let me ask you
ridiculous.
this. If they had done a counter commercial and had a dude with a dad bod and said, "Hey, wives, for this Father's Day, get your husband, a Peloton or whatever."
Right?
Would it be funny or would it be condescending?
The only way
they wouldn't get canceled for that.
No, the only way it'd be funny if it was Sierra giving it to Russ, and then I would have laughed.
That's bad. That's bad.
Here, I got one serious one on the text line for you, Scott. I lost. Here we go. All right, no dumb question. Why is Jamal going to play tonight when almost all of Utah's starters are out and we have a back-to-back for the number 1 seed tomorrow and he's coming off of injury?
Because he's on a minutes restriction.
Yeah.
So if they can get him like 20 minutes again, it's better than just having another, as D-Mac said, you haven't played since – was that game Saturday?
Yeah.
We played Saturday?
Yeah, man. It's
about getting back in playing shape, right?
So now, and it's for him. And if you watch that game Saturday, he could use a little conditioning. So if you can get him 20, 25 minutes, no stress, let him play.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, these guys are not porcelain dolls here. They're not figurines. They're world-class athletes. They're conditioned to play sports. They're not going to break. So I think that's silly. And they've had plenty of rest. Listen, I think everybody is used to at the end of the season, you're all burned out and exhausted. That is not the case with the Nuggets right now. It's not. I'm sorry AG's going through a little something, But this team, Scott, to me, is as fresh as they've been all year. The hard part for the Nuggets schedule was much earlier in the year, December, that sort of thing. That was a grind. This has not been a grind, Scott, I don't think.
No, it's not a grind. You know what it is? It's like the Green Mile, right? You got to walk that whole mile to walk to the old Sparky or something. It's like, dude, next game.
All right, but
and you're sitting there going, "Where's the?" But it's not a grind. You're
Right.
absolutely. If anything, it's like, let's go. Can we get this thing going? Can we get the? In fact, I'm not sure this team wouldn't have just soon played Friday, Saturday, and be off Sunday.
Sure.
I mean, the season.
I just think that fans worry about this crap a lot more than they need to. Seriously, they're good. They're what a grind was is what the Avalanche did last year when they had to play that stupid game in Nashville because of the water main break, and they played Georgiev in back-to-back games, traveling to Nashville to desperately win the Central. You know, in a very low-key way, I'm glad Dallas just whatever, because you don't have to kill yourself. You don't. Now, you have 2 important games coming up if you're the Avs, because you don't want to lose home ice to Winnipeg. So you want to compete against Minnesota, a team you should beat, and Winnipeg on Saturday. You do want to do that, but I think you got 2 games against Las Vegas and Edmonton that probably will be pretty meaningless. So, all right, fine. But what are we feeling bad for athletes if they play sports? What are we doing here? Don't worry about it. They'll be good.
Easy for you to say.
It is easy for me to say because I respect these guys. I think to say that, oh my God, they need rest is to not recognize what kind of condition they're really in.
Somebody's asking, since a broom doesn't plug in, can you give that as a gift?
Holy cow, a broom to your, oh my Lord, that is ridiculous.
It doesn't plug
How
in.
about an ice scraper?
Oh my
How about an ice
God.
scraper?
Yeah.
Holy cow.
Or a snow shovel.
You know what? I don't need a snowblower, honey. I'll give you a shovel.
I tell you, one of the funniest stories ever heard is about 6 or 7 years ago.
Yeah.
And we had one of them big old storms up, and so Marlon and I are doing a game that night. We're talking. I go, "Yeah, did you get a lot of snow?" I said, "Oh man, it was so thick, it was a beast to shovel." I said, "You went out and shoveled this morning?" He goes, "Oh no, my wife did."
Dude.
And I go, "What?" He goes, "I had to get ready for a game." So he used to send his wife.
That's right.
He finally now hires somebody, but his wife used to go out and have to shovel the walks.
Maybe she liked doing it. Because that's what my wife says when I sit in bed. Okay.
with a grilled cheese sandwich.
He's not
and
being
a tomato
facetious,
soup.
by the way.
You know when you sit there in bed and you're like, is she up? Can she just wake up? I know they got a shovel. Well, is she going to beat me? Oh, God. Because if you wake up first, you got a shovel. If you
No, hold on. Are you being serious?
Oh.
You'll let your wife go shovel?
She likes it.
Wow.
PhD on 92.5.
Georgie will be the first to tell you that this season has been not probably what he was hoping at times, but he's our guy. He's our number one guy.
It's Chris McFarland. He was on with Goodraj and Demps. They were doing the show from the penalty box. It's awesome when they do that. I love that. Just out there, you can hear pucks and skates and ice, and there's the GM of the Avs right there. I love it. Play cut 3 there, Dan. This is Chris McFarland about who this team is. All right, who is this team, Chris?
A team that, not to echo Coach Bednar, but it's a team that we check the puck back. When we don't have the puck, we're responsible without it so that we can play in the offensive zone and try and get teams into three-quarter ice games. That's when we're rolling and we're playing well. We're not, getting bogged down defensively in our own system.
As Devon Taves rips a puck at your head.
Yeah. I wouldn't expect anything less. But when we're responsible and checking the puck back before it's in our zone, we're coming out of our zone clean. Those types of things. That's when I feel we're at our best.
Identity is an important thing, I think, going into the playoffs. If you're confused about who you are and what you're doing, that could be trouble.
Well, the Avalanche identity that they chose early on in the season is we're just going to outscore our problems. And I've heard Raj say that a lot, so that's his take, not mine. But that really is how they built this team. They accepted, okay, we're going to try to win a championship with average goaltending at best, and we're just going to try to outscore our problems. Now, is that sustainable or not? That seems like a tough identity rolling into the playoffs.
I don't know.
I listen. Everything you say on paper sounds great, right? When Coach Malone says, "Hey, we're a movement ball, body ball movement," that's great. And if that's the identity that your general manager says who the Avalanche are, then if they're not doing that, or if that's not happening, then there's an answer to why they're struggling, right? Because if you're playing a different style than quote unquote who you are, that's part of your answer if you think you might have a problem, isn't it?
Who are the Avs then? How would you guys describe the Avs? What do you think their identity is right now?
I think they're searching.
Yeah.
I think I do agree with McFarland when they can play a three-quarter game and get rushes going, and they've added a new 2C that's been phenomenal and doing great for you. I think they're a dangerous team. I think for 6-9 minute stretches they're a dangerous team and can put a lot of pressure on you. But the start of that was, can you clear your zone to get out on those three-quarter rushes? And I think they have struggled more this year. It feels like in games they lose of not playing with the puck.
Yeah, and unfortunately it feels like as the season winds down, they're focusing more on camouflage than they are on what they execute well. And this whole goaltender concern, that's the proper word, right? Nobody can fight with the word concern. You can fight with the word controversy because that implies that they think there's a better option. But the whole goaltender concern, that's impossible to debate. That feels like that's the entire focal point of the team right now. And so it's a camouflage deal of how do we either deny it or cover that up? And I think there's a little both going on right now that they're trying to figure it out.
What's the identity?
It's like Zach Edey in the NBA. You talked about him earlier, D.
Yeah.
If all you're asking when he comes to the NBA is to be a Mark Edey and protect the rim and get rebounds,
yeah,
and that's what he does, and then you get mad at him by going, dude, he's not scoring 20 a night. Well, some guys may just not have that ability. So we talk about a goaltender. And I agree. In the postseason, you want a goaltender that can steal you a game or two, right? They had the backup goaltender last year, came in and I don't know if he stole a game, but man, you won a couple of games with your backup goaltender, or maybe it was in the Cup run.
Francouz, yeah.
Frankie
I mean, Western
comes
Conference,
and no one's expecting it, and you win game. Well, maybe that's not who Georgie is. Maybe he's just a solid goaltender. But you better help him out. You better get traffic away from him so he can see the puck, and you better be matched up and checked with other guys when a rush comes.
I can give you some.
I think they've struggled with that.
I can give you a little hope. Staying positive is when they won the cup, they were struggling. going into the end of the season. They were.
That's true.
And they had a players-only meeting before a game against St. Louis. It's kind of a gut check time. And they pulled it together. They beat St. Louis, and it was kind of like, oh, okay, we're good. They had an extended team meeting. It wasn't players only, but an extended team meeting that pushed the start of practice yesterday back by more than a half hour. So, you can see a little bit of the similarities. The proof will be in the pudding tonight.
That's a tough sell. You're trying to describe the similarities as both teams were struggling at the end of the season. Like that's the optimism?
Well, the optimism is if you can gather yourself, even if things haven't been going great, you could be okay in the playoffs. It doesn't feel like you have enough time or a lot of time to get it together, but you do. You do. I think you do. But we'll see, because you got a game against Minnesota that matters for seeding and a game on Saturday against Winnipeg. Both at home, both with time off in between. So you should be okay.
There was a lot of consternation last year when the Nuggets coming down the stretch goal of the postseason because they kind of shut it down.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
we all agree with that. I wonder, and we've talked about Joker, and it wasn't a team meeting only, and maybe it doesn't need to be, but so much was made at the All-Star game from the All-Star game that Joker fires a text to every one of his teammates and go, I'm coming back early. Okay, it's time to get real. It's time to be serious about this.
Right.
And they've changed. I mean, they've performed at kind of a more consistent, different level. Even in their losses, it's been more consistent and a better level.
Yep.
So maybe that's what that team meeting only was 2 years ago for the Avs, and who knows, maybe it can do it again. It's
so funny because the only two guys on the team, Colin Gillespie was at the All-Star game, and so was Jokic. We got Michael Porter Jr. is in Cabo, and Jamal's at, UFC fights in Vegas, and everybody else is, scattered to wherever they rightfully should go. And the one guy you hear from in a group text about rah, let's go, is the one dude that had basketball obligations over the break. It's pretty powerful. Mm-hmm. It's Malone didn't ask him to do it. He just did it. And he just knew that he should do it. And it's starting to be, it'll be part of Nuggets lore if they win another championship. Ain't no doubt about it. And look at the run they've had since the All-Star break. Way better this year than last year.
Do you think it's time for McKinnon, and this doesn't mean anything, I don't think, but do you think it's time for McKinnon to maybe in that meeting go, okay, boys, fun, all the prank things, been fun. Let's stop it. Let's go. If you've got 45 minutes to do that, you got 45 minutes to get a workout in or get treatment in or get some film in. Okay, it's time to stop this stuff. Let's go.
I don't know that it would have the same effect, though. And believe me, I understand the real Nikola Jokic is not the one that is painted in the media about this guy that doesn't care about basketball. But Nikola Jokic is not Mr. Intense, like calling out his teammates and giving messages like that all the time. Like, if Nate did that would just be Nate. Right? That would just be
not
who he is.
Not vocally. Yeah. No, that would be different. For him to vocally say that would be different. You know what? He gives off that vibe all the time, period, but not vocally. So actually, no, I think that actually would be something, frankly. If he were to sort of vocally do something like that, he wouldn't normally.
And you know what? And we've talked about how cool it is for our city to have Nikola Jokic and Nathan McKinnon in the same building performing their wares. If you've ever listened to Nikola Jokic on a podcast or off doing something else besides whatever and talking hoops, or Nathan McKinnon when he's on the Spittin' Chicklets podcast or what, and talking ice hockey, you come away from those interviews going, God dang, there's some depth. There is some sports depth to those two guys right there that we don't get to see as guys that cover the team every single day. We don't get to see that, but there is depth in Nathan McKinnon and Nikola Jokic.
I don't know, man. Gabe is around the team quite a bit these days. Gabe is. He's at practices. He's not skating with them, but he's there. He's encouraging them at least. He's in the locker room. He is around quite a bit. So, I don't know. I don't know if that translates the same because he's not on the ice, but he is there.
I realize it's like a reality check. You got 4 games left, but the Gabe return conversation has just disappeared.
Yeah,
it's just gone away. All it takes is watching those videos of him skating, and I mean, he looks so ginger out there. But I mean, even 2 weeks ago, those were the conversations. Hey, we're going to get Gabe back just in time for the playoffs. And no, you don't hear anybody talking about that now.
No, because it's not fun to rain on reality parades, but that's just the truth about what's going on. So, and nobody's really pretended otherwise, aside from Bednar just saying there is a timeline, and the end date of that timeline is during the playoffs. And they have said that. So nobody really expected him to be ready to go at this point. But I think it's unrealistic to really, they're just not completely closing the door. I don't think the first round would be the spot. But if they make it past the first round, would you like to have Gabe Landeskog somehow, some way on the ice for your team? Probably. Probably.
Do you feel that way? Because isn't that a bit of a change for you? Because
I don't. I would have just very low expectations of it. But if you tell me, well, you can have Yakov Trenin or Gabe Landeskog, then I guess I'd take Gabe Landeskog.
You know what would be more than anything? It'd be like a timing thing, like a home ice game. Maybe you're trailing, I don't know, but it would just be an energy thing that comes into it comes into the building, into the crowd that would carry over to the team.
You can give it a shot.
Go back to a highlight this year, and they did in Pittsburgh, a Jaromir Jagr night, right? And the whole team came out and was wearing Jagr jerseys or sweaters. And Jaromir actually came in fully dressed and padded in his own jersey and came out last to skate. That building blew up.
Yeah.
And that was just for a guy they're going to put in the rafters. So if Gabe could even just get on the ice and skate for a game and he came out there, there would be juice. I don't know if that juice equates to getting a win, but I'm telling you what, and listen, Avs fans are unbelievable in that building anyway. I mean, they are loud and into it from get one all the time anyway. But you see Gabe Landeskog actually in a sweater and skates and coming out there for a warm-up, what that building would do.
Congrats to UConn. We'll fix college basketball next. Fill in this sentence. The national championship game last night was blank.
Fun for 15 minutes.
Okay. Scott, the national championship game last night was
controlled by television.
I'll say was a reality check. And some of my hesitancy about being excited for the college basketball game was sort of played out. Now, I'm not saying there weren't some exciting, fun games. CU was part of several of them. But to watch a team not be able to shoot a basketball, like Purdue as they went 1 of 7 from 3, depending solely on Edey, is that how you say Edey?
Yep, Zach Edey.
37 points, scoring more than half of his team points, mostly from the inside, dunks, short shots, that sort of thing. And the 7-2 guy, he actually didn't, Klingon. I'm just going to go with Scott on this. Klingon, he was
This is
all
actually
right.
a Star Trek erotic talk.
Yeah, I mean, he was okay. But the end of the game was just, I'm going to throw it to our big guy, and you throw it to your big guy, and we'll see which guy can dunk. But there was no chance for Purdue to come from behind because nobody can shoot. So once you're down by 8 or so points, and I get what you're saying the first 15 minutes, well, okay.
Well, the way Edey started that game, it was flat out exciting. It was. I don't think anybody could have looked at the beginning of that basketball game and not been like, "Wow, this dude's on fire." He was confident. He's skipping up and down the court. He was dominating the game at the early goings. Now, you already knew going into the game if they didn't keep that within 6 points the entire game, it was going to be over because they couldn't shoot from the outside. Scott, you brought up earlier with Zach if he made it in the NBA as a rim protector / rebounder. Is there not a role for that? I would think there's a role for that in the NBA for that dude. He's 7. How tall is he? 7'4"?
Edey's 7'4", yeah.
7'4".
Klingon is 7'2".
Mark Eaton actually came out the same year I came out. So our rookie years, I was in summer league with Mark Eaton, and it was comical because it was like an old cartoon, or like when you watched little kids play soccer, like the mask goes this way, and there's always that one little kid that trails, and the ball comes back this way, and he's got to come to, and he never catches up with the ball, or she never catches. That was Mark Eaton playing basketball in the summer my rookie year. To turn into a guy who was, one of the great defenders and shot blockers, and first of all, world-class human being. He was an unbelievable human being. Big biker, by the way, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think there's spots of it. I don't think he knows how to block shots like him. I think he blocks shots because he's 7'4". Mark
had a few
actually
last night.
hunted block shots. Yeah, and I think that's because he's 7'4", and once he learns to actually go hunt them, I think those numbers will go up. And then if he can rebound, he's 290, they say, but he's got to get stronger because how many times did he get bumped and he just lose the ball?
Who would be a more
All the time.
effective backup center for the Denver Nuggets? Zeke Naji or Zach Edey?
Zach Edey.
Right?
Right now. But, Zeke's a much more athletic guy, and Zeke can shoot a 3, and Edey can't.
Well, Zeke's worth $43 million or whatever it is.
I mean, I guess. I guess I'm taking he takes up space, but I don't see a big NBA career for Edey. Every team's got a couple of 7-footers. It's 7-footers are on every team, Scott. That's not a big deal.
Well, Mozgov got 11, 12 years in the
Yeah.
league.
Yeah.
Who's a better player, him, Edey, or Mozgov?
Mozgov has proofs in the pudding. He's got an NBA career to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Listen, you're 7'4", you're a big guy. I get it.
The irony of this entire conversation is we're sitting here talking about a team that got dominated by UConn, and we're debating whether the only name that really everybody knows, and people know Klingon also, they know his name also, mainly just because of the matchup. But the only dude that you're even debating whether he has an NBA career is a guy that we're saying more or less doesn't have an NBA career, and Zach Edey.
I'm not impressed by 7-footers because the league's littered with them. I'm impressed by Victor Wembanyama because his skill set is absurd, what he can do. But Edey's not like that. Listen, I'm still blown away by the stat that one guy had 8 assists, and that was it for Purdue. They had 8 assists on the game, and one dude, this Braden Smith guy, he had all 8 of the assists. And I'm like, all right, so let me just start there. Fix college basketball, Scott. Because this game last night was broken.
4 quarters, first of all, you got to go to. It's got to go to 4 quarters. You got to change that. The officials stink. It's too much about coaches and officials.
Shot clock down to 24 from 30 seconds. Let's keep going. Let's get a little quicker here.
Listen, I don't care if it's 30 or 24. 30's fine. If you got more guys playing real basketball, I'll give you an example. Freaking UConn ran 30 seconds, but there was movement for 30 seconds. So it wasn't like hold the ball. I mean, these dudes are bam, boom, boom, bam, bam, cutting over here, cutting, dribble, handoff, pick and throw. And I mean, there was movement. And next thing you know, somebody's going to sleep and there's a lob at the rim and somebody gets a dunk. So they used a lot of the clock, but boy, there was movement. Virginia just throw it down, get it to the corner, come back, dribble to the middle, throw it to the side, dribble down, come back. And so it's a different look. I don't know. I would go 4 quarters. It's got to be the first thing you got to do. If you want to miss with the shot clock, fine. But I'm okay with it at 30.
Would you move it to 12-minute quarters so it's like the NBA game, so you just got a little bit more room?
I'd go 10, 10, 10, 10. I'd still keep the game at 40 and just make 10-minute quarters.
Why is it 40? Actually, I don't understand that. Why is there a difference in time between the NBA and college basketball?
Well, when I played, we thought it was funny that the NBA played 48.
Okay.
But to be honest with you, think about this. So when I was in college, it was really before the NBA kind of blew up. College basketball, in my years in Arkansas, was 78 to 82. I would say college basketball was bigger in 78 to 82 than the NBA was.
Well, you had Bird.
Was there ever a point in time that college football was bigger than the NFL?
Yes.
Really?
Oh my God. Well, in Leatherheads, before, yes, for
I
a
mean,
longer,
like the NFL once you had the Super Bowl.
So in the Super Bowl era.
It
Probably
took
in the
about
very
3 years
beginning,
of the
yeah.
Super Bowl. 'Cause
Yeah.
remember, they used to have the championship. It's just that they didn't have the AFL merger.
Yeah, right.
The merger started the growth. Started the incremental growth of what we see now as the
Don't
NFL.
forget Jim Brown gave up his NFL career to do movies. The NFL just wasn't all that. And then the first Super Bowl was in '67. And those 2 Super Bowls that the Packers won were a little bit, like an afterthought. But when Joe Namath won Super Bowl III with the Jets, it kind of changed everything.
Changed things, yeah.
Yeah, but I'd say college football up until that moment, overall,
I think college basketball held on for a long time, though, man.
Over the NBA?
Oh, well, maybe not over the NBA, but very competitive in interest in terms of the NBA. I would say it's probably not until the last 10 years that it really went on the decline.
Well, I'm one and done has ruined it because you kids don't stay, so you don't have any loyalty. They should just let 18-year-olds go to the NBA like they used to, and those that are in college basketball, I would make the same rules as college baseball, meaning you want to go to the NBA, fine. But if you go to college, you need to be in college for 3 years or until you turn 21. And that would keep more kids around, and you'd get to know them better. Plus, I'd make the changes on the shot clock, the quarters, and you'd have a more free-flowing, open type of game.
Why did the one and done rule come into existence? What was the purpose of it? Was
no
that
idea.
the NBA saying we
Because
don't want these young kids?
Good question.
The NBA raised their age limitation to come in. It used to be you could come in anytime, and they raised it to 19. So now kids were going to go to high school to college for 1 year till they turned 19. So now that they could go and come to the NBA. So the NBA helped put in the
Why?
one.
I'm trying to figure out what that did for the NBA.
Right, I don't know why.
How did that help their product?
What hurt them was guys were drafting all these AAU guys, and you'd have to hold on to them for their rookie contract, and they didn't do nothing or never got to play or sucked, and then you'd lose them for zero compensation, and yet you just played them $4 or $5 million for 3 years, and then all of a sudden they go in years 5 and 6 when they're 22, 23, 24, they're blowing up.
Okay.
They're starting to play good. And so people think, wait a minute, so you're getting all your training here, but you're becoming a star over here. And so they thought that they could do that by holding it off for 1 year. I believe they're going back, or there was talks about. I don't know if it got passed. We were talking about come in when you want.
Well, I'll tell you
But
this.
it used to be 3 years. When I was in the NBA, you had to play in college for at least 3 years, and then you had to apply for a hardship case to be allowed. Then the NBA would say, okay, that's a legitimate case. You can come in. And we'd call them, when you came in early, they would call them hardship.
We have some good news for you, though, Tyler.
Oh, okay.
Dan Tanner.
Are we going to make fun of short people? We never did that.
I got that in my back pocket to go to at a moment's notice to make fun of short people. And there's
Okay.
a Broncos. Maybe we'll do that with Let's Football Go in a little bit because there's a Broncos tie into it. But Dan has some great news for you, Tyler. Dan?
Tyler, you finished, and of all the listeners, all the employees here at Altitude Sports Radio who did our Bracket Madness Challenge, you finished 10th overall.
Raise the roof, baby. Raise
Number
the roof.
one on
Let's
our
go.
show.
That's knowledge. That's IQ.
You picked,
that's
you
what
picked
shows up
Purdue
here.
and UConn in the final, as did I, but I'm 46th.
Yeah,
So.
10th. That's what I'm talking about. This is why people come into PhD. It's basketball IQ.
So it's 10th out of how?
Did you both have UConn winning?
I did. Yeah,
I did. Yeah.
I did too.
Yeah,
Did we all pick UConn?
I did.
Well, UConn was not exactly the sexiest picks. It was a pretty common pick.
Yeah. So
My
wait.
daughter
Dave
picked
Portnoy?
UConn.
Your daughter, Ellie, picked. She's 9.
9 years old, picked UConn.
Well, how did she break that down? Did she really like Klingon?
What she liked was she had a teacher who loved Connecticut, and so she liked that teacher, and so she picked him all the way to go.
Did you guys see that?
And then she had one of the other Cinderellas because another teacher went to school there. So one of the Cinderellas that got North Carolina State or somebody, she picked them along.
Are you sure there wasn't an over/under on Paw Patrol?
Could have been.
Could have been that too.
Could have been. It's a husky, right?
It's a husky. I'm just saying, Paw Patrol.
Yeah, it's a husky.
You never know.
Dan, where did I finish?
No, he
Or
doesn't.
at DMAC?
Yeah, he doesn't know.
I'm trying to find out.
Yeah,
it gives me the top 10, and then if you guys sign into it, you can look. But I can't find it.
I signed in on the road to do it, and it wouldn't let me sign in. It kept wanting me to pay something, so I said nah, and I didn't do it.
I think you're doing it wrong then.
No, because I've talked to 3 or 4 other people who had the same issue.
I tried to figure out how to check my standings. I couldn't figure it out.
Just take the win. Be happy with it.
I'm there. Can you give me a screenshot or something so I can brag about myself on Twitter?
Yeah, there you go. I mean, you did it. You beat everybody here. Of all the people who didn't know anything about college basketball,
this guy does.
You knew the most about not knowing anything.
You're now the official college basketball
You're our guy.
representative, so
You're our guy.
You've got to be the lead on this from now on.
I got you. Tune in, 12-3.
Let's Football Go. Yeah, I got the short guy story. I do have that. But Dan's got a hold of things. But short guy is in the Broncos news. Details next. DMAC for AAA Home Improvements. Let's read one of these reviews that are so spectacular. Kathy McLaughlin. We use AAA for 3 projects and have been delighted each time. Bob was thoughtful in his designs and was able to work with us on our budget. JT, Bill, and Carlos worked around our schedule, 2 rowdy dogs, and small additions to the scope of the project. Good quality construction at a fair price. Toby's team couldn't be any nicer. That's Toby Hurdle. He put this team together, 20-plus years of home renovation experience, custom home building, and they do it all. It is turnkey. From design engineering, management, final inspections with no upfront pricing, AAA Home Improvements is spectacular. Go to AAAHomeImprovements.com for some stunning before and afters. From room additions, complete home remodels, custom homes, everything that you can imagine is possible if you go to AAA Home Improvements. But they do such great work. The schedule fills up. You can get a free no-obligation estimate on your dream renovation by going to AAAHomeImprovements.com. You got to check it out. AAAHomeImprovements.com. Quality at a fair price.
Hey, this is Tyler here for my friends over at Phil Long Ford. Guys, every single car that I bought since my rookie year has been from Phil Long Ford of Denver. And I keep going back because I always have a great experience. I know that car shopping can feel a bit cumbersome at times, but not at Phil Long Ford because they've got the largest inventory in the state of Colorado. Whether you're looking for a used vehicle or a new vehicle, they've got the largest selection and they've got the best deals. And you can check out all those deals online at phillongdenver.com. They've got incredible inventory arriving daily. They've got cars and trucks on the lot for you to choose from, or you can always go online and get exactly what you want. And check out their incredible line of electric cars, pickups, and vans with the latest technology. They've got the largest selection. They've got the best deals. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. And once you buy a car from Phil Long Ford, you will be a customer for life because you will realize that it is an experience that is different than other car dealers in Colorado. Go check them out online at phillongdenver.com and let them know that Tyler sent you on over.
Can I tell you something about Mountain High Appliance, how good they are? I mean, are you kidding me? They're the most complete local appliance store. Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, Glenwood Springs, and Denver, mountainhighappliance.com. Dan, Bud, Tanner, I cannot wait to hear what's first up.
All right, well, we've got a little bit of new news here from Zach Stevens is reporting from the DNVR. The Broncos have met with UCLA edge rusher Laiatu Latu. I hope I'm saying that right.
That's interesting. That is interesting.
And they are set to meet with Florida State edge rusher Jared Verse. Zach says Denver is doing some serious research on first-round pass rushers. Now, I know you're out on the cornerbacks there, D-Mac, but we haven't talked a whole lot about 12 and an edge rusher for the Broncos. What do you guys think?
If there is another position besides quarterback, and I know they don't need offensive line, I think this is a slam dunk go-to position. I would prefer to have a more talented guy in this position than Brock Bowers at tight end.
Well, there's an easy argument for that for sure. I mean, if you draft a pass rusher, it's a very safe thing to do because it's going to be a top 2 or 3 foundational position on a football team. There's zero argument about why you should draft a tight end, like just the position of tight end. Now, in theory, Brock Bowers is supposed to be a game changer, and he's more dynamic than just a traditional tight end. But you don't even, more times than not, you don't even want to touch tight end in the first round, yet alone in the top 12. So pass rusher is kind of like the default safe pick value selection at number 12.
If it works out. I mean, it would be nice if they could get a guy, if they got a guy at 12 that became dominating. Like Tyler said on this a million times about their pass. They're good. I mean, they got nice players at that position, but they don't have fear of God players at that position. If you can draft a fear of God player.
That's right.
In fact, I would say if you can draft a fear of God player anywhere, you might want to take him at that 12.
I just think they're more dynamic. The funniest story, we did it yesterday, so I don't think you're going to be doing it, Dan, but the whole, people are sick of Micah Parsons' crap behind the scenes of the Cowboys is such a joke.
It's picking up steam, though.
Dumb.
I brought that up yesterday because I watched it on the Colin Cowherd show. Today it's all over Pro Football Talk, and Pro Football Talk had the take that you had yesterday. Okay, if you're wearing thin of Micah Parsons right now, get thicker skin.
Right.
Because what the heck are you going to do? You going to let that dude leave town? Deal with it. Did you deal with Lawrence Taylor? Yeah.
Everything is a scale. Ability versus pain in the ass. It's so ridiculously unbalanced. Micah Parsons could be like running into cars in the parking lot and he'd still be worth it. He's that good and that much of a game changer.
That's your off-the-field problem, running into cars in the parking lot?
Whatever. I'll just, keep it PG-13.
When you're F around, if talent overachieves your FA, your F around.
I gotcha.
Then guess what? He ain't going to find out for a while.
No.
Now let that talent and ability drop down.
Of course.
Then you're going to find out.
All right, then you're Jerry Jeudy and you're dealt for a 5th and a 6th and a bus ticket out of town. Next up, Dan.
All right, well, speaking of the tight end position and Brock Bowers, according to a report, the Indianapolis Colts fellas are looking to trade up in the NFL draft for Brock Bowers.
That makes sense.
Quote, Indianapolis has never traded up in the first round under GM Chris Ballard. However, Bowers would be worth the jump as an elite playmaker and a pro-ready tight end. Now, they have picked number 15. If Bowers is on the board at, let's say, starting still at 10, is the Broncos pick at 12 an option there to move back?
It's going to be tempting.
Sure it is, but I don't think they'll even have to do anything to move up to go get him. Brock Bowers could easily be sitting there at number 15.
No way.
Very, very easily.
Zero chance
D-Mac,
of that.
you're wrong, dude.
No way.
In a year in which you're supposed to have all these quarterbacks going high, you're going to have 5 quarterbacks gone, and then you've got the top wide receivers. You got Malik Neighbors. You got Marvin Harrison. Then you got the tackles. You got Joe Alton. You got Troy Fontenot and those guys.
I got it.
And then you got the edge rushers. We're talking about foundational pieces here, the Dallas Turners of the world. To have a tight end slip to 15, that could easily happen.
I'd be stunned. And that is the place where somebody's going to drop back. Like the Raiders at 13 would drop back. Maybe even the Broncos. Not, it won't happen for the Vikings.
I'll tell you this, though.
That ain't happening.
I'll tell you
there's
this,
no
though.
way it's going to last
If Michael Penix and Bo Nix are both on the board, that would be a dream scenario that you could move back just 3 positions, add some value, and then select the quarterback. That would be an awesome situation. If they really wanted to move up from 15 to 12 to go get Brock Bowers, awesome. I'm only dropping down 3 spots. There's still 2 quarterbacks on the board.
And then you got to hope the Raiders aren't interested. And then you got to hope a team like Seattle isn't interested. And you got to hope the Steelers don't do something crazy. I mean, you got to hope.
Did you see that article that I sent you guys today that there's noise in Vegas that Vegas is going to try to make a move and trade for Dak Prescott?
No, I didn't see that for Dak.
That makes sense. That makes sense to me.
They're definitely going to be aggressive for a quarterback.
I get it. I mean, that's a lot of crazy shizzle happens. And when Deion Sanders is coaching the Cowboys next year and coaching his son Shador, that's all of a sudden going to make a lot of sense.
What's the ripple effect of that? So if Dallas were to trade Dak, that probably happens before the draft. Where is Dallas? They're not even until 24.
So they'd move up. They would move up to 13,
and then they would get I'm telling you what they did. They get a pass rusher. They tank out the season, and they get Deion and Shador next year. That's what they would do. And there you go. That's how you do it. Like we were asking, how does Dallas do it? You give up a year, get rid of Dak.
Let me ask you this: would Jerry Jones' ego ever allow him to tank a season?
No. Hell no.
I don't see that either.
Hell no. That's what I keep asking in this Shedeur conversation to Dallas. How are they getting if Shedeur's supposed to be that good, and in this scenario, clearly Dallas would covet him, which would mean he's going to be a top 3 draft pick. How are they getting that?
They get it by tanking a season. That's
so
how
they're
going
to be that bad. They're going to go from 12 wins to getting a top 3 draft pick.
If they either you're going to stick with Dak Prescott or you're not, and if you're not, what's your plan? And there you go. You get a great pass rusher, the best that you can. You win 5 games, and you put yourself in a position to get Dion and Shedeur. That's exactly what you do. But listen, is that a great plan? No, it's a high risk plan. It's kind of crazy, but that's how you would do it. I'm not saying they are going to do it, but that is exactly how you would do it. But it sounds insane, so it probably won't happen. Yeah, I know. It's dopey, guessing. But, it's Jerry Jones. How do you know?
Or you play another year. You played Dak his last year of his contract. Now you can franchise him, right?
You can, sure.
You put that threat on him.
Sure.
And so that still makes him valuable to a trade from somebody.
Yeah.
So you play this year out with Dak. Then you get into a trade, see if you can move up and get Shedeur.
You could do it too. There you go. That's a good way to do it too. There's a bunch of ways to frankly do it, but we're just going off the premise that they move up. We're going off the premise that you saw somebody moving up. That's all. But again,
it'd be great if the Raiders did make that move though, because it's one less team you have to worry about.
Next story, Dan.
All right, D-Mac, you're all in on Bo Nix. That's your guy.
That's my guy.
Tyler.
Flag
Penix?
is planted. Nix.
Penix, is that your guy?
Yeah.
Scott, who's your QB guy for the Broncos?
Well,
if you had to choose one.
Carson Wentz has already gone to Kansas City. I'm going to go with Michael Penix.
Okay, so 2 Penix, 1 Nix. I am officially all in on J.J. McCarthy. He's my guy, okay?
All right.
Now, here is why. Here is J.J. talking about his on-field pregame routine he did while at Michigan.
What I listen to when I meditate are these certain frequencies, that help tune the certain type of consciousness that I want to set myself up for. Everything's a vibration. After that, I just play Bob Marley. I'd say my favorite Bob Marley song has got to be Jamin. It's something that, gets me in the right state of being, that just sets me up for, complete response to every situation that I'm going to face on the field and come from a calm center that, helps me perform at my best.
What you guys know about binaural beats? What you guys know about binaural waves? Anything? Huh? There's something to it.
I like to keep myself
You know what else
open.
J.J. McCarthy does on game day? He brushes his teeth left-handed. Gets those alpha brain waves going.
With jamming.
And then Bob Marley takes all that alpha.
Yeah. And the Bob Marley goes, this is why J.J. McCarthy wants to come to Colorado.
Making sense, Dan.
He's my guy.
Is your guy.
Trade this year's first, next year's first, 2030's
Whatever
first. I don't
you gotta
care.
do. Whatever
Get
you
him
gotta
in town.
do. 3 firsts and a bag of weed. We got J.J. McCarthy.
3 firsts and an ounce.
All right, next up, Dan.
All right, well, speaking of, a lot of draft stuff here today, fellas. Another report saying that the Arizona Cardinals are seeking 3 first-round picks to move down from number 4.
Oh, of course they are.
The report also says if they can't get that, their guess is they're going to stay at 4 and draft Marvin Harrison Jr. Would you guys give up 3 first-round picks? Now, I get it depends on where you're picking at, but, man, that seems like a lot to move to 4.
Yeah, I mean, if you think J.J. McCarthy is that dude, then sure, I guess. But it's very unrealistic.
The biggest question is, Dan, would you trade 3 first-round picks to move to number 4 to get your boy? You just
to get
went all
JJ?
in?
Yeah. Well, now that I know he likes Bob, yeah, I would.
3 first-round picks and some edibles, and we're good.
There you go.
Some people want a bag of rocks. You get a bag of edibles.
Sure. I mean, make the night go smooth. Colorado, you gotta love it. Is that it? Is that the story? We got another
Lastly,
one?
we got Jim Harbaugh in LA with the Chargers. The Chargers, their offensive coordinator, Jim Harbaugh, all saying that their plan is to build a, quote, epic offense.
No way.
Epic.
What?
Offense. That's the plan.
What's going to be their game plan? Score points. Score points. What's that dude's name? I forgot his name.
Justin Out.
Justin Out.
He's going to score a lot of points.
Yeah, we're going to score a lot of points. Go Nuggets.
Yeah.
Love it.
Their run game coordinator, Andy Bischoff, said in a team meeting he used the word epic in front of the guys to define what he wants their offense to be. And he goes on to say, why not create something different than has ever been done before? As much success as we've all had in different places doing different things, none of that really matters. All that really matters is right here and creating that right now.
Do you guys know that Harbaugh was not joking when he said he wanted to live in an RV outside of the facility? He's living in an RV outside of the facility, and so is the defensive coordinator.
Was the van down by the river booked?
And he actually said something to the effect of, like, his family's coming pretty soon, and he's going to get a house, and so that's going to be tough. Can't live in the RV.
To give up the RV?
Yeah.
The van life?
Yeah.
Yeah. When's his podcast coming out? When does he shower in the
here's my
Lifetime
question,
Fitness?
though. Like, if you're going to stay at the facility, why not just put a bed in your office?
I don't know, because he needs a bath. I have no idea.
There's no bathrooms in the facility?
He is such a kooky dude. It's ridiculous. I don't know. It's who knows with him. You know what I know about him?
Win the AFC West next year and go deep in the playoffs, and they're liable to put some hookups on the outside of the building for
Sure.
you.
I mean, the dude can coach, but he's a kook.
We'll see.
We'll see what?
We'll see. I was kind of all in on the Harbaugh Herbert situation. I don't know, man. I think there is something missing with Justin Herbert. I do. And if there's ever be a dude that's going to get out of him, you would think it'd be Harbaugh. But
yeah, I think he will.
I'm not sure Herbert's ever going to rise to where people think he can be.
Okay. Well, we'll see.
And with the gaudy stats that he's had in 3 years.
Hey, guess what, Tyler? We'll have the next 10 years to figure that out in the AFC West. So, I
really hate to have Herbert as our quarterback. That would suck.
Yeah, that would blow. But just stand by, because we'll have 10 years to see if it's going to work or not. Oh, we're going to have 10
I actually heard that Herbert's favorite musician was Ziggy Marley.
Yeah. He's just a little bit off. I mean, Ziggy had a couple tunes. Yeah.
Ziggy came to Fox Theater quite a bit when I was in college.
He's one of the 72 children fathered by Bob Marley, so, you got plenty to choose from.
He likes Ziggy and Pepper.
How do you pick your favorite out of 72 kids?
Yeah, whoever, mows your lawn.
Well, apparently your wife does that, since she shovels for you as well.
You got to draw some lines. And,
I just hope the world knows D-Mac was not being facetious about his wife actually shoveling.
I guarantee you.
Oh, no.
No, she really does.
Oh, yeah. There's humor in truth.
It's always
Here's
the
a no-dumb
best.
question for you, D-Mac.
Sure.
If you and your wife were to Indian wrestle, who would win?
Well,
I'd win now, but she would have had my fat ass maybe 3 months ago. I would just run out of breath. But I'd get her right now. I'm pretty svelte. I'm feeling strong.
How'd your pictures go?
It went pretty good. Do you want to see one?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll show you one. I actually changed my outfit a little bit.
I want to see the before.
Oh, do you really?
Yeah.
It's so hideous.
Well, you've got one of the befores in your phone.
Oh,
Tyler.
no, I've got the all-time before. You should let me post that now. You should be proud of it. You should let me post it. I showed it to Scott, and Scott literally didn't know who it was.
Yeah. Do you want to see the before? Do you really want to see the before?
Yeah.
I thought it was Raj.
I'm getting there. Oh my God, it's so bad. So here's the same pose. Oh my God, dude, check that out. Can you see that?
Oh my God! Look at your shoulders and neck.
I know. And then go to the
you almost
after.
looked strong for a second there.
Boom.
Wow! Look at the shoulders and neck. Holy cow!
Yeah.
I'm telling you, man.
Here's another sad one. Here's the side view.
But here's what they do. Hey, on the before pictures, wear real dark clothes, and then on the after, make sure you wear real light clothes, so you can help so the aesthetics look better too.
I figured that one out on my own, but yeah, that's like the side view after. And
You're still sucking in though.
Yeah, he's standing up straight.
I'm trying.
Wow, look at those shoulders.
Look at that. It's
Yeah, that shoulder and neck area, you look like you were a zero tech.
Like you actually kind of look like a power lifter or something there.
I
Like that's
know.
actually not even a bad photo.
Oh, it's a terrible photo. Are you kidding me? That is awful. That is terrible. 40 pounds. I hit it today. By the way, I hit it today. I did. Today was the first day.
So you cheated?
No, I didn't cheat.
You took the photos before you got there? You
You
cheated.
No, but I didn't cheat. What are you talking about cheating?
You said you weren't going to take the photos till you got to 40.
I was pretty confident I would hit 40 this morning. And I did. I did. I hit it this morning, and that was the goal.
Cheater.
Cheat. What are you talking about cheating?
You took the after photo when you weren't after.
Dude, 165. 5'7", 165, bro. That's it. Pretty good. Probably drop a couple more, frankly. Because I don't want to go to
want to get to 150?
Well, no. That's
you got to get low enough that you got a little
right.
cushion.
That's right. That's right.
Because you're going to put some back on. So you add like another 10 pounds, and then just like
10.
Not
10. I think 5.
Maybe 10.
I don't need a 10-pound cushion.
I mean, if you lost all control, how long would it take you to put 10 on?
If I lost control, probably
Monday. Till
right,
Monday.
Right.
Till Monday. Come
on,
dog.
Everybody has bad days now.
We could go out and eat some dogs, man. We could go the
that
Rockies game, get
challenge?
some dogs, do a 999 challenge, and hey, boom.
Oh my God, you guys are too funny and accurate. I'll get to the short guy thing. I got the short guy thing in my back pocket. I'll get to that.
Is the short guy 5'7", 165?
Mm-hmm.
He wishes he was 165. He's almost 5'7". Details next.
Hey, what's up, guys? Tyler here for my friends at Revitalized Health. I've been working with them for 7 years. You don't keep going back to the same spot for 7 years unless they made a huge difference in your life. Guys, they're going to help you look better, feel better, sleep better than you have in a long, long time. And I'll keep it honest. I had a hard time with my sleep after I retired, and my body does not respond the way that it once did in the weight room. So I hooked up with Revitalized Health, and I'm feeling like a young man again. They can help you out with testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, and medical weight loss options. With 3 locations, they're close to you no matter where you live. You can find them online at revitalized-health.com.
Hey, it's C-Mac for Mike Maroney Automotive. Hey, you want your biggest discount, lowest payment on a Ford, Chevy, or GMC? This is the place to go. Mike Maroney. Mike Maroney GMC in Boulder. Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont. Mike Maroney Ford Longmont. Right now, you can get discounts up to $10,000. $10,000 off. Or interest-free financing as low as 0% APR for 72 months. Great deal. With over 1,000 new and used cars, trucks, and SUVs, you're going to find the right vehicle at the right price at MikeMaroneyColorado.com. And as always, when you buy any vehicle from Mike Maroney, you'll get free delivery anywhere in Colorado and their money-back guarantee for your peace of mind. Visit them today. Like I said, Mike Maroney GMC in Boulder, Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont, Mike Maroney Ford Longmont. Online, simple to find, MikeMaroneyColorado.com.
Jump.
Jump.
The Nuggets are stunningly bad in Utah. And we'll get to the prediction of that game in a little bit. Who's going to go, who's not going to go. Avalanche playing the Wild. Pretty big game down there at Ball Arena. Minnesota back-to-back at Ball Arena. Hockey, then basketball, back-to-back nights. And you have the Rockies going against the Diamondbacks. Rockies won yesterday, guys.
Rocks.
They did win. And so you do around 7:35-ish. You'll have the Nuggets, Avalanche, and Rockies all playing at the same time. Who will win their respect? Who is most likely to win out of those three? Most likely to win. Nuggets. Really? Even though they lost 6 in a row in Utah and are 1-14 in Mike Malone's tenure. Nuggets.
Yeah, but they got 5 of their top 6 guys out, right?
They do.
And you're playing for a setup first place game tomorrow.
They are.
So I'd go Nuggets.
I would say on paper it's the Nuggets as well, but I don't know. This Utah thing is weird. Hey, how concerned should we be about AG?
Not as concerned as I was about Murray because Murray's legs. I looked at a stat today, and the difference between Reggie Jackson starting point guard and Jamal Murray this year starting point guard.
Yeah,
is the Nuggets average 110 when Reggie plays, and they average 125 when Jamal plays.
Okay.
I mean,
well, all right. I mean,
that's a massive difference, and I think that AG, the style he plays, he doesn't need the build up and the getting the legs and the vision with the passing. He just got to be able to jump and dunk.
Okay.
And defend.
Let me give you the short guy story and the Sports NATO. We got it. Dan, what is the lineup here tonight? I want to get it right. 950, 925.
Nuggies are on 950.
Yeah.
Avs on 92.5.
Nuggies.
Okay.
Nuggies.
All right. Altitude. You guys are got a Altitude Live. You got some shenanigans planned there, Scotty?
We were going to do maybe Julian Strother was on the show. They asked to get some sound from Julian Strother.
Yes.
And I don't remember what he said. Something kind of funny.
So our show is our show going to be somewhat featured on Nuggets Live?
Well, I'm hoping so.
All right,
well, I sent over the interview in our show graphic.
Nice.
Listen, I'll just tell them, if you can just use Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane, go ahead, because they don't get enough attention.
Today, earlier on Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane, they had Julian Strother on.
Exactly. I mean, I think
something of that nature.
I think we can take one for the team for that show that just gets so overlooked. So
team players.
Today, from the penalty box, Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane got to talk to the McFarland, the general manager of your Colorado Avalanche. I get it.
I mean, why doesn't somebody promote that great show? Seriously.
You know what? If we had people with senses of humor, they would do all sorts of promos, and every one of them, no matter who had the guest on,
right?
They would throw it with
Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane.
Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane.
Hey, how are you going to start your day without milk? Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane. I can figure
Everyone
it out.
needs milk.
Everyone needs milk. Too bad it's skim milk. They're great. Okay, here's my short guy story. I do wonder how you, Tyler, at 6'8", you, Scott, at 6'10", take short people seriously.
It's very challenging to do my show for 3 hours every single day.
I kind of don't.
Very challenging.
I actually don't blame you guys for not taking people like me seriously whatsoever.
You are literally standing up right now.
And
we
still,
are eye to eye.
And we're still. That is
standing up, and your chin is still way above the mic compared to him.
That is true too. The Broncos brought in Keelan Robinson for a top 30 visit. He's 5'8", 191. He's fast, 4'4", and it just reminded me that every single year the Broncos bring in some little water bug small guy that just gets everybody's attention, and just everybody thinks they're just the cat's meow. They're darlings. And I do wonder what bigger guys think of smaller guys in their respective sports. Do you respect them, or do you have a hard time taking it seriously? Because the crowd inevitably always falls in love with the small guy because it's the clearest thing. Like, I could be doing that too if my coach wasn't such a jerk in high school.
Yeah, I mean, they're fan favorites. It's Jaleel McLaughlin right now. Philip Lindsay previously as a running back.
This guy's even smaller.
This guy, 5'9", 188 pounds. He's a running back, more times than not, when you bring in a dude that's this small, they're brought in for one reason only, and it's to return kicks.
Yeah.
That's generally speaking the only reason why you bring him in. But you don't bring in a kick returner with a top 30 visit. So, I don't know.
How do you take the small, Scott? Who's the smallest guy who was ever a teammate of yours?
Spud Webb, 5'7".
Okay. Well, he's pretty good.
Yeah, you took him serious because even though he's 5'7", he could play. Earl Boykins, I did a lot of radio with. He was around 5'7" also. But them two cats played. I played against Muggsy Bogues, and I can tell you, for two guys who are in the Hall of Fame, and Isaiah Thomas and Joe Dumars, whenever we played Charlotte and Muggsy was on the floor, they got together and said, okay, whoever Muggsy's guarding, the other guy bring the ball up. So I've seen three short basketball players that could ball.
When I was playing in Washington, we had a wide receiver package, and really it was our best wide receivers that are on the team. And they were all under 6 foot tall. Pierre Garçon was maybe the most dominating wide receiver I ever played with. He's listed at 6 foot. I think he was under 6 foot, but one of the most dominating players I've ever been around. And we had 3 wide receivers on that team. When Robert Griffin won Rookie of the Year, we won 7 straight games. Our 3 main wide receivers all under 6 foot tall, and it was weird to look at them in the huddle, man. It was.
I bet. I have something kind of funny here to wrap things up with. Go ahead, Dan. Hit the music. We have our Bracket Madness final leaderboard here for the station.
Are we going to gloss me again?
We'll get there.
Oh.
In 15th place, congratulations to Mark Springer. 980th overall. 14th place, despite the accolades of Westward, college basketball ain't his thing, despite his loyalties to the Mountain West Conference, Nate Kreckman. 14th place station, 864th overall. Kevin Shockey is tied with Nate. So congratulations. And Brett Kane is in 12th place, 789th overall. Jesse Trujillo is setting up some equipment, not paying attention to his picks. He finishes in 11th place, while Steve Nelson finishes in 10th. Kim Becker, who had a bold lead in the beginning.
Boy, she got cocky on Twitter, did she ever?
Boy, did she fall apart. 9th place, 489th overall. Mark Mosier, still defending hockey players, came in 8th place. Congratulations to Mark, 471st overall. Mike Sanford.
Coach.
I mean, he's figuring out how to finish in the middle. 7th place.
Is Mike Sanford our coach?
455th overall.
I'm waiting for our basketball guy right here on the show. Have we gotten Scott yet?
We'll get there. 6th place, Vic Lombardi. 6th place, Vic Lombardi, 337th overall. Bought a golf simulator for his wife for the holidays. Good Raj finished in 5th place overall, which is impressive for a guy who only knows hockey. 311th overall. Marty O. Give him the O face. At 4th place overall, 203rd overall. Dan Bud Tanner. 3rd place on the station, 44th overall.
Wow, I see you, DT.
44th overall.
44th overall.
How many total entrants?
10 million. I don't know. Darren McKee. 24th overall, 2nd place on the staff.
Wow.
And finishing it. Dan, do you know how many entrants there were? I mean, there probably was
there was like over
1,000.
Yeah. And Tyler Columbus, of 1,000 people or so, 10th overall, 1st place on the staff. That is right, Scott. You are not listed at all.
So we went 1, 2, 3 on this show.
1, 2, 3, and Scott.
And there's Hastings and Grace.
Scott, wait, did you sign up for this thing?
No, it wouldn't let me sign in without paying money, and I wasn't going to pay no money.
Oh, you never even did the entry?
So you never got into it in the first place?
I went 2 different times. One, I got the Ring of Death for like an hour. And the second time I went in, it sent me someplace to say, yeah, for $3.99 a month, you can blah, 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 blah. And I wasn't going to do $3.99 a month.
Okay.
Nobody could help you out with that? There was nobody here that could help out with that.
For what?
No, I sent an email to Email Boy and never got a response.
Well, here's what I would like to know, and I am very proud of myself. I'm more proud of you guys because I knew I would do it.
The show kicked ass.
I knew I would pull that off.
Yeah.
I didn't know that you could. I didn't know that DT could, so I'm proud of you guys. But here's what I'm actually wondering. What makes more compelling radio? Fantasy football talk or bracket place talk?
I saved it to the end of the show.
Yeah?
Because we're going to go get a free slice of pizza and go watch Knox out in the lobby.
Hey, D-Mac, maybe we can get a promo talking about your guys' high finish for
naturally.
Mosier,
We
for
went
Mosier,
one.
Lombardi, and Kane.
We didn't just go one. We went two. We went three. We
Yeah,
are 1,
Mosier,
2,
Lombardi.
3 on PhD.
First, second, third for McKee,
Yeah, and so what we would like to do
on Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane.
That's right. So congratulations to Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane for coming in 1, 2, 3. Nate Kreckman, who I don't know, he should pay attention to college basketball. Where was Andy on this list?
He was in the boat with me.
Him and Scott tried to sign up together. And
Oh,
couldn't
so
figure
those
it
two
out.
were trying to help out one another. This makes a lot of sense.
We tried to sign up on the same day, and he got the exact same stuff as me.
Well, listen to Kreckman and Fredo coming up next here on 92.5.
Fredo.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Utah is just one of those tricky matchups for you, though. You can't let it be. You can't let it be.
What's going on in Utah? Did you see? Did Malone say this today? They're 1-14 their last 15 road games in Utah. Very strange.
Yeah, that sounds about right, because I think you had a stat like that, like their first matchup of the year, the Nuggets headed there, and I feel like the thing you said before we signed off the air is they sometimes don't play well there.
Very strange. Yeah, they almost never play well there. The only time was the game where they had 7 dudes. Why? And they went out there and beat those guys.
Is that the one?
Yes, that's the one.
That's unreal.
What's going on in Utah? It's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah.
I know it's a tough place to play.
But come on.
What's going on in Utah? Okay.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
What is going on in Utah, Windy? It is Kreckman and Lindahl. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Welcome in, everyone. Happy Tuesday. It's Tuesday. We have got all the sports tonight. We have got a huge game with the Nuggets in Utah, in lovely Salt Lake City, to take on those Jazz who have lost 12 games in a row. And we have the Avalanche taking on the Minnesota Wild this evening. It is a critical game for the Avalanche. You want to hold off the peg, hang on to that home ice advantage. Also, Andy, really, what they're playing for tonight is the honor of Brandon Duhaime's SUV. That's really what this game is about tonight. Play for Duhaimer's car. What is his hockey nickname, by the way? Do we know? Duhaime, Duhaimer, the Hamer?
Dewey?
Dewman? Ooh, Dewey. Writes itself.
Huey, Dewey, and Louie.
Writes itself right there, doesn't it? Yeah, we got to do it for Duhaime's car tonight, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm coming up with a couple more.
You got more for me?
The Hamer.
The Deucemeister?
Not going the Hamey, right? Because that's dangerously close to something else.
You don't want to do that.
Yeah. So probably not rolling with that one. If
I'm liking Dewey. That's my money's on Dewey.
Dewey.
If he was gonna have Andrew Wingard of the Jaguars, that was his nickname, Dewey Wingard.
Dewey?
I remember that from when I covered him up at Wyoming. Yes. I just remember asking him one time, "Why are you Dewey?" He's like, "I don't know. My dad called me that." Okay, that's a perfectly good reason to have a nickname, I suppose. Yes.
Dads are allowed to bestow one.
Oh, we're like 19 nicknames deep on our son. It's the dumbest thing in the world. Yes. People are always like, "What the hell do you call him?" Don't worry about it, okay? It's our stupid thing, and he'll be fine.
You don't need to come over too much if you don't want to. Somehow my son got dubbed Chbosky for a while, and I don't know why. Chbosky. And I think it had something to do with some like American Idol,
He looks like a bit of a Chbosky.
The early days.
Okay.
You know, basically the auditions they send in for their own entertainment to see how irate the judges are going to be that this person thinks they can sing in public.
Yeah.
I think somebody was named like the Chbosky or something like that.
Okay.
So we were dropping that on him because he was slightly chubby as a baby.
I could see that.
Most babies are.
He's grown into it quite well.
Yeah.
Yes. He's a very large kid. There's no doubt about that.
Do you remember Pants on the Ground? Were you ever an Idol watcher? For
I was
all
not.
The trash TV you watch, you never got into Idol?
No. The talent show reality TV doesn't really do much for me. No, I need hot people that are drunk and angry at each other.
You just want 90 versions of the real world.
The absolutely lately, Vanderpump Rules is my show of choice these days. It got really good in the last couple of years, but it's always been pretty solid. Real Housewives, you ever check those out? Good God, just sit back and pop some popcorn. You'll have yourself a real good time. MTV's The Challenge. It went a little off the rails for me, but I still have an appreciation for it. But yes, I love trash television. It's a big part of my life. Trash television, bad baseball, and mid-major college basketball, Andy. That's what I live for.
Some guy came on. Yeah, here it is. Pants on the ground.
Okay.
Larry Platt.
Larry
Platt. General
Okay.
Larry Platt came in and sang. This was June 15th or January 15th, 2010.
Okay.
And he just sings pants on the ground, pants on the ground. You know what? I could send it to Spring.
Is that an actual song?
It was his song.
Okay.
And then here it is now.
It was like his original?
He actually, it's on YouTube now, Spring.
It's just called Pants on the Ground.
General Larry, yes.
Okay.
Yes. I just remember and he sings it, and he like does a push-up and pops back up. This was the Simon Cowell, Paula Abdul.
The glory days of the show.
The original people.
Randy Jackson.
Once
signed a sword, yes.
So here, I'll find it. I'll let Spring, we can...
Pants on the ground.
Pants on the ground. It's one of the first things to pop up.
Did you ever see the guy, and I don't know if he does it anymore, but he would run in every New York City mayoral election, and his entire platform was... The rent is too damn high.
Okay.
And that was his whole thing. He would just get up there in debates and be like, the rent is too damn high.
I don't disagree with him.
I bet
he seems to have a point.
He certainly has. Now, I don't know if he had any solutions.
Sure. But he has put his finger on the problem.
But he is aware.
Yeah.
People are paying too much for the rent.
There's the official video.
Pants on the ground guy. Okay.
So,
yes.
You got it?
Yeah.
Listen to a little.
303-504-0925. I'm here to take suggestions. If anybody wants to get in on letting me know what are the quality trash television shows to be watching these days. You know, we're going to be embarking on the summer months soon enough. The sports will slow down. We're going to go into like a great sports period here with playoffs going on for the Nuggets and the Avalanche, and we'll have the baseball season going. We're going to have the NFL draft. There's so much good things happening, but also like I can see through to the other side, and I just know I'm going to need something else in my life.
No American Idol for you?
I can't imagine I would get into it. I have no idea, though.
A lot of these people remember him. Here, just take a little. This is what you missed.
Give it to me.
This was.
Yeah.
There you go.
It was original.
Hey.
I'll give him that.
Yeah.
How many other people are walking in doing original compositions?
He made TV.
Yeah.
Just like our guy, was it William Hung and She Bangs?
She Bangs, She Bangs.
Yeah,
She
you
Moves.
remember that.
I do remember that. Mm-hmm. Love is Blind.
Yeah, you watched that, don't you?
Yeah, I know about Love is Blind. There is a season coming up here that is going to be in Denver. So check this out. I got a little bit of Love is Blind
insight
goss for you. Okay. So a few months back, Abby and I, rare night out for us. We're out on a date. We're at dinner. The table next to us, Abby happens to catch in the old eavesdrop this woman say, "I'm a finalist for Love is Blind." And Abby was just like, "You shut up. I don't care about anything you have to say. I'm listening to this entire conversation now." Okay?
She just went and sat at their table. Please continue.
So what she came up with was that apparently this woman who is a finalist for Love is Blind Denver has a boyfriend. However, she is aware that going on Love is Blind will do wonders for her Instagram follower count. And thus the influencer cash that she can then make from having more followers on Instagram via an appearance on a popular Netflix dating reality show, that it's a financial decision. However, she has no interest in actually finding love on Love is Blind.
Don't buy it. That's Temptation Island all over again.
Yeah.
Now we'll go over there. We'll be famous. Nothing will happen. No, it will.
But this happens all the time on reality television.
Sure.
There was a dude that won The Bachelor, and his new fiance found out he was trying to like help his burgeoning singer-songwriter career, and so he got busted on this. So this is a common trope of reality television. It turns out, Andy, not everybody that goes on trashy reality TV, they don't always have the purest intentions. I don't know if you know that.
Yeah, well, I mean, what a shock. And I love a lot of the listeners.
Everybody's hitting us with
Rockies are reality trash.
Watch the Rockies for trash TV.
Yeah. No,
Hey, big win last night.
they did get a win.
Hey.
I took some of that in.
Chuck had a triple.
Sure.
He homered.
It was fun.
And
I
the ball,
guess.
Chris Bryant with an RBI.
Okay.
In the ball game last night.
All right.
Ryan McMahon, a little bit of questionable defense over at third, but Kyle Freeland escaped it.
Yeah, he gave
Kevin
him 4
Freeland?
again, but that's the lowest. They got to win.
Big dub last night.
Sure.
Take that, D-bags.
Sure.
Win number 3 on the year, Andy.
Boom.
Here they go.
There it is.
They're off and
It's all
running.
starting.
Hey, you know what? You can't sweep a series without winning the first one.
Darn right.
Darn right.
Right.
Yes, I'm very invested in this sweep now.
By the way, we all have our red flag occupations.
Mm-hmm.
Is reality TV hopeful one where you just go, this date's got to be done, right? Male or female. You're not dating reality TV person, are you?
Got a lot of my eggs in the real world basket.
Yeah. That feels to me like, what do you do? Well, I'm an exotic dancer. All right. Well, very good luck to you.
Well, I think you have to have done, like, if that's your solution is I think I'm going to make it on reality TV, it might not be the most dependable way to go. But those people are all out there, Andy. Your Omarosas of the world, okay? Your Pucks. It works for some people.
Sure.
You can make
it does.
Yes.
Yeah, like Jesse Palmer, done playing football.
There you go.
Now he's hosting cooking shows and everything else.
Yes, there's
good for him.
Absolutely. There is a chance that you could be the one. Don't go killing dreams.
No, I need to know. You and I have not dated in a long time. And
yeah.
So has anyone gone out to dinner to find out reality, or does nobody see? These are things you used to find out sometimes in a conversation.
Okay.
I guess now there's just the bio. There's the resume that set this date up to begin with. Mm-hmm. Does anybody go on a date that's not set up through your phone?
Yeah, I'm sure it happens.
I doubt it. Everything's through your phone.
I met Abby in the age of apps and everything else like that.
Well,
I met her.
Give me that age.
Met
give
her
me
at
the
a
year.
party.
When did you meet her? When?
2011.
Yeah, not yet. Not like we're talking now, my friend.
They existed though.
Hey,
like
sure,
I had plenty of friends.
Hey, so did Instagram. Hey, Facebook used to say,
right.
Nate Kreckman is blank for your status. And you know what? You used to actually see
it was out
your
there.
friends' statuses in your feed. Things are different.
I believe it happens regularly.
I would say since 2018.
Mm-hmm.
I would say, how about this? Post-pandemic. Nobody's going out with someone they got. Everyone's doing it through a phone.
People don't just meet at the library?
I don't think so. No, who the hell goes to the library?
They don't meet in the produce section? You don't go to the library?
Does that shock you?
What are you throwing down for books and movies and everything? You go to the library. It's right there.
You get movies from the library?
Of course. It's an unbelievable community resource.
What was the last movie you got from the library?
I think we checked out The Lion King for the kids on DVD.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
It's called Disney Plus.
It's out there, sure, but again, there's discounts to be had, my friend. It's right there.
Yeah.
Go to your local library sometime. Just be careful what you look up there on the computer, okay? Just don't.
Not everything's for public use, really.
Not really. Hey, I want to take a break, okay? And when I come back, Andy.
Yeah. What do you want to do?
I want to challenge one of your draft takes.
Okay.
I think you might be meandering up the wrong road on something.
Oh, you think so?
I do.
Well, I can't wait. I look forward to it.
Yeah.
You may need a damn library card to figure out where you've gone wrong when this is done.
I think you're way off on something.
Oh, good. I can't wait to tell you you're wrong.
Yeah. I look forward to proving you're wrong. We'll do that next. Big Avalanche game tonight. They will take on the Minnesota Wild over there at Ball Arena. We'll talk to Connor McGahey coming up at 5:20 this afternoon. Nuggets in Utah this evening. Oh, we're busy here on the Altitude Sports Radio Network here tonight. All right, Andy. I'm going to give you a list of football players. I'm going to ask you if you can tell me what these guys have in common besides they've never been in your kitchen. Here we go.
By the way, did you know John Ratzenberger, Cliff Clavin, whose people were never in his kitchen, was in Empire Strikes Back in the Hoth scene?
Was he really?
He was. Saw a picture of it today.
What was he?
Just one of those guys riding the Tauntauns, whatever that outfit was. General something. He was high ranking.
It's a good gig.
Go back and look. Anyway, back to your question.
I'm going to check this out.
Yes, back to your question.
That's a good factoid.
I didn't know it. I never once have I thought, that's Cliff Clavin riding a Tauntaun.
And yet there he was.
There he is. Now he may be in that cave. I don't know. Anyway, please. What do these guys have in common?
What do these guys have in common? Here we go. I'm going to give you these names. George Kittle.
Yep.
Sam Laporta.
Okay.
Travis Kelce. Mark Andrews. Darren Waller.
Yep.
Rob Gronkowski. Greg Olsen.
All late round tight ends.
Incorrect. What else you got for me?
Well, they're all tight ends.
They
so
all are tight ends.
It's something to do with the draft.
Yes, what this group has in
Kittle
common.
was a 5th rounder. Laporta was a 4th rounder. I don't remember the others.
Laporta was a 2nd rounder. Close,
4th rounder.
Mm-hmm. 2nd rounder. So these are your all-pro tight ends of the last decade.
Okay.
These are between first and second team all-pro tight ends of the last decade. And really only 2 of them were late rounders. That would be George Kittle, who was a 5th rounder. Waller was a 6th rounder. Laporta was taken in the 2nd. Travis Kelce in the 3rd. Mark Andrews in the 3rd. Gronk was a 2nd-round pick. Greg Olsen was a 1st rounder, but was not selected until number 31 by the Bears in 2007. And he didn't make an All-Pro until year 8 of his career when he was on team number 2, which was
Carolina Panthers.
That's right.
Was he All-Pro the year that they went to the Super Bowl, lost to the Broncos? Got that picture standing next to him.
I believe, 14 and 15.
Just a couple guys on the sideline hanging out at the Super Bowl.
Were his 2 years. Just one of your bros right
just
there.
Me and him.
Just you and G-Reg.
Yeah.
Just kicking it.
Yeah. He looked about as stunned as I did, frankly. I think they were ready for that. Anyway.
Okay, now I'm going to give you the list of first-round tight ends of the last decade. Here you go. You ready for this? Dalton Kincaid.
Yep.
He might be okay. It's early.
The jury's out there.
Kyle Pitts.
Yep.
TJ Hawkinson.
Yep. Pretty good.
Noah Fant.
Not good.
Hayden Hurst.
Not bad, but not good. Hayden Hurst, whatever. He's been fine. Had a moment here or two.
O.J. Howard.
Wow. Remember him?
Yeah.
He was supposed to be real good and hasn't been.
Evan Engram.
Yep.
Good.
Fine.
David Njoku.
You know.
Looked better at the end of last year.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Eric Ebron. Again, not a bad NFL player.
Sure. They're all fine.
Yeah, they're all fine.
Listen, here's the problem. We're living in Denver. We'd take just about any one of those guys minus the guy we had. Although some would probably take him back and not do the trade that sent him out of town in the first place.
Andy, you're a big Brock Bowers fan.
I am a big Brock Bowers guy.
I also like Brock Bowers a lot. You put on Brock Bowers film and you're just like, that is cool. I like tight ends that are fast enough to run jet sweeps. Like, that's kind of awesome.
Yeah, that are matchup problems.
Yes, those dudes are really awesome.
And have good hands.
Yeah. History would suggest you should not take a tight end at number 12.
No, I get that.
Mm-hmm. So if Brock Bowers is there at 12,
still taking him.
You're still taking him.
Here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
This is what is so...
History be damned.
History be damned. Well, because how many times, I'm sure we could go to a lot of positions where you want to say, don't take this guy, don't look. History would tell you, don't take the 5th guy in the draft. 5th guy at the position in the draft. Let's take quarterback, for example.
Sure.
Worked out all right with Lamar Jackson.
It did.
History be damned.
It did.
When it comes to my Bowers take,
It also depends on where you're at in the draft.
Sure.
Yeah.
But when it comes to the Bowers take, I would rather, and look, they're visiting with edge rushers today.
Mhm.
The Broncos is they.
They should be doing that.
Do you remember who is the author of our big athletic mock draft today? One of their main guys.
I did not look up the Athletics mock draft today.
Okay.
That did not make it into my mock draft
you didn't hit that?
consumption for the day.
Is it
Dane Brugler?
Brugler,
Yep.
I think, did his mock draft.
We've had him on the show before.
Here's the deal.
Good guy. Who's he got the Broncos taking?
Corner. I can't remember which one, but it's
Terrion
one of the
Arnold
corners.
or Quinion Mitchell?
No, it was Quinion Mitchell.
Okay. I like him.
But there you go again. Their
Mhm.
corner, edge rusher, Jared Verse is a guy that's been mentioned a couple of times.
Right.
Bowers, I would rather you pick one of the top one or two. And I would imagine all these guys would be graded ahead of whatever you got the quarterback order.
Mm-hmm.
I would imagine these guys we're talking about, you've got graded ahead as better, more solid prospects than the 5th or 6th quarterback that could be sitting there. Fair enough?
Yeah.
That's the reason. Now, I will tell you this. The one guy that I'm starting to come around to, if they're gonna reach to the back of the cupboard to try to grab a quarterback in this draft class, I hate to say it, I think Penix might be. If we're talking about the Penix and the Bo Nix and all that, Penix, if you're gonna reach for Penix.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna the hell with the injury history. I don't like Bo Nix.
Here's what's tricky about it, okay? Is Michael Penix, Andy, profiles as a mid-round pick.
Right.
He's a 24-year-old with 2 ACLs.
And a bad shoulder, possibly.
Yes.
He's beat to you know what.
Right. Now,
almost said it.
It lowers the ceiling on a prospect like that.
It
And
does.
at number 12, you're like, damn, dude, we got to get a guy that's going to make Pro Bowls for our team. This is why, I watch Brock Bowers tape, okay? He rules. He looks like he's awesome. But also, we thought Kyle Pitts was going to rule.
Okay, no.
And he doesn't stink, but at number 4, where Atlanta took him, you're supposed to be getting a franchise-changing piece. Like, at number 12, I don't want to take Penix because he looks like he should be a mid-round pick. At number 12, with Bowers, there's just not a long track record of drafting a tight end. And tight end is a tough position. Tough position when you jump to the pros. These guys tend to take some time. Like, again, Greg Olsen, one of these all-pro dudes we were talking about, he wasn't good until 6 or 7 years into his career. Not that he was ever a bad player, but was he worthy of a first-round pick at the start of the whole thing? That's what I worry about, and that's where when I come back to Denver, I'm like, okay, don't do something stupid at quarterback, and if you want to take a Latu or a Dallas Turner at the edge, or a Quinion Mitchell or a Terrion Arnold at corner, I'm pretty confident at those positions, and those positions are always going to be positions of need, that there is a less, I don't even know if bust is the word, just a less overreach problem that you would deal with at 12.
But here's the thing. Here's what's interesting about what you've talked about. TJ Hockenstein, right? He got better with Minnesota.
Hockenson,
Why?
too.
Hockenstein. I like that.
Did you just mix Ross
No.
and TJ Hockenson?
Listen to me. He got better when he played with Kirk Cousins. When did Greg
Yes.
Olsen get better by your timeline? When he got to go play with Cam Newton.
When he got to play with Cam Newton,
Okay,
yes.
he was out of the Bears. He was a top pick for the Bears.
Mm-hmm.
Detroit was screwing. Now, he had Stafford. He was all right, but
Yeah.
he was much better a year ago.
Mhm.
Okay? Who else did we have on there? Was there another Detroit tight end?
Noah Fant.
No, Noah Fant. We all know it. See, Noah Fant is what the Broncos' problem still is.
Yeah.
You're probably not going to have a good quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
And when you don't have a good quarterback, then how elite can the tight end really be?
Mm-hmm.
Because Kelsey has been really good.
Yeah.
Who did Kelsey get to play with?
I mean, George Kittle kicks ass. He plays with Brock Purdy.
Okay, but see,
He once put up 200-plus yards on the Broncos with Nick Mullins throwing him the rock.
fair enough. But I'm just listen. That was against defenses. that VJ defense couldn't find a tight end if you put a homing device on him. You could have put air tags on it. They couldn't find the tight end, and they didn't when he went running down the field. I'm just telling you that again, Gronk got to play with Brady. Some of these guys that go later then get drafted to better teams. Alex Smith was nothing to sneeze at. The guy was a Pro Bowler plenty of times in KC when Kelsey got there.
Darren Waller got Derek Carr.
He did all right for a while.
Yeah.
But my point being, Nate, that look, I get what you're saying. Bowers, see.
So isn't that an argument for not taking Bowers, that the Broncos don't have a quarterback?
Well, because you better figure it out in the next couple of years. But I'm still taking Bowers because he's a better prospect. I'm with you. He's better than Nix. He's better than Penix.
Yep.
He's probably better than McCarthy if you really break it down
he is.
to just the grades.
Yeah, he is.
So that's the thing. I don't. But I still would rather take the upside about. Don't tell me Bowers' upside isn't higher than what we're talking about with some of these quarterbacks that you could be drafting, right?
It's sexy.
And you can't be afraid to develop. The other thing is,
I thought that about David Njoku.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
O.J. Howard. I haven't thought about O.J. Howard in forever, but I remember he was the guy. Everybody had to have him. Was he the Bulls draft? Who was the tight end? Was Njoku the guy in the Bulls draft?
O.J. Howard would have been taken a pick ahead of Garrett Bowles.
So there you go.
A pick.
People kind of wanted him in the Bulls pick had he been there.
Yeah.
That tells you how long the Broncos have been looking. They've been looking for quarterbacks and tight ends for quite a bit of time.
Mm-hmm. I mean, dude, you even going back, and I'm just like, I'm looking at these first-round tight ends. Tyler Eifert, 2013. Jermaine Gresham, 2010. Brandon Pettigrew, 2009. Dustin Keller. Oh, wait. I barely remember that guy. Greg Olson. He was that was 2007. Vernon Davis, 2006. He was good for a second.
He had a couple 3 good years.
Yeah.
But then again, got with quarterbacks. For some reason, he and Manning didn't really gel the way I thought they would.
Mercedes Lewis. Isn't Mercedes Lewis the answer to the trivia question of like first rounders that Aaron Rodgers ever threw a touchdown pass to?
I think you're right.
Yeah. Heath Miller, Kellen Winslow.
Heath Miller was
not
good,
the good
for the
one.
Steelers for a minute, but again, Heath Miller was a good tight end for the things they do. Kellen Winslow he had the motorcycle accident. He had the stability issues.
Dallas Clark, 2003. Jeremy Shockey, 2002. Your buddy Daniel Graham, 2002. Jeremy Stevens, 2002.
Don't remember him much.
No, I don't know. Man, the track record of first-round tight ends. It's not good. Tony Gonzalez, 97.
But I would say this. I think some
good.
of the guys that you're bringing up, though, the position was required. You required you to block a lot more.
Sure.
Now, just be a great athlete.
Be a good receiver.
And be able to catch the dang ball, right? See, you go back to Pitts, Kyle Pitts.
Pitsy.
Who's he played with? Not played with anybody.
Desmond Ridder.
And how many offensive has he? 3 offensive coordinators? 2 already?
He's got Kirk Cousins now.
Well, yeah.
He's going to rule.
He's probably going to rule, right? So,
the larger point here is like, are we falling into a trap with Brock Bowers that we do with guys at this position while ignoring the history of development at that level, the likelihood that they make it in the league, and we're merely just being suckers for good tape, which it exists. I'm saying all this as somebody that likes Brock Bowers a lot.
I'll tell you again. I just think you've got to have playmakers. And I'm going to take a risk on absolute playmakers for this offense. Period. It may not work out. None of these guys may work out. None of them. We don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, let's go back. Dude, what do we got to go back? 3 years ago? You got Zach Wilson. They're begging anybody to give him a pick for Zach Wilson. That was pick number 2. Trey Lance is on the Cowboys. He was pick number 3. Mac Jones and Justin Fields have new teams as well. And none of them look to be in line to be starters. Justin Fields, we'll see. But you probably would guess that Russell Wilson will be the opening day starter.
And again, like people are pointing out, like, isn't this the case at every position? I mean, I'm literally telling you all the good tight ends, none of them went in the first round.
Yeah, but I
None
also
of them
think
did.
a lot of your good tight ends had stable quarterback situations to play with. But I can't argue that Denver doesn't have it. And
They
again, part of the problem is when you don't have it, you don't often solve it quickly.
No.
That is the conundrum for Denver. We know that painfully too well here, Nate. But I'm just asking you, when it comes to me drafting a guy at 12, don't you want the guy that could hit the longest home run possible, if you will?
Yes.
Because I don't think you and I just think the quarterback's going to be a select from. I don't think that's going to be the case at 12.
I do, but also, like, you have probably a better batting average on edge, on corner, hell, on wide receiver even.
Okay, but
than you do on tight end.
Here's what I would ask you to do, though. Because, look, again, their most effective tight ends in this franchise's history were Julius Thomas, who was, a fifth-round flyer, a basketball player that they turned into a tight end or whatever?
I think fourth,
A fourth-rounder.
Yeah.
Shannon Sharp, who was like a seventh or eighth round guy. I think he might have been eighth round. It doesn't even exist anymore. And he was just a big wideout that Mike Shanahan bulked up and turned into a tight end because he knew linebackers couldn't cover him. So there's more merit to your point.
Noah Fant.
No, well, but again, who was developing Noah Fant? You know what I mean? It was Vic Fangio's era.
Hey, well then, in that case, Sean Payton cures all.
Well, look, I'm not the biggest Sean Payton fan. That's been clear. But I'm hoping this guy will show us, though, that he does have an eye for some offensive talent.
I hope he does.
Look, I felt like they did all right with Mims last
Mims
year.
is
I just
good.
couldn't figure out why you didn't want to play the guy.
I don't give him the ball. Yeah.
But it looked like you got yourself a prospect.
Just know, I agree that Brock Bowers rules. Just be aware, history would suggest taking him at 12 is a mistake.
History would suggest that the 25th overall pick grabbing a quarterback is bad, and how many times has that worked out for? Where did Green Bay, where was Rodgers? Was he 25?
Tim Tebow was number 25.
Yeah, all right.
It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Jordan Love was 26. Hey, it's Andy Lindahl for my friends over at Colorado Off-Road camping season. Let's try that again. Camping season is almost around the corner. Time to get the truck or 4x4 ready for whatever it is that you're hauling, and now's the time to get in there and get it scheduled over at Colorado Off-Road, whether it's tow hitches that you need or maybe tie-downs, whatever you may need for camping season, they've got you covered over there. Head on in, get your appointment scheduled. They got plenty of other great 4x4 off-road accessories, whatever you may want. If you like to do a little trail driving late at night, maybe go and get some of the lighting kits. They got a lot of fun lighting kits, both trucks and Jeeps. I told you, Jerry's got a pretty cool tricked-out Bronco. The winches, if you need, the tow winch, if you need that, you can get that over there at Colorado Off-Road. Bed covers, step rails, whatever. Jerry does it all. He can get you into some better suspensions if you need that. Just go and have a conversation with him. You got questions about maybe what you're looking at, some of the things that you may want to think about putting on, like he's got the power steps. Those are very cool as well, something I did discuss with him, although I did go with a different option. Go on in, have a conversation. Colorado Off-Road, it's Jerry Jones and Wendy Jones Place. You can find them 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on historic South Prince Street. Maybe it's historic downtown Littleton, Nate. I can't remember. Anyway, find them on the web at cooffroad.com.
Yeah, it is the Craigman and Lindahl show here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Nuggets play the Jazz tonight in Utah. The services of Aaron Gordon are not available tonight for your Denver Nuggets.
We stressed?
Nope. It's the time of year to give him a break. Yeah.
All right, where are we at in these standings?
I still like the Nuggets' chances against Taylor Hendricks. You know who that is?
I don't, but see this, you do this. You give me some.
He is the Jazz's forward. Do you want me to give you the Jazz's starting lineup for tonight?
I don't, because you're going to get cocky about it.
Tell me if you've heard of any of these guys.
No, stop it. Please stop it. Every time you do this.
Omer Yurtseven, Taylor Hendricks, Bryce Sensabaugh.
I haven't heard of Bryce Sensabaugh.
That's a hockey player. Keontae George, Colin Sexton. You've heard of Colin Sexton. There you go. That's
nice.
Not saying recently. I'm just saying he's heard of it.
Hey.
This is tonight. The Nuggets are just going up against a bunch of random dudes in Jazz uniforms. Andy, they're going to win this game. They're going to win this game. The NBA champions do not go to Salt Lake City and lose a game like this.
And what happens if they do?
Then I'm wrong.
Then I'm coming in here full rage.
Wouldn't be the first time.
That damn Kreckman.
I'm quite comfortable in my wrongness.
Every time he says it.
I'm right like 90% of the time because I'm banking on the NBA champions with Nikola Jokic.
Yeah, but 10% becomes 100% when you get this cocky
when you
about
need it to. When you feel like picking that one out. Yeah, the Jazz are terrible. The Nuggets are going to go and they're going to win this game tonight. They're 14.5-point favorites. I don't care what the track record is. When it is April and you are playing for a 1 seed, you don't go and wet the bed against this version of the Utah Jazz.
But what if you do?
Then they've got bigger problems than anything that I'm saying right now on the radio. I assure you of that.
All right.
I'm not picking them to cover. I'm not going near the 14.5. I'm just telling you they're going to win tonight.
Okay.
Yes.
I want to feel good.
They will win this game tonight.
I'd like to feel good. This is the last week of the season, is it?
It is. This is it.
God, we're plodding through.
After this,
then a good week off.
You get to your play-in week. You'll get a chance to watch some Lakers, watch some Warriors.
I don't want to. I'm good. They're always on the dang TV.
They will be on the TV.
Every time I turn around.
On my TV. Yes.
On my darn TV.
Brandon was in here in the break.
Dude.
Confronting us about the Arkansas Razorbacks, and now we all talk like him.
Did you hear? I said something not flattering about Reba McEntire, and the southern accent that came out of him, I thought he was going to tell me he was about to offer me moonshine out of the trunk of his car. He went so southern.
Yeah, he didn't appreciate that. He apparently was going to tweet about how I said something nice about the Arkansas Razorbacks yesterday. And then apparently my boisterous snark took over, and I didn't let that last for long. If you're Arkansas, of course you go and get Cal. You're not going to win anything, but you go and get him.
Yeah,
of
you're
course
going to be in the news. You're going to enjoy things.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's like getting LeBron now.
You lose Muss, you're
not
Cal.
going to win a lot, but you'll be in the news.
John Calipari has no more national titles in him, okay? But he's got some tournament appearances left.
Didn't you tell me his kid is like a rage DJ, a rave DJ, whatever he would be?
Oh, I didn't know this about Cal.
Somebody said that. Or did you just say he looked like one?
Could have been that too. By the way, speaking of coaches' kids, did you see at the end of the game last night when Dan Hurley put his scrub kid into the game?
What?
And
No.
then he was in for the closing seconds, and Hurley was just like standing there telling him like, slam it. As soon as the final buzzer sounded, and the kid bounced the ball way high into the air. But that's an intense sports dad right there of just like, I'm going to coach you into the proper celebration when you win a national championship, son. Yeah. Dan Hurley's nuts. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, how much of the? You know what? I thought you were going to be right for a bit.
What's that?
You had said to me yesterday, I will watch more of that basketball than anything. And the Rockies and D-backs, surprisingly, wasn't doing it for me.
That
I took in most of the first half.
That UConn team is inevitable. They're one of the best college basketball teams of our lifetime, Andy. I saw this. Their plus 140 point differential in the tournament was the highest since since 96. The kind of dominance that they put up on this tournament run. Kentucky in 96. Highest since that point. They won every game in the tournament by at least 14. They won by 15 last night. Here was maybe the most insane thing in this game. Did you realize Purdue made 2 shots out of the paint last night?
Really?
2 of them. They completely took away the 3-point game. Edey still went for 37 on your ass. They didn't care. They were perfectly content to let him do that. They took everything else away in that game. Unbelievable team. All-timer of a college basketball team.
Yeah, they've been incredible, quite honestly.
Yeah.
And they've been a lot of fun to watch, I guess.
They've been great. They really, their games haven't been close, but you just kind of sit back and you marvel at how damn good those guys are. They're just a team that's got it all. They got a great point guard. They got a great big man. They got Cam Spencer, who everybody just wants to punch him in the face. They have everything that you could hope a college basketball team would have. Dan Hurley has gone full Krzyzewski at this point of his life, just constantly up in the referees' grills, which, by all means, it works for you. They'll have probably 3 guys go in the first round. I think Tristan Newton will be a first-round pick. They'll have 3 guys go in the first round of the draft. And that Purdue team that they blew out last night, quite frankly, that's a great college basketball team. And they blew those dudes out of the water. Unbelievable run by the UConn Huskies. 6 national titles in the last 25 years, Andy?
Yeah, that's pretty good. There's your dynasty.
Yeah.
Who is the old coach that's on ESPN that does some of their commentating, the analysis? Gosh, he was on this morning. He said, I did not realize the last 2 tournaments that apparently UConn has ended all games with their walk-ons on the floor. Yeah. That's how dominant they've been.
Yeah, 12 straight wins in the tournament, all by double digits. All by double digits. Yeah, I think the average margin of victory is like 20 points.
You almost, I want everybody to know, you gave me all the reasons that you should have bet UConn last night, and you didn't.
I didn't do it.
You told me point blank, Vegas was begging you, and you were going to break the trend and take them up on it.
They were betting me.
And you didn't.
Baiting me into the number, and I didn't take it. I didn't take it.
What happened?
No.
You had it.
I won on the first. I had the first half under last night. I hit on that. That was my only bet last night. I didn't touch any baseball or anything else like that. That was my only bet, and I had to sweat it, but I hit it, and I was perfectly pleased with that.
What would you have won if you took them up on their offer? You'd have been all right.
Yeah. It would have been a fine evening, a perfectly fine evening. I had a lovely evening.
How many times does money go into your account? You just leave it there and then it goes away on the next night.
Exactly. Yeah, everything's temporary. I'm just holding on to it for a minute until I can figure out a way to give it all back to them.
Are you going to cash on both Jokic and McKinnon?
Not Jokic this year.
Oh, you didn't do it.
I didn't. The price was never good. He was best. It was like 4-1 at best. I never got a good price on it. Actually, my NBA MVP bets this year, I bet Kawhi and Jalen Brunson a couple of months ago, just because the prices were too good. But I'm not going to hit on those. I got McKinnon at I think plus 800 back in December was when I laid that down. And I was telling people on the show, do it now. This is a thing. This is going to go away on you in a hurry, and it was right there. So Nathan McKinnon and his Hart Trophy, which I don't know if you noticed, Andy, but every hocky interview we do, I ask about it.
Yeah. I had. There you go.
It does matter to me very much that McKinnon win the Hart Trophy. But also, MVPs are cool. I am a fan of guys winning MVP awards, and so I always want to talk about that. And the hockey one's interesting. It really is, because it's like what do you value most? And even though McDavid and Kucherov both have McKinnon in points per game played, which is it is an important metric. There's no doubt about that. But also, it's kind of McKinnon's turn, isn't it?
Yeah, but did you see what they threw in? They were talking. We should have asked Ray about that.
Mhm.
They kind of tossed it in the broadcast the other night. Did you hear what name slipped in there? It felt like Steph Curry from basketball a year ago.
Was it McDavid?
No.
Sidney Crosby?
Yes.
Really?
I'm like, where'd that come from?
Get out of here.
Where'd that come from? Now we're going to make him MVP?
Get out of here.
Granted,
Yeah.
they traded after his dudes, and he's trying to get him in the playoffs, but come on, man. Come on.
Get out of here with that nonsense.
You're going to take McKinnon's MVP away.
That year that Taylor Hall won it is still so stupid.
Oh, yeah.
Still just so
what was
dumb.
dumber, Taylor Hall or who was the Brewer? Was it Rookie of the Year that he took away from Tulowitzki?
Oh, was
the Brewer
it?
that turned out to be a real jerk to everybody?
No, Ryan Braun.
Yes.
Yeah, Ryan Braun won Rookie of the Year over Tulo. Jimmy Rollins won the MVP over Matt Holliday.
Boy, it's just in Denver.
Yeah.
You stupid East Coast people.
Yeah, no. Larry Walker remains the
only MVP?
Only MVP in franchise history. Mm-hmm. You like Chris Bryant's chances to bounce back and get it this year?
No. You going to throw down a little comeback player of the year?
Coming back from being bad. That's basically what that award would be. It's Kreikman and Lindahl. Yes, it is the second hour of the radio program today. Nate Kreckman, Andy Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We talked to Connor McGahey at 20 minutes after 5 o'clock about the Avalanche, who will play the Minnesota Wild this evening. 4 games remain in the regular season. Avalanche would do well to go and, win this thing tonight.
What's taking longer to finish? The NBA or NHL season or the NFL draft to get here?
Yeah, we're sort of in this, we're in a holding pattern right now, waiting for the crap that really matters. Huh?
Everything will be cool in like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
But right now.
Yeah. Uh-huh. It'll get really, really intense, but it's going to take a minute for us to get there. And we got through the NCAA tournament, men's and women's. They were both entertaining this year, so that was good. But yeah, around here, the Rockies are 12 games into tonight's game number 12, but 12 games into a baseball season. Those take forever. By the way, I just want to point out, okay? All right. The Nuggets are going to win tonight because defending NBA champions win this game. They beat a terrible team that is tanking in the last week of the regular season when the number 1 seed is on the line. That's why they're going to win this game. The amount of texts that we have gotten of Nate's jinxing them, I'm not confident now. No, if you have designs on doing anything special, you win this game tonight against a god-awful team.
I don't disagree with you, and the tanking thing, I think, is your strongest point.
Yes.
That said, they've had weird losses this year, and Utah is a prime place for a weird loss. So, Nate, here's the thing I think is interesting about this Nuggets team.
When was the last really weird loss for this team, though?
Let's go back and look at it. There's times where they frankly just look bored.
I mean, they lost to the Clippers on the road. Clippers are good.
Clippers wasn't it.
And you didn't have Jamal. You lost at home to Minnesota.
Okay, how about this?
Timberwolves are good. You didn't have Jamal. You lost at home to Phoenix.
I was going to bring up Phoenix
good.
because here's what was weird about the loss to Phoenix. I get they're good.
Yeah.
But here's the problem. This team, we talked about it. It's almost like a boredom factor a little bit, okay? Just like they are bored with this. They want this done. Let's get to the playoffs. That Phoenix game was a game that I thought they'd come out with a little bit of spice. Even Coach Malone had brought up how he'd like them to come out with a little bit of spice. And it didn't happen. They just came out as flat as could be.
They didn't have Jamal.
So, yeah, but still, I think Joker sets the emotional tone for this team. It just was a weird game.
That's not a bad loss to me. That's a good team.
But it was weird. It's weird.
They lost at Dallas on a running left-handed hook. They lost in overtime against Phoenix. Again, good team. And it took Kevin Durant hitting a crazy shot at the end of that game. Let's see. They lost Valentine's Day to Sacramento. That's a playoff team. Those are part of the 3-game losing streak where they lost Sacramento, Milwaukee, and Sacramento, but those are all playoff teams. They lost at OKC in January. They lost at the Knicks in January. Again, Knicks are a playoff team. At Philly. That was the Embiid versus Jokic game. Okay, let's go back to Wednesday, January 10th. Oh, here's the irony. You can throw this back in my face. When they lost at Utah. That's the last bad loss for this team.
Well, in fairness, at home, they crushed Utah 142-121 March 9th.
Yes.
So,
so that's really...
But sometimes they just have... Even some of their wins ended up being closer than just like they beat the Heat 103-97 on February 29th.
They don't blow anybody out. Very rarely.
Where's the other one I was seeing here? They had that one against just the Raptors. Raptors are not any good. And that was a more entertaining 125-119 March 11th. But that was more entertaining than it felt like it should have been as far as a close game. I just keep waiting for them to send some messages to some people, and they don't. And maybe that's on me. Maybe they don't care. Maybe they don't care.
I don't think they do.
There's a part of me that believes now, you boat race the Hawks into another division. Like the Hawks should get extracted from the league after that one.
That's what this game tonight should look like.
Right.
That's what it should
and
look
it
like.
It should. But they just have had a couple of times where I expected them to, remind everybody we're the champs, and the effort just kind of wasn't there. So we'll see.
I believe that team shows up
tomorrow.
No, I think that team shows up game 1 of
the playoffs,
the opening round of the postseason.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What do you? Okay, I have the standings up too.
Okay.
See, this is where it gets frustrating in my mind. I told you this beginning of the week, or maybe end of last week. I really wish they were just locked into something. So they're tied with Minnesota, and via the tiebreaker, Minnesota's the number 1 seed. The Nuggets are 2, and just a game behind them, of course, is OKC. I wish that this was somehow decided, and they could just say to the week, like they did last year. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
They just played all their backups. They let some guys get some run. Really, wasn't it about this time last year where we really in full discovered Peyton Watson? Remember that? He was playing bigger minutes because they just really didn't play anybody their last week of the season. And Watson came out and showed his athletic ability and all that other kind of stuff.
The Nuggets locked up the 1 seed 6 games after the All-Star break last year.
It was ridiculous.
Last year was completely the exception. Most years look like this.
Right.
Now, what Boston has done in the East, they've gone nuclear while everybody else has shown to just be mediocre. There's a chance there could be not even a single 50-win team in the Eastern Conference. The Celtics are already at 62. Milwaukee is 47-31 with 4 games to go, and they're having, closed-door film sessions right now. They're a mess behind the scenes with Doc Rivers, so they might not get there. There's a chance nobody in the East wins 50 games. Has a win total in the 50s this year. Isn't that wild? But that's what the Celtics are getting to enjoy right now down the stretch is what the Nuggets were at last year. And that very rarely does happen. This is more like it, quite frankly. This is what winning an NBA championship is usually like. And also, I think a part of it, Andy, is, and I know the Jamal Murray injury factor is a large part of it because we've seen what the record looks like with the starting 5 versus when they don't have it together. But also, the Nuggets have, to your point, spent a lot of this year in a kind of post-championship cruise control. It's not to say that they don't play hard. It's just they can win games where they put it all together for 18 minutes. And that's enough for them to win 48-minute basketball games. Now, that means they win a lot of games by, single digits. They don't blow teams out of the water. But, Nikola comes back with 7.5, 8 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. They're up by 4. They win by 9 or whatever it is. They win by 11, whatever it may be. And for this team to be in this spot where they control their own destiny, if they win out, they win their last 4 games, they are the number 1 seed in the Western Conference. Like, as much as, sure, we all wish they had 65 wins right now, the Nuggets have played at their steady jog of a pace all year long, and all they need to do now is just, speed it up a couple of ticks, and they'll come out with home court advantage throughout the Western Conference playoffs.
And look, that'll be amazing.
And maybe they're a more fresh team when they get to the postseason as a result of not burning the Jets too hard. Although I would say they did pretty hard right after the All-Star break.
They did. They had a nice run there, quite honestly, for a little bit.
That's why they're in this spot that they're in right now. They made the kick then.
Right. That's how they reeled back in OKC and Minnesota, right? I just want to see that championship finish. I'd love to see the championship finisher tomorrow against Minnesota. How about that? Now, you win that one, and you probably got to play your starters a little more this weekend against the old San Antonio-Memphis combo you and I were talking about a couple weeks ago, as maybe that was the weekend you give off to guys.
Yeah.
But I would like you to just make one statement against Minnesota. You did get them in a game earlier this year. I don't know. That's just my paranoia.
Let me ask you this, okay? As we sit here today, if the Nuggets get the 1 seed, you're looking at a second-round series against the winner of Clippers-Mavs. Almost definitely, okay? That's probably going to be a great series. Quite frankly, to me, it's a toss-up. I have no idea who's going to win that series, but there is a chance that you could see the Clippers.
Don't love either one of those teams necessarily.
Okay.
I think you can beat both those teams, but I think that's going to be a taxing series.
Would you prefer a second-round series against the never been there, never done that Oklahoma City Thunder?
Wow, Nate, that's...
Or potentially the Phoenix Suns, who very well could upset OKC. I know there's still things to settle between Phoenix and New Orleans and everything else.
Probably. Okay. The Thunder bother me.
Yeah.
They've got a lot of size. Every time, they are the classic team where I felt like Denver's going to come out and send them a message. Not yet, young pups. And
sure.
They didn't this year, right? Let me go back. I've got the schedule pulled up. Let me go back and look at some of the.
They were 1-3 this year against the Thunder, and they blew them out early in the year.
Right, and then the Thunder had it the better going of it the rest of the way, and they weren't really close games, which is that when I talk to you about weird games, like again, 105-100, that wasn't too bad. That was back on January 1st or 31st, excuse me. It just feels like the size of the Thunder bothers the Nuggets, which is weird to say because I think the Nuggets have the more physical players of the two teams. Aaron Gordon, Jokic, to me, are more physical. But the 119-93, Thunder rolling here on December 29th, 119-93 is the final.
See,
although
to me,
it does feel like the Thunder are maybe kind of faltering down the stretch here, doesn't it?
There's a real debate for me to be had between the value of home court advantage throughout, and we know it's massive in Denver. We know that part of it. What did they lose? One game at home in the playoffs?
Right.
Last year? And
yeah,
it was
the one Miami game.
2 of the NBA Finals? Yeah. They lost one game at home last year in the postseason. That's clearly critical. We know the advantages of being in their own building. We know the advantages of altitude. The Nuggets are just better at home. Role players are always better at home, so your bench guys will play better. You certainly do want to have that, but also if you're asking me between the Clippers and Oklahoma City, who would you rather get in a second-round series? To me, the answer is the Thunder.
No, I'm with you there because I think the Clippers are the more dangerous. But if we're talking the Suns or the Thunder, I'd probably take the Suns.
Maybe Phoenix can win that series. They very well could. Wouldn't shock me in the slightest bit if Phoenix beat Oklahoma City in the first round.
I guess here's the thing: as I really ponder it, would the Nuggets just beat up the Thunder? Because again, I do believe they have the more physical roster. Could the Nuggets just beat up the Thunder and a game 3 and 4 would look much different than a game 1 and 2?
I think the Nuggets win that series in 5 games, maybe 6. But I think the Nuggets beat the Thunder in 5 games. The Nuggets are just too good at this.
See, Phoenix is interesting to me because again, you have to state whether you believe they'll stay healthy. If they stay healthy, Phoenix is a problem. They got 3 great shooters with Beal, Durant, and Booker.
Don't we kind of got to say that about the Nuggets right now?
Well, I wasn't worried about it until this latest stint with Jamal, quite honestly.
And now AG is out again tonight.
Yeah, well, but see, AG I think needs the rest. Look, man, they talked about it. AG buckled his knee a little bit the other night in that when he was trying to go to the paint.
Yeah.
It just took a funny twist.
It's Craigman and Lindahl. We'll take a break. When we come back, Andy, I did the tight end research before.
What else did you research?
I did some quarterback research. Where do quarterbacks get drafted? The mock drafts are building this draft into being something that I don't think it's going to be. I'll tell you what I mean next. Hey, it's Nate and Andy. We are with you today until 6 p.m. on the Craigman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. All right. Andy, a lot of these mock drafts are suggesting the possibility of a world where Caleb Williams goes number 1. Jaden Daniels or Drake May go number 2 to the Manders.
Seen more Jaden Daniels lately than May.
Probably going to be the guy.
May going to 3.
May going 3 to New England. Minnesota.
Yeah.
Taking 11 and 23 going to 4. Trading with the Arizona Cardinals to select J.J. McCarthy.
Getting a little J.J. in their life.
Getting all that J.J. in their life. Andy, did you know we have never had quarterback go 1, 2, 3, 4 in the NFL draft?
Only because our guy Jeff Legwald keeps saying that.
We have had quarterback go 1, 2, 3 times.
Okay, last time was the old Trevor Lawrence class.
Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, Trey Lance in 21. Before that,
was it the Tim Couch, Donovan McNabb? I don't even remember who the third guy was.
Oh, I'll give you a dollar if you can pull this name out. Come on, you've got it.
Tim Couch. So that was 99? Was that 99? What? You're trying to help me. Heel?
What tendon am I pointing at?
The Achilles.
Achilles.
Oh, Smith.
There
oh, my
is.
God, out of
There
Oregon.
It is.
Oh, Nate.
Oh, that was fun. We just did charades live on the air.
What? So that was 99, right?
99. Tim Couch, Donovan McNabb, Achilles Smith. The other one you will not remember. It was 1971. Jim Plunkett, Archie Manning, Dan Pastorini.
Oh, in the womb.
Totally.
Not even there.
Not even there.
Pre-womb. I was debating with the ether.
Debating with Legwald. Quarterbacks have never gone 1, 2, 3, and 4. I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah. Okay. Give your reasoning.
Let me tell you the biggest reason, okay? Because when you have the number 4 overall pick, you know the thing that you do that everybody else is also doing? You're scouting all these dudes. Like, it's going to be really tough for the Arizona Cardinals to be like, boy, I've watched all this Marvin Harrison Jr. film, and boy, do we desperately need a wide receiver, and this guy looks like a generational talent, but I'll just go ahead and I'll take 11 and 23.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think the draw to getting a star player, if you draft Marvin Harrison Jr. at number 4, you feel pretty good about yourself.
You do. You do. And then, who is their QB, though, right now? See, that becomes I'm trying to remember who's
Kyler Murray. And you're looking at Minnesota.
No. Oh, yeah, okay.
And you're looking at Minnesota. And if you're Minnesota, okay, 11, 23 and a future first, even as much as you're like win now built, are you going to pay that kind of freight to go to number 4?
See, here's my thing.
I could see the Chargers at 5. I could see Tennessee at 7. I could see other teams maybe going for that. But, man, that's passing up on Marvin Harrison Jr. to be like 11. I know there's good value in that. Sure, it makes sense. I could be dead wrong. Maybe we do get quarterbacks going 1 through 4. It's just never happened before, and the likelihood seems low because nobody should be drafting J.J. McCarthy at number 4.
See, and I agree with you there. Here's the thing. The word is out that Arizona wants 3 first-rounders naturally.
Right.
Okay? Sure, they could get 2 from Minnesota this year. But if you're Minnesota, you know Arizona's not taking your quarterback, so I don't need to trade with you, frankly, right? And I also know the Chargers aren't taking a quarterback, and so I don't need to trade with you. And what Minnesota can do that I think is unique to any other offer any team could throw out there is, I have 2 first-rounders this year. You've scouted, you got your guys, you know where the picks are, you know the guys you like there. That's a big deal. I don't know what next year's class is going to bring. So what if I got 2 first-round picks next year if I don't like the class? Or the guy I think wants that I may like comes out, doesn't come out. So I think the fact that Minnesota can offer you a chance to take 2 guys from all your draft work this year is going to be very, very teams are going to like it. It's going to be very appealing, right?
Yeah.
So maybe you talk with the Giants. The Giants may take a quarterback, but remember, they still got that Daniel Jones contract they're living with. And again, if you're getting J.J. McCarthy, you better be darn sure that he's actually going to be better than what you're already dealing with in Daniel Jones. Who's to say he doesn't end up being the same type of pro Jones is?
If Daniel Jones didn't have that contract, he'd be like a perfect bridge
He'd
guy.
be fine.
Right. It's the same thing with the Broncos and Russ. If he didn't have that contract, it wouldn't have been so bad.
So I'm with you. And here's the other thing. So I just pulled up this mock draft that Tyler apparently had sitting here.
Okay.
And it's Adam Ranks. How about this order? Because I wanted to see where the teams were, right? Remember the draft order? Here's what I think is pretty darn interesting here, Nate. This is Adam Rank, our buddy. Spring, man, we need to get old Adam Rank on a Ska Friday again. So his order, he's got Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels going 1-2.
Mm-hmm.
He's got the Patriots actually taking Marvin Harrison, which is why I got confused a second. I asked you, who's their QB?
They very well could.
And then Malik
Jacoby
Neighbors,
Brissett is currently the Patriots quarterback.
Don't love it, but again, this is kind of like our Brock Bowers conversation, right? If you don't have the quarterback, is it really worth taking the guy you think is going to be your do-it-all skill player? He's got the Cardinals taking Neighbors, offensive tackle Talise Fuaga to Oregon State, Joe Alt to the Giants, another offensive tackle to the Titans, Dallas Turner he's an edge rusher to the Falcons, Rome Odunze going to the Bears, Brian Thomas Jr. to the Jets, wide receiver. He's got Minnesota, 11th pick, taking J.J. McCarthy, and how about this? I don't think you'd hate this. Drake May actually is the guy for the Broncos with no trading having to happen.
At number 12?
At number 12.
I would love that. I would fall out of my chair with shock if that happened.
Quite honestly, I don't necessarily love Drake May, the prospect, but if you're going to shelf him for a year, teach him some stuff, work on whatever, I don't mind that at all.
He's got development to do, but he's just a big freak with a giant arm.
Sure.
I like it.
But again, you're not giving anything. Then you get to get your guy, and you're not trying to sacrifice future years of building around him. Again, you talk about this. All these teams that we've got quarterback thirsty, they can't really sacrifice a ton of years of having picks to build around their guys.
By the way, this is how I know I'm ready for the NFL draft to finally get here. In a dream last night, I was of the belief that the Broncos had taken Talise Fuaga out of Oregon State.
That make you mad?
And I was just like, that's fine. Yeah, I didn't really. It was just sort of like a side note to whatever other bizarre things my brain was concocting for me last night. But yes, it was just like
you don't want to have any. You don't want any draft dreams, is what you're saying?
I don't need draft dreams. I'm good on that.
When I was bartending one time, I came back from. If I had like it would always happen after St. Patrick's Day. One of those just everyone's in your face for like 5 hours straight kind of deal, where you come home and you're drinking. Forgot to make a drink for that guy. Oh, my God. So you were so stressed about the draft, you're now dreaming up who they're picking.
I'm having Fuaga
let me
notes
ask you, though.
in my dream.
Now we know your now we know your true feelings.
Yes.
How'd you feel about it? Were you coming on the radio and raging? How could this be the guy?
Maybe it's a sign of being 43 that this is the Beaver I dream about now.
Oh.
Whoa.
Well.
You know, 6'6", 324. They need a tackle, Andy. Garrett Bowles ain't going to last forever.
Hey, let's pause this discussion. Your wife going to be mad you were dreaming about?
About an Oregon State Beaver?
Yeah. She going to be mad at you?
No, it'll make perfect sense.
It'll be all right? Okay. By the way, our guy Adam Rank has Brock Bowers going to the Raiders at 13.
At 13. Mm-hmm.
He doesn't have...
Aren't the Raiders going to get a little too excited and get into the top 10 for a quarterback?
I don't know, because I feel like everyone's... You know the reason why I gave you my guy is Michael Penix today? Because I am so... to me, Sean Payton is so old school that I just refuse to believe. This is the guy that wants no leaks happening in the building. He's searching high and low to kick all rats off the ship. He's made it clear.
Right.
And we're going to go popping off about who he's his old school. He's one of the old schoolest coaches in the league, Nate.
He's lying.
He's not talked about Penix at all. He didn't go look at Penix.
Yeah.
He went elsewhere. Dude,
he's lying.
I just feel like you are playing games with us when it comes to Nix and even McCarthy.
He's
the guy you like. I don't think is the guy you're making obvious because that's how this thing's been
Here's
forever.
the other possibility about Sean Payton. And I am prepared to accept this as a possibility. And maybe we're too far down the road into draft conversations that now we're at this point. But I've already revealed that I've been dreaming about the tackle from Oregon State, so what the hell? What if Sean Payton at, what is he, 65, whatever he is? He's just bored. He's just done this so many times that it's like sport for him. I could just talk about a 5-hour meeting that we had with J.J. McCarthy, and he knows that every dude is going to tweet about it and report it, and then he's going to watch, and he'll click on 5 mock drafts the next day that have Denver taking J.J. McCarthy, and he's just like, hey, look at what I did.
Right.
It didn't accomplish anything. It didn't fool anybody. It was just like his way of trolling bloggers, because that's the thing that he does for sport. He doesn't stand out in front of his house yelling at kids whose, baseball rolls into his yard. His sport is messing with the dudes that do mock drafts.
I think you could be 1,000% correct because he brought up the McCarthy thing at the owners' meetings and everybody changed their mock draft to Sean Payton.
Immediately.
Trading up to get McCarthy or going to, somehow everyone had him getting McCarthy.
How much you want to bet?
And I think he laughed at it.
Every other GM in the Broncos neighborhood of the draft was just like, get a load of this guy.
Yeah, listen to this guy. You're going to tell us who you want? Okay. Right?
I think he just wakes up in the morning and he's like, well, I'm at the combine today. I'm at the owners' meetings today. What am I going to get everybody all hot and bothered with by dropping some note about a meeting with a dude?
Yeah. So I met with McCarthy. Ooh.
Right.
Sorry.
They all
scratch that.
Penix and Nix, and they're all talking about the challenge of the meeting with Denver and everything else like that. How much you want to think? Like Sean Payton is just sitting there telling those guys, make sure you talk about this in interviews. Okay. Make sure you let everybody know. He's just bored.
How are we so sure he's not Dak Prescott hot too?
He could be. He very much could be.
I had one of my buddies.
He might not take a quarterback.
Let me throw this at you. And I think it's a fair point. I haven't really thought of it this way, and I do think he probably takes pride in trying to find a young guy.
Mm-hmm.
Does Sean Payton feel to you like this is going to be a 10-year stint for him?
I don't think so.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. He's older, like you said.
Yeah, he's...
And guess what? The guy in the division that we all hate, he who shall not be named, is 28 years old.
Right.
How do we know he's not sitting back watching the Dak Prescott thing going, oh, that guy could run my offense? And so he hangs out with Stiddy.
Mm-hmm.
He drafts a couple, whether it's a lineman, whether it's he drafts well. Maybe he grabs a Spencer Rattler or a Pratt or whatever.
He's going to have to draft somebody.
Yes. But he's just going to bide his time with Stiddy and jump back. Just do it the John Elway way. I will find a veteran free agent in the next couple of years that works for me.
The other thing about him is for Sean Payton, he's making so much money.
Yeah.
He's already made so much money. He's already accomplished so much. Like the legacy is set. The resume is set. I don't think Sean Payton will go to the Hall of Fame because when you get suspended for a full year because of a major scandal, it doesn't feel terribly likely that he's going to make it to the Pro Football Hall of Fame. And I don't know if his resume screams guy you bring up in the meeting. I don't know if it screams Hall of Famer. I think he's a very, very good football coach. There's no doubt about it. But also, Sean Payton could be of the opinion, and you've brought this up before, Andy, and I don't think you're way off. But also, he could just simply say, all right, well, I'll take Penix this year, Nix or Rattler or whomever, okay? And if this doesn't work out, you want to get mad at me? I'll just retire. I'll go live on a boat somewhere. And then I'll send anonymous texts to mock drafters, and I'll troll them from there because, again, I'm bored. I'll have a farm in upstate Vermont or something like that, and I'll just, sit on a tractor all day and mess with Adam Schefter and Peter Schrager all day long. He could do that.
Yeah.
He very well could just say, what the hell do I care? I do think he wants to win right now in the moment, but if it doesn't work, well, it's still a pretty sweet existence for Sean Payton.
Sure, and at the end of the day, the other thing that I wonder, he wants his offense run the way he wants. That's been the theme of this whole offseason.
Yeah.
I keep asking you, how many of these college quarterbacks are all that much different from Russell Wilson? Because they've grown up in a time of Patrick Mahomes. Mm-hmm. They've been influenced. Even Lamar Jackson is. Look, Lamar Jackson's the king of the second play, too.
Yep.
Well, they all want to do that now for good reason. These are the guys that are making all the money. That's what they want to be. So how do you know he just doesn't get frustrated with some of these colleges? It's just like, I can't. I'm done. Can't. I don't like what you're handing me. So, look, I just think he knows there's more than one way to get a quarterback, too.
So is this a new now step in your conspiracy of Deion and Shedeur to Dallas, Dak to Denver?
Sure.
It's in the cycle of.
I picked Dak because he's the sexy name, and if we get to the end of the year and nothing's been done with Dak's contract, and nothing suggests that it's going to be right now.
Yeah.
Because they could free up a whole bunch of cap space by doing something with that cap hit of his.
Yes.
If he's out there. Everybody in the media loves, no matter who the coach is, to connect quarterbacks to Denver. Well, now that Sean Payton, who needs a quarterback, one of the most famous offensive minds in the NFL, everyone's going to do it anyway. I just give you the most famous name. All I'm trying to say is, this guy, remember, didn't the Dolphins, I believe the Dolphins failed Breeze on that physical years ago.
Yes.
We are positive that, I've never seen anywhere where Sean Payton told you, I need the best prospect you got.
Mm-hmm.
He may believe in his skills enough, as he stated at the Combine. I'll take what I think's best, and I'll make it work. So we'll see. By the way, how about both Penix and Nix not going in the first round of Kyle Brandt's draft? I'm sorry.
I don't think they will.
I'm with you, because that's where I think Adam Rank was the mock draft.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's where it makes sense. I think both these guys, I think the injury history of Penix and just the questions about will Nix actually throw outside. There's I've heard a lot of evaluators say they don't like.
These guys are, it's the depth of target that Bo Nix was throwing.
Right.
These guys got Desmond Ridder written all over them. I'm not saying that one of them could turn into a decent enough NFL starter, but there's no team that's drunk enough to take them in the first round.
Dude, if Penix comes here behind this O-line, he's injured by game 5. He's already beat up.
Very real possibility. That's Sandy Lindahl. I am Nate Kreckman. Mark Springer produces the program. We're with you until 6 on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, it's Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Guys, how are you feeling lately? For me, I'm nearing 50, but sometimes low T is something that you've heard a lot about and can start affecting you as early as your 30s. It can lead to all sorts of problems, can even be a factor in erectile dysfunction. For me, I was wondering about my T levels simply because I was more tired than I wanted to be. There were days where, Saturdays in particular, get up, you got to want to get a lot of stuff done. Wouldn't even really stay up all that late the night before, and I would just get up and just not really have a ton of energy. And so I wanted to see if there's anything I could do about it. The numbers were, in fact, low, and now I'm getting treatment for it. I do feel better. I do have more energy, and frankly, I've had a little bit more clarity of thought. So there's a lot of things that low T can affect. You should go in and have a conversation if you think maybe you're suffering from any of these symptoms. Or it can be real easy. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and take their low T quiz on their website. Simple 10-question quiz, yes or no answers, and it takes about 2 minutes. And then go and see one of their specialists. They'll have a long conversation with you, and they can point you in a number of different directions as to what you may want to do. So they've got 5 locations here in Denver to serve you: Fort Collins, Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Give them a call today, 720-440-7900, or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Yeah, there's so many good, deserving players in this league, and Sidney Crosby, what the year he's having is nuts. That's the right way to put it. All I can say is, watching our guy day in, day out, he's so good and so important to our lineup. Forget the dynamic offensive skill set that he brings. It's his competitiveness, it's his drive, it's the way he lifts the other guys around him and makes those guys better. So obviously I'm biased, but to me this has been Nathan's best year, and very well deserving.
That was the voice of Chris McFarland. He is the general manager of your Colorado Avalanche, joining Dempsey and company in the penalty box earlier today as the Avalanche were skating around ahead of this evening's matchup against the Minnesota Wild. The Avalanche very much need to get this victory tonight. They need to hold off the Winnipeg Jets and make sure they have home ice advantage for their inevitable 2-3 series out of the Central Division once the Western Conference playoffs get underway. They got What was that, Raj? It's a solid contribution to the conversation. Thank you, Raj. Good to have you.
Trying to make him come in here?
Is he still here?
I don't think so.
Nobody works till 5 o'clock anymore, let's be honest. Which is what, Spring? There it is. Okay. By the way, did you say Brandon Duhaime did record the apology video for Marc-Andre Fleury?
Really?
Yes, he's fully apologized. He's taken the L.
Why would you do that?
Because I think he realized he's messing with somebody that has a penchant for vengeance that he just can't match.
Now, hold on. Is Fleury going to now put his car back to its original condition after the apology video is received?
So
will he pay those to get it back right?
As of this was today at 12:57 p.m., so nearly 1 o'clock Mountain Time. And according to the Twitter account of the Minnesota Wild, his Jeep Cherokee? It's still covered in dirt and flowers, and it has no tires.
Do you just go lease a new one and then... Is that what it is? I thought the tires were underneath the Jeep. Is it because he doesn't know where the tires are? Did you hear him walking out? Because after you shared the video with us yesterday, you broke the news of the tomfoolery.
Yes.
I went and listened to it after the show, and...
The tires are chained up, by the way.
Duhaime comes out and says, I've never changed a tire.
Yes.
How about that?
Hey.
You changed a tire?
If you got a AAA guy, you call AAA. I have changed a tire, yes.
He's always been good enough. People ain't letting those hands get busted up.
Exactly.
You don't want those knuckles getting nicked on the pavement.
Yeah, again, you simply call the service, is I guess is what he... I don't know. What would AAA do if you called them up and were just like... do you have any? Do you have like giant like bolt cutters? You could cut this chain and get my tires out for me and put it back. Oh, also, would you mind sweeping off the flower garden that is now on the hood of my car?
Oh, I just go full, spicy scene in any movie with the flower bed. I'm clearing that thing like a countertop.
It's a good prank. It's overkill, but it's a good prank.
Where's the shadiest or sketchiest place you've changed a tire? I'll go real quick.
Oh, I got a flat back when we were still at the old place, and I was like right at I-25 in Colorado, but I didn't quite make it to the ramp. And so I had gotten into, there's like an entrance ramp right there, I think off of University. So there's sort of like that big like triangle thing. So there's, where it merges together. I'd managed to get over into that. I was like, well, okay, I'm going to do this. I got out, and I was like, oh, I'm in the middle of I-25. This is a terrible idea. And so I actually called Spring, and he came and got me, and I got the damn car towed. I was not about to risk that one.
Mine was close to yours. I was leaving Metro. My driver's side front tire pops.
Mm-hmm.
I get the spare out, and I am on that shoulder of Colfax where it starts the ramp, where it goes over 25 and you can exit off and get on to 25.
Bad time.
I was on the shoulder of that thing changing the tire.
Look at you. Yeah.
Yeah, well, listen.
Mine was driver's side on the side that was, like right there on the right lane of I-25.
Yeah.
I was just like, nah, I'm good.
Yeah.
I stepped out of the car. I was like, I'm not comfortable with
None
this.
of it was smart.
Nope.
But it's what you got to do.
Nope. Not a good
so
idea.
do Heyman. See, to me, I'll give you the video, but then you're putting my car back to, or do you just go lease a new one? Cavs have got to have a guy, right?
Like I said, you call a guy. You got to. Yeah, the Avs should have somebody.
Like Mountain States Toyota, the sponsor of the thing. Just call them.
Exactly.
Can I get a 4Runner out of you?
Every parking lot over there is named after some kind of Toyota.
You're right. That's a great call.
Yes.
Great call. I need a Tacoma or a 4Runner. Get it over here.
Got this headline from the New York Post here, Andy. Gene Hackman.
Okay.
Still alive, first off.
No idea.
Gene Hackman, 94.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Gene Hackman at age 94. Here's the headline. New York Post. Gene Hackman, 94, spotted in new photos wearing nearly identical outfit from weeks earlier.
Okay.
Here's my question, New York Post, and I get it. You're a famed tabloid. Why is Gene Hackman catching strays for wearing the same clothes that he wore a couple of weeks ago?
I wear this shirt once a week. I'd probably match you with the same jeans I got on now, so I'm with you.
Exactly.
Who cares?
First off, it could have come around in the laundry rotation,
Sure.
number one. Number two, maybe Gene Hackman owns several of the same flannel and fleece vest that he is wearing in this photo. He lives in Santa Fe, New Mexico. He retired in 2004. He's 90. He's 94 years old. He's got a pair of sweats on and a comfy pair of Adidas. He's dressed for comfort, as one should be when they're what are you, nonagenarian when you're in your 90s? Why are we dissing Gene Hackman's clothes?
Yeah, he doesn't need to catch strays. I mean, what's your deal? You got nothing else better to do?
He's
old enough. He
94.
probably doesn't even think. I didn't even know he was still alive, so good for him.
Right.
He probably doesn't think the tabloids care anymore. So the guy's just going out and, I don't know, being normal.
He's just at a gas station.
Yeah, what's the deal?
Walking around without a cane.
He's supposed to have some lavish closet full of. He's not. Who are the people that do like the shoes one day and then they move on?
Here's the other thing too, is like I am at a stage in my life, like the jeans that I'm wearing, I own 3 pairs of these exact same jeans.
Yeah.
I found the jeans I like, okay? The athletic pants that I own 3 pairs of those. This sweatshirt, I think I own 3 of these, all right? Like, you find the thing that you like, you get a couple of different colors. That's good enough for me.
I'm with you.
I don't need to just like, well, it's Tuesday, it's Rhinestone Day.
Right. I'm not going out.
Today's the day for my bedazzled jean jacket. No, I'm good. I got the clothes that I like. I'm assuming that Hackman is like the rest of us. Well, that's the flannel that I enjoy. This is the one that I'm going to get.
I feel like even Elton John is like, yeah, I don't feel like the sequins today.
He's got to be just like bored and like, just doddering around his mansion in a sweatsuit.
Did you ever go after Phyllis Diller? Wasn't she known to be a bit of a loud dresser?
There you go.
Never saw an article about that.
I have no idea. But there's Gene Hackman.
Betty White never caught anything for like this.
Dogging Gene, who's a legend, for wearing this. I say, hey, more power to you, Gene Hackman. I respect that game right there.
Is he the best Lex Luthor that there was?
Ooh. Let's see. Who's the most recent Lex Luthor?
I got no idea.
Okay.
They're all so jumbled together. I don't even know what movie he would have appeared in.
Eisenberg.
Jesse Eisenberg.
Yeah, I'm out on that. Wasn't he from the Facebook movie?
Yes.
Yeah.
Social Network. Yes. Yeah.
Nah, he's out.
Nicholas Hoult.
I know who that is.
Michael Rosenbaum.
Again, not sure.
John Cryer.
John Cryer? When was he Lex Luthor?
He was Lex Luthor in Supergirl.
Okay.
Kevin Spacey. Canceled his ass.
No! What was he in, though?
Superman Returns.
What?
Yes.
What was that?
want to say, what was that like? That was like the aughts, right?
Yeah, One Tree Hill guy or something with
mid,
Superman.
Mid-2000s, we got another Superman movie. Yeah, I'm with you. I think Hackman's the iconic Lex Luthor of our lifetime.
The only.
Yeah, I mean, Hoosiers, French Connection. It's Gene Hackman. Mississippi Burning.
The Replacements.
Let the man wear the same flannel shirt every day. Justice for Hackman. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Nate Kreckman, Andy Lindahl. We call it the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. It's hour number 3, best 5 o'clock hour in the biz. And we begin it, as we so often do, with news about football. We call it the High Five. It's the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Mark Springer does a live read, and then he gives us the news. Let's go, Spring.
Live read as follows. The High Five is brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. It would be really funny if the Chiefs moved out of Kansas City because they can't fund a new stadium. And the Dallas mayor, Eric Johnson, said, hey, come back to Dallas. Become the Dallas Texans again. Could they be the Texans again? I don't know. But Kansas City Mayor Quentin Lucas has responded on social media. He wrote, quote, I hear rumors, including even the mayor from Dallas, Kansas City. Don't believe the noise. We are committed to retention of our teams with vastly lower expenses. Think needed infrastructure build out, then even an intra-metro move. Both teams will be in the Kansas City metro area in 2040 and long after.
I mean, nice of you to say that and all, my guy. It's not your call, dude.
Yeah, they voted no on money.
It's up to the voters, and it's up to Clark Hunt. Like, these are the guys that are ultimately going to have to make this decision. And given everything that we learned about Chiefs ownership from the NFLPA survey, in which ownership got an F-, we got reports of their cafeteria being a dump, no air conditioning inside their indoor facility, players acting surprised when they got something like a free T-shirt or anything else like that. The Hunt family seems like they are notorious cheapos, and if that's the case and they don't want to pay for any upgrades to Arrowhead Stadium or anything when it has to do with infrastructure around the stadium, they very well could go somewhere else. And guess what, Andy? They wouldn't be the first owners to try and hold a fan base or a local government hostage over needed repairs to their stadium. Pat Bowlen did it right here in Denver.
And it popped up right after they started winning Super Bowls.
Yep.
So, look, here's what makes this interesting. You have the star in the sport, okay?
You're the best team in the sport.
This isn't the Oakland A's trying to find someone to house them. This is the Super Bowl champion Dynasty Chiefs that are going to be going for 2 in a row.
Yeah.
Okay? 3 in a row. 3 in a row. How many, there's quite a few cities where if they got to put it to a vote would probably pony up to say, yeah, let's have that come here. Maybe I'm wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I'm wrong. There's a lot of people that don't want to be taxed anymore on anything right now. But I will tell you, I think this is extremely interesting. Now, I think what does play in Kansas City's favor, and you and I have talked about that, forever L.A. was the gem. We got to get back to L.A. So any team had problems with its local municipality, they threatened to go to L.A. There really isn't an L.A. out there right now, right?
London?
Are you really going to want to be the team that goes all the way over there and pirate? Frankly, I'm not sure the NFL wants Patrick Mahomes over there.
Shad Khan wants to be the owner that does that.
Do.
Yeah. The Jags are going to be the team that's going to do it if anybody is going to do it.
Because San Antonio, do you really want to be the third team in Texas and trying to steal? Because we talked about that. They're not going to Dallas for a number of reasons, mainly Jerry Jones. And I don't even think Jerry Jones wants a team in San Antonio if he can help it.
I think a San Antonio team would do pretty well. It's a massive metro area.
It is.
My
but
God,
again,
the amount of people that live there.
Isn't that why Jerry doesn't want anybody trying to feed off his fan base? He owns Texas. The Texans have been the actual more successful franchise the last decade or whatever.
That's what's so weird about it is like by now, how many new fans are you going to go and get?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
Especially when you're a team that moves. Like, if you went to Texas, the Cowboys are just, they're everywhere and they're everything in that town. So how in the world would that work out?
You know what's crazy? We got some people. I don't know how it would work out when it comes to more Texas teams. I would tell you this. I just by happenstance had some dinner with some folks from San Diego over the weekend because they're getting texted.
Mm-hmm.
And I jokingly said, how did it hurt to lose your Chargers? And this was a couple that they grew up there. And they go, we didn't care.
Yeah.
They said there's so much to do in San Diego. Being a hardcore sports fan isn't really what you do there. Now, I'm sure they weren't the voice of the whole city.
No.
But again, it's a very beautiful place with lots of outdoor activities. And with that naval base there, they said you don't have a lot of true San Diegans.
It's also San Diegans.
San Diego.
It's also San.
Let's not do the bit. Or we could.
I had to go into it for a moment. Also, San Diego is not going to pay for any new football stadiums.
They've already said no.
They know they're not doing that, so you can't go there either. No, you have to go somewhere where the voters want to spring for that. There aren't many of those places left.
There really aren't.
Yeah, you're running fresh out of that. That's for damn sure.
Something to watch, though.
But again, this is one where it's like I look at the Chiefs and I'm just like, you guys winning Super Bowls? Aren't you gajillionaires?
How are you this cheap?
Fix your own damn stadium.
Sure.
Again, you're the one that's going to be lining your pockets with the whole thing. Fix your own stadium. Spring.
High five. Got another Chiefs-related story here. This is an update on Chiefsaholic, our old friend.
Yeah.
A judge ordered the Kansas City Chiefs superfan who committed a series of bank robberies to pay $10.8 million to a Bixby, Oklahoma teller he threatened with a gun in December of 2022. Last Wednesday, Tulsa County District Judge Tracy L. Priddy ordered Xavier Babudar, widely known as Chiefsaholic, to pay Peyton Garcia, the former teller, $3.6 million for inflicting physical harm and emotional distress and $7.2 million in punitive damages. Babudar's attorney, Matthew Merriman, did not immediately respond for a request for comment. Of course,
they didn't give us a good football-related analogy.
Of course, as a reminder, this is Matthew Merriman. This is Chiefsaholic's attorney.
From the beginning of this case, folks, the government has been blitzing, and Xavier's pocket was collapsing.
Thanks, guy.
Speaking of his collapsing pocket, where is this $10.8 million going to appear from?
So later in the story,
you're going to have to hit a huge parlay in order to be able to pay this poor lady off?
Yeah, basically, the point, according to Frazier, one of the lawyers, says they don't want Chiefsaholic to ever profit from what he did.
Mm-hmm.
So if he does write a book or gets right to a movies or something like that, gets paid for his old NIL, the money's all going straight to the teller, not to him.
Who the hell's buying that book?
I don't. I'm with you.
I need the tale of Chiefsaholic.
Would Netflix or Hulu make a movie though? So
actually, you might watch that. You're the one person I know that might watch
what,
that.
The Chiefsaholic
yes.
movie? No, I wouldn't. Not even I would watch it.
You watch the Dahmer show.
Well, now hold on.
Hold on. Hold on. That's a fascinating man.
No.
I had to take a bite out of that one.
Look, I told you. Hey-o.
Oh.
I told you. I was like, I looked at the wife. I'm like, we're done here. I can't do this. What? Yeah, I'm out.
You were full spring.
High five.
Bill Belichick appeared at the University of Nebraska's coaching clinic today.
Cool.
He spoke at that clinic, and then he spent 4.5 hours meeting privately with Matt Rule and his Cornhuskers coaching staff. Matt Rule then talked to the media, and he said he got schooled with coaching knowledge by Bill Belichick.
He is so smart, has seen so much, that he can make the complex so simple that it humbles you and embarrasses you. I was embarrassed yesterday listening to him, how smart he is, how simple it was. He went, he went 4.5 hours with the coaching. Forget the clinic. Like, he came in and met with our coaching staff. And 3.5 hours in, I was like, Coach, would you like a water, a cup of coffee? Would you like to use the restroom? Because I desperately had to use the restroom, you know. And he's like, I'm fine, Matt. I was like, yes, sir. And just sitting there and just talking, right? And just his recall from things 15 years ago. And, you know, the only reason why we don't get through more information is because he's having to slow down to make sure you understand what he's saying.
I think the biggest thing I took out of that story is that Belichick has the bladder of a camel.
Yeah. Are you a man? We're going to keep going? In the middle of a football game, are you taking a leak? Biggest call of the... No, I don't think so. We're going to keep going. What do you think he was doing? Was he looking at the tape and just going, why'd you do it that way?
Just making Matt Rule feel dumb the whole
What's
time.
with the 5 motions and the guy's going and just snap the damn ball?
Can you believe he didn't get hired?
Yeah, I
He's
can.
a 6-time Super Bowl winner, and nobody hired him.
Was Vic Fangio a terrible coach?
No.
No. Nobody wanted to hang around with the guy anymore.
Mhm.
He got let go in Denver. He hung out for a year. He's already out in Miami because in the new NFL, they don't really care for the old grumpy guys.
Isn't that ridiculous, though? Like, if I own a football team, I spent billions on owning a professional football franchise because theoretically I want to watch that football franchise win games, and a 6-time Super Bowl winning coach is available to me. I don't care if you're grumpy to me in the hallway. Win games on Sunday. That's the one friggin' thing that I care about. I would hire that guy. Isn't that wild? Because of personality conflicts, you're like, I won't hire the best football coach of all time?
In the surface, I get what you're saying, but the guy refused to hire a real offensive coordinator for a couple years, and the quarterback he did draft went backwards.
I would have put some stipulations on him when I
Which
hired
maybe he
him.
wasn't willing to accept.
Maybe that's what it is. Like, I would have said, you have to have a general manager, you have to have an offensive
Right.
coordinator, you have to have a defensive coordinator. It can't be your weird kid. Like, you have to have actual coaches on your staff.
Someone said Vic's in Philly. We're aware, but he's not a head coach again.
No.
And Vic was not a bad head coach. Frankly, of what we've had the last 3 years, Vic has really kind of probably been the best. Or he's at least been equal with Sean.
Yeah.
But he was grumpy, and the Broncos got tired of it, so they got rid of him. Look, when it comes to Belichick, I think there's just this. It's the way the NFL's going right now, young and energetic. They may go back to him at some point. No one's to say he won't get hired in the next year or two.
Mhm.
But I'd also tell you, look, everybody kept waiting for Bill Cowher to come back to coaching. He never did. He never did. And you can't tell me it's all on his decision. Maybe it was.
Let me ask you this, to paraphrase you to you. If it was the same year, and Sean Payton and Bill Belichick are both available, which one are you, Andy Lindahl, NFL owner, hiring?
You know what? It's going to sound crazy to you,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm guessing Sean Payton. Why?
Because he's charming?
No.
Because he's fun?
No. He's offensive guy.
Mm-hmm.
They love the offensive guy.
No, but you, Andy Lindahl, you are the owner of an NFL team. You own an NFL team. Bill Belichick
How did
or
I
Sean
get to where
Payton?
these are my two choices?
You're a sock billionaire. You came up with the greatest invention in moisture wicking in socks. You made billions. You bought an NFL team. You're a sock baron, okay?
I own Bluebell. I'm an ice cream baron.
You're an ice cream baron.
Everybody needs my ice cream.
Ben, Jerry, and Andy.
Sure.
Okay?
Yeah,
So
that's it. Ben's
so
out.
Which one are
Andy
you
and Jerry.
hiring?
Oh, my God. I don't know.
I can't believe you even have to the answer is Belichick.
Why? Because things did not go well with Brady gone.
I'll take my chances.
Okay.
That guy won 6 Super Bowls with a 6th rounder. I'll take him. I'll take him every single time. Even if he is a grump. I don't need to hang out with him. I'm an ice cream and sock billionaire.
You don't like people.
Exactly. I don't need to spend time with him anyway. That's just it.
What do you think he said to Arthur? The job in Atlanta was rumored to be his. What went wrong there? That's my question. What did he say that put Arthur? Because Arthur Blank was telling his guys, you don't like it tough.
Right,
And
I like
after
this
a couple of days, he decided, all right, you can have your way. What the hell happened there?
They talked him out of it somehow. Don't know.
So that's my question. Look, I guess on the surface, you're going off resume. I'm with you. You're going with Belichick.
Yeah.
But I do think they love high-flying offense in this league. The defensive guys are fighting to get a scrap half the time just to get looked at.
Pretty sure Bill Belichick coached the 07 Patriots. That was pretty damn high-flying.
Yeah, but don't you feel like people connect that to Josh McDaniels? That's why he kept getting jobs.
They shouldn't.
Yeah, they've learned that now.
Also, again, the only time Brady ever won anything was when they had a top 10 defense. Yeah. Anyway, Belichick every time. Was that the last story, Spring?
There's
Doesn't
more
have
if you'd
to be.
like.
Oh,
It's
go ahead.
your
What else
call.
do you got
Hey,
for me?
We also got Connor to get to, but yeah, let's go.
We
let's
got
go.
Connor coming up. Let's go.
Okay, we'll end with this one here because we have a big Drew Lock update. It was reported that he signed a 1-year, $5 million deal with the Giants. That's it. That's all we knew. 1 year, $5 million. Turns out, according to Dan Duggan of The Athletic, that Locksteal has $3 million in incentives tied to playing time and performance, so Drew can make an extra $3 million the more he plays and the better he plays.
Good for him.
Good. I have nothing to add to this story.
He gets another half
Good
mil.
for Drew.
How about this? He gets another $500,000 if he takes 55 to 69% of the passes.
Nice.
Or the snaps, I should say.
Also,
Yeah.
check this out. He gets a $250,000 bonus for a passer rating of 92.5 Altitude Sports Radio.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Starr sent it off the glass. McCarr waiting at his own blue line. Over for Drouin, gains the zone, holds up at the point, backdoor Middlestat. Toe drag, save made by Ottinger. Oh, no.
Was that a toe drag from the heavens? The skill set on that play for Middlestat was incredible. And he gets a great shot on, and Ottinger just shuts the door.
Wow. 1:09 to go in the third. The Avalanche have put 40 shots on Jake Ottinger. He's made 36 saves.
Craigman and Lindahl live from the Backus and Shanker studios. If you've sustained serious injuries in a car accident, you want the best representation. You can afford the very best because there's no fee unless they win your case. Backus and Shanker, their passion is justice. Visit them at coloradolaw.net. Our next guest, his passion? Well, hopefully it's winning hockey this evening as the Avalanche will take on the Minnesota Wild. The voice of the Avalanche, Connor McGahey, is with us right now on a Tuesday afternoon ahead of Avs Wild. Hi, Connor. How are you?
What if my passion was crocheting or watercolors?
You know what? We would still do that segment.
Why?
And we
why
would enjoy
crocheting?
it.
You got doilies laying around your house like your grandma's house? I mean,
No,
what are we doing?
I don't. That was a very specific what-if scenario.
No, but that came to mind first. I find that odd.
Connor, do you have...
I don't know. I was just thinking of weird hobbies, and I don't know. That's the first one that
I was
came
going
to
to say,
mind.
do you, like, besides, like, memorizing every line of movies and knowing very obscure hockey facts, which is a part of your job, you know, you take it to an art form, and I appreciate you for that. But do you have any... like what's a thing people don't know about Connor McGahey?
I don't know. I'm pretty open book. Like it, you know. Not a whole lot of secrets with old Magoo. You know what I mean? I guess. I mean, musically. I mean, I play technically 4 instruments.
Ooh, let's have them.
Violin.
Okay.
Also known as the fiddle. I played in a Celtic band for a long time.
Cool.
Saxophone, clarinet, which are very similar. Learned the clarinet first and then taught myself saxophone after that. Steve Nelson and I are both alto saxophone players.
Sax partners.
Yes, we are saxmen together.
Mm-hmm.
And then the drums. So D-Mac and I have that in common as well. So there you go.
Okay.
You're your own damn ska band.
Do you have like a full set, or do you play the bongos?
Yeah.
What do you get down on?
I have not had a kit for the longest of time. Would love to bring it back. That'd be awesome. But we did do for St. Paddy's Day last year. We had Moj on guitar. I played violin. I had Jesse, who I used to play in that band with come into the Altitude Studios. And we did a live Irish music game open for the St. Paddy's Day game in Detroit last year. So, but yeah, there you go.
You know, if you want, the band I was in used to play Drunken Lullabies by Flogging Molly.
Flogging Molly.
You think you can get down to that? Can you keep up with that?
Oh, that's tough. I mean, I'd have to. I could. Yes, we would do probably 4 or 5 flogging songs, you know, just because everyone knows. I mean, that's a crowd pleaser, right?
Yeah,
you
who
play
doesn't love a good Irish rage song, you know, at the bar?
Right, exactly.
Who doesn't need that?
Nothing brings out our proudest angry moments like Flogging Molly.
Here's what I want you to do, Connor. Okay, I want you to concoct a one-man band type of situation. So let's get you a couple.
You want him to become a busker.
I want a couple of pedals. So you got one bass drum, one hi-hat off to the side right there. You can have the violin sort of set up in the crook of the chin or whatever.
Boy, I don't have the coordination.
And then a sax on a stand, and you could do a one-man band kind of thing.
Sax on a stick.
Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Physically impossible.
Call yourself the man advantage.
Oh, wow, that's really good.
That's
really
there.
good.
It does it right. It writes
right
itself.
there, everybody.
We were, and my tip of the cap to you, sir. We were the penalty kilters when we did the.
There it is.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Get Amanda Hawkins to come sing for you.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, you got all that mess going on.
I'm not an octopus. I need more arms to pull that off. I could do the hi-hat and the bass drum.
I'm gonna come
stand
stand by you, and I'm gonna do bass, and I'll just pluck one string every now and again, just so you have a bass line.
But see, that's my respect for bass players. They're just so underrated cool. You know what I mean? Not everybody's Flea. You know what I mean?
Almost nobody else.
I mean, you're right. Literally nobody else is played. All right. There's an exception to every rule. Most base players either, they just blend into the background. You forget they're there, but they're arguably the most important.
Hey, good talk. Have a good call tonight.
Yep, we'll do, boys. Appreciate you calling me time. Let's go, Avs.
What's going on with Brandon Duhaime's car, by the way? Do we have any updates on that?
Well, I think it's still up on blocks, which is ridiculous.
What's he going to do?
I can't believe we just said that sentence. Brandon Duhaime's car is still up on blocks with flowers planted on the hood at the moment. Yeah,
unbelievable, man. Yeah. Because Fleury really,
I thought it was a little much.
He overdid it, okay?
I think so, too.
I would say that Duhaime hit him with a 3, and he was like, here's a 17, okay?
Yeah.
I'm gonna literally make your automobile inoperable after you, cleverly put a little bit of toilet paper on my car.
I agree. Yep. Too much.
Mm-hmm.
Too much for me.
Your average Swiss Army knife undoes what he did to his car.
Is the word here don't mess with goalies? Is that what it is? Because we know they have a screw loose to begin with. Are they too vengeful?
Here's the thing. I worked with Marc-Andre Fleury for 1 year in Vegas, and he was a phenomenal human being, still is. One of my favorite hockey players I've ever come into contact with is Marc-Andre Fleury, and he is as joyful and as nice of a person as you could ever wish for. Him and Brandon Duhaime went out for dinner last night. Fleury paid, and I think Duhaime has waved the white flag. It is officially over, the prank war.
He's just got the switch that flips.
So, you're right. All goalies do. But I would not put Marc-Andre Fleury into our normal goalie category
when
it comes to weird stuff.
Here's what I think we've learned. There's a line in Dumb and Dumber. I don't know, Lloyd, the French. And so this proves it. This proves it. So there you go. All right, so let's get serious
Andy.
for a second.
Why would we do that? Nobody wants to listen to serious.
Well, hey, this show's on the air.
Yeah?
You had an interesting tweet. You've piqued my interest. You said one of your most honest and best pregame interviews with Jared Bednar coming up. We obviously don't want to steal your audience, but can you offer us a morsel, an appetizer, a cheese plate of what you talked about?
Nice charcuterie board of what's to come. You need to get some meat compliments on there as well. You can't just have the cheese. Jared was very honest about what happened in the Dallas game in particular and what needs to happen down the stretch. And we went back and forth between comparing down the stretch in 2022 and down the stretch now. Because you remember, in 2022, the Avs lost 4 games in a row towards the end of the season. And then they sort of put it back together versus the Blues, and they were on track to start the Stanley Cup playoffs. And it's sort of similar timing here. But he basically said, and this, again, it was incredibly honest and detailed about where the Avalanche are and where they want to be. But I will say this. He said, in 2022, defensively, we were a lot better and more consistent. It's been more of a roller coaster defensively this year, and that's what we've talked about, and that's where we want to get to in these next 4 games before we start the first round, likely against the Winnipeg Jets, who are a magnificent defensive team. And if you're able to break through the Winnipeg Jets, then you got to deal with Connor Hellebuck. And so really their best offense starts with their defense, and that's sort of a message they've been trying to drive home. But again, it is 30 times more detailed and honest than that. Really, really good stuff. And a generous and honest conversation with Jared Bednar tonight at 7 here on Altitude Sports Radio.
So, Connor, so we had Ray Ferraro on yesterday, and he did the TV the other night, and he was phenomenal. And one of the comments that stuck with me on the 6th goal, was it Teller, I guess, scored it. He pointed out how I think Teller went and dug it out of the corner. And then who was your guy, the name that you love so much from Dallas?
Stankoven.
Stankoven.
You know why.
It was Wyatt Johnston had that 6th goal, by the way.
So why? Okay.
Yeah.
Stankoven then dug it out of the corner and basically was unimpeded to the goal mouth. Like nobody went and decided to do anything. Check him, stick check him, whatever. So you and I think, have been 2 of the bigger defenders of Georgie on this station. I understand Georgie absolutely has to play better. Ray still has more doubt in Georgie than the defense. They've got to somehow play better defense, though, don't they, Connor? This is not just a Georgie thing, is it?
It is. It is not. They are. It's a symbiotic relationship between team and goaltender, right? I mean, the high danger scoring chances. I stopped looking because halfway through the hockey game the other night, we were at almost 20 high danger chances. Not even halfway through the hockey game. And Jared Bednar, I'll give you another quote that he had, our brains were turned off, which hasn't happened that often this year. But defensively, people aren't where they're supposed to be. You get two defensemen below the goal line. All of a sudden, you have two forwards coming to try and dig the puck out. And what happens there? You have somebody who's left wide open, and that's a movie that we've seen arguably too many times this season. So the defensive structure for Colorado often leads to goaltending woes. And everyone always wants to talk about soft goals that go in, but what about the chances given up? What about the space given to take that shot down the slot or from the near circle? It can't just be Superman saves all the time from your netminder. You have to be just better defensively. And again, that's what won Colorado the Cup in 2022. They were a great defensive team, and that's why Darcy Kemper didn't have to be spectacular in the playoffs. Pavel Francouz was excellent, and there were a couple games where he had to stand on his head, but he did. But that wasn't an overriding theme. It wasn't like we were talking about the goaltender winning the Conn Smythe in 2022, because as a team, the Avalanche were the best team defensively in the National Hockey League, and if they want to go anywhere in these Stanley Cup playoffs, they have to get back to that.
Avs Wild tonight, 7:30. We'll get your pregame coverage with 7 o'clock here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Mark Springer will be hosting the the pre and the postgame show coming up here tonight. Connor, Jonathan Drouin has tied a career high with 53 points, 19 points in his last 15 games. If we would have been having a conversation in January about this, I don't think we would have had many overly glowing things to say about Jonathan Drouin. But a guy that, and certainly it helps to play with Nathan MacKinnon. There is no doubt about that. But he has gotten comfortable and has played really well over this backstretch of the season right here. Is Jonathan Drouin a bit of a testament to maybe something we all need to remember every now and then, which is give it a minute and let a guy get comfortable?
Yeah, patience, Iago, patience. That's Aladdin for those of you who are keeping track.
That was a deep pull right there.
Yeah, thank you very much. But yeah, Drouin, and it's not just the points, Nate. I mean, incredible that's where he's at, and those weren't bad. That wasn't a bad Tampa team that he was on, where he got to 53 points the first time. It's his defensive play. I mean, there's been so many nights this season that Jared Bednar has called Jonathan Drouin the best defensive forward that we had. I mean, when in his career has any coach said that Jonathan Drouin was the best defensive forward that we had on the ice? It was his reputation to not be that player. So to come in and reinvent yourself and be able to put in the work to turn that around, I think he discovered the formula that being a good defensive forward leads to points. And that could be an example that the rest of the team can take from. But he's the Bill Masterton Trophy nominee from the Colorado Avalanche, which, every team submits their nominee, and then they have finalists and the winner announced during the Stanley Cup playoffs. I mean, you look down the list, and there's only a couple others for me that could give him a run. I mean, I know that we're a little bit biased, and when I say a little bit, it's a lot of it. But we see him every night. We've seen the improvement in the style of play, in the point production. And for me, that's what the Masterton Trophy is all about, is the comeback story. And it's one of the best comeback stories that I don't think is talked enough this year in the National Hockey League, in Jonathan Drouin. And you hope that he's able to, I mean, I don't want to look forward to next season, but what do you do? I mean, is it because of Nathan MacKinnon? Maybe, but I just think that it comes down to you as an individual to apply yourself. And Jonathan Drouin did that after reinvention, and the dividends are being paid right now.
All right, and we only got like 30 seconds. Are they going to be able to afford him next year?
Boy, I don't know. It just depends. Like, okay, your career earnings are how many millions of dollars, and you know that you're with a perennial Stanley Cup contender. You could make money going somewhere else, but you could be left on an island and you may not be able to produce. So I think it's on the player to decide if he wants to stay at a discounted price and be part of this or not.
It's also not a bad thing to have an advocate being the best player in the sport in Nathan
that doesn't
McKinnon.
hurt either.
Exactly.
No, that's good.
Connor McGahee, everybody. He will be on the call tonight, Avs and Wild at 7:30. We get your pregame coverage at 7 o'clock here on Altitude Sports Radio. Connor, good work as always, man. Thank you.
Appreciate you, boys. Adios.
All right. Master of the violin, sax, clarinet, and drums.
The old adios.
Connor McGahee with us right there. You don't get that one nearly enough,
No,
do
you
you?
don't.
No,
You
you
don't.
really don't. You really don't. We got a big triple header here. Okay.
I may check in on one of them. We'll see. The other two, I'm definitely watching.
We're gonna set the number when we come back. How optimistic do we want to get about the Nuggets, the Avalanche, and the Rocks tonight? We'll talk about that next. I fell into a rabbit hole there in that last commercial break, Andy. I have factoids for days now.
You want to tell everybody how this started?
So I had mentioned to you
your hometown 9.
My favorite baseball team, the Chicago Cubs, last night blew an 8-0 lead and lost to the Padres 9-8.
Made for a great night for you.
Awesome.
Enjoyed your viewing.
Thanks, guys. We appreciate that. So we got to talking. What is the biggest deficit overcome in an NHL game? And the answer that I got, because there is an entire Wikipedia page dedicated to the biggest comebacks in like every sport. In the NHL, 5 goals. 5 is the biggest. Most recently, October 12th, 2009, the Chicago Blackhawks defeated the Calgary Flames 6-5 in overtime, capping a 5-goal comeback after being down 5-0. There was also a 5-goal deficit overcome in the playoffs. The 1982 LA Kings trailing the heavily favored Edmonton Oilers 5-0 going into the third of a Game 3 best-of-5 series, and the Kings scored 5 unanswered, won the game 6-5 in overtime on a goal by Darrell Evans. Could you imagine that, having a 5-0 lead going into the third period of a playoff game and losing that game?
No, I can't.
That
would sting.
Pain like your fans have never experienced.
What would be worse? That loss in a playoff game, losing a 5-goal lead in the third period playoff game, or watching your team go 3 overtimes only to finally lose it then.
Yeah, that sucks
6
bad.
periods, 7 periods of hockey.
Because you spend all that time.
Dude, that's like half a day on
Right.
angst thinking you might get a win only to have it taken away from you.
Do you know the biggest blown lead in NBA history?
30 points?
November 27th, 1996. The Denver Nuggets, and this is fitting for tonight. The Denver Nuggets led the Utah Jazz 70-36 at halftime at the Delta Center. The lead increased by 2 points to 36 in the third quarter, led by the scoring efforts of Karl Malone and Jeff Hornacek. The Utah Jazz secured the win in overtime to overcome the largest deficit in NBA history, Jazz over the Nuggets.
All right, 1996.
November 27th, 1996. And yet, Andy, I am fully confident the Nuggets will go and beat the Jazz in Utah tonight.
Yeah, you know what I'm feeling? I feel like they will.
Fully confident.
I'm just going to see who played Irvin Johnson. Oh, man.
Irvin, not Magic Johnson.
This is when Ellis was gone, Mutombo's gone. Like, this was after those two. One was the magical playoff run. Then they got swept by the Spurs, I want to say, in 95.
Mm-hmm.
And then Tom Hammonds, Jeff McGinnis, Brooks Thompson. Darvin Ham, the Lakers coach, was on that team.
Sure.
Dale Ellis, Bryant Stith. Mark Jackson, your buddy. How about that?
The Jazz went to the finals that year, too.
Yeah.
That was a year that Utah, that was the first of their 2 losses to the Bulls.
Mm-hmm. And good old Irvin Johnson, not the one you wanted, the center.
Yeah,
Remember
wrong.
him?
Not so Magic
Not
Johnson.
Magic Johnson. Irvin, don't call me Magic Johnson.
Yeah, the Nuggets starting 5 that night: Ellis, Stith, McDyess, Mark Jackson, and Irvin Johnson was your starting 5 that night for the Nuggets. While the Jazz ran out a lineup of Karl Malone, John Stockton, Jeff Hornacek, Brian Russell, and Greg Ostertag.
Your boy, Darvin Ham, played 4 minutes and put up zeros. No rebounds, no assists, no points.
Score a bucket, Darvin, and the Nuggets get that dub.
Listen, Darvin, is that why we got beef in the finals? That is a good point. Couple buckets out of Darvin could have changed it all. Who the hell was Brooks Thompson?
From Justin, Kreckman is clearly pushing the limits of good juju for this Nuggets-Jazz game tonight. I don't have the power, you guys.
Oh.
The Denver Nuggets win this game tonight. If my Denver Nuggets show up for this thing tonight, they're winning, Andy. And I firmly believe that they show up. It's the last week of the regular season. They're 4 wins away from a number 1 seed in the Western Conference. The Jazz have lost 12 in a row. Again, the Jazz lineup tonight, If you've heard of over 1.5 these guys, you watch too much obscure NBA. Colin Sexton, Keontae George, Bryce Sensabaugh, Taylor Hendricks, and Omer Yurtseven.
You know, whenever you go all too much in for my liking on a Denver Nuggets, they're going to win, don't worry about it. You know what happens when it doesn't start to go that way? I laugh at you like Steve Martin in Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, and you're Del Griffith, and I go, you finally did it to yourself. Because people need to understand, I really don't know that anybody at this station loves the Denver Nuggets currently more than Nate Kreckman.
I do.
That goes ahead of Lakers daddy Vic Lombardi. I said it.
I will feel a lot of bitterness if they lose this.
I know you will.
They won't lose this game.
Right.
They will not lose this game.
Okay. I'm not quite as confident as you, but I think you're probably right.
They show up for this one.
They should.
Yeah.
I think the Avs beat Minnesota.
Okay, so we got 2 wins.
Are you going 2-1?
Are you going to take Cal?
Hell no.
Cal Quantrill.
Hell no.
Hell no. Hell no.
Back me up.
Hell no.
Now, this is where Arizona gets even. Come on, man.
You don't think the Rocks can take the first 2 of the series?
Hell no.
This would be their first series victory of the year if they get this one tonight.
That'd be precious.
That'd be exciting.
Okay.
They won the opener last night.
Sure.
Kyle Freeland pitched better.
He did.
Kevin
Freeland.
Going with the lineup tonight. Charlie Blackmon, Zeke Tovar, Ryan McMahon hitting third. Hey, Ryan McMahon's had a good offensive start.
Yeah.
He's having a good year. Elias Diaz will do the catching and hit cleanup. Chris Bryant is over at first base tonight. Andy Nolan-Jones in left. Brendan Rodgers is at second base. Jake Cave getting the start tonight in right field. And Brenton Doyle will do the center
Did
fielding.
you think Cave? I thought for a minute Cave might not run down that long hit last night, and then we were going to some extras or something.
Jake Cave is hitting .429 with an OPS north of 1,300. Going into tonight's ball game. Diamondbacks are struggling a bit. They're scuffling a little bit. Maybe this is the time of year where the Rocks can get them. I'm taking 3 dubs tonight,
Look at
Andy.
you.
I'm taking
Look
the
at
over.
you.
Mostly for the content.
If they go 0-3, my rage at you will be like a fire hydrant.
Over 2.5 dubs tonight. It's going down.
Booyah.
There it is, everybody.
I'm going with the 2-1.
Did you watch One Shining Moment last night, Andy?
No, I was watching the Rockies to see if they were going to implode.
Tad was shaking his thing in the locker room.
Oh, did they do that? Yeah.
Yes, KJ's game winner, which we talked to him right afterwards against Florida, made it. They got a good little extended section out of it, the ball bouncing around the rim and then finally going down, and then some dance moves out of Tad. I did not see the Rammies on there. I mean, they were flipping through teams pretty quickly. And when you score 11.5, it's kind of tough to make it. But I did see the Buffs. And a lot of DJ Burns. He was kind of the breakout star of this tournament, right?
Sure. Yeah. He was a lot of fun.
A 275-pound big man.
It'd be fun to have him on the Nuggets bench,
Yo,
right?